Reborn into Naruto world with Tenseigan Chapter 1 to Chapter 88. Drip. 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 The sound of water dripping echoed in the dark passage, causing Jin to unconsciously tighten the robe on his body. He hated it here. The dark passage in front of him seemed to lead straight to hell, which always made him think of all kinds of bad things, but the one-eyed viper on his shoulder made him dispel the idea of turning around and leaving. He had no choice. At the end of the passage, Xianxia pushed open the door. Behind the door was a well-equipped laboratory, and there was a figure standing inside. The figure turned around and said, "It's Jin-kun." Hearing this hoarse voice, Xianxia's heart trembled, and he quickly bowed his head. "Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru looked at Xianxia thoughtfully, and after a long time, he said, "This laboratory will belong to you from now on." Feeling Orochimaru's gaze, Xianxia did not dare to let his imagination run wild, and quickly bowed and replied, "Please rest assured, I will work harder." Orochimaru moved his eyes away and looked around the laboratory, and there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "I may have to leave the village, and you will have to find your own materials in the future." "Yes." Xianxia still nodded obediently, without the slightest hesitation, and the one-eyed viper standing on his shoulder lazily spat out its scarlet tongue. Glancing at Xianxia one last time, Orochimaru did not say anything more, and directly left with the teleportation technique. With the departure of Orochimaru, the huge and gloomy chakra that filled the laboratory slowly subsided. Phew, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, Orochimaru's aura had become colder and colder, as if there was a smell of blood. Even if Xianxia was only reporting the progress of the experiment from a distance, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, these difficult days seemed to be over. However, on second thought, Xianxia had some doubts. According to the vague memories from his previous life, Orochimaru seemed to have been raided by 3 generations Naruto's secret laboratory and was caught red-handed. That was why he was forced to defect. However, judging from Orochimaru's behavior just now, it seemed that he had already planned to defect and was ready to take action at any time. What exactly went wrong that caused Orochimaru to take the initiative to defect? Is it because of me? After combing through everything that happened in the past, Kuroto still couldn't figure out the reason, but Orochimaru's defection is ultimately a good thing for him. As for whether Orochimaru defected voluntarily or passively, it doesn't make any sense for him to delve into it. Xianxia's feelings towards Orochimaru were complicated. If it weren't for Orochimaru's protection, Xianxia knew that he would not have survived the war so easily. After all, 7 out of 10 of his classmates had died on the battlefield. Even a genius like Kakashi had almost lost his life on the battlefield, and in the school's team battles, he couldn't even take one of Kakashi's attacks. Living in this world, being weak was the original sin. It had been more than 10 years since Xianxia traveled to this world, but until today, it was still difficult for him to adapt to this ninja world full of killing. This was also one of the reasons why he took the initiative to seek refuge with Orochimaru. When it came to combat talent, he was far behind his peers, especially when it came to life and death. His reaction was always slower than others. Sometimes, he really admired the ninjas of this world. They often had the ability to kill at the age of 6 or 7. It was common for them to go to the battlefield at the age of 10. Even Kakashi, at the age of 12, was already a jonin who had killed countless enemies. Xianxia didn't have this talent. Fortunately, he was born in the Hyuga clan and was born with the Byakugan. With the help of the Byakugan, he was able to survive several dangerous situations on the battlefield. But luck wouldn't always favor him. Watching his classmates die one by one, Xianxia resolutely sought refuge with Orochimaru. He had to survive first. Surviving was the most important thing. Xianxia was not without his own advantages. With the good education in his previous life, his ability to understand was far better than the ninjas of the same age. Coupled with the natural advantage of the Byakugan, he quickly stood out in Orochimaru's laboratory and became a more important experimental assistant of Orochimaru and learned a lot of genetic technology from Orochimaru. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many deaths. Orochimaru had become very obsessed with the mystery of life in the later stages of the war. The most intuitive reaction was that Orochimaru no longer cared about the 3 generations, no longer adhered to the low moral bottom line, and began a large number of cruel and bloody human experiments. Along with this, Orochimaru also developed a strong interest in wood release, Byakugan, and Sharingan. Hyugin's initiative to seek refuge made it easier for Orochimaru to study the secrets of the Byakugan, so in terms of guidance to Hyugin, Orochimaru did his best. The two sides hit it off, so there was the scene just now. Of course, the reason why Hyugen dared to seek refuge with Orochimaru was that he knew that it wouldn't take long for Orochimaru's attention to the forbidden techniques of the village such as Edo Tensei and Yamada no Jutsu. In addition, he had the protection of the caged bird, so he didn't have to worry about Orochimaru directly carrying out human experiments on him. Yes, the caged bird is indeed a kind of protection for the current Hyugen. Or to be more precise, for all the weak and struggling Hyuga clansmen, the caged bird is not a prison but a kind of protection. Because of its existence, the Hyuga clansmen avoid many covetous eyes inside and outside the village. As for the other reason for seeking refuge with Orochimaru, that is the Tenseigan, with Hyugin's mediocre talent, apart from the Tenseigan, he really can't think of any other way for him to turn over and control his fate in his own hands. As for the immortal technique, even Orochimaru found it difficult to master it, let alone him. In fact, not to mention Hyugin's mediocre talent, even the genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Ningxi, in his previous life's memory, was also a sad character who died inexplicably. The Byakugan is indeed in the Genin, Chunin, and even Jonin stage, which gives the Hyuga clan an unparalleled advantage. But once it rises to the Kage level or even the Super Kage level, the advantage of the Byakugan is not so obvious. And for the Hyuga clan who specializes in soft fist, it is really powerless to use soft fist to fight against enemies at the level of Susanoo, Jinchuriki, Senjutsu, etc. Therefore, the Tenseigan is almost the only hope for the Hyuga clan to intervene in the battle of the Super Kage level. This is also something that Hyugen has been thinking about since the beginning of his journey. According to the vague memory of his previous life, the Tenseigan is an upgraded version of the Byakugan, which is comparable to the Rinnegan. And as far as Hyugen knows, there are two ways to evolve the Tenseigan. The first is like Otsutsuki Samurai, combining the bloodline on the moon with the bloodline of the Hyuga clan on the earth, thus evolving the Tenseigan. The second is to fuse a large number of Byakugan. This first method, Hyugen directly ruled out. He is not a member of the Hyuga clan, and he can't get the Byakugan of Otsutsuki Samurai's bloodline on the moon. And the second method, because of the caged bird, the Byakugan of the branch will be destroyed instantly after leaving the body or dying, so it is impossible to collect enough Byakugan by relying on the Hyuga clan alone. Neither method seems to work, but from the second method, Hyugen has a new idea. Whether it is Byakugan or Sharingan, all Kekkei Genkai are actually just the concrete manifestation of genes. If it is impossible to collect enough Byakugan, then is it possible to start from the genetic aspect, by collecting a large number of genes of the Hyuga clan, and then fuse these genes to directly evolve the Byakugan into the Tenseigan from the inside out at the genetic level? Based on this bold conjecture, Hyugen focused on learning genetic technology from Orochimaru. And through continuous learning and observation, Hyugen made an amazing discovery, that is, there are 33 sets of special gene sequences in all the genes of the Hyuga clan. Through further observation, Hyugen also found that different clansmen have different numbers of the 33 sets of special gene sequences in the activated state. As far as Hyugen himself is concerned, only 1733 of the 33 sets of special gene sequences in his body are in the activated state, while 116 of the special gene sequences are not in the activated state. The other dozen or so Hyuga clansmen he has collected are similar. Only some of the 33 sets of special gene sequences are in the activated state. This discovery further confirms Hyugen's guess. Kuroto even suspects that if all 33 sets of special gene sequences in the body can be activated, then every Hyuga clansman can evolve their Byakugan into Tenseigan. In an instant, this thought spread wildly in Hyugen's mind. Thanks to the blessings of the war, Hyugen, who was arranged by Orochimaru in the field hospital, easily collected a large number of genes of the Hyuga clan. After screening and comparing hundreds of genetic samples, he successfully extracted the special gene sequence of 416 in the activated state. Counting the 1733 special gene sequences in Kuroto's own body, he only lacks the first 3 sets of the 33 sets of special gene sequences, the number 13 of the 33 sets of special gene sequences in his hand. Hyojin had already collected enough genes from the branch clan, but he didn't have the 3 special gene sequences of number 13 that had been activated. Hence, he naturally turned his gaze to the ancestral clan. But the ancestral clan rarely goes to the battlefield in person. Even if they go to the battlefield, they are often heavily protected. It is not something that a ninja at the level of Hyojin can easily come into contact with. Therefore, he has not been able to get the ancestral clan's gene samples. For this reason, he had to ask Orochimaru to take action. Orochimaru did not refuse Hyojin, but even if Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, wants to steal the ancestral clan's gene, it is not an easy thing. Things dragged on for more than a year, and the experiment was forced to be interrupted. Although distressed, Hyojin knows that he is just a small person struggling to survive. If he wants to change his fate, he can only rely on himself to find opportunities. He can't wait for a pie to fall from the sky. But just when Hyojin put his mind on Hinata, who was about to be born, he never thought that this time, when Orochimaru said goodbye to him, he actually sent a piece of ancestral clan's flesh and blood. While processing the flesh and blood of ancestral clan's flesh and blood, Hyojin thought in his heart, Orochimaru's defection should be a matter of a few days, but not only did he not mean to take me away, but he also sent me the experimental materials I urgently need before leaving. What is his intention? Does he want me to stay in the village and be his spy? Whether it is Orochimaru's recent reaction or based on the vague memory of his previous life, Hyojin can conclude that at this time, Orochimaru has little interest in Byakugan. At this time, Orochimaru still sent him the experimental materials he urgently needed. Obviously, it was not for Byakugan's research, but to appease him. Thinking of this, Hyojin secretly laughed at himself. It seems that the caged bird is not completely without benefits. There is no doubt that the decisive reason why Orochimaru chose to let Hyojin stay in the village was because of the caged bird on Hyojin's forehead. Because the branch family does not have the qualification to defect. Once it defected, the caged bird could directly kill Hyojin. Naturally, Orochimaru was not interested in taking away a useless body. As the experiment progressed, Hyojin collected his messy thoughts and focused his attention on the experiment. The flesh and blood tissue sent by Orochimaru is very energetic. If Hyojin did not guess wrong, this is probably the flesh and blood tissue of the patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, and it is also the gene that Hyojin most wants to obtain at present. Because the flesh and blood tissue is very fresh, the process of gene extraction is abnormally smooth, and after comparison, he was surprised to find that 28 of the 33 sets of special gene sequences of Hyuga Hayashi were activated, including the 13 sets of special gene sequences he needed the most. There are as many as 28 sets of special gene sequences in the activated state, as expected of the patriarch. At the thought of Hyuga Hayashi's strength close to the Kage level, Hyojin immediately felt relieved. Hyuga Hayashi, who is in his prime, is undoubtedly the strongest person in the Hyuga clan. Such a strong person has the best genes in the family, which is a reasonable thing. Putting these emotions aside, Hyojin concentrated on extracting the 3 sets of special gene sequences in the activated state of 13 that he dreamed of. At this point, all the special gene sequences that Hyojin lacks in the activated state of 116 have been collected. Whether I can change my fate or not, it all depends on this. Joy, expectation, anxiety, hesitation, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart in an instant, making Hyojin a little confused for a while. He wanted to roar to the sky, he wanted to wantonly vent the depression and fear that had been in his heart for so many years, but the one-eyed viper on his shoulder made him dispel all these thoughts. After a light sigh, Hyojin restrained all kinds of emotions one by one. Immediately afterward, he quietly put the extracted geno fluid into a small thermostatic bottle, then took out a scroll, and sealed the thermostatic bottle inside. The defection of Orochimaru will inevitably cause a shock in the village. Early the next morning, Hyojin, who was doing morning exercises, heard the rumor that the patriarch was attacked, which also confirmed that the flesh and blood tissue sent by Orochimaru yesterday was indeed Hyuga Hayashi's. Although Kuroto had already guessed it, he still couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he thought about how Orochimaru could easily injure the strongest person of the Hyuga clan. Although there was definitely an element of sneak attack, Kuroto couldn't help but feel disappointed. In Hyojin's own feelings, it is too difficult for a member of the Hyuga family to reach the level of Sannin through regular training. What's more, when it comes to talent, Hyojin obviously belongs to the mediocre category, which can be seen from the number of activation of his special gene sequences. For ordinary Hyuga clansmen, there are generally about 20 groups of 33 groups of special gene sequences in the state of activation, and outstanding people like Hyuga Hayashi can even reach 28 groups, while Hyojin himself only has 17 groups in the state of activation, which is obviously lower than the average level in the family. If it goes step by step, Tokubetsu Jonin may be the end of Hyojin's life. Regarding the specific details of the attack on Hyuga Hayashi, the Hyuga family is very secretive. Hyojin guessed that Hyuga Hayashi may have been aware of the identity of Orochimaru when he was attacked, and Orochimaru is a disciple of the three generations, one of the Sannin, not only has a high position of power, but also has a sensitive identity, so in the face of such a difficult problem, the Hyuga family must have not reached a consensus, and naturally kept their mouths shut. Orochimaru dared to make a move against the patriarch, so obviously, he isn't afraid of exposing his identity. This also confirms my guess that Orochimaru has indeed completed the preparations for his defection and is ready to act at any time. After a little thought, Hyojin is more convinced that Orochimaru is about to defect. The defection of Orochimaru has advantages and disadvantages for Hyojin. The advantage is naturally that a mountain is removed from him, and the disadvantage is that there is one less thigh to shelter him. Those who know that I participated in the human experiment, except for Orochimaru, all died in the war. As long as nothing happens to Orochimaru, the village should not be able to find me. Several people who joined Orochimaru at the same time as Hyojin died in the war. After transferring to the rear, because of the special nature of Byakugan, Hyojin has been experimenting in an independent laboratory, so he has no intersection with other researchers under Orochimaru. Except Orochimaru himself, no one knows the experiment project he is responsible for. After checking all the hidden dangers in his heart, Hyojin continued his morning exercise quietly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. In the next few days, the village was calm, until the third night, an Umbu wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared at Hyojin's home and took him to a temporary base of the Umbu. The base was located in the northwest corner of the village, with a large area and very strict security. Hyojin found that there were as many as 7 or 8 squads of Umbu guards. After being taken into a single room, Hyojin frowned slightly. The house was very small, without any furniture, and a strong iron fence was installed outside the house. Not only that, but there was also an Umbu guard outside the fence. Such an arrangement is more appropriate to call it a temporary prison than a temporary base. There is no doubt that the Umbu directly under Naruto can be so mobilized. It means that Orochimaru should have officially defected, and the time may be today, or even tonight. With the talent of Byakugan, Hyojin calmly observed everything in the temporary prison. Hyojin was not the first batch of ninjas to be detained here, nor was he the last. After him, there were still many ninjas who were detained here. Without exception, all the ninjas who were detained were Orochimaru's subordinates. There were hundreds of people in total, and several of them were even well-known elite jonin in the village. However, this is not unusual. In the war, Orochimaru has served as the commander of many troops. Over the years, it is not surprising that there are hundreds of old subordinates. After all, Orochimaru isn't qualified to compete with Yondaime-sama for the position of Hokage. If he doesn't even have hundreds of subordinates, then Orochimaru won't be able to compete with Yondaime-sama for the position of Hokage. Hundreds of prisoners and a similar number of guards made the makeshift prison noisy. Not everyone is like Hyojin and knows the whole story. Among the hundreds of Orochimaru's subordinates, many of them did not know about Orochimaru's defection, so they showed great dissatisfaction and indignation at being detained here inexplicably. It was not until 3 generations appeared that the noise gradually subsided. Now that Yondaime-sama has just taken over, many of the affairs in the village are still managed by Sandaime-sama, and even in the eyes of many ninjas, Sandaime-sama is still habitually regarded as a Hokage. Under the leadership of 3 generations, the screening work quickly began. The first to be screened and examined were undoubtedly the elite jonin with good strength, and as for the chunin like Hyojin who was temporarily promoted in the war, it will certainly not be taken care of for a while. 3 days passed in a flash. Although he is self-aware and knows that a chunin like him is promoted to meet the needs of the war, his actual strength is only at the level of a senior genin, and he will not be valued too much. But after being detained for 3 days and no one asked, Hyojin's dissatisfaction slowly accumulated in his heart. There is no doubt that the screening work of the village did not go well. Many detainees did not believe that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, would defect, so they did not cooperate with the investigation. And on whether to use torture, there are also differences in the village's high level. After all, it is just a simple interrogation. It is difficult to distinguish which of the detainees participated in Orochimaru's human experiments, and which are the undercover agents left by Orochimaru. It must be known that these detained ninjas have undergone rigorous interrogation training, and they have just experienced the baptism of war. They are not rookies who have just come out of the society. However, once torture was used, the implications would be too great. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people being detained, but hundreds of people. Because of Orochimaru's defection, it is obviously not a wise choice to torture hundreds of heroes who have just won the war for the village. On the 5th day of Hyojin's detention, Danzo appeared in the temporary prison. Danzo visited the detained jonin one by one, and no one knows what they talked about. In short, when Danzo left, he took most of them with him. They were bewitched by Danzo and joined the route. There is no need to think about it, Hyojin already guessed the result. If they can't be interrogated one by one, then these detained jonin will undoubtedly be the biggest unstable factor in the village, so allowing Danzo to recruit them into the route is the village's only choice. Obviously, these jonin who are being held in custody have expected their situation in the village. As the former subordinates of Orochimaru, the possibility of being accepted by Yondaime-sama is very small. And 4 generations is still so young, maybe he can be in power for 20 or 30 years, if they don't find a backer in time, they feel that their days in the village will not be good, so joining the route, independent of 4 generations, is their best choice. In the next few days, there were also people from the route who invited Hyojin to join the route, but Hyojin politely refused. In his opinion, even if he defected, it is better than joining the route, a precarious scapegoat organization that specializes in doing dirty work. Fortunately, the people from the route didn't embarrass Hyojin. After being refused, they happily left. 1 week later, at the main entrance of the village, a girl was carefully sorting out the luggage on Hyojin's body. From the girl's white eyes, it can be seen that she is the same as Hyojin, a member of the Hyuga clan, and her age is similar, but her delicate face is slightly wrinkled, and she looks a little worried. Hyojin, who was looking at the distant Naruto rock, smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a normal change of guard." The girl nodded slightly, then took out a new pair of goggles from her waist bag and handed it to Hyojin. Hyojin glanced at the girl and didn't say much, and put the goggles into his waist bag. In fact, from a long time ago, Hyojin has been wearing goggles like the obsidian, but the goggles he bought have darker lenses, just like sunglasses. The reason why he did this is not only to protect his eyes, but also to cover up his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan on the battlefield, to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Secondly, it is also to cover up the Tenseigan that may appear in the future. After all, in terms of appearance, there is still a certain difference between Tenseigan and Byakugan. The girl is undoubtedly worried that the old goggles on Hyojin's head will be broken, and it is difficult to buy a new replacement at the border, so she bought a new pair for Hyojin as a spare. At this time, a middle-aged ninja not far away waved his hand and shouted, "Time is up, let's go." Hyojin patted the girl's shoulder when he heard the words, "Yui, I'm leaving, don't worry about me, maybe I will be back soon." The girl named Yui nodded gently, but the worry on her face couldn't be concealed. Finally, Hyojin looked at the distant Naruto rock. This time, the storm of Orochimaru's defection, the village became the biggest loser. Orochimaru defected and Jiraiya chased after him. So far, the famous Mysanin have all left the village. Orochimaru had lost the support of the village, but he had also gotten rid of the village's constraints. It was a win-win situation. And Danzo, who had absorbed most of the forces of Orochimaru, was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Hyojin even suspected that Danzo had grasped part of the results of Orochimaru's human experiments through this absorption, laying the foundation for stealing the Sharingan and Hashirama cells in the future. However, all of this was no longer important to Hyojin. The leaders of the village had reached a consensus that all the former subordinates of Orochimaru, like Hyojin, who had not been absorbed by the roots, would be transferred to the frontier. Simply put, he was banished to the border, far away from the village. Coming to the side of the middle-aged ninja, Hyojin looked at the companions around him. Including himself, there were a total of 12 ninjas, divided into 3 squads. Except for the 3 captains, the remaining 9 members were all former subordinates of Orochimaru. The destination of the team is a border post at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. As soon as he left the village, Hyojin activated the Byakugan, as if entering a war zone. He was on full alert. This is not Hyojin making a fuss, but he had a profound lesson. Just a few months ago, he was attacked less than 10 miles away from the village. The entire team that escorted the wounded from the front line back to the village suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the village's support, his name would have been on the memorial tablet. The cruel war taught Hyojin a lot of things. Although the war has become a thing of the past, some habits are still difficult to change in a short time. Kuroto was not the only one who raised his vigilance. The other ninjas who traveled with him also raised their vigilance after leaving the village, except for one person. Glancing at the thin figure at the back of the team, Hyojin sighed. If there is anyone in the village who is most unwilling to believe that Orochimaru defected, it is undoubtedly Mitarashi Red Bean, who fell behind Hyojin. Almost overnight, Red Bean changed from a disciple of the Sannin, the rising star of the village, to a prisoner. After a few weeks of imprisonment, she was sent to the border with Hyojin, completely away from the center of the village's power. Just from her empty eyes and dull expression at the moment, it can be seen that she still can't accept that her teacher, one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, will betray the village. This kind of collapse of faith may not be able to recover in her life. Withdrawing his gaze from Anko's body, Suijin carefully looked at the ninjas who were traveling with him. Among the 12 people, only the middle-aged ninja leading the team is a Jonin, and the other 11 including Hyojin, Red Bean, and others are Chunin. It can be said that this team still has a certain combat effectiveness. As long as they do not encounter an ambush team composed of Jonin, there will be almost no safety problems along the way. What's more, the war is over, and the probability of enemy Jonin appearing in my territory is very small. Sure enough, as Hyojin expected, there was no trouble along the way, and the team arrived at the border post smoothly. After entering the border post, the team of 12 people was officially divided into 3 teams. Hyojin, Red Bean, and a Chunin named Oda were assigned to the team that led the Jonin. The country of fire and the country of wind are not bordered, and there are small countries such as the country of water and the country of rain in between, but these small countries actually have no effect on isolation. The border post where Hyojin is located is responsible for a border of about 40 miles. On one side of the post is the edge of the forest, and on the other side is the endless sea of sand. In this way, Hyojin lived a boring life of patrolling back and forth in the desert. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. All the news about the village has been cut off, and Hyojin at the border seems to be isolated from the world, patrolling, guarding, and resting all day long. During this time, he can feel that the team leader has been monitoring him and the other 9 Orochimaru old subordinates, so he behaved and did not make any unusual movements. He secretly speculated that such monitoring will not last long. Even if Mai is a big family, the manpower is not rich enough to monitor hundreds of ninjas for a long time, so the monitoring must have a time limit. Sure enough, soon after, the village sent 3 new Chunin to replace the previous 3 captains, including the middle-aged Jonin. At first, Hyojin thought that the village lifted the monitoring of himself and others, but after some observation, he found that the 3 new Chunin captains are all silent, giving people a cold feeling. These people are not ordinary Chunin. It didn't take long for him to realize that these 3 new captains are either Umbu or Root. Did an ordinary border outpost need 3 Umbu or Root members to be the captain? The answer is self-evident, so Hyojin's thoughts suddenly scattered. He doesn't know what happened in the village in the past 2 months, but he knows that danger has come. In his impression, Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon seemed to have a long adaptation period when he changed his eyes to evolve the Tenseigan. Because of this, Hyojin has not started the Tenseigan plan. But the situation is different now. Although Hyojin can't guess what the village is going to do, one thing he can be sure of is that danger is approaching. Taking advantage of a solo patrol, Hyojin came to a remote desert that he had selected long ago. After looking around for a while with Byakugan and confirming that there was no one around, he immediately printed and summoned the one-eyed viper that Orochimaru had left to monitor him. Bang, with a burst of smoke, the one-eyed viper wandered lazily in front of Hyojin and spat out a scroll from its mouth. Yes, the scroll containing the Geno fluid has been kept by this one-eyed viper. This is also a helpless move, because only in the belly of the one-eyed viper can Hyojin retrieve the precious Geno fluid at any time and anywhere through psychic arts. As for whether it will be intercepted by Orochimaru, there is no need to worry too much about this. Because a long time ago, Hyojin had begun to store some messy experimental materials in the belly of the one-eyed viper. Orochimaru had also secretly checked several times and found that they were all worthless things, so he gradually stopped caring about it. In addition, Orochimaru had just defected not long ago. At this moment, he was still entangled with Jiraiya. He would certainly not be able to take care of Hyojin in a short time. After taking out the Geno fluid sealed in the scroll, Hyojin's face became dignified. There are too many uncertain factors in the evolution of the genetic level. The Geno fluid in front of him may be the key to changing his fate, or it may be a poison that will ruin his life. Without live experiments, there would be no data, so at the moment, Hyojin could not even estimate the probability of success. But he was running out of time, so he could only gamble. Whether he could control his own fate in the future, whether he could live with dignity, and get rid of the helplessness of being ordered around, all depended on this bottle of Geno fluid. Without hesitation, Hyojin made up his mind and injected the Geno fluid into his body. Almost at the same time, Hyojin screamed in pain. Ouch, a bone-piercing pain. The pain was unbearable. After being a ninja for so long, Kuroto thought that his endurance was already very strong, and pain or something like that couldn't shake him at all, but it wasn't until this moment that he realized that pain could reach this point. Slowly, he felt the chakra in his body dissipating. Not good. The situation had gone out of his control, and he quickly used the remaining chakra to forcibly remove the psychic art and sent the one-eyed viper away. Almost at the same time that the one-eyed viper was sent away, his little chakra all collapsed, and then his body seemed to begin to collapse, and he felt that his flesh and blood seemed to be showing signs of melting. Why is this happening? In a strong sense of unwillingness, Hyojin's vision went black, and he fainted in the desert. After an unknown amount of time, Hyojin slowly opened his eyes and found that he was already in the outpost. On the side, Captain Naruchi Mitsui stared at Hyojin and asked with a cold face, "What happened? Why did you faint in the desert?" Hyojin was still a little confused at this moment, so he casually said, I don't know why." Naruchi Mitsui frowned. "Were you attacked?" "Who? Was it a sand ninja?" Hyojin shook his head. "No one attacked me, it was my own body that had a problem. I think I'm sick." Ninjas could also get sick, which was a very common phenomenon in the ninja world. Among them, Kekii ninjas would even suffer from all kinds of strange blood diseases. Kimimaro and Itachi were typical examples, so although Naruchi Mitsui still had some doubts in his heart, seeing Hyojin's weak face, he did not continue to question him. After waiting for Naruchi Mitsui to leave, Hyojin carefully examined his body. After injecting the gene fluid, his body's violent reaction was far beyond his previous expectations, which also gave him a new understanding of the danger of activating the special gene sequence in his body. "In the end, I survived." While letting out a long sigh of relief, Hyojin couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. Although he didn't know the specific data, based on his personal experience, Hyojin felt that being able to survive the activation and reorganization of the special gene sequence was definitely a small probability event. This was because he clearly felt the feeling of his body on the verge of collapse during the activation and reorganization. That feeling was as if his body was disassembled into countless pieces and then reassembled again, which made him feel desperate. At the same time, this also made Hyojin deeply realize that he was still a layman in the field of genes. After calming his mind, Hyojin analyzed the effect of the gene fluid based on his own experience. Before, Hyojin's body almost collapsed, which was undoubtedly a reaction of the special gene sequence in his body being activated. In other words, the number of special gene sequences that were not activated, the number of times the body would undergo activation and reorganization. Hyojin lacked 16 groups, so he experienced a total of 16 activation and reorganization in the desert. Every activation and reorganization was like wandering before the gates of hell, and Hyojin walked before the gates of hell 16 times in a row. He was really lucky to be alive, with the activation of all 33 groups of special gene sequences in his body. Hyojin could feel that his body was completely different from before, and this change was still ongoing. The most intuitive manifestation was that he could feel that his chakra was constantly growing, as if there was no end to its growth. Getting out of bed, Hyojin slowly walked to the dressing mirror. Opening the goggles, he found that his originally pale eyes looked a little transparent, as if they contained stars, shining with a strange light. So beautiful. Even Hyojin himself couldn't help but be attracted. Just as he moved forward, wanting to see more clearly and more carefully, suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness enveloped him, and at the same time, there was a sharp pain in his eyes. After a while, the dizziness and pain gradually subsided. Slowly recovering, Hyojin held the wall and slowly got up. He understood that he couldn't use his eyes during the adaptation period, not even the simplest observation, so he closed his eyes and put on the goggles again. Lying back on the bed, Hyojin secretly thought. In the evening, Red Bean and Oda came to Hyojin's room to visit him. As former subordinates of Orochimaru, Hyojin, Red Bean, and Oda can be said to sympathize with each other. In addition, they are close in age and are in the same squad, so the relationship between them is quite harmonious. After chatting for a while, Oda suddenly smiled and said, "Kuroto, this time you really got sick at the wrong time." Hyojin was a little puzzled. Why? Oda explained, "Just now, Captain assigned a special task to me and Red Bean. If we can successfully complete it, maybe we can be transferred back to the village and no longer have to endure the sandstorm here." Special task? Hyojin was startled and immediately said, "I wish you success in your task." For some reason, Hyojin suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but ninjas are not allowed to inquire about each other's tasks. So although he was suspicious, he didn't say anything. Oda patted Hyojin's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the village will not forget us excellent ninjas who have experienced the war. It won't be long before you will be transferred back to the village. For now, you can rest in peace and recuperate." Hyojin said, "Be careful." After chatting a few more words, Oda and Red Bean left Hyojin's room. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Hyojin, who is still in the adaptation period, is still tortured by dizziness and stinging pain from time to time, but this kind of torture is not bitter, because every time the pain comes, it will be accompanied by the improvement of his strength. Although there is no accurate test, Hyojin secretly estimated that the amount of chakras amount in his body at this time is more than 10 times that before the injection of genetic serum. There is no clear standard for the division of ninjas. The judgment of Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and even Kage will vary according to different environments and different eras. For example, Hyojin, before he was injected with the gene serum, he was actually just a senior Genin. Except for the most basic senjutsu, soft fist, as well as superficial summoning and sealing techniques, he hardly knew any other ninjutsu. But even so, he was still promoted to Chunin by the village and led the team to carry out several reconnaissance missions. But no matter what, there was still a vague standard that everyone agreed on. For example, ninjas who can perform E-class ninjutsu or use their own blood are considered to have reached the standard of a genin. If you can perform a C-class ninjutsu multiple times, you can be considered a chunin. Being able to perform B-class ninjutsu multiple times and proficient in one of ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or having a strong kekkei can be considered as a jonin. As for the Kage level, it is actually one of the strongest ninjas in the village, so in different eras, the concept of Kage level is also different. Because of this, chakra's amount has become one of the important criteria for judging the strength of a ninja. If Hyojin's strength can only be regarded as a genin before, then now his chakra's amount has obviously exceeded the level of ordinary chunin and is soaring towards the level of an ordinary jonin. After 3 days of adaptation, Hyojin can barely use his eyes. Through careful observation, he found that his eyes have become like a clear sky blue gem, shining with breathtaking brilliance, making people can't help but be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, he found that the cage bird on his forehead still exists, but it seems to have lost its effect. This is also natural. The cage bird targets the Byakugan and all the brain nerves connected to the Byakugan, and now it is no longer the Byakugan in Hyojin's eye sockets but the Tenseigan. So although the cage bird technique has not been destroyed, it has actually solved itself. Just when Hyojin was estimating how long the adaptation period of the Tenseigan will last, he suddenly felt a familiar chakra quickly approaching the outpost. Without thinking much, Hyojin quickly held the wall and walked out of his room. After a while, a thin figure rushed into the outpost. This figure is none other than Red Bean, who went out with Oda on a special mission a few days ago. At this time, Red Bean's complexion is extremely poor, her face is almost bloodless, her body is covered with scars, and her breath is very chaotic. It seems that she has experienced a series of life and death battles. With the vigilance tempered in the war, Hyojin's hand has already reached into the ninja bag around his waist and took out a kunai when he judged that the person was Red Bean, and the Tenseigan under the goggles also bloomed with a magnificent light, searching for the pursuers that may be following behind Red Bean. But with just a slight glance, Hyojin found that there is no pursuer behind Red Bean, so he was relieved. At this time, other ninjas in the outpost also gathered around, either bandaging Red Bean's wounds or asking about the details of Red Bean's attack. Hyojin, who was on full alert on the side, with the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan, noticed that when Naruto Mitsui saw Red Bean, an inexplicable strange look flashed on his face. It seemed to be a complex expression mixed with surprise and anxiety. In just an instant, a bad guess emerged in Hyojin's heart. In fact, he has long thought of this possibility, but he has never dared to be sure, or he has always been unwilling and did not want to be sure. Subconsciously, Hyojin and Naruto Mitsui opened a little distance. And Naruto Mitsui's attention at this time was all on Red Bean. He did not notice Hyojin's abnormality, he just calmly asked Red Bean, "Did you complete the task?" Red Bean looked at Naruto Mitsui coldly. "We were ambushed as soon as we arrived at the agreed place. It was a trap. Oda died on the spot. I barely escaped back after hiding in the desert for 2 days." Naruto Mitsui heard this and his face was slightly unnatural. "Maybe the spy we placed in the sand ninjas was exposed, so you were ambushed. I will report to the village." After that, Naruto Mitsui left in a hurry, and Hyojin did not say anything. He silently helped Red Bean up. After returning to Red Bean's room, Red Bean suddenly asked Hyojin, "Were we abandoned by the village?" Being accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru, Red Bean is obviously not stupid. This so-called special task is full of strangeness, and she is naturally aware of it. Hyojin helped Red Bean bandage the wound and said, "Don't think about it, it is common for tasks to go wrong, you still have little experience." It seems that she was convinced by Hyojin. Red Bean did not say anything, and her expression returned to the former numb state. After dealing with Red Bean's injury and confirming that no enemy approached the outpost, Hyojin returned to his room. In his heart, Hyojin has already realized this. Through the conversation between Naruto Mitsui and Red Bean just now, he roughly judged that the so-called special task that Naruto Mitsui gave to Oda and Red Bean should be to contact the spy placed in the sand. But how can the village send 2 chunin who are still in the screening period to do this kind of secret task? Logically or emotionally, this didn't make sense. Therefore, Red Bean's intuition is right. This so-called special task is a trap. The village may really have abandoned the old subordinates of Orochimaru and wanted to clean them up one by one through reasonable means. Is it Danzo? Or 3 generations? Or 4 generations? The first target of Hyojin's suspicion is Danzo. Orochimaru's early defection this time has a lot of inside stories. It is difficult for Hyojin to judge what role Danzo played in it, but there is no doubt that Danzo is the biggest beneficiary of this defection. Judging from the argument that whoever benefits is behind the scenes, Danzo is likely to be the culprit behind Orochimaru's early defection. In this way, the relationship between Danzo and Orochimaru is likely to have been completely broken, so it is reasonable for Danzo to kill the old subordinates of Orochimaru who are unwilling to join the route. The suspicion of 3 generations can't be ruled out, because 3 generations is the kind of person who can really do a lot of unimaginable stupid things for the so-called stability. This can be seen from the fact that he sat back and watched White Fan commit suicide, and in the future, in order to avoid becoming enemies with Cloud Village, he pressured the Hyuga family to kill Hyuga Richa, and let Naruto, the orphan of 4 generations, grow up in the discrimination and abuse of the entire village, and so on. As for 4 generations, Hyojin felt that it shouldn't be him. This is not because he is superstitious about the character of 4 generations, but as a civilian ninja, For generations has neither the support of his own family nor the 3 generations have completely delegated power, so 4 generations should not have enough power to complete these arrangements. At the same time, with the age advantage of 4 generations, there was no need to rush to clean up the dissidents in the village. In short, no matter who was behind this purge, he had become the other party's target. Therefore, Hyojin knew that danger was hanging over his head and could come at any time. Time passed day by day. A week after the ambush of Red Bean, Hyojin finally passed the Tenseigan adaptation period safely. The dizziness and pain had completely disappeared, and what followed was an overall enhancement of vision. The Tenseigan has a part of the Byakugan's ability, and in terms of subtle insight, it is far better than the Byakugan. With just ordinary observation, Hyojin can roughly judge the other party's next move by the flow of chakra in the other party's body, as well as the contraction and contraction changes of the other party's muscles. In addition to the insight, the other biggest change is the chakra's amount. Conservatively estimated, Hyojin speculated that his chakra's amount is between 40 to 50 times before the injection of the genetic serum, which has exceeded the chakra's amount of ordinary jonin. In addition, he also faintly felt that his body had awakened some other abilities, but he was in the outpost, and his every move was monitored by Captain Naruchi Mitsui, so it was not convenient to explore them one by one. Suppressing his excitement, Hyojin finally waited for an opportunity to go out alone a few days later. Ha! With a light shout, the yellow sand in the distance swarmed towards Hyojin's outstretched right hand like a flood from a broken dam. With a single thought, the yellow sand that was swarming towards him was blown far away, as though it had been hit by a hurricane. Looking at the yellow sand that came and went as he waved, Hyojin, who was in a remote desert, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This move is a combination of Pain Shinra Tensei and Ten Mammoth Tensei, and the principle is also attraction and repulsion. In the vague memory of Hyojin's previous life, Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon also used this move. Since it is the ability of the Tenseigan, then this move will be called rain manipulation. After trying rain manipulation a few more times, as the initial excitement passed, Hyojin gradually discovered the shortcomings of his rain manipulation, that is, the effective range is only about 15 meters, and the further the distance, the weaker the effect. Suijin frowned as he gasped for air. Most of the attack ninjutsu above sea level can attack more than 20 meters, some can even reach 50 meters, and the killing range of throwing weapons such as kunai and shurikens can easily exceed 20 meters. In other words, once the enemy pulls away, the current rain manipulation performed by Hyojin can only play some defensive and interference roles. The shortcomings of the small range were put aside for the time being. Hyojin, who was still gasping, found another shortcoming of himself, that is, the chakra amount that made him happy before. The chakra amount increased by 40 to 50 times, which made Hyojin very excited, but when he used rain manipulation several times in a row, he was surprised to find that his chakra was not enough. It was not until this moment that Hyojin realized. The increase of 40 to 50 times of chakra interfered with his objective judgment, causing him to misestimate his chakra amount. In fact, because his previous chakra amount was the standard level of a genin, it was too mediocre, so even if it increased by 40 to 50 times, the total amount was not exaggerated, it just exceeded the level of an ordinary jonin. It's a far cry from the ninjutsu that Kuroto imagined. He also has the Tenseigan, but Otsutsuki Tonari, who can play with the moon as a toy, is even more incomparable. And Hyojin has always regarded Otsutsuki Samurai as his own reference standard, but the reality gave him a hard blow. Why is this happening? What is the problem? Is my method of evolving the Tenseigan wrong? One question after another, Hyojin's heart surged. After being confused for a long time in doubt, anxiety, and even panic, he finally calmed down and changed his mind, and all the previous puzzles were solved. In the memory of the previous life, only Otsutsuki Samurai has the Tenseigan, so Hyojin subconsciously thought that as long as he has the Tenseigan, he will have the same strength as Otsutsuki Samurai. But on second thought, the Kekkei limit also varies from person to person. The same Byakugan, many of the peers of the Hyuga clan are stronger than Hyojin, and the same Sharingan, in front of Madara, the vast majority of Uchiha is like a small fish. Otsutsuki Samurai is the last only seedling on the moon, a veritable genius, enjoying all the inheritance left by Otsutsuki Himura on the moon, and his strength is at the Kage level without the Tenseigan, such a character is really not comparable to Hyojin, who only has the Genin level. After having the Tenseigan, Otsutsuki Samurai reached the level of the Super Kage level in one fell swoop, which is a matter of course. And Hyojin, who is not on the same starting line at all, wants to catch up with Otsutsuki Samurai's Super Kage level with a pair of Tenseigan alone is somewhat unrealistic. After understanding this, Hyojin tried the Tenseigan trick that Otsutsuki Samurai had used in his memory and found that he really couldn't enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. As for the trick that Otsutsuki Samurai used to cut the moon, as well as the truth-seeking ball and other tricks, it is even more impossible to talk about. More than 10 years of living in another world has made the memory of his previous life alienated and blurred, so Hyojin really can't remember whether Otsutsuki Samurai needs to make hand seals to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. If I need to make hand seals, what kind of hand seals should I make? What is the mode of operation of chakra in the body? In such doubts, Hyojin realized the awkwardness of the lack of inheritance. This is simply a treasure mountain, but can't enter it. Thinking of people like Obsidian, Nagato, Itachi, for generations, etc., these current or future people, Hyojin found that they have more or less received the careful guidance of the Kage-level powerhouse and received various inheritance. And he has nothing. Hyojin is not a person who feels sorry for himself. Since he found the problem, he will solve the problem. When it comes to the most suitable inheritance, it is naturally the inheritance of Himura Otsutsuki on the moon, but Hyojin doesn't know the way to go to the moon at all. In addition, there is the existence of Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon, and the giant Tenseigan formed by the fusion of a large number of Byakugan, so this inheritance can be ignored for the time being. The Hyuga family may have some hidden secret inheritance, which is worth Hyojin's attention. Orochimaru's research and development ability is one of the best in the world, so if he wants to improve his strength further, the connection with Orochimaru can't be broken. But the way of cooperation, Hyojin feels that it is necessary to change. Continuing to be a spy of Orochimaru, being a marionette without self-consciousness has no future. He must change his identity from a subordinate to a collaborator in order to benefit from it. This also involves a problem of strength. In the ninja world, the weak are not qualified to talk about cooperation with the strong. After completely adjusting his state of mind, Hyojin began to evaluate his current combat strength. In terms of chakra's amount, he has undoubtedly reached the level of a jonin, and coupled with the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan, as well as the gentle fist and the unpredictable rain wheel without any hand seals, if there is no accident, he feels that he is very likely to defeat a special jonin, but if he faces a real jonin, he will most likely die in the end. Of course, this was only for now. With the enrichment of experience and further development of the Tenseigan, Kuroto believes that it won't be long before his strength reaches the level of a jonin or even an elite jonin. At that time, he would be qualified to have a good talk with Orochimaru. After looking into the future, Hyojin pulled his thoughts back to the present. Now he is still in the village's cleansing plan, and his strength is far from reaching the point where he can arm wrestle with the village, so in the case of not exposing the Tenseigan, how to protect himself is his current top priority. As soon as he returned to the outpost, Naruchi Mitsui called Hyojin in front of him and said coldly, "You get ready, there is a mission tomorrow." Hyojin looked stunned. "What mission?" Naruchi Mitsui said, "I will personally lead the team, the specific mission, we will talk about it tomorrow on the road." Hyojin wanted to refuse, but after thinking for a while, he finally nodded. In fact, he also knows that because of his illness, he has escaped a round of cleansing, so now that he is cured, he can't deny it anymore. The next day, fully armed Hyojin and Naruchi Mitsui set off. Because Red Bean's injury has not healed, only the two of them participated in this operation. On the way, Naruchi Mitsui briefly explained the mission. Like the previous mission of Red Bean and Oda, it is also to meet the My Spy lurking in the Sand Crypsis village and retrieve the intelligence of the Sand Crypsis village collected by the spy. After listening to the mission introduction, Hyojin is 100% sure that this mission is a trap to clean himself. But his expression did not change, he just thought secretly in his heart, who will be the one to do it in the end? Is it the root? Or the Umbu? Or is it the people of the Sand Crypsis? If it is the root, then the person in charge of the cleansing is most likely Danzo, and if it is the Umbu, then it is most likely 3 generations, but if it is the Sand Shinobi, the situation is complicated. If it is the Sand Shinobi, then it means that the village and the Sand Crypsis have reached some kind of consensus. In other words, this is no longer an internal matter of the village, but a matter between the shinobi villages. The person behind the scenes is likely not a single person, but the entire My village. While galloping, Hyojin quickly analyzed the situation he was about to face in his mind. To deal with a chunin promoted during the wartime, there is no need to send a jonin. The other party should be a 4-person team composed of chunin. Because I am from the Hyuga clan, the other party should not set up an ambush in advance that will expose me in advance. The other party should attack from all directions after I arrive at the meeting point and launch a full-scale siege on me. Or, they can disguise as a contact and take advantage of my unpreparedness to kill me. What role will this Naruto Mitsui play? Will he just lead me into an ambush, or will he also participate in the siege? After having the Tenseigan, Hyojin's mentality has gradually changed. If he was just trying to survive before, then now he has more desire and ambition in his heart. It is also because of the Tenseigan that he is full of confidence, so after eliminating fear, confusion, and other negative emotions, he accurately analyzed the situation that he may face. After a long time, Naruto Mitsui and Hyojin came to the meeting point, which is a desert full of gravel, and the surroundings can be seen at a glance. It is not a suitable meeting point. In the distance, a lonely figure stood, a little blurred in the wind and sand. Hyojin looked at it and immediately found that the other party's body contains a lot of chakra. In terms of chakra's amount alone, it has far exceeded the level of chunin. In addition, he also found that next to the figure, there seemed to be a few sand shinobi's bodies lying around. This strange scene made Kuroto feel a sense of danger. He immediately stopped and said in a deep voice, "Captain, something doesn't seem right." Naruto Mitsui also frowned tightly at this moment. Obviously, the situation in front of him is a little different from what he expected. But he doesn't have the sharp insight of Hyojin, so through the wind and sand, he can neither judge the strength of the stranger, nor observe the few bodies looming in the sand under the stranger's feet. After hesitating for a while, Naruto Mitsui ordered, "Go, let's go." Naruto Mitsui is the captain. He gave the order, and Hyojin had no choice but to follow him slowly towards the stranger. After a while, the two came in front of each other. The stranger was wrapped in a grayish-brown cloak from head to toe. Even his face was covered with a cloth mask. Only a pair of bright eyes could be seen. However, the look in those eyes made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if a beast was staring at its prey. At this time, Naruto Mitsui found a few bodies in Sand Crypsis clothes lying beside the stranger, and his face suddenly became embarrassed. "You, who are you?" The stranger slowly lifted his hood, pulled off the cloth cover, tilted his head, and said with a playful face, "Oh, so they are waiting for you here." Sasori of the Red Sand. Looking at the red-haired man in front of them, Naruto Mitsui and Hyojin exclaimed at the same time. The identity of the other party is not unfamiliar to the two who have just experienced the war. Sasori of the Red Sand, a genius puppet master, one of the strongest ninjas in the Sand Crypsis, disappeared with the disappearance of 3 generations Kazekage, and was finally characterized as an S-class renegade ninja. He has appeared on the battlefield many times to collect ninja corpses, and has several records of killing elite Jonin ninjas. His strength is so strong that even the Sand Crypsis once gave up on hunting him down. He is a trouble that the 5 great ninja villages do not want to provoke. Sasori put one hand on his waist and chuckled, "Have I been recognized? Well, ninjas of Mai, since we have met, help me try this newly made work of art." After that, Sasori took out a scroll with the word 3 written on it. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, a human puppet appeared in front of Naruto Mitsui and Hyojin. Looking at the black iron sand floating around the human puppet, the stunned Naruto Mitsui trembled and said, "This is magnetic release? 3 generations Kazekage." Hyojin was also very surprised, but he was not surprised by the puppet of 3 generations Kazekage, but by meeting a strong person of Sasori's level in this damn place. It is difficult for Hyojin to accurately judge Sasori's current strength, but at least above the elite Jonin, he is an enemy that he can't deal with at present, so the moment he saw Sasori, there was only one thought left in his mind, and that is how to save his life. The human puppet controlling 3 generations Kazekage slowly floated up, and Sasori smiled and said, "This is my most satisfactory work so far. Everyone in Mai, enjoy my art." As soon as Sasori's voice fell, the iron sand floating around the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations turned into fine needles all over the sky and shot towards Naruto Mitsui and Hyojin like raindrops. As Naruto Mitsui flew back, he held 3 kunai with detonation talismans in each hand and shot them towards the sky full of iron needles. Hyojin, who was lagging behind, took the opportunity to hide behind Naruto Mitsui and quickly retreated. Boom boom boom, the explosion of the 6 detonating talismans stirred up a cloud of thick smoke in the Gobi Desert. Seeing that the explosive talisman had barely blocked the iron needle, Naruto Mitsui glanced at Hyojin coldly, then fled towards the direction of the outpost without saying a word. Without even saying a word, he ran away alone. It was obvious that Naruto Mitsui had shed all pretense of cordiality and no longer hid his malice towards Hyojin. Hyojin naturally no longer had any scruples and fled in the other direction. Seeing the 2 of them flee after a little resistance, Sasori chuckled and jumped on the back of the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations. Then the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations turned the iron sand into 2 huge iron sand wings through magnetic dun and flew in the direction of Naruto Mitsui's escape. Obviously, Naruto Mitsui, the team leader, is the priority target of Sasori. He can fly. The corner of his eyes glanced at Sasori, who was flying with the help of the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations. Hyojin's heart suddenly sank. In the shinobi world, the ability to fly is a very huge advantage. Once you encounter a ninja with the ability to fly on the battlefield, you will often fall into an extremely passive situation. As far as the current situation is concerned, Hyojin running on the ground is certainly not as fast as Sasori flying in the sky. Suppressing the mixed thoughts, Hyojin calmly observed Sasori's movements while secretly analyzing his own situation. I saw the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations, Sasori will not let me go. The fact that 3 generations of Kazekage were made into puppets by Sasori should still be a secret, so in order to avoid trouble, Sasori will not let anyone who knows this secret go. In other words, the moment Sasori revealed the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations, Naruto Mitsui and Hyojin have been listed on his kill list. The nearest outpost is nearly 2.5 hours away from here, and even if we arrive at the outpost, the ninjas stationed there will not be able to resist an enemy of the level of Sasori. I can't just think about escaping, I have to find a way to repel Sasori. Just as Hyojin was secretly pondering the countermeasures, he suddenly found that Naruto Mitsui, who was running as fast as him, suddenly fell to the ground. What's going on? Slightly stunned, Hyojin immediately reacted, the iron needles just now were poisoned. The detonator that Naruto Mitsui threw before did block a large number of iron needles, but there were still 1 or 2 iron needles that passed through the explosion and scratched Naruto Mitsui's arm. Because they didn't hurt his vital parts, neither Naruto Mitsui nor Hyojin cared too much. But now seeing Naruto Mitsui suddenly fall, Hyojin immediately reacted, and according to the memory of his previous life, Sasori is indeed a master of poison. Without Naruto Mitsui's restraint, continuing to escape will not only waste his stamina, but it will only add to his embarrassment, so Hyojin decisively stopped. After stepping forward and executing Naruto Mitsui, who was poisoned and incapacitated, Sasori leisurely came in front of Hyojin and said with a playful smile, "What, did you give up on escaping?" Hyojin stared at Sasori, "I have always been curious, why did you defect? With your strength and status, even if you want to be a Kazekage, it is not completely impossible, right?" Surprised by Hyojin's calmness, Sasori looked up and down and said with a smile, "Don't delay time, no one can save you." As Hyojin walked towards Sasori, he said to himself, "That's right, you even dare to plot against the 3 generations Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, how can a mere sand Krypsis village be in your eyes?" Sasori did not answer, but slightly narrowed his eyes full of playfulness. He was really a little curious about what Hyojin, who was slowly approaching him, wanted to do. 19 meters, 17 meters, 14 meters, Hyojin, who looked calm on the surface, but was panicking inside, silently calculated the distance between himself and Sasori. At present, his only chance of winning was to use rain pull to attract Sasori's body, and then use a soft fist to seal Sasori's acupoints and control him. The effective range of rain pull was only about 15 meters, so he must get as close as possible to Sasori. When Hyojin approached a distance of about 11 meters, Sasori slowly raised his hands. The three generations Kazekage puppets connected by chakra lines shining with light blue light quickly floated up, and the iron sand around it also turned into iron spears. Knowing that he was close to the limit, Hyojin no longer hesitated, immediately stretched out his hands, and fully launched Rain Pull. At the moment when Hyojin raised his hand, the battle-hardened Sasori raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile, and then manipulated the three generations Kazekage puppets to protect his front while retreating. In Sasori's view, Hyojin's move was nothing more than to launch some kind of ninjutsu to perish together. He had encountered this situation many times, so there was nothing to care about. The defensive ability of the three generations Kazekage puppets, Sasori, the producer, couldn't be clearer. Even the A-level ninjutsu was difficult to break the iron sand defense of the magnetic release, so those ninjas who tried to perish together with him eventually became a stroke on his record. In an instant, the corner of Sasori's mouth, which had not yet fully opened, suddenly froze. Accompanied by a loud whistling sound, the three generations Kazekage puppets in front of Sasori were sucked away by a powerful suction. The suction was so strong that it even broke the chakra lines in his hands that were connected to the three generations Kazekage puppets in an instant. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Hyojin's mind, that is, it's really over this time. With the experience of a strong person like Sasori, once the surprise effect is lost, it will be extremely difficult to succeed in a sneak attack. And fighting with Sasori, even if it is only a trivial scratch, he will lose his fighting ability due to poisoning, but fighting with a strong person like Sasori, how can he not suffer a little injury? Therefore, the failure of this sneak attack means that the outcome of the battle has been decided for Hyojin. In a flash, the three generations of Kazekage puppets attracted by Rain Wheel were grabbed by the neck by Hyojin and held in his hand, and losing the control of the magnetic release, the iron spears in the air collapsed and turned into black iron sand scattered on the ground. Looking at the three generations of Kazekage puppets in Hyojin's hand, Sasori's face was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he was both surprised and suspicious, and even a little flustered and exasperated. Although his heart was already in a mess, on the surface, Hyojin still remained calm, not showing the slightest joy or anger. So, for a while, the two people, who were somewhat afraid of each other, confronted each other silently in the sandstorm. Such a confrontation made Hyojin, who was lacking in confidence, more and more nervous, and at this moment, he was surprised to find that the chakra in his body was constantly rushing to the three generations of Kazekage puppets in his hand. The sudden change, Hyojin still did not dare to show any expression on his face, and still stared coldly at Sasori opposite him. Feeling more and more chakra in his body pouring into the three generations of Kazekage puppets, Hyojin's courage became more and more weak. When he thought that he finally had the Tenseigan, and he lost his life in the first battle, his heart was full of bitterness and unwillingness. Gagra, when about 2/3 of the chakra in his body poured into the three generations of Kazekage puppets, the puppet held by Hyojin suddenly twitched disorderly. As the puppet twitched, the iron sand that had been scattered on the ground due to the loss of control also floated up. Upon seeing this, Scorpion was startled and shouted, "Damn it, you actually know puppetry? Who are you? Why did you arrange to meet the village's assassination squad here? The assassination team of the Sand Crypsis?" Hearing Scorpion's question, Hyojin's heart shuddered. The identities of the corpses that had fallen beside Scorpion were actually the assassination squad of the Sand Crypsis. This undoubtedly meant that the Sand Crypsis village had also participated in the cleansing operation on Mai's side. At the same time, it also meant that all the higher-ups of Mai had tacitly agreed to this cleansing operation. Suppressing the hatred in his heart, Hyojin pulled his attention back to what was in front of him. After the initial confusion, he now understands why the three generations of Kazekage puppets were suddenly activated by him. According to the vague memory of his previous life, the Tenseigan, like the Rinnegan, also has a great ability, that is, to control puppets. The method for the Rinnegan to control puppets is the Black Rod. The 6 paths of pain are all puppets under the control of Nagato's Rinnegan, and the method for the Tenseigan to control puppets is to inject the Tenseigan chakra. Once a sufficient amount of Tenseigan chakra is injected, it can even activate the soul of the puppets, allowing them to obtain a certain degree of intelligence and autonomy. In his impression, Otsutsuki Samurai easily defeated the Hyuga family head Hyuga Hayashi, who was close to the Kage level, and sneaked into the village and abducted Hyuga Hana. After understanding this, Hyojin thought about it. Without the control of the chakra line, under Hyojin's thought, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets slowly floated up, guarding in front of Hyojin, and assumed an offensive posture towards Sasori opposite. At this time, Hyojin said lightly, "I am not interested in getting rid of the traitorous ninja of the Sand Crypsis, we don't need to fight anymore." Sasori's face was gloomy. "You took away my beloved collection, do you think I will let you go?" Even Sasori, in the face of these mysterious means that Hyojin has displayed, he also felt a faint fear. At this moment, he has listed Hyojin as a powerful opponent who can threaten his life. Hyojin smiled, "This puppet retains the combat power of its previous life to the greatest extent. I have to say, in terms of making puppets, you are indeed a genius." This smile is not a pretense of Hyojin, but he is genuinely happy, because with the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, he has the ability to fly in disguise, and whether to fight or stay is all up to him. And the reason why he did not immediately leave the battlefield and continue to talk nonsense with Sasori is just to figure out how to hide his identity and avoid Sasori's revenge. After all, being targeted by a strong person like Sasori, if he is a little careless, he will inexplicably lose his life like the 3 generations of Kazekage. "You can control the puppet without using the chakra line, how did you do it?" After a pause, Sasori suddenly tilted his head and smiled evilly, "Forget it, when I catch you, everything will be clear." After saying that, Sasori took out a red scroll. With a light shout from Sasori, the scroll was suddenly thrown, and a figure flew out of the scroll and floated around Sasori. These figures are all puppets in red cloaks. There are a total of 10 of them, each with a different shape, some with a knife, some with a sword, and some with a huge shuriken. Sasori smiled and said, "Red secret skill, 10 puppets drill." Looking at the scene in front of him, Hyojin secretly said, "It seems that Sasori has not mastered the 100 puppets drill at this time, but even the 10 puppets drill is enough for me." Gulu gulu, in the sound of the puppet trembling, 10 red-robed puppets rushed towards Hyojin. Hyojin frowned and raised his hand again to use rain wheel manipulation. He, who has lost 2/3 of the chakra line, actually has no fighting power, so after he used rain wheel manipulation to bounce off the 10 red-robed puppets that rushed towards him, he immediately jumped to the 3 generations Kazekage puppets. In an instant, the iron sand in the sky turned into a pair of iron wings, and the 3 generations Kazekage puppets carried Hyojin and flew towards the corpse of Naruchi Mitsui in the distance. Sasori, who was bounced off with the puppets, cursed, "Damn, it's this trick again." Sasori felt a big headache for the trick of rain wheel manipulation that doesn't require hand seals, but through this test, he was also keenly aware that the effective range of rain wheel manipulation was only about 15 meters, so he immediately changed his strategy and manipulated the puppets to launch a long-range throwing attack on Hyojin. Almost without Hyojin's command, the 3 generations Kazekage puppets used magnetic release on their own, blocking all the attacking kunai and shuriken. Sasori's face sank when he saw this. He had a feeling of being slapped in the face by his own masterpiece. Soon, under the control of Sasori, the throwing weapons of the 10 red-robed puppets were all replaced with bones that were quenched in highly toxic. Magnetic release can't control non-metal, so the 3 generations Kazekage puppets changed part of the iron sand into a hemispherical shape, protecting the hole behind them. Ding ding dang dang. Hyojin didn't bother with Sasori, flew directly to Naruchi Mitsui's body, and immediately threw several kunai tied with detonation talismans. Boom boom boom, with a violent explosion, Naruchi Mitsui's body suddenly fell apart. The reason why Hyojin destroyed Naruchi Mitsui's body was to prevent Sasori from finding him based on Naruchi Mitsui's identity. After all, he didn't know how long he would have to stay at the border outpost. If Scorpion came looking for him, he wouldn't even have a place to escape. It should be known that the village was thinking of ways to purge him. If he abandoned the outpost and ran away, the village could just charge him with desertion and execute him justifiably. And after destroying Naruchi Mitsui's body, it would not be so easy for Sasori to figure out Hyojin's identity. Because no matter how strong Sasori was, he was just a traitorous ninja. Without the support of Sand Crypsis behind him, intelligence gathering would inevitably be his weakness. And this time, the cooperation between Mai and Sand Crypsis, because it involves the cleansing of their own people, there must be very few people who know, and it must be the highest level of both villages, so it is difficult for Sasori to find out the specific list of people involved in this cleansing operation from my or Sand Crypsis. One was flying in the sky, and the other was chasing on the ground. The distance between the two sides was naturally getting bigger and bigger. Glancing at the flustered and exasperated Sasori far behind him, Hyojin laughed heartily. At present, Sasori has not yet joined Akatsuki. Although he has an impressive record of killing Kage, he still belongs to the traditional category of Sand Crypsis puppeteer. His means are single, he relies too much on puppets, and he lacks the means to deal with all kinds of strange strong people. Therefore, after Hyojin luckily took away 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, his combat power was immediately greatly reduced. This weakening did not only refer to combat effectiveness, but more importantly, mobility. Without the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, Sasori lost the initiative on the battlefield, and it was no longer up to him to decide whether to fight or to make peace. This is also the reason why the 4 generations Naruto was able to surpass the Sannin in such a short period of time and shocked the shinobi world. Those who could defeat the 4 generations couldn't catch up, and those who couldn't defeat the 4 generations couldn't escape. The 4 generations had the final say on where and when to attack. This was the greatest helplessness in the hearts of all the enemies who encountered the 4 generations. And as the strength of Yondaime-sama grew stronger day by day, slowly, no one could beat him in a one-on-one fight, and the name Golden Flash naturally spread throughout the shinobi world. The current Sasori's strength has not yet reached the peak. Maybe when he joins the Akatsuki soon, he will see the Rinnegan, and understand the power above the Kage level, then his strength will further improve. With such thoughts in mind, Hyojin gradually got rid of Sasori, left the desert terrain, and sneaked into the forest in the territory of the land of Kawa. After repeatedly confirming that he got rid of Sasori, Hyojin deliberately took a big circle, and finally stopped on a big tree 5 miles away from his post. If he goes back like this, Hyojin will inevitably be blamed for the death of Naruchi Mitsui. But he, who has taken 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, can't report the encounter with Sasori, because once he reports it to the village, under the vigorous investigation of the village, it will be difficult to keep the Kazekage puppets in his hands. Moreover, once it involves an S-class Tokunobi, the village will most likely send a Jonin or even an elite Jonin to investigate, which will greatly increase the probability of the Tenseigan being exposed. So he must put on a show to make the death of Naruchi Mitsui reasonable. After a little thought, Hyojin took action. He wrapped Sandaime Kazekage's puppet's head, hands, and other exposed parts with bandages, revealing only a pair of slightly dull eyes, and then put a gray cloak on it. Because it was originally a puppet made from a corpse, its body shape is almost exactly the same as before, plus there is no chakra line connection, so after Hyojin's camouflage, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets look like a living ninja. After carefully looking around and confirming that there are no flaws, Hyojin handed 2 kunai to the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets and let it scratch itself with kunai. After doing all this, Hyojin shouted for help while flying towards the post. In the post. Hearing Hyojin's cry for help in the distance, Red Bean, who was recuperating, was stunned and immediately jumped out of her room and landed outside the post. At the same time, the other 2 squad leaders in the post also jumped out together and looked at the direction of Hyojin's cry for help. A moment later, they saw Hyojin stumbling towards the post with blood all over his body, and behind him was a strange ninja in a cloak chasing him. Including the injured Red Bean, the 3 Mai ninjas did not hesitate and immediately went over to fight with the strange ninja who was chasing Hyojin. The 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, even if it's just physical techniques, are better than Red Bean and others, so in order to avoid overacting, Hyojin pretended to collapse on the ground due to physical exhaustion and let the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets play a few moves with the 3 of them, and then immediately retreated. The 3 did not take the risk to pursue, but turned back to Hyojin and asked, "What happened?" Hyojin shook his head, "I don't know, Captain Mitsui and I were attacked as soon as we sneaked into the Land of Wind, the captain died on the spot, I was chased by him all the way, and it was not easy to escape back." When Red Bean heard this, her face became gloomy. The other 2 Chunin squad leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were full of surprise and suspicion. Returning to Hyojin's room in the outpost, Red Bean wrapped Hyojin's wounds and said in a hoarse voice, "They are all dead." The they in Red Bean's mouth refers to the 9 former subordinates of Orochimaru, except for Red Bean and Hyojin. Kuroto's team was not the only one who went on a mission today. The other 2 squads in the outpost had also gone on a mission. However, only the 2 squad leaders with questionable identities had returned safely, while several of Orochimaru's old subordinates had died in an accident in battle. Hyojin did not say anything, but nodded silently. In a remote outpost with 12 people, 8 people died in less than 2 weeks. Except for Naruto Mitsui, who was accidentally killed by Sasori, the other 7 were all former subordinates of Orochimaru. As long as one's eyes are not blind and not stupid, anyone can see that there is something fishy going on. After a moment, Hyojin pointed to the door and whispered, "Be careful of them, I suspect that they are the roots." Red Bean has also noticed that there is something wrong with the 3 squad leaders, so she nodded and then asked in a low voice, "What happened to you today?" After treating Hyojin's wounds, Red Bean understood each other's situation. She didn't say anything more and quietly returned to her room. Kuroto, on the other hand, was lying on the bed, thinking about what happened today. There was no doubt that today's mission was a trap, and the Sand Crypsis was also involved. If it wasn't for Sasori's interference, he would have to face the assassination team of the Sand Crypsis today. Perhaps, if necessary, Captain Naruto Mitsui next to him would also be involved. As for why the Sand Crypsis was involved in Mai's cleansing operation, Hyojin pondered for a while and came up with the answer. The 4 generations of Kazekage of the Sand Crypsis was hastily promoted because of the disappearance of the 3 generations Kazekage. Without the pressure of war, the 4 generations of Kazekage was bound to weaken the influence of the 3 generations Kazekage in the Sand Crypsis. Therefore, the Sand Crypsis village actually had the need to cleanse their own people, and this need was much stronger than Mai's. Moreover, after the war, the Sand Crypsis had the intention to form an alliance with Mai. This also explained why the Sand Crypsis participated in the cleansing operation on Mai's side. The highest level of both sides had obviously reached some kind of agreement to help each other clean up the abandoned children. This could not only prevent the hands of their own people from being stained with the blood of their fellow villagers, but also give them an excuse to shirk responsibility when something went wrong. After thinking about this, Hyojin also understood that even if the Danzo was the one in charge of this cleansing operation, the 3 generations Kazekage must have tacitly agreed or knew about it. Otherwise, the Danzo alone would not have the ability to bypass the village and negotiate such a major operation with the Sand Crypsis. Hyojin was shocked and angry at the thought of so many people being heartlessly abandoned by the village. It could be said that 90% of these people were innocent. Only a small portion of them actually participated in Orochimaru's human experiments, and most of them were like Hyojin, who participated in some peripheral experimental projects. The real core projects that involved bloody human experiments were almost all done by Orochimaru himself. There were very few people who could participate in them. Even Hyojin was not qualified to get involved. It was not that Hyojin was trying to shirk his responsibility. It was just that apart from Orochimaru, few people in the village had the ability to carry out complex human experiments independently. Why did the village go so far this time? The more Hyojin thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for the village's higher-ups not to know that this cleansing operation would affect many innocent people, but they still did it. There must be some reason that Hyojin did not know. Then he thought about Orochimaru's voluntary defection, and the abnormal behavior of the Danzo, who had always been in a cooperative relationship with Orochimaru. Kuroto suddenly felt that Orochimaru might have really done something that angered the heavens and the people, so he was investigated by the village's top management hysterically. No matter what the reason was, the cleansing had already begun. Hyojin had to restrain his scattered thoughts and calmly sort out the various threats that he would face at the moment. The threat that was close at hand was undoubtedly the cleansing of the village. Since the cleansing had already begun, the village would not end it anticlimactic. So even if Hyojin escaped this time, there would be another one waiting for him, and it would be more intense each time. In addition, the threat of Sasori could not be ignored. 3 generations Kazekage was once known as the strongest Kazekage, but the result was that they fell in the hands of Sasori. It can be seen how strong Sasori's sneak attack and assassination ability is. Now that he has become hostile with Sasori, Hyojin has to be wary of Sasori's plot. And thinking about it, the most urgent thing is how the village will react to the death of Naruto Mitsui. Once the village suspects that Hyojin did it, then Hyojin's only way to go is to defect. I don't know if the play I played can be hidden from the village. Hyojin letting 3 generations Kazekage puppets act as wandering ninjas was actually a very good move. Because of the previous war, there were a large number of wandering ninjas who defected everywhere, so it is normal to encounter wandering ninjas occasionally on the border, where the control of each village is very weak. In addition, the other 2 squad captains in the outpost who were suspected to be roots saw 3 generations Kazekage puppets disguised as wandering ninjas with their own eyes, and they even fought with them, which made Hyojin's words more convincing. After thinking about it all night, Hyojin found a gap the next day and recovered the 3 generations Kazekage puppets hidden near the outpost and sealed them in a portable scroll. At the moment, the outpost is seriously reduced. Among the only 4 ninjas left, there are 2 injured people, Red Bean and Hyojin, so the village will send a support team at any time, and the support team may even be on the way. And the support team will inevitably have a scouting-type ninja. If 3 generations Kazekage puppets continue to wander near the outpost, it is likely that they will bump into the support team and be exposed. In the final analysis, the 3 generations Kazekage puppets are too eye-catching. Not to mention Hyojin, even the bold Sasori does not dare to use them on a daily basis, and once they are exposed in the hands of Hyojin, not to mention losing a trump card, it is difficult to explain. Although 3 generations Kazekage are dead, they were once the Kazekage of the village, representing the face of the Sand Crypsis village. Even if it is only to maintain the authority of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the Sand Crypsis village will find the 3 generations Kazekage puppets at any cost and kill the owners of the 3 generations Kazekage puppets. Hyojin, who has been listed as the target of cleansing by the village, does not want to provoke the Sand Crypsis village anymore. Anyway, at present, only Hyojin and Sasori know that 3 generations Kazekage puppets were made into human puppets, and Sasori, as the culprit who killed 3 generations Kazekage puppets and made them into human puppets, will certainly not take the initiative to publicize this matter. Moreover, in terms of Sasori's temperament, it is estimated that he is still thinking about how to take back the 3 generations Kazekage puppets from Hyojin, so as long as Hyojin does not make a mistake, the matter of 3 generations Kazekage puppets will not be exposed for a while. In the next few days, everything was calm. Taking advantage of this little breathing time left, Hyojin closed his door to study the ability of the Tenseigan to control puppets. After many attempts, he found that the flexibility of the puppet depends entirely on the amount of Tenseigan chakra he infuses. In short, the more chakras amount he infuses, the higher the flexibility of the puppet. Hyojin doesn't know much about puppets. He doesn't know if the 3 generations Kazekage puppets belong to the relatively high-end puppets. In short, just simply activating it requires at least half of Hyojin's chakra to maintain it. If he wants to go further, if he wants the 3 generations Kazekage puppets to have the ability to use magnet release, he needs to consume at least 2/3 of Hyojin's chakra to maintain it. In other words, in the state of activating the 3 generations Kazekage puppets, Hyojin can only retain at most half of chakra's amount, barely reaching the level of an elite Chunin's chakra. Hyojin has also tried to infuse his whole body's chakra into the 3 generations Kazekage puppets to see if this puppet can go further and have a small amount of autonomous consciousness. But the result was disappointing. He doesn't know if his total amount of chakra is too little, or for other reasons. Anyway, even if he infuses all of his chakra, the 3 generations Kazekage puppets have not changed further. At best, they are more flexible than when he infuses 2/3 of his chakra. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks passed. Hyojin was quite surprised. After such a long time, the village didn't send a support team, nor did they purge him and Red Bean again. This is obviously not in line with his expectations, and it doesn't make sense. What kind of cleansing was this? What kind of procrastination? Could it be that something happened in the village? Searching through the vague memory in his mind, Hyojin tried to find clues from it and figure out what happened, but after recalling for a long time, he didn't find anything. Suddenly, a picture flashed in his mind, and his whole body was shocked, and he murmured, 9. 9 Tails Rebellion. Although he doesn't know the specific time when the 9 Tails Rebellion occurred, Hyojin knows that it happened on the night when Naruto was born. Naruto's mother, Kushina, is the Jinchuriki of 9 tails. All information related to her is confidential, and with Hyojin's status in the village, it is impossible to inquire about it. But this doesn't affect his speculation, because Hinata and Naruto are about the same age, and before he left the village, he had already received the news that the patriarch's wife was pregnant. If Naruto is a few months older than Hinata, then Naruto's birthday should be in the near future. How could I forget about this? In the bottom of his heart, Hyojin secretly blamed himself. In fact, this is inevitable. After all, he has been in the shinobi world for more than 10 years, and his memory is a bit vague, plus he has always been under the threat of death. He has neither the ability to intervene in various major events, nor the will to intervene in various major events, so he doesn't care much about the major events in the shinobi world. Now it's different. With the Tenseigan, he has the ability to intervene in some things, so he must pay attention to every major event in the shinobi world like a real strong person in order to benefit from it. After reviewing himself, Hyojin analyzed the current situation in the village. If the nine-tailed chaos really happened, it meant that the structure of the village would undergo earth-shaking changes. The Yondaime Hokage and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki died at the same time. Not only did Konoha lose the 2 most potential Kage-level combatants, but it also caused Konoha to fall into an awkward situation. White Teeth committed suicide, Tsunade ran away, Orochimaru defected, and Jiraiya left the village to pursue. Today, among the younger and middle-aged generations of Mai, except for Jiraiya who is not in the village, there are no other real Kage-class combatants. There are only 3 generations in Danzo who have been in power for more than 20 years in the village. In addition, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Nine Tails Rebellion was suspected to be controlled by the Sharingan, causing the Uchiha clan, as an important fighting force in the village, to be suspected by the village, and all the strong Uchiha clan members were put on the watch list. Without the memory of his previous life, Hyojin can foresee that the infighting between the Uchiha clan and the village will be inevitable. After analyzing the changes in the village, Hyojin pondered his own situation. There is no doubt that compared to the powerful Uchiha clan that is suspected to have caused the Nine Tails Rebellion, in the eyes of the village, the former subordinates of Orochimaru like Hyojin are not much of a threat. What's more, a large number of ordinary ninjas were killed in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and the village, which has lost a large number of people, not only must immediately rebuild the destroyed area, but also must transfer elite people to monitor the Uchiha clan. Even if Mai is strong, the manpower at this time is probably stretched, so it is reasonable that he can't take care of the border post. It didn't take long for Hyojin's guess to be confirmed. The village sent a message, abandoned the post, and all personnel immediately returned to the village. After a simple cleaning up, the 4 people in the post embarked on the journey back to the village. On the way, Hyojin secretly rejoiced, feeling that his luck was good. Sasori did not find him for such a long time. In fact, this matter is Hyojin's own thinking. The seizure of 3 generations of Kazekage's puppets was actually an accident, which Hyojin knows, but Sasori is not. In Sasori's view, Hyojin's rain wheel and chakra line to control the puppets are too strange, leading him to misjudge Hyojin's strength, mistakenly thinking that Hyojin is at least an elite jonin, so he directly ignored the border post. Because according to common sense, the border post, which is mainly used for early warning, will not deploy elite jonin. As a result, the border post where Hyojin is located has become the safest place, which is why Sasori has not been able to find Hyojin. After a week of rushing all the way, the 4 finally returned to the village. At this time, the village is simply a big construction site. Everywhere you look, there are busy craftsmen, scaffolding everywhere, and transport vehicles coming and going. Pointing to the damaged city wall in the distance, Red Bean was a little confused. What's going on? The 2 suspected root ninjas seemed to know some news, but looking at the scene in front of them, they showed a surprised expression at the same time. Obviously, the damage to the village is far beyond their previous expectations. Hyojin was also surprised at this moment. Although he has long known that the Nine Tails Rebellion has brought deep bone marrow damage to Mai, the dilapidated scene of the village still made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. It must be known that even in the cruel war, the village has not suffered such serious losses. After arriving at the mission center, after a simple task handover, the 4 people dispersed. Hyojin, who was free for the first time in several months, did not idle. but inquired about the changes in the village. It didn't take long for him to collect a lot of information. First of all, the exact time when the Nine Tails Rebellion happened was about a month ago. Calculating the time, it happened to be a few days before and after Hyojin encountered Sasori at the border. Secondly, in just one night of turmoil, the village lost more than 20 jonin and hundreds of chunin and genin. Almost all the ninja families in the village had casualties. It is said that the funeral alone lasted for a whole week. Finally, several blocks that were ravaged by the Nine were completely razed to the ground, and the civilian casualties were difficult to estimate. Even now, many civilian bodies have not been found. After collecting enough information, Hyojin returned home with a heavy heart. Obsidian is not a stranger to Hyojin, because among the classmates in the same period, there are only a few who can be barely suppressed by Hyojin, and Obsidian is one of them. And it is such a seemingly lacking in the brain that has now grown into a behind-the-scenes boss that can kill 4 generations Naruto and 9 tails Jinchuriki, and play with the entire shinobi world in the palm of his hand. To be honest, Hyojin is really a little upset. But even though he is upset, he also understands in his heart that Obsidian, who now has the Manjikyu Sharingan and Hashirama cells, is no longer the same as before, and he can no longer be looked at with the old eyes in school. At the same time, Hyojin's heart also rose with ambition. When the thing called ambition burned in his heart, Hyojin's thoughts became more and more agile. White Fang, the Kage-level powerhouses of the Sannin generation, either died, fled, or left. Now only Jiraiya is left, who is absent-minded and has no intention of taking the position of Naruto. Among the Kage-level powerhouses of Yondaime and Kushina's generation, except for the Yondaime Naruto and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki couple, others such as Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fuyue, Ino Shikacho, and other patriarchs of the major clans, although their strength is not bad, but they are still a little bit away from the real Kage level. Mai's lack of talent has undoubtedly been revealed. This is a huge crisis for Mai, but for Hyojin, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because for him, the only real competitors are Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Jishui, Itachi, and other new generation ninjas of the same generation. And Jishui and Itachi, the two strongest of the new generation of Uchiha clan, because of the tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, the stronger they are, the more they will be feared by the village, so in fact, they are also excluded from the competition. In the future, this will be my stage. Hyojin is very sure in his heart. This is not only his confidence in himself, but also his expectations for the future. As for how to seize power, Hyojin is facing two troubles at the moment. One is his Tenseigan. Although the Hyuga people will not casually open Byakugan in the village, if anyone happens to open Byakugan in front of him, then his Tenseigan will immediately be exposed. After all, there is a clear difference between the Tenseigan that contains the stars in the sky and a pure white Byakugan. The second is his identity as a former subordinate of Orochimaru. For the first trouble, Hyojin didn't come up with any good countermeasures, so he can only temporarily avoid the Hyuga clansmen. As for the second problem, considering the current shortage of manpower in the village and the Uchiha clan attracting the attention of the village's higher-ups, Hyojin felt that as long as he operated properly, it might not be difficult to solve this problem. Immediately, Kuroto's face became gloomy. Chunin, and a Chunin promoted during the war, my status is too low, anyone can step on me. In the past few months, Hyojin had suffered enough. The helplessness of being ordered around, the resentment of being targeted for cleansing, and the sorrow of not being in control of his own fate, all these experiences made him understand the simplest truth. If he didn't want to be stepped on, he could only climb as high as possible. I need a new persona in the village, one that's different from the mediocre one I used to be. As soon as he thought about how to improve his status, Hyojin subconsciously thought of 4 generations Naruto. Yes, 4 generations shinobi is a typical representative of the counterattack of the civilian ninja of this era. If one has to summarize the characteristics of 4 generations Naruto, then Hyojin's brain will immediately think of the words strong, sunshine, and high profile. The more cruel the war, the more dazzling the stage. It can be said that the Third Shinobi World War created 4 generations shinobi, allowing him to obtain the position of Naruto, representing the supreme power of the shinobi world, as a young civilian ninja. Now that the war is over, if Hyojin wants to gain a huge reputation, he must be more high-profile than 4 generations shinobi. He must show his unparalleled strength in front of everyone, so that everyone understands his strength, so that when people consider Naruto's successor, his figure will subconsciously flash in their mind. Of course, the change of persona needs to be done step by step and cannot be rushed, otherwise, it will inevitably arouse the suspicion of the village's top management. After making up his mind, Hyojin no longer delayed and immediately took action. In peacetime, if you want to show your talent, the fastest way is to do missions, and a good mission resume is also an important basis for promotion. Thinking about it, Hyojin immediately came to the mission center. Compared with the usual days, today's mission center is slightly deserted. Coming to the counter, Hyojin said to the staff, "I'm Chunin Hyojin, please show me which B-level missions can be received." After verifying Hyojin's identity, the staff handed him a mission list. "These are all B-level missions, you'd better pick the first few pages, those employers are waiting anxiously." Hyojin also knows that there is a serious shortage of manpower in the village at the moment, and many missions are backlogged, so he didn't say much and immediately checked the mission list. The village's classification of missions is very strict. Jonin can accept all missions including S-level, Chunin can only accept B-level to D-level missions, and Genin can only accept C-level to D-level missions. Among them, S-level missions are generally commissioned by a certain force, mainly to assassinate important personnel, steal confidential information, etc. A-level missions are mostly commissioned by a certain force, mainly to protect important personnel, crusade against traitorous ninjas, etc. B-level to D-level missions are generally commissioned by individuals, of which B-level and C-level missions will encounter battles, and D-level missions will not have battles. Hyojin is a Chunin, and he has the strength of a Jonin without using the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations, so choosing B-level missions is the most appropriate choice. After a brief look at the mission list, Hyojin frowned. The missions on the mission list are not difficult, but most of the missions have requirements for the number of people, the least of which requires at least a team of 2 ninjas to receive. At this time, a short figure appeared in front of the work window next to Hyojin. Hyojin glanced at him with the corner of his eyes and was immediately stunned. This little guy is none other than the genius of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. Although he is only 6 or 7 years old, Itachi has shown maturity far beyond his age. The little guy is like an adult, looking at the mission list in a systematic way. After a while, Itachi handed the mission list back to the staff and asked childishly, "Excuse me, is there no C-level mission that can be received by a single person?" The staff at Itachi's window seems to have long been accustomed to dealing with the Uchiha clan. He was not surprised that a 6 or 7-year-old child wanted to receive a C-level mission alone. He just shook his head normally. "No, if you want to receive a C-level mission, you should find a familiar ninja to form a team." Itachi was a little distressed when he heard the words and whispered, "It seems that I can only wait for Brother Jishui to return to the village." Hyojin on the side smiled and said, "Kid, you haven't graduated yet, right?" Itachi replied politely, "Because of the reconstruction, the school had a 4-month holiday." Hyojin did not expect that the ninja school was also destroyed in the Nine Tails Rebellion and said, "Since it's a holiday, stay at home. It's dangerous for you to go on a mission alone." Itachi said with a serious face, "Now the village is understaffed, and many missions have been backlogged. If no one does it for a long time, it will be a great blow to the prestige of the village. In the future, the missions that the village can accept will gradually decrease." Hyojin was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. After looking at Hyojin, Itachi asked, "Excuse me, ancestor, are you a Chunin?" Hyojin nodded. Itachi looked happy. "Are you short of manpower, senior?" "My name is Itachi Uchiha. Although I haven't graduated yet, I am already a qualified genin." Hyojin shook his head and said, "I want to receive a B-level mission." "You are not suitable." At this time, the village was suspicious of the Uchiha clan. Hyojin had not completely gotten rid of his own troubles, so he didn't want to have anything to do with the Uchiha clan. Itachi quickly said, "I have checked the B-level mission, and there is no single person who can receive it, so senior, you must also need a team member." Hyojin pondered for a while and felt that it would be inevitable to deal with the strong people of the Uchiha clan in the future, so it was necessary to understand the fighting style of the Uchiha clan in advance. And Itachi was one of the most dazzling people in this generation of Uchiha. Establishing a personal relationship with him early may play some unexpected roles. With a smile, Hyojin, who had an idea, said, "Okay, but you have to listen to my instructions and can't act on your own." After discussing the matter of forming a team, Hyojin looked at the task list again, and Itachi stood aside, quietly waiting for Hyojin to choose the task. When turning to the second page of the task list, a name suddenly attracted Hyojin's attention. Shino. Who is so arrogant and dares to call this name? In the bottom of his heart, Hyojin immediately looked at the task seriously. The task is very simple, that is, to escort a doctor named Shino to the land of Tian, which is adjacent to the land of fire. Staring at the mission introduction, Hyojin frowned slightly. For some reason, he always had a sense of déjà vu. After a while, he finally remembered. In Kuroto's vague memory, there was indeed a remnant of the Konoha clan disguised as a doctor, traveling around the countries, grinding his reputation while waiting for opportunities to steal the secret forbidden techniques of various shinobi villages, and this guy seemed to be called Shino. Later, he seemed to have created an artificial tailed beast called Zero Tail, which made a lot of noise. Could it be him? After thinking about it, Hyojin decided that whether it was him or not, he had to take this task. After completing the formalities to receive the task, Hyojin and Itachi soon met the client. After carefully looking at the man named Shino in front of him, Hyojin had an answer in his heart. The person in front of him, whether it was his appearance or dress, was generally consistent with the Shino in his memory of his previous life. There is no doubt that this guy is the remnant of the Konoha, the creator of the future Zero Tail. Knowing the identity of the other party, Hyojin introduced himself calmly. "My name is Hyojin, I am a Maichunin, and I am also the captain of the team that accepted the task you entrusted. The one next to me is my team member, named Itachi Uchiha, a Maigenin." Shino, who was just in his early 30s, was very polite and bowed. "Then this time I will leave it to you too. We will try our best, but before we leave, I want to know something about the situation." After a pause, Hyojin asked, "You should have your own reasons for raising the mission to be rank, right? Tell me, who is your enemy?" Shino was a little uneasy. He coughed twice and said, "Actually, we're not enemies. It's just a little misunderstanding. When I was traveling in the Hidden Cloud village, there seemed to be a theft in their village, so they suspected that I was related to the theft. But you know, I am just an ordinary doctor. How could I be related to this kind of thing? Only a fool would believe you." Laughing inwardly, Hyojin thought to himself, "This guy seems to be very good at stealing. In a ghost place like the Hidden Cloud village, even a high-level spy of mine would find it difficult to infiltrate it. It is even more difficult to steal information, ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, etc., and this ugly Shino can steal things from the Hidden Cloud village. What's even more amazing is that he can still escape unscathed, which is surprising. Considering that this guy may be useful in the future, Hyojin did not expose him." After a little preparation, the three of them embarked on the journey to the country of Tian. As soon as he left the village, Hyojin saw Itachi's seriousness. Whether it is the choice of route or the choice of camping site, they are all decent and impeccable. On the way, Itachi will even correct the errors and omissions on the map he carries with him from time to time. When camping, he will record the day's journey and occasionally write down some experiences. It can be said that the existence of Itachi has saved Hyojin a lot of trouble. Hyojin was naturally not idle. He used the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan to observe Itachi and Shino all the time. Through the changes in their facial expressions and the contraction and contraction of their body muscles, he exercised his insight and prediction ability. The sensitive Itachi quickly noticed this, but he thought that Hyojin was just examining whether he was a qualified genin, so there was no resistance. Shino undoubtedly also noticed it, but he tried his best to cover it up, showing an ignorant appearance, laughing all day and talking about the interesting things when he traveled around. After a few weeks of walking and stopping, the group finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of Tian. Seeing that it was getting late, Hyojin ordered, "Itachi, find a suitable camp, have a good rest tonight, and cross the border tomorrow." "Yes." Itachi responded in a well-behaved manner, then jumped to the tree and looked for a suitable camp. Shino on the side smiled and said, "Kuroto-kun and Itachi are worthy of being the descendants of famous families." Waving his hand, Hyojin said indifferently, it doesn't matter what your surname is, after all, the ninja world relies on strength to speak. Shino still smiled and said, when traveling around, I have seen a lot of ninjas, but there are not many who are as good as you. I think it won't be long before your names will be spread in the ninja world. Knowing what kind of person Shino is, Hyojin didn't care about his flattery and changed the topic to medical skills. It is undeniable that this Shino is very accomplished in medical skills, especially in the fields of bandaging skills, human meridians, herbal pharmacology, etc., which surpasses ordinary doctors by a large margin. This is also one of the reasons why he can disguise himself as a doctor and travel around countries. Otherwise, he would have been caught as a spy long ago. After finding a camp with a wide view, the three of them ate dry food while discussing the human meridians. Of course, it is mainly Shino who is explaining, and Hyojin and Itachi are learning. The human meridians are not mysterious to Hyojin, who was born in the Hyuga clan. It's just that the knowledge of meridians in the Hyuga clan is for the service of soft fist, and the knowledge of meridians explained by Shino is for the service of medical skills. Different fields, different ideas, different viewpoints. Under the collision, Hyojin has a deeper understanding of the human meridians. Itachi also listened very seriously, and after a while, he wrote and drew several pages in the small notebook he carried with him. The human meridians are not unfamiliar to the Uchiha clan, who have Sharingan, but there is no medical inheritance related to the human meridians in the Uchiha clan, so Shino's knowledge is particularly precious. Shino spoke very wholeheartedly, but he naturally did so for a purpose. In his eyes, Hyojin and Itachi, the two rich children of Mai, are very valuable to make friends with. Once a personal relationship is established, he will have two more helpers in his activities in Mai in the future. Chatting, Hyojin suddenly asked, by the way, what is lost in the Cloud Village? Why are you so persistent in finding trouble with the doctor? I don't know this, I have nothing to do with this matter. With an awkward smile, Shino explained again, this time, if it weren't for a plague in a village in the country of Tian, an old friend of mine in the village sent a message and begged me to go there, I really don't want to run around at this time. Knowing that he couldn't get any useful information from Shino's mouth, Hyojin said, well, that's all for today. Let's rest. We still have to hurry tomorrow. Hearing this, Itachi quickly used wire and bells to lay several early warning tripwires around the camp, and then he jumped up and found a tree branch with a good view to rest. After observing the early warning traps set by Itachi, Hyojin randomly picked a clean grassland, leaned his back against the tree trunk, and pretended to sleep. Because of Shino, the employer, he was walking all the way. For a ninja like Hyojin, there was no burden at all, so even if he walked for a whole day, he was not tired. In the pretense of sleep, Hyojin thought about his own things. At present, apart from the lack of the inheritance of the Tenseigan, the biggest problem that restricts his strength improvement is the chakra's amount. As the Tenseigan enters the stable period, the increase in his chakra's amount also tends to stabilize. Although it is growing every day, the effect is far less significant than during the adaptation period. In terms of chakra's amount alone, although he is already the best among his peers, this does not satisfy him. He knows that he can't be as dazzling as Naruto of 4 generations. To solve this problem, in fact, it is not impossible. Tailed beasts are a good supply of chakra. Almost all Jinchuriki have an inexhaustible supply of chakra. The difference is only whether the Jinchuriki can control the tailed beasts in their bodies. However, the 9 tailed beasts are in the hands of the 5 major ninja villages, and they are also the goal of Akatsuki in the future, so capturing these tailed beasts is no less than snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. But Zero Tail is different. This is an artificial tailed beast. Although it is far inferior to the orthodox 9-tailed beasts in terms of strength and stability, if it is only used as a battery, it may really solve the current problem of Hyojin. Thinking of this, Hyojin inadvertently glanced at Shino, who was resting not far away, and said in his heart, when Zero Tail appears, Naruto is already very old. If I have to wait for more than 10 years, the daylilies will be cold. Early the next morning, the 3 of them packed up and went on the road again, and when they entered the territory of the land of Tian, they were soon targeted by a group of wandering ninjas. The wandering ninjas are often the traitorous ninjas of the big ninja villages and the ninjas of the small ninja villages that have collapsed. The strength of these ninjas is generally not strong, So most of them are entrenched in small countries without the protection of ninja villages such as the country of Tian, robbing and committing crimes. Looking at the wandering ninjas hanging far behind him, Itachi asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Hyojin looked around and said lightly, "There are 3 ambushers in front and 3 behind. I'll take care of the one in front, and you take care of the one behind. Let's end this quickly." Swish. Swish, with Suijin's order, he and Itachi turned into 2 afterimages and rushed towards the wandering ninjas who were staring at them one after the other. On Hyojin's side, he didn't use rain pull, he just relied on the amazing insight of the Tenseigan to deal with the 3 wandering ninjas in front of him. When Hyojin turned around to check, the battle on Itachi's side had also ended. Using the exquisite kunai throw, coupled with the taijutsu that doesn't have the slightest excess movement, Itachi's fighting style is also straightforward and neat, not at all inferior to Suijin. The whole battle seemed to be just an inconspicuous episode, and the 3 of them didn't care too much and continued on their way. After walking for another half a day, Hyojin suddenly stopped. Itachi and Shino both looked puzzled, but seeing Hyojin looking in the distance with a very solemn expression, they didn't ask, but consciously became alert. After a few seconds, Hyojin said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid we are in trouble." Itachi asked, "Is it Cloud Village?" Hyojin nodded. "The 4 people who are rapidly approaching all have a good amount of chakras amount, especially the leader. The amount of chakras amount is more than anyone Hyojin has ever seen before, including the 3 generations Naruto. Moreover, these 4 people didn't hide their whereabouts at all, and just pounced on Suijin and the others with a posture as if they were sure to eat Suijin and the others. Kuroto is not stupid. At this time, he has realized that what Shino stole from the Cloud Village should be something very important, otherwise, the other party wouldn't have mobilized so many people and sent such an elite team to pursue it. After another 10 seconds, the 4 figures landed on the surrounding trees and looked at Hyojin and others condescendingly. While the other party was looking at Hyojin, Hyojin was also looking at them. There were a total of 4 people, and the leader was a female ninja who was about the same age as Hyojin. According to the memory of his previous life, Hyojin still had some impression of this female ninja, but he couldn't remember her name, but she seemed to be second last Jinchuriki. In addition to second last Jinchuriki, the other 3 people also seemed to be at the level of Jonin, and they should be the guards specially arranged by the Cloud Village for second last Jinchuriki. After a brief confrontation, second last Jinchuriki said coldly, "Hey, my brats, hurry up and get lost. Go back and tell your village that you encountered the Cloud Village's Yujito ni, and your village will not blame you for giving up the mission." Obviously, they were the same age, but he was called a brat. Hyojin's mood can be imagined. This Jinchuriki is very conceited about his own strength, and he didn't put Hyojin and Itachi in his eyes at all. In Hyojin's vague impression, this guy seemed to be too conceited and insisted on fighting Akatsuki's undead duo, and as a result, not only did he lose his tail beast, but he also lost his life. At this moment, Shino's face was gloomy and uncertain. In his eyes, Suijin and Itachi are indeed very good ninjas, but compared with Kumo's Jinchuriki Yujito, they are obviously not as good as Kumo's Jinchuriki Yujito. Itachi is a clear-minded person, and when he saw the lineup sent by the Cloud Village, he guessed that Shino, as the employer, must be hiding something. Seeing that the silent Hyojin and Itachi seemed unmoved, Yujito ni said again, "This guy named Shino stole the important secrets of our Cloud Village. He is a complete liar. Is it worth it to lose your life for such a liar?" Shino immediately argued, "I haven't entered your village at all. How could I steal your secrets? It is disgraceful for you to treat a doctor like this." Yujito ni sneered, "Don't quibble, whether it is you or not, we will naturally know after the interrogation." Kuroto was a little hesitant at this moment. He did the task to increase his reputation. If he betrayed his employer by not fighting, he would not be able to increase his reputation. He might even be punished by the village. And the Jinchuriki of the Ni is not an ordinary opponent. Once they fight, the degree of the battle will be difficult to control. Boom, just as Hyojin was weighing the pros and cons, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. For a time, the eyes of both sides were cast in that direction. Hyojin stared and found that there were 2 people fighting in the direction of the explosion, and he knew both of them. They were Orochimaru and Jiraiya of Mai Sanin. Only the Tenseigan has Such insight, and others, including Itachi, who had not yet opened his eyes, did not notice the flash of surprise on Shino's face. And Hyojin, who was aware of this, pondered in his heart. Seeing Orochimaru and Jiraiya, why is Shino happy? Orochimaru's defection to Mai is known to the world. He and Jiraiya appeared at the same time, 1 plus and 1 minus. It is reasonable to say that there is no real help to our current situation, unless Shino can be sure that Orochimaru and Jiraiya will join forces to help us deal with the Cloud Ninjas. Then how can he be sure that Orochimaru will help as a renegade ninja? Knowing that Cloud Village is hunting him at this time, why does he insist on coming to the land of Tian? He hired my ninja to escort him with great fanfare. Is he trying to provoke a dispute between Mai and Cloud? Then how can he be sure that he can escape unscathed? Could it be? Is it not a coincidence to meet Orochimaru here? His trump card is Orochimaru, who is hiding in the land of Tian? He is Orochimaru's man. No, he is an empty ninja, and it is impossible for him to be a subordinate of Orochimaru. There should be some kind of cooperation between him and Orochimaru. The observed information, combined with vague memories, Hyojin soon had the answer. But in any case, the unexpected appearance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya is a turning point for Hyojin. If Orochimaru really cooperates with Shino, then he will not ignore Shino, and Jiraiya will not let my ninja be killed by the Cloud Ninja in front of him. As soon as the thought turned, Hyojin immediately put his hand behind his back and made a gesture to Itachi. When Itachi saw this, he quickly took out a my signal flare and threw it high into the sky. Bang bang bang, with a burst of sound, the signal flare exploded into 3 red smoke clouds in the air. In fact, there was no need for Itachi's signal flare. As soon as Orochimaru and Jiraiya discovered Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they also discovered Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and both of them stopped fighting and rushed over together. Soon, Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared in front of Hyojin and others. Looking at the crowd in front, Orochimaru smiled with a hoarse voice and said, I didn't expect to meet the Cloud Ninjas Jinchuriki here. It seems that I got something today. Jiraiya hurriedly said, Orochimaru, don't mess around, it will cause a war. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya and moved his gaze away from the Cloud Ninja and glanced at Hyojin and others. His eyes stopped on Hyojin and Itachi, and finally fell on Shino, showing a playful smile. On the Cloud side, with the successive appearance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Yujitomi has lost her previous calmness, and the 3 Cloud Ninjas who accompanied her are even more nervous. Unlike Hyojin, who slacks in the war, and Itachi, who is a fledgling, Orochimaru and Jiraiya's reputation is built through real battles. Even the conceited Yujitomi doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of these 2. Today's matter is not over. Seeing that things can't be done, Yujitomi left a harsh sentence and decisively led the team to retreat. Orochimaru didn't intend to pursue at all. He still stood quietly with his hands on his waist. Obviously, the previous words were just to scare the Cloud Ninja. Seeing the Cloud Ninjas take the initiative to retreat, Jiraiya on the side breathed a long sigh of relief. At this time, Hyojin moved the object of vigilance from the Cloud Ninjas to Orochimaru, and tentatively asked, Jiraiya-sama, do you need our help? Orochimaru is a Mai shinobi. On the surface, as a Mai shinobi, Hyojin naturally has to make his position clear. Jiraiya waved his hand, Orochimaru is not someone you can deal with. There is nothing for you to do here. Go and perform your own task. Originally, Hyojin was just putting on a pose. Hearing this, he didn't say much and immediately left with Itachi and Shino. After experiencing this storm, the Hyojin trio became more careful. They bypassed all the towns and did not deal with anyone. When they encountered flat and open terrain, they even changed to hiding during the day and going out at night. With such caution, the Hyojin trio finally arrived at their destination safely a week later. This village was indeed plagued by a plague. As far as the eye could see, there was a desolate scene, and there was indeed a villager who claimed to have written a letter asking Shino to come to the village to cure the plague. Hyojin has long known the identity of Shino, so he pretended not to know anything and completed the B-class escort mission according to the prescribed procedures. On the way back, Itachi looked back at the village behind him and whispered, Captain, there is something wrong with this Shino. I know, but it's none of our business. After hesitating for a moment, Itachi said, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that he is hostile to our Mai. Hyojin looked at Itachi with some surprise and said after a while, maybe. The village was destroyed by Mai, so it is normal for Shino to be hostile to Mai. Hyojin can judge the identity of Shino because of the memory of his previous life. Itachi is so young, but he has such a keen intuition, which really surprised Hyojin. When camping at night, Hyojin noticed a secret signal left by Orochimaru on a big tree not far away. He knew that Orochimaru was summoning him, so he casually made an excuse with Itachi and quietly came to the meeting place. As soon as Hyojin arrived, Orochimaru's figure came out of the shadows. Hyojin, as always, said respectfully, "Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru looked at Hyojin with great interest, and said after a long time, "Kuroto-kun, the feeling you give me this time seems to be different from before." Kuroto replied calmly, "Thanks to you, I almost died in the hands of the Konohagakure, so it will be somewhat different." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Is it a blessing in disguise? Then you have to thank Danzo." "Are you saying that this purge was caused by Shimura Danzo?" "Well, I overestimated his ability and underestimated his means." Orochimaru looked casual as if he was talking about something completely unrelated to him. Hyojin tentatively said, "It seems that you must have robbed some treasure from him." Orochimaru did not deny it, but smiled and said, "Yes, it is indeed a very good treasure." After confirming his guess, Hyojin did not continue to probe, but took the initiative to change the topic and asked softly, "That Shino is one of your people, right?" Orochimaru looked at Hyojin, "Even this can't be hidden from you, you really are different from before." Hyojin shook his head modestly, "He revealed too many flaws, not to mention me, even the little guy of Uchiha noticed something." With a non-committal smile, Orochimaru said, "He stole some secret techniques related to physical regeneration from the Cloud Village, which are very helpful for my current experiments." "So that's how it is, no wonder Cloud Village sent such a strong pursuit team." Even a strong person like Orochimaru is interested in this secret technique. If Hyojin says that he is not interested, then he will undoubtedly be deceiving himself, so he said bluntly, "What do you need me to do for you?" Orochimaru said, "What do you think of Itachi Uchiha?" Hyojin replied without hesitation, "Unlike many so-called geniuses, he is a real genius. Maybe in 3 to 5 years, he can grow to the point where no one can catch up with him." Taking out a scroll from his arms and throwing it to Hyojin, Orochimaru said, "Help me pay more attention to him, I am very interested in this Uchiha." After saying that, Orochimaru's figure disappeared into the shadows as if he had never appeared. Holding the secret technique scroll that Orochimaru threw over, Hyojin thought in his heart, "Is it Itachi's Sharingan or Itachi's body that Orochimaru covets?" There is no doubt about Itachi's excellence, even Hokage-sama has praised him in public, it's just that Kuroto isn't sure what Orochimaru meant by pay more attention. Returning to the camp, Hyojin found that Itachi was writing and drawing in a small notebook that he carried with him, so he asked casually, "What are you writing?" Itachi replied seriously, "I am recording the mission log." According to the rules of the village, the ninjas who perform the mission must record the mission log. When returning to the village to hand over the mission log will be kept as a file and sealed in the archives of the mission center. But rules are rules. In fact, there are very few ninjas who are willing to record the mission log in detail. Most ninjas like Hyojin simply narrate the process of the mission when handing over the mission, and then the staff of the mission center will record it on the spot and finally store it in the archives. Hyojin said with emotion, "Itachi, you are the most meticulous and serious ninja I have ever seen so far. Although you are young, you are meticulous in everything you do." Closing the notebook, Itachi replied, "I just want to learn more from Senior." Hyojin shook his head and smiled, not saying anything more. After that, the return journey was very smooth. Unlike the dawdling journey, Hyojin and Itachi, who traveled at full speed like a ninja, only took a week to return to the village. After submitting the mission log to the mission center immediately raised the difficulty level of the mission from B to A. As for the reason, it is because this mission involves the Cloud Village, which is also one of the 5 great shinobi villages along with the Mai village, and the other party also dispatched the Jinchuriki Yujuto and his team of guards. Jinchuriki can often be regarded as the strongest combat power in a shinobi village apart from the Kage, and they are the pillar of a shinobi village. Therefore, if a shinobi encounters such a troublesome character in a mission and can successfully complete the mission, according to the usual practice, the mission center will increase the mission evaluation by 1 level. Of course, the bounty issued to Hyojin and Itachi is still the standard of a B-level mission, but the two of them have an additional A-level mission completion record on their resumes. Completing an A-level mission is very rare for Chunin, not to mention Itachi, who has not yet graduated, so Itachi was very happy when he walked out of the mission center. Looking at Itachi's smiling face, Hyojin sighed with emotion, only now do I really look like a child. At this time, Itachi bowed deeply to Hyojin and said sincerely, Kuroto-san, thank you for your guidance, I learned a lot in this mission, you are a real my ninja. Hyojin smiled and said, I don't remember what I taught you. Itachi replied, you are indeed not a talkative person, but you taught me a lot with your actions, especially when I encountered the Jinchuriki of Nibi, you let me understand the persistence that a my ninja should have. Hyojin was startled when he heard this, and immediately asked, don't you think I was embarrassed at that time? Itachi shook his head. Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth, then do you know why I can remain calm in the face of the humiliation of Kumo Shinobi? Itachi thought about it very seriously for a while, and tentatively replied, because anger will interfere with judgment, so ninjas should not be angry? No. Waving his hand, Hyojin smiled mysteriously, it's because when I think about Itachi Uchiha who suffered with me, my mood suddenly becomes much better. Itachi only thought that Hyojin was joking with him, so he chatted for a while and then left. Looking at Itachi's leaving figure, Hyojin sighed softly. It has to be said that the Uchiha clan is indeed a different species. They are too easy to go to extremes. They are as narrow-minded as Obsidian, who wants to destroy the world for a secret love. Itachi, who loves universal love, is willing to kill his parents and relatives with his own hands in order to avoid suffering. If it's just extreme thinking, it's fine, there are many such people in the world. But the Uchiha clan is different, the more extreme they are, the stronger their pupil power, and once they evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, these people will have both the motivation and the strength to put their extreme ideas into practice and realize them. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Naruto's office. 3 generations Naruto Sarutobi was smoking a pipe and looking at the documents in his hand. Suddenly, 3 generations asked Naruto's assistant next to him, did the Uchiha clan's kid just completed an A-level mission? Because the village has launched a comprehensive monitoring of the Uchiha clan, Itachi had just completed the mission, and the documents were sent to Naruto's office. The assistant replied, yes, it was originally a B-level mission, but the mission involved the Cloud Village, and the other party also dispatched the Nibi's Jinchuriki, so the mission center raised the mission evaluation from B-level to A-level. 3 generations looked through the mission record and said, is this Hyojin related to Orochimaru? The assistant replied, yes, during the war, Orochimaru arranged for him from the front line to the field hospital through his own connections, and he served as a hospital guard for a period of time. He doesn't know how to use medical ninjutsu, but he is proficient in wound dressing, and he has a good reputation in the medical class. Except for his close relationship with Orochimaru, there is no other stain on his record. 3 generations took out Hyojin's personal file again, glanced at it, and then frowned, has he been cleansed? The assistant replied, yes, the root has carried out a cleansing on him, but due to the encounter with an unidentified wandering ninja, the cleansing operation failed, and the accompanying root ninja, Naruchi Mitsui, died. The frown on Sandame's face deepened, an unidentified wandering ninja? Can you confirm it? The assistant replied, there is also news from the Sand Crypsis that their assassination team responsible for the cleansing operation was also completely destroyed, but the information they sent is a bit vague. It seems that they know who the murderer is, but they don't want to tell us, so the intelligence team analyzed that the so-called wandering ninja is probably a traitorous ninja of the Sand Crypsis. The frown on Sandame-sama's face relaxed, since we can confirm that it wasn't Kuroto who did it, then let's observe him for a while, and if there are no abnormalities, we can cross him off the purge list. With the defection of Orochimaru, followed by the chaos of the 9 Tails, the village has lost 3 Kage-class combatants, Orochimaru, 4 generations Naruto, and 9 Tails' Jinchuriki, as well as a large number of ninjas, which can be said to be a great loss. And according to the information sent back by the spies lurking in several other major ninja villages, these ninja villages seem to be plotting something after learning that Mai has suffered heavy losses. Naturally, Hyojin had no way of knowing what happened in Naruto's office. He had just completed the A-level mission and was now walking towards his home. Long ago, Hyojin's parents died in the war, but because he was born in the Hyuga clan, he was sheltered by the clan, so his life was much better than that of other ninja orphans in the village. At the very least, he had a house of his own left behind by his parents. Back home, Hyojin noticed that the house was spotless. Obviously, when he was out on a mission, someone had been cleaning the house for him, and the only one who would clean the house for him was Yuru, who was engaged to him. The engagement was made when Hyojin's parents were still alive, so after the death of his parents, Yuru's family took good care of him and completely regarded him as a family. Closing the door, Hyojin took out the secret technique of physical regeneration obtained from Orochimaru. After some careful study, he barely understood the principle of this secret technique. Simply put, it is the use of a very special technique to stimulate the cells in the body with chakra, accelerating cell division, in order to achieve rapid wound healing and rapid recovery of chakra. In terms of effect alone, this secret technique lives up to its name of physical regeneration, because it does regenerate the body by accelerating cell division. But Hyojin knows that the number of division of each person's cells is limited. Accelerating cell division actually accelerates the consumption of lifespan. In other words, the more frequently this technique is used, the faster the person will die. If I only occasionally use it a few times in a desperate situation, it can be regarded as a trump card. Thinking of the shortcomings of this technique, and thinking of the secret technique of undead reincarnation that Orochimaru was about to develop, Hyojin's heart skipped a beat. After Orochimaru has the undead reincarnation, his body can be changed frequently, so the shortcomings of this technique are completely overcome. No wonder Orochimaru couldn't be killed, and even Itachi could only think of ways to seal him. Not only could the flesh regeneration secret technique heal injuries quickly, but it also allowed the body to obtain a new source of chakra due to the production of new cells. Therefore, once the secret technique was cast without any scruples, the user would not be afraid of being hurt and would have a continuous supply of chakra. To others, this was no different from suicide. But for Orochimaru, who was about to develop the undead reincarnation secret technique, if he used up one body, he could just change to another. It was not a problem that could not be avoided. Thinking of this, Hyojin could not help but admire Orochimaru. Although he can't use it unscrupulously, mastering one more secret technique is not a bad thing after all, so Hyojin quickly converged his thoughts and concentrated on learning the secret technique of flesh regeneration. He doesn't know whether it was because of the physical changes brought about by the Tenseigan or because of the increase of chakra in his body, Hyojin learned the new technique much faster than before. In addition, the knowledge of the human body's meridians involved in this secret technique, he has long been familiar with it, so he soon mastered the secret technique's chakra operation method and the printing steps. After thoroughly mastering the secret technique, Hyojin did not hesitate and immediately destroyed the scroll that recorded the secret technique. He was cautious and did not want to leave any evidence against himself around him. After learning the secret technique, Hyojin pondered the problems encountered in this mission again. Whether it is Rain Wheel or the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, although they are very powerful, they can't be seen in the light and can't be used as a conventional means. Once he is accompanied by my ninja and encounters an enemy, Hyojin's means of defending against the enemy will become very poor and monotonous. This feeling of being restrained is vividly reflected in this mission. Therefore, Hyojin urgently needs a series of methods that can be seen as a daily means to defend against the enemy. Considering his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan, it is reasonable to obtain more and stronger means to defend against the enemy. Further development of Soft Fist is undoubtedly the best choice for Hyojin at the moment. It's time to try practicing Revolving Heaven. The principle of Revolving Heaven is not complicated. Before, due to the lack of chakra's amount, he has not been able to practice it successfully. Now, Hyojin's chakra amount has far exceeded that of Hyuga Ningxi in the Genin period, and Hyuga Ningxi can comprehend Revolving Heaven by himself, so there is no reason why Hyojin, who understands the principle and has enough chakra, cannot comprehend it. The next day, Hyojin found a small forest far away from the Hyuga clan's territory. After confirming that there was no one around, he did not waste time and immediately began to try. There are two ways to master revolving heaven. One is to master the various acupoints of the body, and the other is to have sufficient chakra amount and be able to control these chakras stably. But for Kuroto, these two obstacles were a smooth road, so it only took him a few attempts to come up with the prototype of the reverse heaven technique. This further proves that the physical changes brought by the Tenseigan to Hyojin are not only reflected in the chakra amount, such as insight, somatosensory balance, control of chakra, perception, and other aspects, he has significantly improved. After a sigh of relief, Hyojin wiped his sweat with a towel prepared in advance. After a morning of hard practice, he barely mastered revolving heaven. Although there is still a lot of room for optimization and improvement in the use of skills, it is not a problem to use it in actual combat. After mastering the secret technique of physical regeneration and revolving heaven technique, Hyojin was in a good mood, so he took a short break at noon and came to the mission center again. Like last time, the mission center is still deserted, and most of the ninjas are in a hurry. Because he has a record of leading a team to complete an A-level mission, coupled with the fact that there are too many backlogged tasks in the mission center, Hyojin made an exception and obtained the authority to receive A-level missions. A-level missions are generally commissioned by politicians of various countries or large forces. Under normal circumstances, only ninjas of the special Jonin level can receive them. As his body gradually adapts to the Tenseigan, Hyojin's strength is growing every day. Now he has mastered the secret technique of physical regeneration and revolving heaven. Even if he doesn't use Rain Wheel and the 3 generations Kazekage puppets, his hard strength has reached the level of a special Jonin, so it is no problem for him to take some A-level missions that are not too difficult. After a brief look at the A-level mission list, Hyojin curled his lips. At the level of A-level missions, there are very few missions that allow a single person to receive. Even if there are 1 or 2 that allow a single person to receive, they are also difficult missions such as assassination, which require a Jonin or even an elite Jonin level to be sure to complete. At this time, Hyojin realized that the lack of a teammate with tacit understanding is a very big problem. Turning his head, Hyojin found that the green figure holding a big tabby cat was not a stranger, but his classmate Metke, who graduated at the same time as him. At this moment, Guy was hurriedly handing the big tabby cat in his arms to the staff of the mission center. He seemed to be handing over the mission. Looking at this scene, Hyojin smiled. In the impression of Hyojin's previous life, Guy was a powerful elite Jonin, the representative of Mai's Iron Fist stream, and he was even the pillar of Mai Jonin in the later stage. But in this life, the impression that Kai gave him was that he was the bottom of the class, a strong competitor who competed with Obito for the last place in the school. At first, Hyojin thought that his time travel caused some deviation. But with the growth of strength and experience, now he has understood that this is not any deviation brought by his time travel. The seemingly funny kid in green in front of him will become the guy in his previous life in the near future. The reason is also very simple: Iron Fist stream is closely related to physical fitness. Without speed and strength, Iron Fist is rootless duckweed. Therefore, in childhood, because the body has not yet developed, ninjas who practice Iron Fist will be far inferior to ninjas who practice ninjutsu. This is completely the law of nature and does not involve personal talent. And once an adult, with the complete development of the body, ninjas who practice Iron Fist stream will quickly enter the peak period, catching up with the orthodox ninjas who practice ninjutsu. What's more, Guy also has the secret technique Hashiman Tonku passed down in his family, so as he grows older, this once last place in school will inevitably bloom with a different brilliance. When he thought of Guy's Hashiman Tonku's secret technique, Hyojin couldn't help but feel a little eager. Hashiman Tonku's secret technique is generally only passed down from father to son, master to apprentice, or between close friends. Perhaps the village also has Hashiman Tonku's secret technique, but with Hyojin's current status, it is obviously unrealistic to obtain Hashiman Tonku's secret technique from the official channels of the village, so Guy in front of him has become the best way for Hyojin to obtain Hashiman Tonku's secret technique. As for how to befriend Kai, this was not a problem for Hyojin, because there was a ready-made example, and that was Kakashi. As long as he was like Kakashi and made himself Guy's eternal rival, Hyojin wouldn't even need to take the initiative to do anything. Guy would come to him on his own. After making up his mind, Kuroto came in front of Guy and said with a slightly contemptuous expression, "I remember that you are already a Chunin, why are you still doing the task of looking for cats and dogs, Genin? Guy also recognized Hyojin and immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Ahaha, I just happened to find it while I was training, so I gave it to you. Staring at the cat scratches on Guy's face, Hyojin chuckled and said, is it because no one is willing to team up with you, so you can't accept the high-level quest? After being mercilessly exposed by Hyojin, Guy suddenly drooped his head and said with some frustration, everyone thinks that I don't know how to use ninjutsu, so they don't want to take me on a mission. Sure enough. With a chuckle, Hyojin said lightly, so, there is no future for Iron Fist. Guy raised his head abruptly and shouted, I will definitely prove to everyone that even if I don't know ninjutsu and genjutsu, an Iron Fist ninja can also become a real ninja. Naive. With a cold snort, Hyojin said slowly, it seems that I need to let you realize the reality. Come with me, I will let you understand that our Hyuga family's soft fist is the true essence of taijutsu. Guy was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect Hyojin to be willing to compete with him. After graduating from school, ninjas rarely compete with each other unless they are very close friends or members of the same clan. Because the competition will inevitably reveal their own ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and other aspects of information, and once these information about one's own strength is grasped by the enemy, it is easy to be targeted, and the consequences will be unimaginable. After taking Guy to the remote grove where he practiced, Revolving Heaven, in the morning, Hyojin stopped, let's do it here. At the thought of being able to compete with Hyojin, who came from a wealthy family, Guy was full of energy. He gave Hyojin a thumbs up, showing his big white teeth, and said happily, Kuroto, this is the youth I yearned for. Hyojin still had a cold face, and he waved at him impatiently, indicating that he could start. Guy stopped talking nonsense, and his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Hyojin. Bang, the two sides' fists and palms collided, making a low muffled sound. So fast. Hyojin was secretly shocked in his heart. Guy's straight punch was fast and heavy. If he had the Tenseigan, he would have fallen into a passive position with this move. Not daring to underestimate the enemy anymore, Hyojin immediately cheered up. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the forest. The key to the Iron Fist is fast, accurate, and hateful, so if the insight is insufficient, the average ninja can't keep up with the rhythm of the Iron Fist ninja. The short fight between Sasuke and Shaoli before the Chunin exam is the most typical example. However, the current Suijin isn't Sasuke, and the Tenseigan isn't something that can only be matched by the Sharingan of the two Magatama, so although Guy's speed is very fast, Suijin quickly adapted to it. At this moment, under the ink-colored goggles, Hyojin's sapphire blue Tenseigan is shining brilliantly. The flow of chakra in Guy's body, the contraction and contraction of muscles in various parts of the body, and even the trajectory of the gravel flying caused by stepping on the ground can't escape the inside of the Tenseigan. Guy's rapid speed gradually became slow under this pair of eyes, as if the time of the two sides is not in the same flow rate. The battle continued. On the scene, Hyojin looked more and more relaxed. But in fact, every time he parried, every time he blocked, Hyojin has suffered. He really didn't expect that in just a few years, Guy's strength has become so great, even just parrying and blocking faintly made him feel difficult. And Guy, who entered the battle state, changed his previous funny temperament, and his whole person became cold, and there was a natural majesty between his movements. After a series of continuous attacks, reducing Hyojin's dodging space, Guy immediately shouted, my whirlwind. Brush, Guy's whole person is really like a green whirlwind, fiercely blowing towards Hyojin. Hyojin, who can't avoid it, did not choose to retreat, and directly stirred up the chakra in his whole body, and met it with a soft fist. Bang, there was another low muffled sound, and Guy was bounced out and fell to the ground hard. Although the battle between taijutsu ninjas is not as big as the battle between ninjutsu ninjas, the competition is much more intense than the battle between ninjutsu ninjas. In that blow just now, if Hyojin hadn't sealed several acupoints in Guy's legs with a soft fist, blocking the meridians in Guy's body that instilled chakra into his legs, I'm afraid that he would be the one who was hit. Although his heart was thumping, and his arms were very sore, Hyojin still maintained the indifferent expression on his face, and mocked against his will, it seems that you haven't made any progress in the past 2 years. Hyojin put one hand on his waist and imitated Orochimaru's demeanor. He chuckled and said, I don't feel any joy being praised by a weakling like you. Guy, who was lying on the ground, immediately lowered his head. Seeing that Guy was a little depressed, Hyojin thought to himself, did I overdo it? Just as Hyojin was about to comfort Guy in a roundabout way, Guy suddenly put away his depressed expression and said loudly, I am the proud dark blue beast of my. One day, I will definitely catch up to you. I was thinking too much. Hyojin thought to himself and said, hey, that wasn't your full strength just now, right? Guy immediately jumped up. Of course, I have my own ultimate move. Kuroto put his slightly swollen and numb arms behind his back and said contemptuously, so it's your ultimate move? Then show it to me. After a slight hesitation, Guy shook his head. Hyojin wanted to force Guy to use the 8 inner hidden gates, so he deliberately said, why? Are you looking down on me? Guy quickly waved his hand and explained, Father said that this is a forbidden technique that can never be used on companions. Although your father is a respectable ninja, I don't think you have any forbidden technique that can hurt me. After a pause, Hyojin continued, you don't seem to understand the difference between us at all. You have no right to hold back when fighting with me. Guy was still a little hesitant. But this is a really powerful forbidden technique. I haven't completely mastered it yet. Hyojin stepped forward and said with an imposing manner, is it because your talent is better than mine? Or is it because your bloodline is better than mine? If you don't use your full strength, how can you beat me? Staring at the stuttering Guy, Hyojin continued to pressure him. Or, you've never thought of defeating me. If that's the case, you can leave now. I have no interest in sparring with a weakling like you. After hearing this, Guy felt like he was struck by lightning. Then, he slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, Hyojin sensed that Guy's aura had changed. At this moment, Guy looked at Hyojin and shouted, Hyojin, you're right. I should use my full strength to spar with a genius from a great clan like you. Only in this way can I not waste my youth. Hyojin was confused. He thought to himself, I'm barely related to the rich and powerful, but when did geniuses have anything to do with me? Could it be that my acting was so effective that he immediately thought that I was a genius? Just as Hyojin was muttering to himself, Guy's aura suddenly rose. First door, open, open. An air current appeared around Kai's body. The second gate, the healing gate, open. The airflow gradually turned into airwaves. The third gate, gate of life, open. Chakra floated out of Kai's body as if it had a physical form. On the other side, Hyojin's face was still as calm as water, but he was surprised in his heart. Hey, you're really going all out. That's enough, don't open any more, or someone will die. Guy naturally couldn't hear Hyojin's thoughts, so he didn't show any signs of stopping. The fourth gate, the pain gate, open. The dispersed chakra seemed to become thicker, and a dense airwave rose, like a tailed beast chakra coat, wrapping Guy's whole body. Maybe Guy can only open up to the fourth gate at present, or maybe he knows that it's just a sparring between companions, so when he opened the pain gate, he stopped. Mirror, I'm going to attack. After saying that, without waiting for Hyojin to answer, Guy turned into a green lightning and ran around Hyojin, seemingly looking for the best time to attack. Tracking Guy's figure, Hyojin's Tenseigan moved quickly from side to side in his eye sockets. With the insight of the Tenseigan, it is still more than enough to capture the figure of Guy who opened the fourth gate, but being able to capture Guy's figure does not mean that Hyojin can keep up with Guy's actions. His heart sank. Hyojin secretly said, damn it, he's too fast. Hyojin's physical combat experience is still at the level of Chunin. Although he has been practicing secretly after having the Tenseigan, he still lacks actual combat experience beyond the level of Chunin. Therefore, as Guy opened the pain gate and his combat level entered the Jonin stage, he immediately keenly noticed that his body was faintly unable to keep up with the rhythm. Looking at Guy who was still circling around him at high speed, looking for an opportunity to attack, Hyojin was anxious and struggling to think of countermeasures. It is true that without using Rain Wheel and 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, Hyojin has not reached the level of a Jonin, but his chakra's amount has exceeded the level of an ordinary Jonin, and this is his advantage, so he quickly made up his mind, that is, not to compete in moves, not to compete in speed, only to compete in chakra's consumption. This game, he must win. Even if he is trying to look fat at his own expense, he must win. After having the Tenseigan, he can't allow himself to be defeated in the village, even if it's just an ordinary spar. Suddenly, Guy made a move. He stepped on the ground, and at the same time, his whole body under the huge reaction force, like a cannonball, rushed straight behind Hyojin. Boom. The speed was so fast that it seemed to produce a sonic boom, and the entire grove was trembling as if it was crying. Kuroto's expression turned cold, and he immediately reacted. In fact, before Guy made a move, Hyojin had a keen insight into the abnormal flow of chakra in Guy's body through the Tenseigan, but this tiny advance was not enough for Hyojin to launch a soft fist counterattack, so he did not hesitate to use the revolving sky that he barely mastered in the morning. Boom, another solid collision. Guy was bounced out by the revolving sky, knocking down 4 or 5 big trees in a row, and the sound spread far away, alarming many people in the village. Hyojin was not feeling well either. At this moment, he only felt that the blood in his body was surging, and he was dizzy. However, in just a few breaths, Guy turned over and turned into an afterimage again, stepping up in the air, mixed with the sound of bang bang bang, moving quickly in the air. This, looking at Guy, who could move quickly at low altitude by stepping on the air, Hyojin immediately dispelled the idea of taking the initiative to attack, suppressed all kinds of thoughts, and focused on defense. Fortunately, Hyojin has the Tenseigan. If it was still the previous Byakugan, he was afraid that he would not even have time to launch the revolving sky. In the increasingly urgent sound of stepping on the air, Guy once again made his move. This time, he used the leaf tornado from top to bottom. Before his figure even arrived, the gust of wind had already swept the entire grove. Revolving sky. Under the Tenseigan eye, no matter how Guy concealed his attack trajectory, he could not escape Hyojin's insight, so if he completely gave up attacking and just focused on defense, Hyojin could barely grasp the opportunity to launch the revolving sky. Boom, not surprisingly, Guy's whirlwind was once again blocked by Hyojin's revolving sky. Guy's whole body was bounced out like a cannonball, falling far outside the grove, and even almost hitting several villagers passing by, causing a lot of noise. In the forest, Hyojin felt that he seemed to be unable to move a step. Are my bones broken? Feeling the soreness coming from all over his body, Hyojin was secretly shocked. Not long after, Guy, who had lifted the effect of Hashiman Tonku, slowly walked into the woods. Seeing that Guy had lifted the Hashiman Tonku, Hyojin was relieved in his heart, but he said coldly, under the perfect defense of revolving heaven, any attack is ineffective. You should also have experienced this. Guy gasped and said, Kuroto, your Hyuga family's Byakugan and Soft Fist are really worthy of their reputation. I feel that my every move can't escape your eyes. In the state of Hashiman Tonku, his 2 full-strength attacks were blocked by Hyojin seemingly easily. Guy felt that even if he continued to fight, he had no chance of winning. Hyojin said indifferently, of course, all your attacks were seen through by me. Guy sat on the ground. Hey, I still lost. Being able to force me to use revolving heaven, your secret technique is indeed somewhat commendable. After a pause, Hyojin said again, have a good rest today, see you at the mission center tomorrow morning. Guy was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. You are willing to team up with me for a mission? I don't like to wait for people, don't be late. After coldly dropping a sentence, Hyojin no longer said anything and walked quickly towards his home. At this moment, his whole body was about to fall apart, and if he didn't go, he really wouldn't be able to hold it. The thick-skinned Kai didn't seem to be affected at all. He cheered and skipped home. Not long after Hyojin and Guy left one after another, a team of Umbu appeared in the woods where the two fought. After a simple survey of the scene, one of the Umbu said, there is no trace of ninjutsu, it seems that no ninja tools were used, it was a pure physical confrontation. The leader of the Umbu said in a deep voice, have you determined the identity of the 2 sides who fought? The Umbu member on the side replied, well, one is a Chunin from the Hyuga family, named Hyojin, and the other is the son of Dai, Chunin Metkei. Looking at the marks, it seems like the Hyuga family's kid won. Looking around at the trees that had fallen to the side and the potholes of different sizes on the ground, the Black Ops squad leader said, they made such a commotion with just their physical skills. Report to Naruto-sama. These 2 brats are worth paying attention to. On Hyojin's end, when he returned home, he found that Belle was cleaning the house for him, and his heart immediately warmed. Belle quickly came out to welcome him. Welcome home, Jean. Hyojin smiled. You've worked hard. In front of Belle, Hyojin dropped all his disguises and vigilance. If there was anyone in the village that he could trust unconditionally, it would be this innocent little girl in front of him. At this time, Ling noticed Hyojin's swollen arms and exclaimed, "How did you get injured? Come, let me bandage it for you." "It's nothing. It was an accident during a spar." Pulling Hyojin to the tatami, Ling applied medicine for him and said, "Jean, Richa-sama asked me to apologize to you and ask for your understanding. Richa is the younger twin brother of Patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, and he is responsible for assisting his elder brother in managing the members of the branch family." Hyojin was a little confused. Understand? Understand what? Ling said, "Aren't you angry? Everyone thinks that you are angry with the family, so you are not willing to return to the village during this time." Hearing Ling's words, Hyojin immediately reacted. There is no doubt that the family has misunderstood. The family obviously thinks that Hyojin has a grudge against the family, complaining that the family didn't speak for him when he was involved in the Orochimaru's defection, so he alienated the family. But in fact, Hyojin has never resented the family. Because he knows better than anyone that powerful families such as Uchiha and Hyuga seem to be powerful in the village, but in fact, it is difficult for them to influence the decision-making level of the village. The death of Richa in the future is a good example. In the case of justifiable defense, the family couldn't even protect the patriarch, and they needed to sacrifice the twin brother of the patriarch, Richa Hyuga, to barely survive. What ability does the family have to shelter him in the Orochimaru's defection? So Hyojin doesn't hate the family, because he knows that the family is really powerless. And alienating the family is only to protect the secret of the Tenseigan, but this misunderstanding can be used. Otherwise, alienating the family for no reason will inevitably arouse the suspicion of the village's top management. The simple Ling didn't notice Hyojin's absent-mindedness and continued, "Richa-sama also said that at today's meeting, Jiraiya-sama praised you, saying that you were calm when facing the Jinchuriki of Kumo's Nibi, and didn't lose the village's face." Looking at Ling's proud face, Hyojin smiled gently and asked, "Did Jiraiya-sama return to the village?" Ling nodded. "Jiraiya-sama returned to the village today." Hyojin heard this and thought, being able to make Jiraiya give up his obsession with Orochimaru and return to the village, this shows that the trouble the village is facing is bigger than I expected. In fact, in the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha no longer had the advantage it had in World War II against the other major shinobi villages. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Yondaime Naruto, who reversed the situation on several battlefields, the war may still be in a stalemate. Therefore, when the other great shinobi villages learned that one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, defected, and Yondaime Naruto and his wife, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, unexpectedly died in battle, it's impossible to say that they didn't have any evil thoughts. After applying medicine to the red and swollen parts of his body, Hyojin went to bed early. The battle with Guy can be said to be the most difficult battle he fought since he obtained the Tenseigan, but at the same time, this battle also allowed him to gain a lot of experience and insight. Guy as a taijutsu training partner is simply impeccable. Early the next morning, after wrapping his arms and legs with bandages, Hyojin rushed to the mission center. A short night of rest is not enough to completely recover the bruises on his body, and for the sake of face, Hyojin doesn't want Guy to find out that he is injured all over his body. Guy has been waiting at the gate of the mission center for a long time, and seeing Hyojin coming, he greeted him from a distance. "Hyojin, I'm here. I'm here." Looking at Guy, who was jumping and greeting him at the gate of the mission center, Hyojin had an embarrassed look on his face. Entering the mission center, Hyojin directly flipped through the A-level mission list. Guy on the side whispered, "Kuroto, aren't A-level missions only available to Jonin?" Hyojin casually explained, "I just led a team to complete an A-level mission a few days ago, so I received special permission to receive some A-level missions." Guy was shocked. "What? You have completed an A-level mission?" For Guy, who deals with C-level and D-level missions all day long, completing an A-level mission only exists in fantasy, so when he heard that Hyojin led a team to complete an A-level mission as a chunin, he was naturally surprised. Hyojin glanced at Guy and said, "What's so strange about it? Me and a kid from the Uchiha family, isn't it normal to complete an A-level mission?" Guy scratched his head and said with a smile, "That's right, you are a genius. After flipping through a few pages, a task attracted Hyojin's attention. Exterminate the wandering ninjas in the Land of Fire. A-level tasks all involve battles between ninjas, so Hyojin has 3 principles when choosing a task. First, the distance must be close, because if the task location is too far away, it is easy to have accidents on the road. After all, the war has just ended, and the world is still chaotic. Second, the strength of the enemy can't be too strong. Third, the enemy's background must be simple, and they can't form a mess of hatred because of the task. Therefore, this task of exterminating the wandering ninjas in the Land of Fire perfectly meets the 3 principles of Hyojin's task selection, so his eyes lit up. Handing the task list to Guy, Hyojin pointed to the task of exterminating the wandering ninjas and asked, "What do you think of this task?" Guy replied, "I have no objection." After receiving the task, the two didn't delay and immediately set off. On the way, Hyojin and Guy analyzed the detailed information about this task obtained from the task center. The entrusting party of this task is the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Recently, a group of wandering ninjas attacked several villages near the border of the Land of Fire, causing a large number of people and property losses. According to the information, this group of wandering ninjas has 5 to 7 people, and their identity is suspected to be the renegade ninjas of the Land of Mist. Because of the war, the number of renegade ninjas has increased year by year. There are some in all major ninja villages, and Mai is no exception. However, most of these renegade ninjas are entrenched in small countries without any ninja villages. It is rare to see a renegade ninja who dare to attack the Land of Fire so blatantly. Hyojin said, "The other party dares to plunder in the Land of Fire, their strength is definitely not weak, don't be careless." Kai hurriedly nodded. Seeing that Guy seems to be a little nervous, Hyojin thought for a moment and said, "Don't be too nervous, these renegade ninjas only dare to attack civilians, their strength may not be very strong. As long as we perform normally, completing the task should not be a problem." Guy clenched his fist, "I'm not afraid of them." A few days later, Hyojin and Guy chased all the way to a village that was attacked not long ago. The village was in a mess. Corpses were everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Wails and cries could be heard without end. Suijin came to the side of one of the survivors and asked, "We are ninjas sent by Konoha, please tell us, who attacked you?" The survivor's expression was somewhat stupefied. He stared blankly at Hyojin. After a while, he replied, "I don't know who those people are. They killed everyone they saw and left after killing them." Hyojin was not affected by the tragedy of the village. He calmly asked, "How many people are there in total? When did he leave? In what direction?" The survivor pointed in a direction. "They went that way." I don't know how many people there are, and I don't know when they left." Hyojin looked at the direction the survivor pointed at and said coldly, "Let's chase." Guy, who was already filled with righteous indignation, nodded fiercely, "Yes." In the Hyuga clan, tracking is a basic course. Every member of the Hyuga clan who has been on the battlefield is a tracking master. Hyojin is naturally no exception, so he quickly found the traces left by the other party. After a while, the two landed in front of a quagmire. After checking the footprints in the quagmire, Hyojin said, "There are a total of 5 to 7 people, and their footsteps are a bit messy. It seems that they are in a hurry." Guy said anxiously, "What are we waiting for, let's chase them." Hyojin shook his head and pointed to a big tree not far away. "Don't panic, look at the moss on that tree." Guy looked at it and saw half a vague footprint on the moss. He wondered, why are there footprints there? Is there someone else chasing this group of wandering ninjas? The footprints on the tree not far away and the footprints in the quagmire obviously belong to a different group of people. If the footprints in the quagmire belong to the group of wandering ninjas, then the footprints on the tree should belong to another group of ninjas. Since we have already accepted the task, the village should not send anyone else, so I suspect that the other group of people who are chasing these wandering ninjas should be the people of the Mist Village. Hyojin's speculation is not without a target, because according to the intelligence, this group of wandering ninjas is a traitorous ninja of the Mist Village, so it is reasonable for the Mist Village to send a hunting force to kill them. Guy was at a loss for a while because it involves other ninja villages. Then what should we do? Hyojin pondered for a moment and immediately said firmly, everything that hinders us from completing the task is an enemy. But, let's continue to chase. After chasing for a while, Hyojin and Guy had to stop because two groups of ninjas were confronting each other in front of them. There are 4 people on one side, all dressed as the assassins of the Mist Village. Only the leader does not wear a mask, but has a bandage wrapped around the lower half of his face. According to his figure and appearance, Hyojin recognized that he seems to be Momoji Zabuza, also known as the Demon Man. On the other side of the confrontation, there were only 2 people, the Umbu of Konoha. One of them wasn't big, had white hair, and although he was wearing a fox mask, Kuroto still recognized him as the genius ninja of the same generation as him, Hatake Kakashi. The 2 sides are full of gunpowder, and it seems that they will fight at any time. Seeing that another Mai ninja arrived, Zabuza pulled out the long sword behind him and looked like he was about to fight. Standing on the tree branch, Hyojin put one hand on his waist and glanced at the ninjas of the Mist Village. Looking arrogant and contemptuous, he said, "Get out of here." Zabuza was furious. "Do you want to die, boy?" Hyojin ignored Zabuza and ordered, "Guy, go teach him a lesson." Guy has long been accustomed to listening to Hyojin's orders along the way, not to mention that the other side is a ninja of the Mist Village, so after agreeing, he rushed towards Zabuza. It seems that they didn't expect Hyojin to be so arrogant. The Mist Assassins and the Mayumbu were surprised, but both sides have concerns, so they didn't immediately make a move. They just let Zabuza and Guy fight one-on-one. As a taijutsu ninja, Guy attacked from close range, not giving the enemy a chance to use ninjutsu. Zabuza seems to be very confident in his sword skills. He is not afraid of taijutsu. He waved his sword and fought with Guy. For a time, the wind from the fist and the sword flashed. At this time, Zabuza has a little reputation in the Mist Village. Although he hasn't been promoted to the 7th swordsman, he is also one of the best among his peers in the Mist Village. His moves are fierce and murderous. Guy is also in a period of rapid growth. His speed and strength are increasing sharply every day. He is no longer the last in the school. The battle between the 2 entered a white-hot state from the beginning, and the impact is getting wider and wider, causing the Mist Ninjas and the Mayumbu to retreat a distance. After the 2 sides retreated, the scene suddenly quieted down. Guy's face was dignified. At this moment, there were more than a dozen knife wounds on his body. Although the wounds were very shallow, and some of them only scratched the skin, he was still injured. Zabuza held the knife horizontally, panting with a ferocious expression. His ribs were kicked hard by Guy, and it seemed that several of his ribs were broken. He couldn't straighten his back for a while, and there was a dull pain when he breathed. Hyojin, who was standing on the tree, saw the opportunity and immediately said, "Guy, you go back." Guy didn't argue and silently retreated to the side. Although the fight just now was short, it also let Guy weigh the weight of Zabuza. He knew that if he didn't use the forbidden technique, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. He gently fell from the tree branch to the ground. In front of both sides, Hyojin walked towards Zabuza and said, "I'm different from Guy. I don't need to be too serious to deal with trash like you." His tone was flat, and his expression was contemptuous, as if he was facing a cat or dog that didn't need to be too concerned. When had Zabuza ever been so despised? He suddenly became furious. "You dare to call me a trash?" Swish, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he rushed over. He was waiting for this moment. Although Zabuza was angry, he was not a rookie. He knew that he had been tricked, and he immediately shut up. He held the long knife in his hand and slashed at Hyojin. Swish, the wind brought by the long knife made a sharp sound. But Hyojin was not afraid at all. No one noticed that at this moment, the Tenseigan under his goggles was shining with a magnificent brilliance. Through the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan, he had already noticed that the chakra in Zabuza's body was rushing to his hands. At the same time, there was no chakra gathering in Zabuza's legs, and there was no sign of rapid contraction of the leg muscles. All of this had exposed Zabuza's tactical intention. Zabujan's horizontal slash was clearly just to force Hyojin back. The muscles in his legs did not contract, which meant that he had not used any strength. This also meant that after the horizontal slash, there would not be any follow-up slashes. At the same time, the chakra gathered on his arms indicated that after Zabuza forced Hyojin to retreat, he intended to abandon his sword and perform ninjutsu. In just this short instant, Hyojin was able to predict no more Chop's next move through the flow of chakra, as well as the minute changes in his four limbs' muscles. Hence, halt, leaning back, Hyojin's entire set of movements was completed in one breath. While he easily avoided Zabuzin's horizontal slash, his figure did not pull away from Zabuzin at all. How is this possible? Seeing that Hyojin had barely avoided his horizontal slash and seemed to be completely unworried that he would follow up with another attack after his horizontal slash, an extra strike felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, Zabuzin realized that Hyojin had seen through his tactics, but it was too late to change his move. Taking advantage of the moment when Zabuzin swung his sword and had no time to change his move, Hyojin lowered his body and moved in front of Zabuzin. At the same time, he waved his arms and struck a set of soft punches. Staring at Hyojin's palms with chakra, no more strikes heart sank. At this moment, it was too late to swing his sword again or abandon his sword to form a seal. Bam bam bam, a series of muffled sounds of palms hitting the body reached the ears of the surrounding people. In the sound of the palms, Zabuzin's body trembled and finally fell to the ground like a deflated ball. Hiss, whether it was the three members of the Hidden Mists Assassination Unit or Mai's Black Ops, they all secretly took a deep breath. Not for anything else, but because Hyojin solved it too quickly and easily. If Zabuzin was such a master, even Kakashi, who had the reputation of a genius, or the Umbu Jonin next to him would not have 100% chance to win. But Hyojin solved Zabuzin with just a simple confrontation. The whole process was easy, as if the opponent was just a fledgling genin. Kuroto, who was standing in the middle of the field, still had that indifferent expression. He glanced at the three mist ninjas not far away, and then kicked the unconscious Zabuzin on the ground, turned around and kicked him toward the three mist ninjas. Take him and get out. Two mist ninjas supported Zabuzin, who was kicked by Hyojin, and the other one said, "We were ordered to kill the traitorous ninjas." Hyojin raised his head slightly, looked at the mist ninjas contemptuously, and said coldly, "The traitorous ninjas you mentioned are the targets of my mission. If you dare to intervene, I don't mind killing you too." Looking at the unconscious Zabuzin, and looking at the two my Black Ops not far away, the mist ninjas looked at each other, and then hurriedly retreated with Zabuzin on their backs. After the mist ninjas retreated, Hyojin did not greet the two Black Ops, but directly called Guy, who had already wrapped his wound, and continued to track the group of wandering ninjas. At this time, the two Black Ops looked at each other. The older Black Ops muttered, "Hey, that kid just used soft fist, right? Is he from the Hyuga family?" Kakashi with the fox mask nodded and said, "Well, I know both of them, they are my classmates in the same period, one is Metkei, the other is Hyojin." The older Black Ops was surprised. "I remember in your period, there seems to be no powerful guy except you, right?" "How?" In Kakashi's period, most of his classmates had died in the war, and those who survived were often mid-level ninjas. Only Kakashi was one step ahead and reached the level of Jonin at a young age, so in the eyes of the Black Ops, Kakashi was the best ninja in that period. At this moment, Kakashi was also confused. Kuroto didn't have a deep impression of Kuroto. He felt that Kuroto was very mediocre and not worthy of special attention, but Kuroto's performance today really surprised him, especially Kuroto's confidence in dealing with the Mist Village's assassination unit, which reminded him of his sensei, Yondaime Hokage. The older Black Ops continued to say, "Record it, and report to Naruto-sama when you go back." Such a talent should be absorbed into the Black Ops first. On Hyojin's side, Guy, who was galloping, couldn't help but ask, "Kuroto, why don't we ask the two Black Ops about the wandering ninjas?" Hyojin smiled, "There is no need for that. The appearance of the Mist Assassination Unit shows that the wandering ninjas are indeed the traitorous ninjas of the Mist, and the appearance of the Umbu should be to monitor the Mist Assassination Unit entering the country, otherwise, they would have already taken action." There is no need to think about it. Hyojin guessed the general situation. The Mist Village sent the assassination unit, undoubtedly to clean up the mist and take away the corpses, which also means that there may be Mist Kekai ninjas among the traitorous ninjas. Kakashi and the other Black Ops were obviously sent to monitor the Mist Assassination Unit entering the country, which can be seen from the fact that they just confronted each other and didn't fight. Guy also felt that it made sense. If the two Black Ops were only responsible for monitoring the Mist Assassination Unit entering the country, they wouldn't have any information about the wandering ninjas, Not to mention that they have already locked the traces of the wandering ninja's escape, there is really no need to delay any more time. Guy said at this time, Kuroto, you just did a great job, the other guy was very powerful, I didn't expect that he couldn't even block one move from you. Hyojin was actually a little proud of his performance just now, but he won't be blinded by such an achievement. Let's talk about the matter. After a hard fight with Guy, Zabuza consumed a lot of energy and stamina, and the most important thing is that he also broke several ribs. Although this injury is not obvious on the surface, it actually has a great impact on the battle, especially in terms of taijutsu. This is also one of the main reasons why Zabuza chose to force Hyojin to retreat, and then abandon his sword to use ninjutsu, because his ribs were injured, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in terms of taijutsu. In this way, Hyojin not only took advantage of the opponent's injury, but also caught him off guard and grabbed the initiative, plus the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan brought him an advantage. All kinds of factors piled up together to create this quick victory. Of course, from another point of view, it also shows that Hyojin is transforming, the original mediocre him is disappearing, replaced by a decisive, keen, and good at seizing opportunities. Guy asked curiously at this time, Kuroto, you don't seem to be afraid of those mist ninjas at all, but they should all be jonin, right? Hyojin replied, they should only be tokubetsu jonin. Although tokubetsu jonin can also be regarded as a jonin, but in fact, there are still some differences from the real jonin, because jonin is a very broad concept, there are many monsters hidden in it, and there is no lack of Kage-level powerhouses. But tokubetsu jonin is a very clear class, because the stronger ones often quickly promote to jonin, so most of the ninjas who stay in the rank of tokubetsu jonin are slightly weaker than ordinary jonin, and the probability of them being a Kage-level powerhouse is very low. Secondly, Hyojin's attitude towards the Mist Village just now is also an act. In fact, when he encountered the confrontation between the Mist Village's assassination unit and his village's Umbu, Hyojin had already started to act. He wants to change his previous mediocre image, but he can't go too far, so the choice of opponents is particularly important, and Zabuza, whose strength has reached the level of a tokubetsu jonin, and his experience isn't too old, is undoubtedly a good stepping stone. As for the arrogance in his attitude, it is also intentional by Hyojin. Firstly, the descendants of aristocratic families were more or less arrogant. This kind of attitude was the most normal. Secondly, arrogance also meant that one should not be provoked. When faced with an arrogant and cold person, many people would think twice before making a move. This would indirectly reduce a lot of trouble for Hyojin. However, there was another reason why Hyojin started to establish a new image so quickly. Yesterday, Kuroto learned a piece of news from you that due to the serious shortage of manpower in the village, the higher-ups have decided to select a group of special jonin ninjas. And this time, Hyojin was determined to get his hands on this promotion opportunity. Once he becomes a tokubetsu jonin, his identity and status will change dramatically. One must know that his current status is that of a chunin who was promoted in batches during wartime. In terms of status, it is not comparable to a chunin who was promoted normally. Therefore, if he becomes a tokubetsu jonin, it would be equivalent to crossing 2 levels in a row, and suddenly surpass all chunin ninjas, completely getting rid of the fate of cannon fodder, and becoming one of the high-level combatants in the village. Moreover, after becoming a tokubetsu jonin, he can submit a request to the village to learn high-level ninjutsu or even secret techniques. In the beginning, for generations exchanged for the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique through his merits on the battlefield, thus laying the foundation for him to advance to the Kage level. After tracking all the way, a few hours later, Hyojin and Guy finally found the group of wandering ninjas. There were a total of 5 people, all dressed like mist ninjas. The leader had his hair in a bun, and there was a cinnabar red dot on each of his eyebrows. It seems that he is from the Kagaya clan. Hyojin whispered, it seems to be the Kagaya clan from the bone vein, be careful. Guy nodded cautiously. Famous bloodline inheritance families were not to be trifled with. Guy, who had experienced war before, knew this very well. The Splendor Knight clan of Hidden Mist was famous for their strength and madness. They were the type of fiends that everyone avoided on the battlefield. The Kagaya clan ninja on the opposite side laughed and said, did Mai send you 2 kids to kill us? The other wandering ninjas also laughed, and one of them said, I heard that Mai's Naruto was killed in his own village not long ago, it seems that Mai is really finished. Hyojin looked around with the Tenseigan, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he had an idea in his heart. The bone vein of the Kagaya clan, coupled with their superb taijutsu, is almost a combination of offense and defense. Ordinary taijutsu and weapons are useless against them, even soft fists may not be able to penetrate the bone armor of the bone vein. Therefore, the Kagaya clan is very good at restraining taijutsu ninjas, and unfortunately, both Hyojin and Guy are taijutsu ninjas. Because of this, Hyojin decisively decided to use Rain Will Pull to attack the leading Kagaya clan ninja, and quickly sealed his chakra with soft fists, so that he can't use bone vein. After making up his mind, Hyojin deliberately showed weakness and said, "This is the territory of the country of fire, please leave immediately." When the wandering ninjas on the opposite side heard this, they laughed even more unscrupulously, and some even took out the wine pot on their waist and drank as if there was no one else around. Taking a few more steps forward, Suijin pretended to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside and shouted, "If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite." The Kagaya clan ninja also took a few steps towards Hyojin, and said with a smile, "Kid, you know who I am." Halfway through his words, the Kagaya clan ninja suddenly felt a huge suction force pulling his body, and he was sucked in the direction of Hyojin. At the same time, Hyojin flew up, and like a fierce tiger, he met the ninja. The two sides were only about 10 meters apart, so in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Bang bang bang, with a muffled sound of a palm strike, the Kagaya clan ninja did not even have time to activate his Kekkei Genkai, and all the major acupoints on his body were sealed by Hyojin's soft fists, and his whole body fell to the ground like a sandbag. Sealing the acupoints was not the end. Hyojin hit the defenseless opponent with a set of 8 trigrams palm, and all of them were aimed at the opponent's vital points, and in an instant, the opponent was killed, and the opponent's brain was damaged. This group of people was a traitorous ninja, the mission target, and different from the previous Sabuza, so they were killed without mercy. At the same time as Hyojin made his move, Guy also flew forward, blocking the other 4 wandering ninjas. Except for the leader of the Kagaya clan, the strength of the other 4 members of this group of wandering ninjas is not up to par, so before Kuroto could come to support them, Guy alone cleaned them up. After sealing the Kagaya clan ninja's body in the mission scroll, Hyojin and Guy did not delay and immediately returned to the village. On the way, Guy could not help but wonder, "Kuroto, what happened just now?" Guy doesn't have any Kekkei Genkai, but his insight isn't weak. Hyojin using Rain Pull at such a close distance naturally can't hide from him. But he didn't think too much about it. Hearing Hyojin say that it's a secret technique, he immediately praised, "I didn't even notice when you used it, your secret technique is really powerful." Rain Pull is the same as Pain's Shinra Tensei, it's strong in that it doesn't require hand seals and can be activated at will. For those who don't know, it's very easy to fall into the trap when encountering it for the first time. At that time, even a master as strong as Sasori had his 3 generations of Kazekage puppets taken away by Hyojin, instantly reversing the situation of the battle. At this time, Hyojin put away his smile and said seriously, "Remember, this is my secret, don't reveal it to others, not even to your companions in the village." Protecting the secret of Rain Pull is also one of the reasons why Hyojin didn't choose to capture the target alive, but to kill him on the spot. Guy nodded, "I understand, I won't tell anyone." For this guy, Hyojin is still quite at ease. Although he looks a bit funny, he is actually a very well-behaved ninja. Returning to the village, Hyojin and Guy went straight to the mission center. After handing over the mission center once again increased the authority of Hyojin's squad, opening all high-level A-level missions including assassination to Hyojin. Because this time, Hyojin completed the mission very well. Not only did he quickly eliminate all the mission targets, but he also brought back the corpse of a mist village Kekkei Genkai ninja. It can be said that he exceeded the requirements of the mission. The corpse of a ninja is, to a certain extent, a source of information. Especially the corpse of a Kekkei Genkai ninja, the research value is even greater, so during the war, the major ninja villages have formed a capable body collection team, specifically responsible for collecting the corpses of Kekkei Genkai ninjas left on the battlefield for research. In the next few months, Hyojin and Guy transformed into mission maniacs and completed 2 A-level missions and 5 B-level missions with the identity of Chunin. With an efficient completion rate, they became the topic of conversation in the village. The receptionists at the mission center started to filter out missions for Hyojin, making things more convenient for him. After completing another B-rank mission, Hyojin, who was on his way home, suddenly felt someone spying on him. He quietly observed his surroundings and frowned slightly. Although there are people coming and going on the streets around him, no one is spying on him in the dark. This is something that he is very sure of with his Tenseigan, but the feeling of being spied on still exists, which makes him feel puzzled. Soon, he recalled a secret technique that had been used by 3 generations. Telescope technique. Are 3 generations spying on me? It seems that the hard work of these days has allowed me to enter the vision of 3 generations. After guessing that it might be 3 generations spying on him, Hyojin didn't care too much. The 3 generations spying was obviously an investigation before he used Hyojin. Otherwise, with the current situation of the village, the 3 generations who were busy with official business wouldn't have the time to observe a Chunin. This kind of spying from time to time lasted for about a month. Hyojin was already very cautious, and after guessing that 3 generations were spying on him, he became even more careful. There was no abnormal behavior, and every day, there were missions and missions, so he was sure that the 3 generations wouldn't find anything wrong with him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Hyojin to receive the internal assessment notice to advance to Tokubetsu Jonin. Tokubetsu Jonin can already be regarded as the high-level combat power of the village. Although the village can mobilize tens of thousands of ninjas in wartime, in fact, including the Tokubetsu Jonin, the number of Tokubetsu Jonin is only a few hundred. In other words, among the 100 ninjas in the village, there are only a few Jonin and Tokubetsu Jonin, and the rest are Chunin and Genin. Such a proportion also means that the Tokubetsu Jonin is already a real command level. In wartime, a Tokubetsu Jonin can even command several 4-person squads to perform tasks. The location of the assessment is a base of the Umbu, where Hyojin found many familiar faces. Among them are Guy, Kurenai, Azuma, Irika, Mitarashi Andu, Okiha Ginma, Gecko, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Shursui, and many other Chunin of the same age as Kuroto. There are also many middle-aged elite Chunin, and there is even a genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui. Guy shouted from afar, "Kuroto, here, here." Hyojin walked over and greeted his classmates who had gathered together. If it was in the past, Hyojin would still be a little restrained when he gets along with this group of people. After all, ninja is a profession that pays attention to strength. Without strength, even if they are classmates, the relationship will not be close. But now Hyojin can deal with these classmates calmly. In terms of mentality, he even faintly feels a little condescending. Seeing Kuroto's indifferent expression, Asuma asked with a sullen face, "Hey, I heard that you and Guy have completed several A-level missions, is that true?" After listening to Asuma, Kurenai, Irika, Red Bean, and others all gathered around, obviously they are also very interested in this matter. Hyojin nodded, "Yeah." Guy laughed and said, "How is it? I didn't lie, did I? We really completed several A-level tasks." As the object of everyone's ridicule, Guy has always been listening to others show off. Today, it is finally his turn to show off, so naturally he is in a good mood. After being shown off by Guy, everyone's mood is naturally not much better, and they all have the idea of competing in their hearts, so as they chatted, the topic was led to this Tokubetsu Jonin assessment. Asuma glanced around, then whispered to the people around him, "I heard that there are more than 200 Chunin participating in this assessment, and there are only about 15 places for Tokubetsu Jonin." Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. More than 200 people competing for about 15 places, which is equivalent to 13 or 14 people competing for one place, the competition can be imagined the intensity. Irika said gloomily, "It seems that there is no hope for me." Genjian and Gale also sighed, obviously as unconfident as Irika. Seeing Irika and the others sighing, Asuma said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, can't you guys have a little more confidence? That bastard Kakashi is already a Jonin, how can we be so dejected in the Tokubetsu Jonin assessment?" As the son of Naruto, being suppressed by Kakashi has always been a knot in Asuma's heart. Sometimes the 3 generations would even use Kakashi to educate him, which made him depressed. Guy, who has the same knot in his heart, clenched his fists and echoed, "Yes, we must catch up with Kakashi." Hyojin took the time to observe other competitors. He roughly counted the number of Chunin participating in the assessment, but almost none of them has more chakras amount than him, so he is still very confident in himself. At this time Uchiha Jishui came in front of him and said, "Senpai, thank you for taking care of Itachi before, he has mentioned you to me many times, saying that you are a very good ninja." Hyojin looked at him, "You are Uchiha Jishui?" Carefully looking at the short Uchiha in front of him, Hyojin's thoughts suddenly diverged. Uchiha Jishui. A young man who affected Itachi's life and indirectly caused the extinction of the Uchiha clan. A young man who was full of reconciliation with the village but was ruthlessly betrayed and attacked by the Danzo. After losing a Manjikyu Sharingan, in order to avoid the escalation of the conflict between the clan and the village, he resolutely chose to commit suicide in silence. This Uchiha, whose talent may be above Itachi's, ended his short and brilliant life in an almost tragic way. It's really sad. Thinking of Jishui's future, Hyojin couldn't help but secretly sigh. Jishui's sad end is inseparable from his naivety. He shouldn't have exposed his Manjikyu Sharingan, let alone confessed the dreaded Kotoama Tsukumi Jutsu to the village's top leaders. Putting himself in Naruto's shoes, if there was a strong person who mastered Kotoama Tsukumi Jutsu among the Uchiha clan who was planning the coup, Hyojin would not be at ease. Converging his divergent thoughts, Hyojin smiled and said, "I have heard a lot of legends about the Sharingan. I hope this time I can have the opportunity to fight with you and experience the power of the Sharingan firsthand." Jishui also smiled, "Compared with your Byakugan Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan has no advantage, but I am also looking forward to learning from you." After a few polite words, Jishui turned and left. Jishui is very clear about the current suspicion of the village towards Uchiha, so he keeps a certain distance from the ninjas in the village, not only to protect himself, but also to protect the ninjas in the village. Looking at the back of Jishui leaving, Hyojin sighed softly. The reason why Uchiha's coup seemed so ridiculous was because the three experts in their clan were either slacking off or rebelling. Not to mention Jishui and Itachi, the patriarch Uchiha Fuyue, this guy was completely coerced by the people to plan the coup. He didn't have a strong desire for a coup at all, so after discovering his son's rebellion, he directly gave up resistance and used his own life to fulfill Itachi's ninjutsu. In fact, if the Uchiha clan can work together, it is hard to say whether the coup will succeed or not, but it will definitely destroy Konoha. In fact, Jishui alone could wipe out the upper echelons of Mai with the help of Xianxia. Just as Hyojin secretly sighed with emotion, Guy came over and whispered, "Hey, although this Jishui is very famous, he seems to be a very easy person to deal with. Uchiha seems to be very easy to get along with." Genma coldly snorted, "That also depends on who it is. Kuroto is a member of the Hyuga family, of course he will be polite. If it was you, he may not even pay attention to you." Asma also came over and said with a sullen face, "This guy is not simple. If you meet him during the assessment, you must be careful." Guy looked curious, "How strong is he?" "I heard that he has a record of killing 3 Jonin in the mist. He is recognized as a genius in the Uchiha clan." After a pause, Asma continued to explain, "I also heard from the old man that his strength is enough to be promoted to a Jonin. This time's Tokubetsu selection is just a formality." Everyone on the side was shocked. "What?" Looking at the surprised faces of everyone, Asma shrugged his shoulders. "What is there to be surprised about? You take a good look, Uchiha only sent him alone, this already explains the problem." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately paid attention to observe. They found that although the venue was crowded, there was really only one ninja wearing the Uchiha emblem, Uchiha Jishui. Suddenly, everyone's heart sank. Asma obviously did not lie, one of the 15 or so promotion places has indeed been decided by Uchiha. Of course, in fact, it cannot be regarded as a decision, because with the strength of Jishui, it is easy to pass the selection. Such a decision instead restricts the Uchiha clan from sending more clansmen to compete for the quota. However, Kuroto noticed that he seemed to be the only Hyuga clan member participating in the assessment, so he thought in his heart, did the Hyuga clan reach some kind of deal with the village and decided to give me a spot? Seeing Hyojin's expression changed a little, Asma winked and patted him on the shoulder. "Did you find out? Your Hyuga family must have also fought for a quota for you." Hyojin crossed his arms over his chest and put on an unhappy expression. What an unnecessary move. Going through the back door, If he said that he was disgusted, it would seem too hypocritical, but in front of a group of students, he must show disdain for this privilege. As a teammate, Guy deeply agreed, well, with Kuroto's strength, there will be no problem in this assessment. Everyone has also heard of Hyojin's recent achievements, and they know that his strength is indeed growing very fast, so they all nodded in agreement, and in everyone's mind, it is a matter of course for the children of the rich to have some privileges. Although they were surprised, it is not worth too much attention. At this time, the three generations appeared in the examination hall. The ninjas who participated in the assessment were all experienced ninjas, so there were no three generations? Gather? Are you stupid? Ji Lacy Ji says the main purpose of this examination was to test one's combat strength. As long as one's combat strength was sufficient, or they had a specialty in a certain area that others could not hope to reach, then they would be able to pass the examination. Therefore, for Kekkei Genkai and Secret Jutsu ninjas, it is much easier to become a Tokubetsu Jonin than a commoner ninja. The rules of the assessment were to draw lots randomly. After the notary drew lots, Hyojin's first opponent was Sunset Red, who was in the same batch as him. Training ground number 9. With one hand on his waist, Hyojin said calmly, "Hong, your luck isn't very good." Red's face was a little gloomy. She didn't say anything and just stared at Hyojin as if she was looking for Hyojin's flaws. As a Genjutsu ninja, encountering a Kekkei Genkai ninja is indeed tricky. It is well known that whether it is Byakugan or Sharingan, they have a certain degree of resistance to Genjutsu. Although it is not 100% immune to Genjutsu, the effect of ordinary Genjutsu will inevitably be greatly reduced for these Kekkei Genkai ninjas. Hyojin is also very curious about the resistance of his Tenseigan to Genjutsu, so he didn't rush to attack as he did in the past, but quietly waited for Hong to make a move. Hyojin's calmness gave Hong a great sense of oppression, making her faintly feel that something was wrong. Under the pressure of confrontation, Hong finally couldn't bear it. Magical Genjutsu, Tree Bind Kill. As soon as Hong attacked, she used her best Genjutsu, which is also one of the secret Genjutsu of her family. Hyojin was in a trance for a moment, but he instantly calmed down as if nothing had happened. From the feedback of chakra, Red clearly felt that Hyojin had cracked her Genjutsu. This result shocked her to no end. According to common sense, even if the enemy can crack the Genjutsu, it often takes a process to crack the Genjutsu. This process can be done by mobilizing chakra to stimulate oneself, or by self-harm. In short, the process of dispelling the Genjutsu is almost indispensable. But Hyojin didn't do anything and broke her Genjutsu, which somewhat subverted her understanding of Genjutsu. Hyojin on the field also had some insights at this moment. There is no doubt that the Tenseigan has a strong resistance to Genjutsu. If it is an ordinary Genjutsu, he hardly needs to take the initiative to do anything, and the Tenseigan can passively remove the influence of the Genjutsu on him. And the whole process happened in an instant. The sparring continued, and Hyojin suppressed the joy in his heart and said to Red, "I'll give you a piece of advice, don't use Genjutsu easily when you meet a strong pupil technique user." Red stared at Hyojin, "Why is my Genjutsu ineffective? How did you do it?" Red's loud question attracted a lot of people's attention. Many Chunin ninjas who haven't had their turn to fight on the stage have cast their eyes over, watching the competition between Hyojin and Red. Seeing that there were a lot of people in the audience, Kuroto secretly thought that this was a good opportunity to establish the image of a strong person, so he said lightly, "For a pupillary jutsu, ordinary Genjutsu is meaningless. This is why I said you are unlucky before, because your Genjutsu is useless against me." Red is not a person who easily admits defeat. She snorted coldly when she heard this, and immediately printed again, and whispered, "Genjutsu, Sanju Sakura." The number 9 practice field seemed to be blown by a breeze. The corner of Red's mouth slightly raised, "You fell for it." After that, she lowered her figure, and her whole body rushed with the breeze towards Hyojin, who stood still. Hyojin, on the other hand, remained motionless, as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion and had lost all reaction to the outside world. But just when the crowd of Chunin who were watching the battle thought that Kurenai was about to succeed, Hyojin suddenly raised his right arm without warning and accurately blocked Kurenai's attack route. "You!" Red froze on the spot as her sure kill attack was blocked. Hyojin didn't even turn his head. He just turned around and kicked Red, who was still in a daze, away. It seems that you still don't understand. Interference illusions are also ineffective against me. Hyojin spoke very slowly and calmly, as if he was merely stating an obvious fact. She crawled up from the ground with a red face and asked in a daze, how? How could this be? Genjutsu is the unique skill of the Kurenai family, and it has always been something that Kurenai has been proud of, but today, this pride was shattered in front of the truth. Not only Kurenai, but even many of the Chunin who were watching the battle were either shocked or surprised, and Uchiha Jishui, who had just defeated his opponent, also noticed this side. Hyojin knew that Kurenai lost her father in the Nine Tails Rebellion not long ago. He didn't want to provoke her too much, but on second thought, it is an unavoidable fact that ordinary Genjutsu ninjas are weak in the face of strong Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai. It may not be a bad thing for Kurenai to realize this earlier. So, Hyojin still said in a cold tone, there will always be someone who will let you understand this. Instead of letting the enemy tell you, it is better to let me tell you. Kurenai looked at Hyojin, can your eyes really see through everything? Hyojin shrugged and didn't answer. Then he remembered that Kurenai was easily beaten by Itachi, and kindly reminded, if you encounter a strong Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai, remember not to rely too much on Genjutsu, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Kurenai nodded solemnly, and then decisively chose to admit defeat. Although she lost this battle, it was not without gain for her. On the contrary, this battle made her realize her weakness and understand which kind of ninja is her natural enemy. On the viewing platform in the distance, 3 generations looked at this scene, pondered for a while, and immediately ordered the Umbu next to him, in the last round, arrange for Hyojin to fight with Uchiha Jishui. The Umbu on the side also seemed to be looking forward to the battle between the Sharingan and the Byakugan, so he nodded and said, yes, I will arrange it. Not surprisingly, Hyojin won 2 rounds in a row and qualified to enter the final round of assessment. At this time, there are only 30 Chunin left in the venue. Among these 30 Chunin, only Guy, Asuma, and Uchiha Jishui are familiar to Hyojin. As for the other students, they were all eliminated in the previous test. For Hyojin and Jishui's winning streak, Asuma had already expected it, but he didn't expect that Guy, who has always been at the bottom, could also win 3 games in a row, so he said in surprise, Guy, you have made a lot of progress. Guy put on his signature pose, showing his big white teeth and laughed, Waha, I'm the dark blue beast of Konoha. Seeing the winners looking over, Asuma waved his hand awkwardly, don't look at me like that, I don't know him, I really don't know him. At this time, 3 generations walked over slowly with a pipe in his mouth. The group of Chunin hurriedly bowed to 3 generations. 3 generations laughed, you are the best Chunin in the village, as Naruto, I am proud of you. However, the number of Tokubetsu ninjas is limited, you still need to go through the final round of assessment. When everyone heard this, they sized each other up, and their expressions all became solemn at the same time. At this point in the selection, the remaining 30 people are almost the best of the Chunin, and no one dares to say that they can defeat each other, so this final round of assessment is bound to be a fierce confrontation. Ahem, after coughing twice, 3 generations announced, let's start the last round of drawing lots. The result of the drawing of lots came out soon. The first match of the last round, Hyojin vs Uchiha Jishui, Hyojin was not surprised by the result of the drawing of lots. He never believed in the so-called drawing of lots. In his opinion, manipulating the results of the drawing of lots is a necessary means of every leader, and there is nothing to criticize. Jishui was just a little stunned, and then he calmed down. Unlike Hyojin and Jishui's calmness, the others immediately became very interested after seeing the result of the drawing of lots. As the 2 major pupil techniques in the village, which is stronger between Sharingan and Byakugan, has always been the topic of repeated discussion in the village, so the duel between Hyojin and Jishui is bound to be a hot topic. Without the need for anyone to urge him, Suijin leaped lightly and landed on the first training field. Hyojin is in a good state of mind at the moment. In this situation, Jishui will definitely not use Manjikyu Sharingan and any pupil technique related to Manjikyu. Then, everyone will compete with basic skills. Hyojin has Chakra's amount that is better than Jishui, and he also has Tenseigan that has a strong resistance to Genjutsu. He won't be at a disadvantage in terms of Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. Therefore, he has a good chance of winning this battle. Jishui slowly stepped onto the platform and bowed to Hyojin and replied, "Senpai, I will try my best." The battle begins. The referee issued the command to start the battle in a timely manner. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Hyojin and Jishui on the platform entered the battle state. Jishui was the first to attack. In less than 2 seconds, he has shot more than a dozen shurikens. Clang, 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 these dozens of shurikens collided with each other in the air, changing their flight trajectories, front, back, left, right, like a big net spreading out, covering the sky and covering the earth. Although he has seen Itachi's ninja tools, but looking at Jishui's ninja tool throwing, Hyojin can't help but be shocked. Whether it is the angle or the strength, it is impeccable. Even with Tenseigan, Hyojin can't see the flaws in it. He can only find a space to dodge by shooting ninja tools at each other. Restraining his impetuosity, Hyojin immediately found an opportunity and shot 8 shurikens. Ding 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 ding, in an instant, the sound of shurikens intercepting each other resounded throughout the examination room. Looking at the dazzling ninja tool throwing battle on the stage, the Chunin ninjas watching the battle below the stage all held their breath. Those who can advance to this step can be regarded as good ninja tool throwers, so naturally they can see the intensity of the battle on the stage. Suddenly, Guy, who was in the crowd, exclaimed, "Look, the shurikens that were blocked by the mirror are moving again. It's steel wire." Jishui used specially processed steel wire to connect the shurikens. "If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it at all," Asma said with a gloomy face. The exclamations below the stage did not affect Hyojin on stage. He has long known that Uchiha's ninja shuriken is very powerful, so how could he not pay attention to his opponent's second attack? So when he counterattacked, he had already deliberately attacked the wires connected to the shuriken. It's just that these steel wires have obviously been specially treated. Not only are they tough, but they also don't reflect light at all. Even with the Tenseigan, Hyojin can't find them one by one when moving at high speed. In addition, Jishui's technique was very experienced, so after a while, he still missed a few steel wires. The consequence of this mistake was that he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. This is because of Hyojin's lack of throwing skills, and also because of his lack of preparation, because in just a moment of fighting, his ninja bag is already empty. Kuroto thought that Jishui's ninja tools were running out, but he didn't expect that Jishui took out a scroll at this time, unfolded it, and pressed it gently. Suddenly, countless shurikens popped out of the smoke. Connected by steel wires, these shurikens flew up and down in the air, as if they were alive. At first glance, Hyojin even thought that Jishui was controlling these shurikens with his mind. Seeing this scene, there was only one thought left in his mind: ninja tools can be used like this. Below the stage, Asma shook his head and sighed, "I'm afraid Kuroto is going to lose. This Jishui is more difficult to deal with than I thought." Guy stared at the two people fighting on the stage, and said without looking back, "Don't worry, this is just a warm-up. Kuroto didn't use his real skills at all." As Guy said, when he deeply realized that the gap between the two ninja tools can't be made up by the pupil power alone, Hyojin decisively gave up the entanglement of the ninja tools and rushed straight to Jishui. Taijutsu is where Hyojin's advantage lies. Seeing Hyojin rushing over aggressively, Jishui's fingers that controlled the steel wires danced gently, as if he was playing a famous song, and under his control, the countless shurikens flying around him immediately shot towards Hyojin. Revolving Sky. After a few months of training, Hyojin has become very skilled in the use of Revolving Sky, and he can launch it at any time, anywhere, and at will. Clang clang clang, countless shurikens hit the sky and made a sound that hurt people's eardrums, and the shurikens that were bounced by Revolving Sky flew in all directions. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. 3 generations Naruto immediately used Earth Release, and erected 4 earth walls on the edge of the training stage, blocking the shurikens that were bounced off by Revolving Sky. The Chunin who were watching the battle on the side also hurriedly retreated 10 meters. Among them, Asma wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and muttered, "These two guys." Guy didn't seem to care, and laughed. It's inevitable to take some risks to watch such an exciting battle. On the stage. With the opportunity bought by Revolving Sky, Hyojin finally got close to Jishui, only to see his palms together, and his whole body was like a fierce tiger released from the cage, unstoppable. Jishui was not afraid, and immediately pulled out the short sword on his back, and the three magatama in his eyes kept rotating. In an instant, the two were fighting, competing in taijutsu. After a while, a chunin in the audience was surprised. Why are there taijutsu? Why is it so strange? Many of the chunin who were watching the battle also nodded in agreement. Both Homusubi and Homusubi looked a bit weird in the middle of the fight. Their attacks were always abruptly stopped in the middle of launching, and often they would abruptly stop halfway through a palm strike, or abruptly change the direction of a sword strike. After fighting for a while, neither of them had a complete attack. Most of the time, they were alternating between attacking, changing, and forcefully stopping their attacks. Moreover, the speed at which they attacked and stopped their attacks was simply too fast, so in the eyes of the spectators, the battle between the two of them was full of strangeness. Guy, who was well versed in the way of taijutsu, seemed to have become a different person at this moment, and explained in an unusually serious tone, "This is prediction. Both of them are constantly predicting each other's attacks, that's why it looks so strange." Asma said with some disbelief, "So frequent prediction and adjustment. Isn't their insight a little too exaggerated? Are they still human?" Asma seemed to have asked the question that was in everyone's mind. Everyone had the same thought. Is it really possible that a Jutsu Kekai ninja can do whatever they want? The eyes of the three generations flashed, and no one knew what they were thinking. The Umbu who was standing on the side asked softly, "Naruto-sama, are they deliberately competing with each other's jutsu?" Such a high-intensity contest of pupil power is not a small burden for both Hyojin and Jishuei, so this kind of strange close combat is difficult to sustain for a long time. Hyojin gasped violently while supporting himself with one hand. At this moment, his whole body is extremely sore, and his legs and stomach have begun to tremble. If he didn't support himself with his hands, he wouldn't even be able to stabilize his body. This contest is not only a contest of pupil power, but also the control of their bodies. The change of moves in the slightest is a huge test for the muscles of the whole body, which puts the muscles all over his body under high pressure all the time, so even if it is just a moment of sparring, the intensity of the sparring is equal to that of sparring with Guy for an entire afternoon. On the other side, Shursui was in an even worse state. He was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. He looked like he was out of strength. Jishuei didn't care much about Itachi's praise of Hyojin before. This is not because he is arrogant, but because he is indeed qualified to look down on most of the so-called geniuses in the village. But after this contest, Kuroto finally realized how strong Kuroto's pupil power is. Kuroto never thought that he would be at a disadvantage in a contest of insight after awakening the Manjikyu's Sharingan. Neither of them rushed to get up, but tacitly took a rest for a while. After a while, Hyojin calmed his breathing, stood up first, and said, "Let's continue." Jishuei seems to have not recovered, but he still forced himself to stand up and nodded with a solemn expression. Suijin's body slightly crouched, and then with a fierce stomp of his foot, the two shurikens that fell beside his feet were shaken up, and immediately after that, he grabbed the shurikens in each hand and threw them towards Homusubi. At the same time, his figure flickered, and he followed the two shurikens and rushed towards Jishuei. Jishuei has suffered enough in the physical contest just now. At this moment, how can he let Hyojin get close to him easily, so he immediately printed and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, a huge flame spurted out from Jishuei's mouth, almost covering the entire training platform. Seeing the overwhelming fireball rushing towards him, Hyojin had no way to avoid it, so he had to use revolving sky again. For a time, the sparring platform turned into a big stove with a fan. Suijin, who was in the center of the sparring platform, was like the fan in the stove, messing up Homusubi's fireball jutsu. The chunin who were watching the battle around the training platform were in chaos again, trying to avoid the splashing flames, and even the three generations had to retreat for a while. On the platform, Hyojin, who was resisting the fireball technique, didn't feel good. Revolving sky is a defensive method against physical attacks, and its effect is greatly reduced in the face of ninjutsu. Therefore, although Hyojin blocked Jishuei's fireball technique, his consumption of chakra is 3 times or even 4 times that of Jishuei. Even if his chakra amount is higher than Jishuei, this exchange ratio is unbearable for him. Fortunately, Suijin managed to block the great fireball, and by this time, he was already in front of Shursui. Body flicker technique. Knowing how terrifying Hyojin was in close combat, Jishui couldn't care about his physical fatigue, and once again printed and used his trump card. Accompanied by Jishui's voice, more than a dozen Jishui appeared on the training platform like shadow clones. Hyojin immediately stopped his attack, and the breathtaking Tenseigan under the goggles glanced around, trying to find the real body of Jishui, but for some reason, every Jishui on the platform is like the real body, making it difficult for him to distinguish for a while. Hyojin doesn't know much about Jishui's body flicker technique, but he knows that Jishui has a titled body flicker Jishui. Since she can use the word body flicker as a title, then Jishui's body flicker technique must have some skills. At this time, more than a dozen Jishui on the platform said in unison, "Kuroto-senpai, I'm going to attack." The voice came from all directions, making it difficult for Hyojin to distinguish. And as soon as Jishui's voice fell, a storm of attacks followed closely behind. Besieged by more than a dozen Jishui, Hyojin was in a difficult situation. Not only was he in a difficult situation, but he also quickly got a few more knife wounds on his body. As a last resort, he had to use Revolving Heaven again, barely blocking the siege of Jishui's body flicker technique. After winning a brief respite, Hyojin had a chance to observe Jishui's body flicker technique. Gradually, he was able to see some clues. Jishui's body flicker technique seems to create phantoms through ultra-high-speed movement, creating a scale of more than a dozen real bodies, making it difficult for the enemy to resist. Moreover, unlike Gai's fast movement, Jishui's body flicker technique is not a pure taijutsu technique, but similar to the soft fist technique of the Hyuga clan, it is a ninjutsu technique mixed with ninjutsu. Although it requires hand seals, the effect is better than Gai's fast movement, so much so that Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, couldn't see through it at the first moment. But in the final analysis, Jishui's body flicker technique is also a taijutsu technique. As long as it is a taijutsu technique, except for a few abnormal forbidden techniques, Revolving Heaven can deal with most of them. After making up his mind, Hyojin simply stopped taking the initiative to attack and focused on defense. Even if it's chakra, he is not inferior to Jishui. After blocking a few more rounds of Homosubi's attacks, Suijin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "If that's all, then your body flicker technique won't be able to do anything to me." Jishui also noticed this and decisively stopped the body flicker technique, panting violently while saying, "Kuroto-san, I am not your opponent, I have lost this match." Hyojin was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Jishui to admit defeat so easily. Jishui smiled helplessly and explained, "My chakra is almost exhausted, but Kuroto-san seems to still have some energy left. If we continue to fight, I will definitely lose." Looking at Jishui's tired face, Hyojin suddenly had a realization. Although the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan is a qualitative improvement for Jishui, but this improvement is purely in terms of combat power. Not only did it not improve his physique, but it also increased the burden, which can be regarded as a certain degree of weakening. In addition, Jishui is still young, and his body has not yet fully developed, so the burden of the Manjikyu Sharingan is even heavier for him. In essence, the Manjikyu Sharingan is more like an abnormal mutation of the Kekkei Genkai, and its nature is unstable. Before being promoted to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it is a double-edged sword for any ninja. The more frequently it is used, the greater the harm to vision and body. This also explains why Danzo dared to attack Jishui. First, the burden of using the Manjikyu Sharingan is far greater than that of ordinary Sharingan, so Jishui will subconsciously avoid using the Manjikyu when fighting. Second, the Danzo used the name of the village to suppress Jishui, so Jishui did not dare to kill him. Although he wasn't satisfied, Hyojin also knows that Jishui won't use the Manjikyu Sharingan on such an occasion, just like how he won't use the Rain Wheel or the 3 generations Kazekage puppets. What's more, if Jishui really used a big move like Kotoama Tsukumi or Susanoo, Kuroto wouldn't be able to resist it, so he didn't worry about anything and calmly accepted the victory of this match. After getting off the practice platform, Gai and Asma immediately surrounded Kuroto. Gai congratulated him happily, "Kuroto, congratulations." After winning this round, Hyojin's promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin is almost certain, so Gai congratulated him in advance. Asma glanced at Jishui in the distance and whispered to Hyojin, "This Jishui really deserves his reputation, except for you. I'm afraid that few people here can block his body flicker technique." Gai scratched his head and echoed, "Well, I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't think of a way to break it." His body flicker technique is really too fast, and his swordsmanship is also very exquisite. I'm afraid I have to use Hashiman Tonku to compete with him. To some extent, Hyojin with the Tenseigan does somewhat restrain Uchiha's Sharingan. First of all, the Tenseigan can be immune to most ordinary Genjutsu. This alone can suppress many Uchiha who are good at Genjutsu. Secondly, the powerful insight of the Tenseigan, coupled with the revolving heaven, makes him immune to almost all of the Uchiha clan's ninja throw, which is undoubtedly a great suppression for the Uchiha clan who are proficient in ninja throw. Finally, Hyojin's chakra's amount is also better than most Uchiha. In terms of tactical choice, he has a big advantage. Of course, this kind of suppression is limited to ordinary Uchiha. If he were to face an Uchiha shinobi who has opened the Manjikyu Sharingan, then it would be difficult to say whether Hyojin's Tenseigan would be able to resist the Manjikyu pupil technique. Seeing that Asuma and Guy were still racking their brains, trying to figure out how to break Jishui's teleportation technique, Hyojin shook his head and said with a smile, "Jishui is the #1 genius of Uchiha's generation. It's natural for him to have such strength. Don't worry too much." Asuma nodded, but his face was still gloomy. Guy laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I have one more goal to pursue." Asuma was speechless. "What's there to be happy about?" Guy patted Asuma's shoulder and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "The hot-blooded competition between peers is the true youth. Asuma, don't fall behind." Fending off Guy's hand on his shoulder, Asuma looked at Hyojin, then glanced at Jishui in the distance, and finally stared at Guy. "Fall behind? Humph, don't look down on me." After saying that, Asuma turned around and walked to the side angrily. Guy didn't care too much. He rubbed his palms together and looked around. He muttered, "When will it be my turn? I can't wait." After cleaning up the first training platform, the assessment continued. Guy and Asuma went up one after another, and successfully defeated their opponents, each getting a precious promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin. After a series of battles, soon 15 winners were born, and with the emergence of these winners, the promotion assessment of Tokubetsu Jonin was also announced to be over. In the end, because of his excellent performance, as a loser, Uchiha Jishui also got an extra special place and was successfully promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. For the decision of 3 generations Naruto, the Chunin who failed had no opinion, because everyone witnessed the fierce battle between Hyojin and Jishui with their own eyes, and they knew that Jishui did meet the standard for promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin, but his luck was not so good, and he drew a lot against Hyojin, who was stronger than him. After the assessment, 3 generations left: Hyojin, Guy, Asuma, and Jishui. Sandaime-sama carefully looked at the 4 ninjas and then frankly issued an invitation. "You are all excellent ninjas and the future of Konoha. I hope that you can join the Umbu and become the cornerstone of the village's defense. Today's Mai is in urgent need of a new generation of strong ninjas, and the 4 people in front of him are the seedlings of 3 generations." In the face of the personal recruitment of 3 generations, Hyojin, Guy, and Jishui did not hesitate and agreed on the spot. And the most unexpected thing is that Asuma, as the son of 3 generations, clearly expressed his opposition. He crossed his arms over his chest and said, "I don't want to be a sneaky guy." 3 generations suddenly frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Asuma, who is in the rebellious stage, is not afraid of 3 generations. He glanced coldly at Hyojin, Guy, and Jishui, and then shouted at 3 generations, "I will prove to you that I am not worse than the others." Without waiting for anyone to react, Asuma shook his head and left. Asuma is very sensitive. In these few rounds of competition, the opponents in each round are just a little weaker than him, which makes him faintly feel that there is something fishy in this Tokubetsu Jonin selection. His self-esteem cannot let him accept these goodwill that has long been arranged by 3 generations. And he knows that he is indeed not the opponent of Hyojin and Jishui at the moment, and even Guy, he is not sure that he can win, so he can only choose to leave in a huff. After Asuma's disturbance, 3 generations have no interest in saying anything more, and after a simple explanation to Hyojin and the other 2 about joining the Umbu, they also turned and left. Hyojin, who was tired, refused Guy's proposal to celebrate and returned home alone. But as soon as he entered the house, he found that the one-eyed viper was coiled in the corner of the room, hissing and spitting its tongue. After taking the note from the mouth of the one-eyed viper and looking at it, Hyojin burned the note, and immediately changed into ordinary clothes and went to a wine house in the village alone. Going up to the second floor and walking into a single room, Hyojin said to Orochimaru, who was drinking by himself, "Orochimaru-sama, why did you sneak into the village? This is very dangerous." "Dangerous?" Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. "Yondaime-sama and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki are no longer here, and the old man is busy with many things. The village is far less dangerous than it seems." Indeed, as Orochimaru said, there are not many Kage-level masters in Mai today, especially after losing 4 generations. There are very few masters who can threaten Orochimaru. And whether it is 3 generations or Jiraiya, even if they meet Orochimaru, 8 or 9 out of 10, they are not willing to kill. Therefore, although Mai seems to be heavily guarded, for Orochimaru, who is familiar with the village, it is not a forbidden area that cannot be set foot in. Secretly resisting the oppressive feeling of Orochimaru, Hyojin asked calmly, "Then what do you want me to do?" Hyojin's face changed when he heard this, but he quickly returned to normal and replied respectfully, "The assessment went smoothly, and the 3 generations have arranged for me to enter the Umbu." He had just finished the Tokubetsu Jonin assessment, and Orochimaru already knew about it, which somewhat surprised Kuroto. Obviously, Orochimaru had more than one spy planted in the village. Orochimaru put down his glass, stared at Hyojin with a cold expression, and asked, "Kuroto, your recent growth is somewhat beyond my expectations. Is there any secret? Or has the research of Byakugan yielded results?" Hyojin's recent improvement in strength was very significant. Those who didn't know him might think that it was just a normal awakening of his bloodline. After all, Hyojin was in the age of rapid improvement in strength. For example, Guy, Asma, and others, their strength was also rapidly improving during this period. It could be said that there was a change every day. But Orochimaru was different. He knew Hyojin very well and knew that Hyojin was not a talented ninja, so Hyojin's recent performance aroused his suspicion. Hyojin naturally wouldn't admit anything. He shook his head and said, "The research of Kekkei Genkai is not something that can be done overnight. You should know this better than me." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, "Is that so?" Orochimaru knew that Hyojin had only participated in the research for a few years, and it was impossible to produce results in such a short time. Moreover, he had also checked Hyojin's laboratory, which was full of the most basic genetic testing data, and there was no part involving live experiments at all. Think about it, there was no live experiment, let alone the results. Of course, Orochimaru didn't know that Hyojin had actually done a live experiment, and the subject of the experiment was himself, so naturally there was no relevant experimental data. After a while, Orochimaru smiled and said, "It seems that I was wrong before. Not only do you have the potential to become a researcher, but you also have the potential to become an excellent ninja. Thank you for your compliment." As if suddenly remembering something, Orochimaru smiled and said, "I met an interesting guy recently. He asked me about you." "Who?" "The red sand scorpion of the sand crypsis." Orochimaru stared at Hyojin and asked word by word, "You've seen it before?" Hyojin nodded calmly. "We did meet once." Obviously, during this time, Sasori and Orochimaru have joined Akatsuki, and Orochimaru is one of Mai's Sannin, so it is natural for Sasori to inquire about Hyojin's information from him. For this, Hyojin had expected it, so he did not show a surprised expression. Seeing that Hyojin's expression was the same as before, Orochimaru went on to say, "He seems to want to kill you, how did you provoke him?" Hyojin believed that with Sasori's pride, he would not tell Orochimaru in detail about his defeat, so he briefly talked about Mai's action to clean him up, only omitting the accidental capture of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. After that, Hyojin smiled and said, "A small person like me escaped from his hands, maybe it made him feel very ashamed." Hearing this, Orochimaru let out a rare laugh. What Hyojin didn't know was that although Orochimaru and Sasori temporarily formed a 2-person team, they didn't get along well. Both of them were obsessed with immortality. One of them walked the path of biotechnology, while the other walked the path of mechanical technology. Both of them had touched the threshold of immortality in their respective fields. One could imagine how sharp the difference in their views on science was. After laughing for a while, Orochimaru said, "Although I didn't tell him about you, he must have other sources of information, so you have to be careful. He is a paranoid guy, and I don't want to see you among the puppets in his collection. Kuroto nodded. Hyojin immediately smiled bitterly. It's really not a pleasant experience to be hated by such a strong person. Uchiha clan land. Seeing Jishue's figure, Itachi, who was wandering on the side of the road, hurriedly greeted him. Brother Jishue, did the assessment go well? Jishue stroked Itachi's head. Well, it went well. So, Brother Jishue, you are already a Tokubetsu Jonin? Itachi was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately asked, what is the content of the assessment? Tell me quickly. Jishue immediately talked about the interesting things during the Tokubetsu Jonin assessment. Itachi listened carefully for a while and suddenly asked, Brother Jishue must have easily defeated all the opponents, right? Jishue's face stiffened, and then he shook his head gently. In the last round of the test, I lost to my opponent, but Naruto-sama felt that my performance was excellent, and in the end, he allowed me to be promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. Itachi was shocked. Lost? This? How is this possible? Jishue's title as the first genius of Uchiha was not boasted by Uchiha behind closed doors, but was supported by his achievements. Jishue had the strength of a Tokubetsu Jonin, which has long been recognized in the Uchiha clan, so Itachi did not expect that in this Tokubetsu Jonin assessment, someone could defeat Jishue. I didn't think I would lose. With a helpless smile, Jishue continued, the person who defeated me, you also know, is Kuroto-senpai of the Hyuga family. Itachi suddenly understood. Kuroto-senpai. Since young, Itachi had a sharpness far beyond that of ordinary people. He was good at observing and could always find details that others could not notice. Because of this, when he encountered the Jinchuriki of Nibi of Cloud Village last time, he was keenly aware that Hyojin was not too afraid of the opponent. At that moment, he guessed that Hyojin was by no means an ordinary chunin. Jishue said seriously at this time, Itachi, there are endless strong people in the village, we can't be blinded by the power of the Sharingan, we must always be humble. Itachi didn't really understand, but he still nodded seriously. Looking at the clansmen coming and going in the distance, Jishue asked in a low mood, what do you see in them? Itachi carefully observed for a while and said, pride. Yes, they are proud to be born in the Uchiha clan. After a pause, Jishue then said in a deep voice, but this pride is too much that we can't bear it. In the previous battle with Hyojin, not only did Jishue not use the ability of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he even reserved some of his conventional means. And the reason why he did this is not only because he was aware of the village's suspicion of Uchiha, but also because he clearly felt the undercurrent within the Uchiha clan. The matter of the village's great loss of vitality is known even to the other shinobi villages, not to mention the Uchiha clan living in the village. There has never been a lack of ambitious people in the Uchiha clan, but there were too many strong people in the village such as Sannin, for generations, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and so on, so the Uchiha clan could only choose to stay dormant. But now there is only one Jiraiya left in the Sannin, and he is not in the village most of the time. For generations and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have also died in the battle. In the village, only the Sannin and Danzo can make the Uchiha clan feel afraid, so the ambition of many people in the Uchiha clan broke out uncontrollably. Jishue-sai made Itachi fall into contemplation. He was naturally aware of the undercurrent surging within the family. At a young age, he could already vaguely feel the contradiction between the family and the village, but he could do nothing about it. After pondering for a moment, Itachi said, Brother Jishue, if the news that you lost to Senior Kuroto spreads, I'm afraid, it was not an accident that the Uchiha clan was excluded by the village. It could be said that most of the Uchiha were not very likable. The main reason for all this was that once the Uchiha people opened their eyes, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds with the awakening of their bloodline. It was almost inevitable that they would eventually grow into Jonin. He didn't need to put in too much effort to master the power that was above others. Over time, it was inevitable that he would develop a sense of superiority over others. Therefore, Itachi was very worried that after the news of Jishue's defeat to Hyojin spread, those unruly masters in the clan would go to trouble Hyojin. This was not unprecedented. Jishue smiled and said, I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that Senior Kuroto is stronger than you think. Itachi immediately understood Jishue's intention, so he was more curious about the contest between Jishue and Hyojin. He hurriedly asked, tell me about the contest between you and Senior Kuroto. Jishui recalled the previous contest with Hyojin and said slowly, I didn't expect that Senior Kuroto, who had been unknown before, had eyes above me. Alas, every time I think that such a genius is so low-key, I am promoted as the first genius of the family and enjoy the envy and admiration of my companions in the village. I feel a little ashamed. After shaking her head and sighing, Jishui described the process of the contest. Illusion and physical skills can't do anything to Senior Kuroto? After lowering his head and muttering to himself for a while, Itachi said again, Senior Kuroto's strength is so strong. It seems that I worry too much. Jishui recalled something at this moment and said, I always have a feeling. Itachi asked, what feeling? Senior Jing seems to know that I didn't use my full strength. He seems to. Jishui wanted to say that Hyojin seems to have sensed that he has the Manjikyu Sharingan, but he quickly shook his head and drove this absurd idea out of his mind. Currently, only he and Itachi know that he has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan in the entire village, and he believes that Itachi will not reveal this secret. Second floor of the izakaya. After talking about scorpions, Hyojin thought for a moment and asked tentatively, Orochimaru-sama, do you know anything about tailed beasts? Orochimaru was surprised. You're interested in tailed beasts? Is it because of the Jinchuriki of Nibi? Hyojin didn't hide it and nodded naturally, due to my lack of talent, my chakra's amount has never been sufficient. In order to solve this problem, I have read a lot of books and materials, but the answers I got all pointed to tailed beasts. Orochimaru chuckled, you and I are the same, we will do whatever it takes to get the answer, but I will give you a suggestion, don't touch tailed beasts, they are more troublesome than you think. Hyojin quickly said, tailed beasts are taboo in the 5 great shinobi villages. Of course, I won't overestimate my ability to touch them. My idea is it possible to create a small tailed beast? Immediately afterward, Hyojin told Orochimaru about the idea of creating an artificial tailed beast. With the current level of Hyojin's technology, it is impossible to create an artificial tailed beast. If he wants to make an artificial tailed beast like the Zero Tail appear in advance, then he must rely on the power of Orochimaru. Surprised by Hyojin's idea, Orochimaru was slightly startled, and immediately said in a hoarse voice, Kuroto, you are really different from others, a person full of ideas. Hyojin looked at Orochimaru expectantly, is it possible for my idea to be realized? After thinking for a long time, Orochimaru said in a deep voice, in fact, the village has been researching tailed beasts since the beginning of the first Sama, and until the second Sama came to power, the tailed beast research project has always existed. But later, for some reason, the project was suddenly suspended, all the information was sealed, and the tailed beast research project was completely suspended. Hearing this, Hyojin thought in his heart, the village has really studied tailed beasts. In fact, after meeting Shino, Kuroto has been analyzing which village Shino stole the technology to create the Zero Tail from. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, the political situation of Mist and Sand Crypsis has always been unstable, and their strength is also relatively weak, so they have no ability to carry out in-depth research on tailed beasts, so these 2 villages were first excluded. Although Rock and Cloud are strong, Rock focuses on the research of Earth release, while Cloud focuses on the development of Lightning release and Taijutsu. Both of them seem to have no achievements in the research of tailed beasts. Therefore, after a round of comparison, Mai, who has the first Sama Naruto who can completely suppress the tailed beasts, seems to be the village that has the real ability to deeply study tailed beasts. Converging his divergent thoughts, Hyojin asked in a timely manner, why did the project stop? Orochimaru replied, I don't know the specific reason, but according to my speculation, it may be because of instability. I have read some information, and the probability of an artificial tailed beast going berserk is very high, and once it goes berserk, it will be a complete disaster. Hyojin once again proposed an idea, if we abandon the offensive ability of the artificial tailed beast and only use it as a battery, can we improve its stability? Orochimaru glanced at Hyojin and said in a guiding tone, a large number of chakra gathered together is essentially a destructive force, and there is no such thing as abandoning offensive ability. In the early years, I made a similar idea, and if you want to improve the stability, there is only one way, and that is to supply the artificial tailed beast with chakra, and the chakra attribute cannot be too violent. Hyojin frowned, besides the tailed beast, who has the ability to supply the artificial tailed beast with chakra? Yes, in the shinobi world, perhaps only the first Sama has the ability to supply the artificial tailed beast with chakra. Others, including the second Sama, I am afraid that no one else has this ability. After a pause, Orochimaru continued, and if we use the violent chakra attribute of the tailed beast as the chakra source of the artificial tailed beast, I am afraid that the artificial tailed beast will immediately go berserk, so I guess this is the reason why the artificial tailed beast project was discontinued. Hyojin tried to recall everything from his previous life, hoping to find the answer to this seemingly unsolvable problem. In the vague memory of his previous life, there are many people who have a large number of chakra, but all of them are strong people who stand at the peak of the shinobi world, and none of them are willing to work for Hyojin as a coolie to supply chakra. Excluding these strong people, Hyojin vaguely remembered two mysterious places with a large number of chakra. Hyojin wanted to tell Orochimaru about the Dragon Vein and Morio, but considering that it would be difficult to explain how he knew these secrets, Hyojin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not say anything. And looking at Orochimaru's expression, he did not seem to be interested in artificial tailed beasts. But this is also normal, for Orochimaru, who has mastered secret techniques such as Yamada no Jutsu, physical regeneration and other secret techniques, and is developing undead reincarnation. Chakra is not a problem at all. After weighing for a moment, Hyojin asked, Orochimaru-sama, what price do I have to pay to get information about artificial tailed beasts from you? Orochimaru looked at Hyojin with interest. I'm very curious, why are you so obsessed with artificial tailed beasts? Is there any other reason? Hyojin asked back, then why are you so obsessed with forbidden techniques? I am the same kind of person as you. In terms of research, I don't need a reason, I just need interest. This explanation cannot convince me. After shaking his head, Orochimaru suddenly smiled. Well, I also want to see what kind of monster you can make. Hyojin heard this and was overjoyed. You agree? Orochimaru stretched out two fingers. I will give you all the information, but I have two conditions. Please tell me. Orochimaru smiled and said, first, the research results must be shared with me. Second, I want you to collect information about all the members of the Umbu, including the old man's shadow guards. Hyojin, who had no room to bargain, could only nod and agree. At night, Hyojin got all the information about artificial tailed beasts from the one-eyed snake. From this, it could be inferred that Orochimaru had stolen most of the forbidden arts and research materials in the village before he defected. This might be one of the reasons why the leaders of the village carried out a bloody purge on Orochimaru's former subordinates. Hyojin opened the scroll that recorded the experiment data of the artificial tailed beast. He took a quick glance at it and frowned. The complexity of the artificial tailed beast is far beyond his previous expectations. There are more than 700 kinds of complicated techniques, many of which are so complicated that even a jonin would find it difficult to use them. In addition, artificial tailed beasts also had high requirements for their shells. According to the information recorded in the scroll, the village had experimented with 17 kinds of high-strength materials, and the result was that only a material called purple clay glue could barely withstand a huge amount of chakra. The purple mud rubber was a specialty of the swamp country. It was a type of rubber mud that was located in the deepest part of the swamp. Because of this, the purple mud rubber was difficult to mine, and its production was scarce. Its price on the market was almost equivalent to gold. It was a very rare and expensive material. He thought that the huge amount of chakra would be a problem to make an artificial tailed beast, but after reading the information, Hyojin knew that almost everything from the techniques to the materials of the shell was a problem. No wonder Shino, who controls the remaining forces of the shinobi village, could only make a nondescript zero-tailed beast after so many years. After sighing softly, Hyojin put away the scroll. At the moment, whether it was technical reserves or material reserves, Hyojin was far from enough, so in a short time, he was unable to start the artificial tailed beast project. Early the next morning, Hyojin rushed to the reporting place of the Umbu. After changing to a new ninja ID, he officially became a special jonin in the Mai village. At the same time, he also officially joined the Umbu directly under Naruto. In the equipment warehouse, Hyojin met Gyanji Shuei. After greeting each other, the three of them carefully selected the equipment. In front of the mask rack, Hyojin took a fancy to an eagle mask. He tried it on his face and felt that it was just right, so he chose this mask. He had chosen ordinary dog mask. Jishui hesitated for a long time between the fox mask and the cat mask, and finally gave up the fox mask that looked too cunning and chose the relatively docile cat mask. Naruto's office. Hyojin, Guy, and Jishui, who had changed into the Umbu uniform, stood straight in front of Naruto's desk. The three generations carefully looked up and down at the three of them, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, you are all very energetic. From now on, you will be added as the 11th squad of the Umbu." After that, the three generations clapped their hands gently. A figure landed next to the three of them. The three generations introduced, "This is Kakashi, he will be the captain of the 11th squad." Kakashi took off the fox mask on his face and said indifferently to the three of them, "I am Kakashi, please take care of me." Hyojin and the other two also took off their masks and politely returned the greeting to Kakashi. There is a very difficult task at the moment. Knocking the pipe on the table, the three generations continued. "A few days ago, the Miko of the Land of Demons sent a request to my village, hoping that we can send people to help them seal the foreign demon that threatens the shinobi world. This will be your first task after joining the Umbu. The task rank is S." Hyojin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Yesterday, he just thought of the demon Morio, and today, the three generations assigned him the task of sealing the demon. He doesn't know whether this is a coincidence or the village is aware of something. At this time, the three generations stood up, turned around and looked at the village outside the window and said, "We don't know the details of this task, so you must hurry to the Land of Demons as soon as possible and meet with the Miko of the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons may have also sent a request to other shinobi villages, so you may encounter ninjas from other villages in this task. You must pay attention and try not to conflict with the ninjas of other villages." The four of them said in unison, "Yes." Time is tight, and the task is urgent. The four of them didn't dare to delay, and after leaving the Naruto office, they directly left the village and rushed to the Land of Demons. After leaving the village, the guy excitedly said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, I'm also a Jonin, I finally caught up with you." Kakashi responded weakly, "Yes, yes, yes." The guy didn't notice Kakashi's impatience at all, and continued to say happily, "Kakashi, chasing each other like this is the real youth. When I think of this, I feel full of energy." Kakashi turned his head and glanced at Hyojin and Jishui, who were slightly behind the team, and at the same time, he continued to respond to the guy, "Yes, yes, yes." The second half of the team. Noticing that Hyojin seemed to be a little restless, Jishui asked curiously, "What's wrong, senpai?" Hyojin shook his head, "It's nothing." At this time, Hyojin was indeed a little suspicious. Yesterday he met with Orochimaru and mentioned about the chakra source, and today he was sent to participate in the task of sealing the Morio. It's really too much of a coincidence. In his memory, the time when the Morio demon would wreak havoc in the world would be the same as now, but this kind of coincidence made the always cautious Hyojin feel a little uneasy. Seeing that Hyojin was still in a daze, Jishui asked, "Senpai, what do you think about this mission?" Hyojin, who was thinking about something, replied casually, "The Land of Demons is sandwiched between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, and this matter also involves a foreign demon, so the Miko will definitely ask for help from the Sand Crypsis and the Rock Village, so this mission will inevitably involve many shinobi villages. In short, it will be very troublesome." Jishui was a little curious. "I don't know what kind of monster that foreign demon is." Hyojin thought for a moment and decided to reveal some information he knew to his teammates, so he said, "According to my speculation, that demon is at least tailed beast level, otherwise, Naruto-sama would not have classified this mission as S-class. Tailed beast level." After a moment of silence, Jishui suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "Senpai, I have a technique that can temporarily fight against tailed beasts, but after using it, I basically lose my combat effectiveness." Not expecting Jishui to reveal such a secret to him, Hyojin was startled and immediately said, "During yesterday's competition, I already felt that your Sharingan is different from ordinary Sharingan." Shursui wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but he had some misgivings. Hyojin smiled and said, "You don't need to explain to me, everyone has a secret, as long as you don't harm the village, I won't reveal your secret to anyone." Jishui breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "Thank you." Waving his hand, Hyojin said indifferently, "Actually, I also have a secret, I have a technique that can also temporarily fight against tailed beasts. Hyojin is not talking nonsense. The 3 generations Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, has the ability to suppress the tailed guardian crane. Now that the 3 generations Kazekage puppets are in his hands, he naturally has the strength to contend against the tailed beast for a short time. Jishui smiled and said, as expected, I also felt that you didn't use your full strength yesterday. Sharing secrets was undoubtedly one of the best ways to get closer to each other. After just a few words, the relationship between Hyojin and Jishui was obviously much closer. Of course, this is also related to the fact that both of them are from rich and powerful families, and both of them possess Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai. At the front of the group, Kakashi, who was looking back, turned his head back and said to Guy, Kuroto seems to have become a lot stronger. Kai laughed and said, You're talking about Jing? He's a genius that's not inferior to you. Yes. Kakashi nodded his head again and didn't say anything more. After his father's suicide, his best friend, and his sensei died one after another, Kakashi became depressed and indifferent, and only occasionally when he was with his peers, he would say a few words. The 4 members of Team 11 are the best of the new generation of Konoha, so their speed is naturally very fast. In just a week, they crossed the border and entered the land of rain. But, the rain is still falling. So, the 4 of them are not far from Konoha. In a cave. The 4 of them were warming themselves by the fire while studying the next route. Between the land of demons and the land of fire, there are several small countries, such as the land of rain, the land of birds, and the land of bears. At present, there are a large number of wandering ninjas in these small countries. If they are not careful, they may encounter a fierce battle, so the choice of route must be very careful. After some discussion, Kakashi, who had determined the route, put away the map. At this time, Guy complained in a low voice, the weather in the land of rain is really bad, it rains all day long, making people feel sticky. As the captain, Kakashi dutifully said, although the land of rain is small, it is also a country with many shinobi villages, and the man known as Demigod is the leader of the rain village here, so we have to be extra careful here. Guy and Jishui nodded. Hanzo is a famous figure in the shinobi world, and the name of Mai Sanin came from him. Hyojin leaned against a dry cave wall and secretly pondered, calculating the time, Hanzo should have been killed by Nagato by now, right? Sasori and Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki one after another, which means that the Akatsuki has transitioned from the period of Yahiko to the period of Nagato. In Hyojin's impression, after Nagato became the leader of the Akatsuki, the first thing he did was to avenge Yahiko, kill Hanzo, and secretly control the entire land of rain. With the death of Yahiko, there is no boundary between good and evil in Nagato's heart. Compared with the Morio that ravaged the land of demons, the current Akatsuki is the real monster that has the ability to destroy the shinobi world. Thinking of Hanzo, a powerful shinobi known as Demigod, died so quietly, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh, the shinobi world is really dangerous. After passing through the land of rain, Class 11 smoothly passed through the land of birds and the land of bears. They thought that everything was going smoothly, and they would soon be able to see the Miko of the land of demons, but they never thought that as soon as they stepped into the territory of the land of demons, they would encounter trouble. Boom, smoke and dust filled the sky, accompanied by a loud noise, slowly rose. Guy suddenly retreated, panting as he shouted, Damn it, these monsters can't be killed at all. At this time, in front of the 4 people of Class 11, there is a group of burly stone terracotta soldiers. These terracotta soldiers are supposed to be lifeless, but as if they are alive, they lined up in a formation, and as soon as they saw them, they rushed towards them aggressively, as if they have a deep hatred towards them. Kakashi used Chidori to kill a few of them, and Guy also used Taijutsu to break a few, but in the blink of an eye, those crushed terracotta soldiers stood up again. Seeing another broken terracotta soldiers restored to its original state, Kakashi frowned, they really seem to have immortal bodies. Hyojin doesn't know much about these terracotta soldiers, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are just a bunch of puppets without souls, so he suggested, there is no need to waste time on these puppets, let's see the Miko first. With regards to the current situation of the land of demons, the members of Class 11 were completely clueless about it, so they all agreed with Suijin's proposal, bypassing the slow terracotta soldiers and hurrying towards the hinterland of the land of demons. Along the way, all they saw and heard were terracotta soldiers wreaking havoc. Not to mention the small villages, even the markets and some towns were affected. The number of civilian casualties was so heavy that even the 4 people of Class 11, who had just experienced a war, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Although they couldn't bear it, the 4 of them were clear in their hearts. Instead of wasting time dealing with these terracotta soldiers along the way, it is better to meet up with the Miko as soon as possible and defeat the monster behind the scenes, otherwise, the number of casualties will only increase. On a high cliff. The 4 members of Team 11 were either squatting or standing on the edge of the cliff, looking at the towering palace in the distance. The Miko's palace is currently protected by a thin layer of enchantment. The surrounding terracotta puppets seem to be unable to enter the enchantment and can only surround the palace in layers. Seeing this scene, Kakashi breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems that the Miko's palace hasn't fallen yet. We still have a chance. Guy anxiously said, but there are so many terracotta puppets outside, how are we going to get in? Kakashi turned to Hyojin and asked, Kuroto, can you find a way to enter the palace? Hyojin shook his head. He has already observed that the Miko's palace has been surrounded by the terracotta puppets from all directions, leaving no gaps or blind spots. Jishui said solemnly, it seems that we can only break in by force. Breaking in by force is obviously not an easy thing to do. Team 11 has already dealt with these terracotta puppets many times before. Although these terracotta puppets are extremely clumsy, each of them is extremely powerful, and once they form a formation, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Hyojin, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly pointed to a high cliff on the opposite side. Look over there. Everyone looked over and saw a few figures appear on the opposite high cliff. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be ninjas from the Sand Crypsis. As the team leader, Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, they should be the ninjas sent by the Sand Crypsis as reinforcements. We may be able to cooperate with them to break through the encirclement of the terracotta puppets and enter the Miko's palace. The current enemy is the foreign monsters, so in this crisis, everyone is not against cooperating with the Sand Crypsis and nodded in agreement to Kakashi's proposal. Soon, the 2 sides met up. The Sand Crypsis also sent a 4-man team to support the Miko-sama, led by a ninja named Hakura, whose reputation is second only to the 4 generations of Kazekage in the Sand Crypsis. Kakashi went up and talked with Hakura for a while, and they reached an agreement. At the forefront of the assault, the 2 captains, Kakashi and Hakura, were responsible for the middle, the 3 Sand Crypsis ninjas and Guy were responsible for the rear, and Hyojin and Jishui were responsible for the rear. After the arrangements were made, the infiltration began immediately. There was a sharp cry that sounded like the cry of a bird. Kakashi, who was not very tall, took the lead and charged into the formation of the terracotta soldiers like a spear flickering with lightning. Boom, 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 with a series of explosions, the terracotta soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Chidori's assault ability was fully displayed by Kakashi at this moment. In almost an instant, he, who was bathed in lightning, had already torn through the 5 or 6 layers of terracotta puppets. After Kakashi showed signs of weakness, Pakura, who was following closely behind, immediately formed a seal and shouted, Scorching Release, 5-wheel fire. The 5 fireballs circled around Jitsung as if they had a mind of their own, burning the surrounding terracotta puppets to pieces, further tearing the formation of the terracotta puppets apart. The 3 sand ninjas in the middle of the team used ninjutsu at this time, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, 2 earth walls protruded from the ground, protecting the tunnel that Kakashi and Hakura forcibly broke through, establishing a temporary safe passage in the formation of the terracotta soldiers. At the end of the team, Hyojin said to Jishui, you go to the middle, I will bring up the rear alone. Knowing the strength of Hyojin, Jishui didn't talk nonsense. He knew that he was not good at fighting these terracotta soldiers head-on, so he quickened his pace and left the rear. Hyojin, who fell behind the team, was fully activating the Tenseigan at this moment. All the attacks of the terracotta soldiers were like broken frames in his eyes. Except for occasionally launching 1 or 2 attacks when he couldn't avoid, the attacks of the terracotta soldiers were almost no threat to him. And through close combat, Hyojin keenly discovered that the chakra in these terracotta soldiers were all the same, obviously from the same source, and this source gave people a feeling of evil and violence. If the source of these chakra is the foreign monster Morio, then, thinking of this, Hyojin secretly shook his head. With such an evil and violent attribute of chakra, it is obviously not suitable to be the source of chakra for artificial tailed beasts, so he ruled out the option of Morio. Although there are only 8 ninjas in the 2 teams, but almost all of them are the elites of their respective villages, especially Hakura, who is already a key figure in the Sand Crypsis, so it didn't take long for the joint team to completely break through the encirclement of the terracotta soldiers and safely enter the palace protected by the enchantment. As soon as the joint team entered, the guards guarding the palace cheered. The first to bear the brunt of the arrival of the monsters was the Miko-sama of the Land of Demons, so these days, the guards guarding the palace didn't dare to relax for even a moment. Now seeing the arrival of powerful reinforcements, they who were shrouded in anxiety and fear naturally cheered. In the lookout, Miko-sama was sitting on the futon with a sad face. Beside her was a little girl who looked very similar to the Miko-sama on the futon. It seems that she is the Miko-sama's daughter. On the side, there was also a team of rock ninjas. Obviously, the rock ninjas arrived here one step ahead of Class 11. Moreover, this team of rock ninjas looked very arrogant and unruly. As soon as he saw this group of rock ninjas, Hyojin suddenly became angry. They are the same group of rock ninjas that ambushed Hyojin outside of my village when he was escorting the wounded back to the village. That time was the closest Hyojin was to death in the entire war. If the Jonin reinforcements from the village had arrived even a moment later, Suijin would have died just like most of the other Jonin in the team, only a few miles away from the village. Afterwards, Hyojin deliberately inquired about this team of rock ninjas and learned that they are one of the famous beheading unit of the rock village. At the same time, the rock ninjas were also looking at the newly arrived reinforcements. There is no need to say much about Pakura of the Sand Crypsis. During the war, she was one of the representatives of the Sand Crypsis and belonged to the most famous group of ninjas in the shinobi world. Therefore, the captain of the rock beheading unit ignored the Sand Crypsis and said to the 4 members of Team 11 in a strange tone, "Humph, Mai only sent a few brats to die? It seems that Mai is really not going to make it." In Team 11, the oldest one is only 14 or 15 years old, and the youngest one is only 11 or 12 years old, so in terms of height, they are indeed a head shorter than the rock ninjas of the Sand Crypsis. Hyojin coldly replied, "You better be careful, don't accidentally die in the hands of these brats." If it was someone else who provoked him, Hyojin may have been too lazy to pay attention, but facing the rock beheading unit that almost killed him, he couldn't help but get angry. "If you can do it, you can come and try." Facing such an elite Jonin like the captain of the rock village's beheading unit, Suijin wasn't afraid at all. He took a step forward and revealed his killing intent. Kuroto is well aware of why the rock shinobi provoked him and the others. There is no doubt that the 4 generations Naruto and 9 Tails' Jinchuriki are still fermenting. The weaker Sand Crypsis and Kiri are still behaving, but the stronger Cloud and Rock ninjas are starting to get restless. However, the more this is the case, the more Hyojin feels that he can't retreat. This kind of behavior will not stop because of retreat. On the contrary, the more you retreat, the more intense the opponent's probing will be. Feeling the invasion of Hyojin's killing intent, the rock ninja squinted his eyes and slowly put his hand on the hilt of the short sword on his waist. He felt that Hyojin wasn't bluffing. On Hyojin's side, Kakashi, Guy, and Jishue immediately assumed a fighting posture, and the members of the rock village beheading unit on the opposite side also became alert. In an instant, the hall was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The Miko-sama on the futon stood up at the right time and persuaded, "Fellow ninjas, please put down your prejudices for the time being, the foreign demon is approaching here." Both sides also know that internal strife is not a wise choice when the demon is approaching, so they took a step back and maintained a temporary peace. Pakura, who has been watching with cold eyes, asked Miko-sama, "Miko-sama, please explain the current situation to us." Miko-sama nodded, "What we're going to face is a monster from another world called Morio. It's a shame to say that it was summoned from another world by a group of cultists called Yomi. The barrier I arranged can stop the Morio and the terracotta puppets controlled by it, but it can't stop the Yomi cultists, so when the Morio is about to arrive, it will definitely order the Yomi cultists to attack this place. Once this place is breached by Wang Liang, it will no longer have any scruples, the whole world will turn into hell in its madness." After listening to Miko-sama's introduction, everyone's face became gloomy. Although they haven't seen the true body of the demon yet, they have already dealt with the indestructible terracotta army, and they all know that if these terracotta army were to spread to the entire shinobi world, the situation will become difficult to control. Kakashi went straight to the point and asked, "Your Highness, do you have any way to deal with that monster?" Miko-sama caressed the little girl lying on her lap and said, "I can seal Morio, but the location of the seal must be the demon mountain in the land of swamps." The fact that the foreign demons could be sealed was obviously good news, but the location of the seal had to be in the demon sealing mountain of the swamp country, which made things a little difficult for everyone. Pakura crossed his arms in front of his chest and rested his chin on his other hand. "Then how do we lure the monsters to the demon sealing mountain in the swamp kingdom?" Miko-sama smiled warmly, "You don't have to worry, I am the biggest threat to the demon sealing mountain. As long as I go to the demon sealing mountain, it will definitely chase after me." Kakashi immediately took out a map and spread it on the ground. Although the land of swamps and the land of demons are neighbors, but there is still a distance of hundreds of kilometers between the demon sealing mountain and the Miko Palace, and considering that Miko-sama herself is not a ninja, and the mountains and rivers are steep, the route must be carefully planned. Pakura thought for a moment and said, "The terracotta army outside is actually not that troublesome. As long as we break through their encirclement, they won't be able to catch up with us." The captain of the rock execution unit nodded and said, "Well, the real trouble is the demon and the cultists." The cultists of Yomi were originally just a group of low-level ninjas, and their leader, Yomi, was only at the level of a jonin, but now that they have the power of the Morio, they have gained an almost inexhaustible supply of evil chakra, which allows them to perform ninjutsu unscrupulously, even large-scale combination ninjutsu. Their threat level has skyrocketed. Considering that if they are chased by the cultists on the way to the demon sealing mountain, the situation will be out of control, Pakura said with a murderous look, "Instead of being besieged by the demon and Yomi on the way, it is better to use the barrier here to block the demon and the terracotta army first, and then escort Miko-sama to the land of swamp." The captain of the rock execution unit said, "We also think so." Kakashi nodded, "We also have no objection." With the consensus of Mai, Sand Crypsis, and Rock Village, the Miko-sama's palace immediately mobilized to prepare for the upcoming battle. Because of the Byakugan and Revolving Heaven, Hyojin, who is both insight and defense, was arranged to protect Miko-sama and her daughter in the temple. Unlike other people who are worried, Hyojin is not too worried about the current situation, so his thoughts are still on the artificial-tailed beast. As his exploration of his Tenseigan gradually deepens, he has a feeling that the thing that limits his strength is none other than the chakra's amount in his body. He faintly feels that only by having more chakra can it be possible to unlock other abilities of the Tenseigan. Thinking about Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, this is not difficult to understand. After Nagato was transplanted with the Rinnegan by Madara Uchiha, he did not immediately gain the ability of the Rinnegan. It was not until his parents were killed and he was strongly stimulated that he awakened part of the power of the Rinnegan. Later, when he reached adulthood, his body was fully developed, and he was strongly stimulated by the death of his best friend Yuhiko. He finally awakened all the abilities of the Rinnegan. And the price was that his body could not bear the burden and became thin and withered. It must be known that Nagato is a Uzumaki clan carefully selected by Madara Uchiha to resurrect himself, and the Uzumaki clan is famous for its tenacious vitality and huge chakras amount. Even so, the adult Uzumaki Nagato can't afford the fully awakened Rinnegan. Of course, there is a reason that the Rinnegan is not his own, but more importantly, it is because the requirements of the Rinnegan level for the user are too harsh. Therefore, Hyojin even has some doubts that the reason why his Tenseigan does not awaken more abilities is actually to protect him instinctively, because at present, his body is obviously not enough to support the fully awakened state of the Tenseigan. Because of this, he is tirelessly looking for an artificial tailed beast. He needs a battery that can continuously provide him with chakra. Only with a large number of chakra can he dare to explore the mystery of the Tenseigan boldly. As for the Morio that is currently wreaking havoc in the land of demons, it is undeniable that it is indeed a threat that cannot be underestimated, but that is all. There are countless strong people in the shinobi world, not to mention others. Just Nagato with his Rinnegan is more than enough to deal with the Morio, so even if Miko-sama fails to successfully seal the Morio, it is still impossible for him to truly rule the shinobi world. Moreover, in Hyojin's vague memory, this seemingly fragile Miko-sama actually has a very powerful sealing technique, and if nothing changes, It is also because of her self-sacrifice that she successfully sealed the Morio. Converging his scattered thoughts, Hyojin began to make his own calculations in his mind. After a while, he glanced at the little girl beside Miko-sama and asked, "Is she your daughter? What is her name?" Without waiting for Miko-sama to answer, the little girl said in a cute voice, "My name is Ziyuan Kagura." Miko-sama smiled and stroked little Ziyuan's hair with a doting expression on her face. Hyojin squatted down and deliberately teased Ziyuan, "Oh, so your name is Ziyuan Kagura, what a nice name." Little Ziyuan stared straight at Hyojin and mustered up her courage to ask, "Ninja-san, your mask is really interesting, can you let me wear it?" Hyojin smiled and took off the eagle mask and handed it to Ziyuan Kagura. Holding the mask, little Ziyuan giggled and bounced around the hall. Looking at the carefree Ziyuan Kagura, Miko-sama's face flashed with a trace of sadness. From Miko-sama's expression, Hyojin can see that she has made up her mind, even if she has to sacrifice herself, she will do her best to seal the Morio. Therefore, Hyojin asked, "Your Highness, are you really sure that you can seal the Morio?" Miko-sama lowered her head and said, "For everyone to live happily, I will definitely seal it, I will." "Even at the cost of your life?" Miko-sama looked at Hyojin with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he asked such a question, but she still nodded firmly, "Yes, even if I have to pay with my life." Boom, suddenly, a violent explosion came from outside the hall. There was no doubt that the battle outside had already begun. After calling little Ziyuan who was running around the hall to his side, Hyojin took back his umbu mask and stood in front of Miko-sama and Miko-sama. Gradually, the explosions outside became more and more frequent. The entire palace was faintly trembling. The enemy's shouts, the guards' shouts, and the wails of the wounded were all mixed together. Staring at the door of the lookout, Hyojin's mind was elsewhere. Whether this mission is a coincidence or some kind of test by the three generations, in short, since they have come to the land of demons, they can't miss this heaven-sent opportunity. After making up his mind, Hyojin said softly, "Ziyuan is still so young, presumably you don't want her to live alone in the future." Miko-sama was even more puzzled, "What do you mean?" Hyojin said frankly, "That demon is not as strong as you think, at best, it is at the level of a tailed beast. In the shinobi world, there are not many means to suppress a tailed beast, but it is not impossible." Hearing the implication of Hyojin's words, Miko-sama pondered for a moment. Without waiting for Miko-sama to speak, Hyojin directly stated his conditions, "I need some special products of the land of swamps. If your highness is willing to help me collect them, I will do my best to protect your highness' safety." Miko-sama doesn't mind paying extra, but she doesn't believe that Hyojin, who is only 14 or 15 years old, really has the ability to suppress the Morio. But now, she doesn't have much choice, so she asked, "What exactly do you want?" Hyojin stated his purpose, purple clay. Purple clay is not only expensive, but also scarce in quantity. If he collected it by himself, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. But if Miko-sama of the land of demons, who is also very prestigious in the land of swamps, comes forward, then things would be much simpler, and it would also be a better cover-up, to prevent others from following the clue of purple clay and finding out about Hyojin's plan to create artificial tailed beasts. Miko-sama's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, "As far as I know, purple clay is a kind of sealing material, what do you want it for?" Hyojin didn't answer Miko-sama's question, but promised again, "As long as your highness is willing to help me collect purple clay, I will guarantee your highness safety on this trip, I will keep my word." This guarantee is not an empty promise from Hyojin. Whether it is his 3 generations Kazakage puppets or Jishui's Susanoo, all of them have the ability to suppress the tailed beast for a short period of time, and using it on Morio should not be a problem. At that time, Miko-sama can calmly arrange the seal, there is no need to die together with Morio. "Okay, I promise you." Although purple clay is expensive, it is not a rare treasure for Miko-sama of the land of demons, so Miko-sama didn't hesitate too much. After negotiating the deal, the two of them tacitly quieted down. Only the ignorant Xian scratched her head, staring at the Miko for a while, and then at Kuroto for a while, not understanding why the two of them suddenly stopped talking. Not too long later, a few white-robed Huangquan disciples rushed into the divine temple. Without hesitation, Hyojin used rain will pull to attract the intruding disciples to him, and then instantly killed them with his soft fists. The whole process only took a few breaths of time. Miko-sama's face was full of panic when the enemy was eliminated. Miko-sama, who didn't even see the appearance of the enemy, was stunned for a while before slowly praising, "You really are an excellent ninja. Since I promised, I won't let anything happen to you, Your Highness." After saying that, Hyojin added, "In addition, I hope that the agreement between us can be kept a secret." Miko-sama gently nodded, "Don't worry, I won't leak it out." After a while, the outside of the temple became calm again. Not long after, Mai, Sand Crypsis, and Rock Ninjas returned to the temple one after another. Pakura said, "Most of the disciples have been dealt with by us, the rest are nothing to be afraid of." The captain of the rock beheading unit said, "We can set off at any time." Kakashi nodded and didn't say anything. Hyojin glanced at the group of people who came in. Although all of them looked a little embarrassed, they didn't have any injuries. It can be seen that although the battle just now was not small, the confrontation was not fierce. But this is also normal, whether it is Mai, Sand Crypsis, or Rock Village. Almost all of the people sent to support the Land of Demons are elites, and dealing with the disciples of Yellow Springs, except for Chakra's amount, they are all Chunin level Chunin. As if thinking of something, Hyojin asked, "What about the leader of Yellow Springs?" Guy laughed heartily. "That guy was hit by Chidori, although he escaped, I don't think he will survive." Kuroto vaguely remembers that it was a remnant of Yomi that caused the Morio's resurrection 10 years later, but he wasn't sure if that remnant was the leader of Yomi that escaped this time. Kuroto vaguely remembered that it was a remnant of Yomi that caused the Morio's resurrection 10 years later, but he wasn't sure if that remnant was the leader of Yomi that escaped this time. After dealing a heavy blow to the Yomi order and solving the problem of the ninjas' harassment, the next step of escorting Miko to the Land of Swamps can be carried out immediately. Before leaving, Miko-sama hid little Ziyuan in a secret room at the bottom of the palace. In the secret room, no one knew what Miko-sama told little Ziyuan, but it was obvious that even with Hyojin's guarantee, Miko-sama was still determined to go to the Land of Swamps. When everything was ready, Yukura of Sand Crypsis, who had the Scorch Release, Kekkei Genkai, was responsible for leading the way. My Umbu Team 11 was responsible for protecting Miko-sama, and the Rock Beheading Unit, who specialized in Earth Escape, was at the back of the team, responsible for bringing up the rear. Soon, the group broke through the siege of the terracotta puppets outside the palace and headed towards the country of swamps. Along the way, Miko-sama led the way while sensing the Morio from a distance. According to Miko-sama's real-time sensing, everyone was surprised to find that the speed of the monster behind them was very fast, not inferior to the speed of an elite ninja. Fortunately, Wang Liang didn't show up during the battle with the Netherworld cult. Otherwise, it would have been extremely dangerous for them to break out of the palace's barrier. Seeing the distance between the team and Morio getting closer and closer, the captain of Rock Village's beheading unit couldn't help but shout, "Hey, we can't go on like this." It wasn't only the people from Rock Village who couldn't keep their cool. Yitsong of the Sand Crypsis also nodded. "If we waste chakra like this, I'm afraid that even if we reach Demon Ceiling Mountain, we won't have the strength to fight that monster." Unlike the tireless Wang Liang, Chakra's energy consumption is very large. If they can't get rid of Wang Liang in a short time, the situation will become more and more unfavorable for them. As the captain of Squad 11, Kakashi suggested, "Then let's find a suitable place to ambush it." Miko-sama, who was being carried on Guy's back, thought for a while and hesitantly said, "I can arrange a temporary sealing enchantment. If it works, it may be able to trap Morio for a while." Yitsong said, "I'll leave it to you then." Once the discussion was settled, everyone immediately got to work. The location of the ambush was a steep canyon with a meandering river in it. With the help of everyone, Miko-sama placed a sealing technique on both sides of the canyon. These Fuinjutsu techniques are very complex. Others will feel slightly dizzy just by glancing at them from a distance. Even Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, will feel slightly uncomfortable if he looks at them carefully. This shows the power of these Fuinjutsu techniques. Not long after, the monster that had been chasing them finally appeared. Wang Liang looked like a dragon but not a dragon, like a crocodile but not a crocodile. Its whole body was dark purple and exuded a black fog that seemed illusory and real. Most of its body was hidden in the fog, making people unable to see its specific appearance. Because of the barrier that Miko-sama placed outside the palace, Morio and his terracotta army couldn't get close to the palace, so they could only send their followers to attack the palace and attack Miko-sama. Now that Miko-sama has left the protection of the barrier, Morio will no longer sit back and watch. How can it be so big? Looking up at Morio's huge and strange body, everyone exclaimed in unison. Although most of its body was hidden in the black fog, it can be judged from the exposed head that Morio's body size is comparable to the tailed beast. It is a monster in the true sense. Pakura of the Sand Crypsis also frowned slightly. Dealing with large enemies is not something she is good at. Kakashi and Guy were even more surprised. The moment they saw Morio, bad memories appeared in their minds. The monster in front of them seems to overlap with the 9 tails that ravaged the village half a year ago. There is no doubt that huge monsters like the tailed beast or the demon Morio are a nightmare for most ninjas. Even some ninjas who have reached the Kage level have no way to deal with these huge monsters. Therefore, everyone's reaction when they saw Morio is also reasonable. If there is anyone who is not shocked, then it should be Miko-sama, who knows some details about Morio, and Hyojin, who has vague memories of his previous life. As for Jishui, with his Manjikyu Sharingan, he is actually not too afraid of large monsters. It's just that he doesn't dare to use Manjikyu Jutsu. After all, his jutsu is too scary. Once it is exposed, it will be difficult for the village to tolerate him. Seeing that Morio has entered the ambush circle, Hyojin still maintained his calm and shouted, "It's time to start." After coming back to their senses, everyone calmed down and launched the ambush according to the original plan. Earth release, Earth flow river. Earth release, underworld marsh. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. The 4 members of the rock village distributed on both sides of the canyon simultaneously printed and launched a series of earth release ninjutsu. In an instant, quicksand, mud, earth walls, and stone pillars came from all directions, temporarily trapping Morio in the canyon. Roar, a soul-stirring roar came out of the Wanliang's mouth, shaking people into a trance. Miko-sama warned, "Everyone be careful, don't get too close." Struggling violently, Morio quickly broke the stone wall that was holding him down, but for a while it was difficult to break free from the mud swamp at the bottom. Scorch release, steam kill. In order to prevent Morio from escaping, Pakura immediately used his trump card and hit Morio's head hard, forcing him into the mud swamp at the bottom. At this time, Miko-sama, who was ready, silently chanted a spell. As Miko-sama chanted the spell, the seals arranged on both sides of the canyon emitted a faint fluorescent light, and a thin enchantment appeared, covering Morio inside. Guy hurriedly asked, "Did you succeed?" Miko-sama nodded weakly. There is no doubt that even a temporary seal is not a small consumption for Miko-sama. Kakashi didn't dare to delay and immediately urged everyone, "Let's go. I don't know how long this temporary seal will last, we have to hurry to the Demon Mountain." Instantly, the scattered people once again returned to the commando formation and rushed towards the Demon Mountain. Rumble, the loud noise continued to come from behind. Morio was obviously violently struggling to break free from the shackles of the seal, and every time he hit, the canyon would tremble, showing that his strength was beyond imagination. Miko-sama, who was carried on Guy's back, weakly reminded everyone, "Morio has the ability to control minds, don't get too close to him, otherwise, it's easy to be controlled by him and become his puppet." When everyone heard this, their scalp tingled. After traveling day and night, a few days later, they finally arrived at their destination, Demon Sealing Mountain. Looking at the dangerous mountain in front of him, Pakura suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and asked, "This damn place is the Demon Sealing Mountain?" Miko-sama nodded and immediately explained, "Inside the Demon Sealing Mountain, there is a natural lava that can suppress the Morio's evil and cold chakra. It is an excellent place to seal the Morio." Pakura immediately asked, "What should we do next?" Unlike the arrogance they had when they first arrived, after seeing the Morio, whether it was the Sand Crypsis ninjas or the Rock ninjas, all of their arrogance disappeared, leaving only the anxiety of completing the task as soon as possible. Miko-sama pointed to the cave leading to the inside of the Demon Sealing Mountain. "Lead the Morio into the cave, then seal his body here." The captain of the rock beheading unit looked puzzled. "Only seal the body?" Miko-sama gently nodded, "Yes, only seal the body." The captain of the rock beheading unit asked the question in everyone's mind, "Why?" "The power of the Morio is too strong. and his chakra is extremely corrosive. If we seal his whole body, it will only take a few years for him to break the seal and escape. After a pause, Miko-sama continued, so we must seal his body and soul separately to ensure that nothing will go wrong. Then please start the preparation immediately. Kakashi looked into the distance and said, I have a bad feeling, I'm afraid there is not much time left for us to arrange the seal. At this time, Hyojin stood up and said to everyone, just guard the outside, I will be responsible for the final seal. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Sealing the Morio inside the demon sealing mountain can be said to be the most dangerous part of the entire task. Not to mention the sand crypsis and rock ninjas, even Kakashi and Guy looked at Hyojin in confusion. They didn't understand why Hyojin would take such a dangerous task on himself. Yukura asked in a deep voice, what do you mean by this? Hyojin calmly said, my meaning is very clear. When Wang Liang comes, you don't need to stop him, just block the terracotta puppets that are under his control. I'll take care of the rest. The captain of the Rock Village's beheading unit questioned, I don't feel at ease with a brat like you. Although the captain of Rock Village's execution unit doesn't want to fight with a monster like Morio, he also doesn't want to mess things up, so he instinctively refused Hyojin's request. At this time, Jishui also stood up, bowed to the crowd, and said sincerely, I will complete the final seal with him. Please rest assured, we will not fail the mission. Hyojin turned to Jishui. Thank you. Jishui didn't say anything and just smiled gently. Yukura coldly said, if you fail, Yormai must bear all the responsibility. In Yukura's view, even after seeing Morio's power, Hyojin and Jishui are still so confident, there is only one possibility, they really have the means to deal with Morio. As the captain, Kakashi has some doubts, but in the end, he didn't say anything. On the Rock Village's side, seeing that Yukura and Kakashi both nodded in agreement, the captain of Rock Village's beheading unit's face became gloomy, but after a moment, he still nodded and compromised. After the discussion was settled, everyone immediately began to arrange. Hyojin pulled Guy to the side and whispered, after we enter Demon Mountain, you can only let Morio come in, others, including you and Kakashi, are not allowed to come in, understand? Guy was a bit confused, why is that? I will explain it to you later, but for now, you just need to remember my words. Guy anxiously said, what if you have an accident inside? Are we just going to watch from the outside? Hyojin calmly said, if Jishui and I can't solve it, then you will only die if you come in. Kuroto, you have to believe in your companions, even if I don't have the ability to help you, but Kakashi is very powerful, if it's him, he will definitely have a way to help you. It's because I trust you that I let you guard the entrance, do you think it's easy to block those terracotta army puppets? After a smile, Hyojin's face sank, remember my words, except for Morio, no one is allowed to come in, if necessary, use the Hashiman Tonku secret technique. Seeing Hyojin's solemn expression, Guy nodded and said, I promise you. With Guy's assurance, Hyojin, Jishui, and Miko-sama walked towards the belly of Demon Mountain. In the dark cave, Hyojin asked Miko-sama, how long will it take to set up the seal? Miko-sama seemed to have thought about it a long time ago, and replied, it won't take much time to set up the seal, but to activate the seal, it will take at least 15 minutes, or even longer. Hyojin frowned slightly, that is to say, we have to control Morio for at least 15 minutes. Miko-sama nodded with a solemn expression. Miko-sama is not sure that Hyojin and Jishui can control Morio for 15 minutes, so before coming to Demon Mountain, she was ready to die together with Morio. At this moment, the only thing she can't let go of is her daughter Ziyuan. Jishui gritted her teeth and said, Kuroto-san, leave these 15 minutes to me. Hyojin shook his head and said, you are less than 12 years old, your body can't bear the excessive use of the pupil technique. Jishui's strength is more reflected in the pupil technique, in terms of pure physique, he is only slightly better than the average level of Uchiha, not too outstanding. In addition, he is still young, his body has not fully developed, so in terms of chakra's amount, he barely reached the level of an ordinary jonin, which is worse than Hyojin. Jishui still wanted to say, but, before Jishui finished speaking, Hyojin interrupted, I already have a plan, you only need to be responsible for the suppression in the early stage, I will take care of the rest. Miko-sama thought for a moment and said, I may be able to delay some time. Hyojin asked, do you have any idea? Miko-sama hesitated for a moment before finally sighing and saying, speaking of which, that demon Morio also has some relationship with the Miko-sama of the land of demons. If I must say, it is actually a part of me. Jishui's eyes widened. This, Hyojin was not too surprised. Although he can't remember the entanglement between Miko-sama and Morio, he still vaguely remembered that there seemed to be some secret connection between the two. Otherwise, Morio would not have pestered Miko-sama all the way from the country of demons to the country of swamps. After revealing the secret in her heart, Miko-sama seemed to be much more relaxed. Then, she knelt in front of Hyojin and Jishui and said, I am really ashamed to have caused all this. During the National Day holiday, if there were no accidents, the update would maintain 3 updates a day. Hyojin sighed, then stepped forward to help Miko-sama up. Now is not the time to repent. After we seal Morio, you will have plenty of time to atone for your sins. Miko-sama nodded silently. After exchanging a glance with Jishui, Hyojin said to Miko-sama, in a moment, the two of us may use forbidden jutsu. I hope that you can keep it a secret for us. Don't leak out our forbidden jutsu. Miko-sama solemnly promised, please rest assured, I will not reveal any information about you to anyone. As soon as the words were spoken, the estrangement between the three also disappeared. Miko-sama got busy arranging the Fuinjutsu, while Hyojin and Jishui looked for a suitable place to fight in the cave. The environment in the belly of Demon Ceiling Mountain was extremely dangerous. There was boiling lava everywhere, and if one was the slightest bit careless, it was possible that one would fall into the lava and die without even a corpse remaining. Therefore, if they fight here, they not only have to face the enemy, but also the complex and harsh environment. It seems that this is not the first time that Miko-sama has been here. She skillfully shuttled back and forth on the lava, arranging a complicated and obscure Fuinjutsu. After carefully looking around with the Tenseigan, Hyojin reminded Jishui who was beside him, the ground in the belly of the mountain doesn't seem to be very hard. When the fight starts, be extra careful. Jishui nodded. At this time, he also opened his Sharingan. The 3 tomo slowly rotated in his eyes. It seems that he is carefully observing the surrounding environment with his pupil power. On this side, Hyojin and Jishui chatted with each other. On the other side, Miko-sama seems to have finished arranging the Fuinjutsu. Looking at the Fuinjutsu arranged secretly in the belly of the mountain, Hyojin couldn't help but praise, Miko-sama's Fuinjutsu is really brilliant. Jishui nodded and said, the sealing technique of the Miko-sama of the land of demons is as famous as the Uzumaki clan of the land of Uzumaki. With the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, the Miko-sama of the land of demons should be the most famous in the shinobi world in terms of sealing technique. As if thinking of something, Jishui's interest waned. It's not a good thing to be too famous. Uchiha's reputation was too great, causing all the disciples in the clan to be arrogant and despotic. They were always incompatible with the village, causing them to fall into an awkward situation where they were in a dilemma. Seeing that Miko-sama has such a high level of attainment in Fuinjutsu, Hyojin's thoughts immediately turned to his plan of creating an artificial tailed beast. In the information that Orochimaru had given him on the artificial tailed beasts, sealing techniques accounted for more than 70% of all the techniques. It could be said that without enough attainment in sealing techniques, the artificial tailed beasts could not be completed. For Hyojin, sealing techniques were undoubtedly his shortcoming. Therefore, the Miko-sama of the land of demons has become a treasure in his eyes at this time. However, the Miko-sama of the land of demons has quite a reputation in the surrounding countries. If he wants to learn Fuinjutsu from her, he must pay attention to the method, otherwise, it will easily cause a diplomatic storm. Thinking of this, Hyojin thought of more things. In the information about the artificial tailed beast, the village used the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. Although the Uzumaki clan's attainment in Fuinjutsu is extremely high, but as the saying goes, 2 people are better than 1 person. If the Miko-sama's Fuinjutsu is added to the artificial tailed beast, the 2 types of Fuinjutsu will complement each other and may achieve unexpected results. Just as Hyojin was lost in his thoughts, the ground under his feet suddenly trembled. Walala, at the same time, a lot of gravel fell from the ceiling of the cave. The Miko-sama who was sitting in the center of the ceiling formation shouted, it's coming. Hyojin and Jishui looked at each other and hid. Not long after, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, Wangliang's huge body was like a mountain torrent, aggressively surging into the belly of the demon ceiling mountain. Maitreya, you shouldn't have refused me. Morio, who almost blocked the entire entrance of the cave, bowed his body and made a low voice that seemed to come from the underworld. Miko-sama pondered for a moment, then shook her head. You are wrong. Morio slowly approached Miko-sama while trying to entice her. Become one with me, with your strength combined with mine, no one will be able to defeat us, and the whole world will crawl under our feet. If you do that, it will only bring endless disasters to the world, and in the end, we will all fall into eternal damnation. In order to delay time, Miko-sama's tone was a little loose, but her refusal was not decisive. Seeing this scene, Morio didn't immediately attack, but asked loudly, what are you worried about? You should be very clear that after you and I become one, there is no power in this world that can compete with us. Those ninjas, samurai, they are all ants, there is no need to worry about them at all. Miko-sama shook her head and said, you are too arrogant. Arrogant. Morio snorted heavily and angrily said, you are too stupid, you forgot how noble we are, you also forgot that we were. No, what are you doing? Halfway through his words, Morio was horrified to notice the dangerous atmosphere in the cave. Seeing that the disguise was exposed, Miko-sama couldn't delay any longer. Hyojin and Jishui immediately rushed out of their hiding place. Before Morio could react, Hyojin shouted, do it. With Hyojin's order, Jishui suddenly opened her eyes. The three magatama in her eyes quickly merged together and turned into a kaleidoscope shaped like a four-blade shuriken. Susanoo. With a low shout, a green Susanoo emerged from Jishui's body, standing between Miko-sama and Morio. At this moment, both Miko-sama and Morio were shocked by the scene in front of him. Obviously, they didn't expect that this skinny kid with a cat face mask could use such an impressive move. Just by feeling, they could tell that this Susanoo was not someone to be trifled with. Maintaining the Susanoo was a huge burden for Shui, so he didn't dare to delay. He immediately used the Susanoo to spread his arms, one in front and one in back, pressing the Morio down. Morio was furious and roared, lowly human, how dare you, boom. At this time, a huge iron spear fell from the sky and pierced Morio's mouth. Interrupting his roar, Miko-sama looked at Hyojin in the air with a dumbfounded face. At this moment, Hyojin is standing on a mass of iron sand, suspended in the air, and beside him is a strange ninja with a pair of iron wings wrapped in bandages. Coming back to her senses, Miko-sama quickly activated the sealing formation. The activation of the sealing formation caused the Morio to instinctively feel fear. He and Miko-sama are originally one, so he knows Miko-sama's weakness, and Miko-sama naturally also knows his weakness. So, the Morio struggled with all his might. Rumble, with the Morio's huge body constantly twisting and struggling, the entire cave suddenly shook. Jishui's expression became solemn, and he immediately activated the Susanoo with all his strength. In an instant, the two behemoths wrestled in the cave, causing gravel to splatter and dust to rise. After avoiding a few pieces of gravel falling from the dome, Hyojin glanced at the battle situation in midair. The size of the Morio is bigger than Jishui's Susanoo, so in terms of strength, Jishui doesn't have the upper hand. Moreover, the fierce confrontation between the two behemoths made the cave somewhat unbearable. More and more gravel fell from the dome. It seems that the entire cave is showing signs of collapse. Hyojin no longer hesitated, and immediately infused the Tenseigan chakra into the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. After a moment, with a thought, he commanded the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to use their strongest attack. Magnetic release, iron sand world law. The iron sand in the sky converged into a sharp iron spear, and then, like cannonballs, these iron spears shot towards the Morio, piercing his huge body and firmly nailing him to the ground. Then, these iron spears connected with each other like a dense, thorny scaffold, imprisoning the huge body of the Morio in a narrow area. Miko-sama, who was silently activating the sealing formation, was slightly taken aback. It's really magnetic release. In the current shinobi world, it is said that only the missing Sandaime Kazekage of the Sand Village and the Yondaime Kazekage who is currently in power have mastered this Kekkei Genkai. Although Miko-sama doesn't pay much attention to the affairs of the shinobi world, she is still aware of this common sense. She wasn't too sure before, but it wasn't until the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets cast the Iron Sand Domain Law that she was convinced that the strange ninja flying next to Hyojin was a magnet release Kekkei Genkai. Under the Iron Sand World law and Susanu's simultaneous attacks, Morio was quickly suppressed, and his struggles became much weaker. Wang Liang roared loudly, "Damn, you stupid and lowly humans, you don't understand what you have provoked." The loud buzzing sound reverberated in the empty cave, making everyone's eardrums hurt. But Hyojin and Jishui remained unmoved, concentrating on suppressing Morio, waiting for Miko-sama to finally activate the sealing formation. "Maitreya, watch carefully. These ants can't stop me." After shouting, Morio's head passed through the gap of the Iron Sand Domain Law in a strange and twisted posture, and then looked at Jishui. Miko-sama's face changed, and said in shock, "Quickly dodge, he is going to use witchcraft." "Ha ha ha, he can't escape." With a burst of wanton laughter, Morio stared at Jishui and shouted, "It is your honor to become my plaything." Dark Secret Technique, Inner Demon Manifestation. Inner Demon Manifestation is a kind of genjutsu that can manipulate people's minds. The victim of this technique will immediately become a soulless walking corpse that only obeys Morio's orders. After casting the secret technique, Morio immediately ordered Jishui, "Quick, go kill them." The target that Morio ordered Jishui to attack is naturally Hyojin and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in the air. So Hyojin was shocked and hurriedly looked at Jishui. Miko-sama also looked at Jishui, her whole heart was in her throat, and she even forgot to activate the sealing formation. For a time, everyone's eyes in the cave fell on Jishui. Jishui, who had activated the Manjikyu Sharingan, was speechless, and controlled Susanoo to punch Morio's head. Bang, with a muffled sound, Morio's twisted head fell to the ground. How is this possible? Morio looked at Jishui again, and immediately shouted, "It's your eyes." Damn it. Morio was not ignorant, he noticed that Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan was different from others, and guessed that it was this pair of eyes that made his genjutsu ineffective. Miko-sama breathed a long sigh of relief. At that moment, she was really disheartened. She has already seen the strength of Jishui. Once Jishui becomes Morio's puppet, the situation will be reversed in an instant. At that time, she is not even sure if she will have the chance to die together with Morio. Morio angrily shouted at Jishui, "Human, you can resist my magical secret technique. This is enough for you to be proud of for a lifetime. It seems that you are one of the few strong humans." In the middle of the words, Morio suddenly rose his twisted head, looked at Hyojin on the other side, and shouted, "Ha ha ha, then I will let you become my puppet." Dark Secret Technique, Inner Demon Manifestation. Morio's sudden diversion made Miko-sama's heart that had just fallen down was hanging again. At this moment, she was both angry and annoyed. She was angry that Morio was so despicable to suddenly attack Hyojin, and she was annoyed that she forgot to remind Hyojin in her panic. In her opinion, Jishui being able to resist Morio's secret technique is already 1 in a million. It is impossible that Hyojin can also resist it. After all, she knows Morio's strength best. In mid-air, Hyojin, who was standing on a mass of iron sand, felt a burst of malice coming towards him. Seeing that there is no abnormality, Hyojin ignored Morio and asked Jishui in confusion, "What is it doing?" Jishui scratched his head and said with some uncertainty, "It seems to be using genjutsu on us. Because of the Manjikyu Sharingan, I don't feel anything. What about you, senpai?" "I don't feel anything either." After a pause, Hyojin curled his lips and said, "But it is quite scary." Jishui nodded seriously, "Well, it is quite scary." Hyojin turned to Miko-sama and asked, "Your Highness, how long will it take to activate the seal formation?" "Oh." Miko-sama hurriedly continued to activate the seal formation. At this moment, Miko-sama suddenly felt that she didn't have to worry about Hyojin and Jishui at all. Morio was stunned for a while, and then looked at Hyojin in surprise and shouted, "Impossible. How can you resist my secret technique? How is this possible?" When dealing with Yellow Spring cultists, let alone a secret technique like Inner Demon Manifestation, even a simplified soul control technique would be enough to turn them into complete puppets. Outside the cave of the demon sealing mountain. Scorch release, steam kill. Accompanied by the hissing sound of steam, the surface of countless terracotta puppets gradually dried up and cracked. These cracks were getting bigger and bigger, and finally all the puppets broke into a pile of gravel. In the sand crypsis, Pakura didn't pay much attention to the results of her battle. At this time, her face was pale, and her brows were wrinkled. On the other side, after using Earth Release to temporarily imprison a large number of terracotta puppets, the captain of the Rock Village's beheading unit looked back at the entrance of the cave with a solemn expression. After the demon rushed into the cave, there was a continuous loud noise coming from the cave. Even if he was outside the cave, he can imagine that there must be an extremely fierce battle going on in the cave at this moment. At the entrance of the cave. After temporarily repelling a few terracotta puppets with detonation talismans, Kakashi retreated to Guy's side and asked anxiously, "Guy, are they really okay?" Guy nodded, "I believe in Kuroto-kun." Rumble. As soon as Guy's voice fell, there was another loud noise coming from the cave. At the same time as the loud noise, there was a chilling evil chakra. Kakashi quickly looked at the cave, and the Sharingan given to him by Obsidian also operated at this time. In the vision of the Sharingan, Morio's evil chakra seems to be substantial. It seems that the entire space of the cave can't accommodate it, and it actually flowed out of the cave. Wiping the sweat on his temples, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, facing such a monster in the cave, "I'm dead." Inside the cave, Hyojin shouted to Jishui while in midair, "Leave the rest to me." Jishui nodded and put away the Susanoo. From the beginning to the end, it has only been a few minutes, but he is already panting a little. It can be seen that awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan at such a young age is not a good thing. Without the assistance of the Susanoo, Morio's struggle became more intense. The previous two failures in casting the secret technique not only severely hit Wang Liang's pride but also unconsciously affected his confidence in himself. At this moment, it is discovered that both Hyojin and Jishui are powerful ninjas with strange jutsu Kekii Genkai, especially their eyes, which make it feel uneasy. This was unimaginable in the past. In fact, from the moment Jishui activated the Susanoo, it has been in a state of confusion. As it doesn't know much about the top powers of the shinobi world, it never thought that it would fall into such a dangerous situation, and the next series of changes made it even more panicked. It wasn't until this moment that Kuroto clearly realized that the Yomi cult that believed in him was completely useless in the shinobi world, and it was a huge mistake to estimate the strength of the entire shinobi world with the strength of the Yomi cult. As for the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets flying beside Hyojin, Morio has long noticed that they are soulless puppets, and he has also tried to forcibly control the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, but it was resisted by the Tenseigan chakra inside the puppets. 2 powerful Jutsu Kekii Genkai of unknown origin, coupled with a Miko of the land of demons who naturally restrains him. No matter how arrogant Morio is, he knows that the current situation is very unfavorable for him. If he doesn't find a way to get out, then he really can't escape the fate of being sealed. In the face of Morio's almost crazy struggle, Hyojin's expression became cold. As a trump card, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets have already been used, so naturally, he will not be stingy with chakra, so no matter how many iron spears Morio breaks free from, there will be a continuous supply of iron spears, firmly nailing him in place. Damn it! More and more iron spears pierced his body, making Morio let out an unwilling roar. In the case of Hyojin fully instilling Tenseigan chakra, the combat power of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets is close to that of the 3 generations of Kazekage. And the 3 generations of Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, can be regarded as one of the strong Kage who can restrain giant monsters, so it is not difficult to suppress Morio for a short period of time. Time passed little by little. Soon after, the Miko ceiling formation finally began to activate. In just an instant, the ceiling formation all around the cave emitted a faint fluorescent light. These fluorescent lights gathered together and became brighter and brighter, until finally, it seems to have become a dazzling sun. Feeling a great threat, Morio struggled more and more crazily, even if his body was torn apart. Rumble. For a time, the earth in the cave shook, and the iron spears that bound Morio also collapsed. Kuroto made up his mind and made up his mind. At this point, how could he give Morio a chance to make a comeback, so he didn't care much and instilled almost all the chakra in his body into the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. The broken iron sand once again turned into a sharp iron spear, and fiercely pierced Morio's body. Jishui also wanted to step forward to help, but as soon as he lifted his legs, his feet softened, and he fell to the ground. Just now, Susanoo consumed too much of his chakra. He didn't feel it before, but when he was ready to activate Susanoo again, he suddenly found that his body can't bear it anymore. At this time, the Miko finally finished the long incantation silently. He saw her slowly get up, pointed to Morio with one arm, and said softly, "Seal, open." The dazzling light like the sun slowly flew to Morio. "No." Morio struggled in horror and wailed. Puff, in midair, Hyojin spat out a mouthful of blood. Morio's last struggle was so fierce that he exhausted all the chakra in his body and couldn't suppress it, so he had to launch a body regeneration secret technique, forcibly squeezing some chakra out of the new cells. The ball of light finally fell on Wangliang's head. Accompanied by an unwilling wail, Wangliang's huge body was like a deflated ball, quickly withering. Then, the Miko made several complicated seals. The dazzling light immediately turned into a light curtain engraved with sealing spells. This light curtain was like a piece of cloth, wrapping up Wangliang's withered and dispirited body layer by layer. Finally, when all the light dissipated, a giant cocoon wrapped in white cloth full of sealing techniques slowly fell in front of Hyojin and Jishui. Jishui, who fell to the ground, looked happy. Did it succeed? Suddenly, a dark purple chakra as thick as mud sprang out of the cracks in the ground. This evil chakra that suddenly sprang out did not attack anyone in the cave, but fled in the direction of the cave in a panic. Seeing that Morio was trying to escape, the witch suddenly panicked. "Stop it. Once Morio's soul escapes, the seal will fail, and there will be endless troubles in the future." Brush brush brush. Before the witch's voice fell, the sound of breaking air sounded. This was the shuriken that Jishui shot towards Morio's soul. However, although these shurikens accurately hit the target, without exception, they all passed through the body, and did not cause any substantial damage to the soul in the state of chakra. Jishui's face sank, but it was too late to launch other attacks. In just a few breaths, Morio's soul was only a dozen meters away from the entrance of the tunnel. At this moment, on the other side, Hyojin decisively used rain wheel manipulation. Suddenly, Morio's soul, which was only a few meters away from the entrance of the tunnel, suddenly stagnated, as if it was firmly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. Even if it was Chakra's body, it was difficult to break free. "If I really let you escape, I won't have fought in vain." After that, Hyojin strengthened rain wheel manipulation and suddenly absorbed Morio's soul. With the improvement of Hyojin's strength, the range of rain wheel manipulation has also increased. Now, no matter what object within 20 meters, it cannot escape the control of rain wheel manipulation. Miko-sama, who was prepared, quickly took out a wooden box from the scroll she carried with her, and while Kuroto was absorbing Morio's soul, she cast a sealing technique on it. No, without the protection of the body, Morio in the state of soul could not resist the witch's sealing technique, and in the last unwilling roar, it was completely sealed. After completely sealing Morio, the three people in the cave sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the three of them were a little exhausted. Miko-sama had cast several sealing techniques in a row, especially the time when she sealed Morio's body. She had almost exhausted all of her strength, so although she didn't intervene in the battle, she still consumed a lot of her strength. Jishui's situation is not much better. Before he obtained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, even using the Manjikyu Sharingan is not a small burden for Jishui, not to mention he also used Susanoo to fight against Morio, so his consumption is far greater than it seems. As for Hyojin, he had even used the physical regeneration secret technique. Just that attack alone had overdrawn his lifespan by at least 2 to 3 months. From this, it could be seen that Wangliang was indeed very strong, at least at the level of a normal-tailed beast. After resting for a while, Miko-sama sincerely thanked Hyojin and Jishui. "This time it's all thanks to the two of you. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Miko-sama's gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. Originally, she thought that only by perishing together with Morio would they be able to avoid this catastrophe, but she never thought that the matter would be resolved so smoothly. Hyojin put away the 3 generations Kazekage puppet and said, "I have done what I promised you." Miko-sama nodded. "Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my promise." At this time, Jishui also stood up and asked Hyojin curiously, "Miko-sama, did you just use a puppet? A puppet that can use magnet release?" Hyojin didn't hide anything and replied directly, "Well, it's a puppet that I obtained by chance. As for why it can use magnet release, it's because it's originally 3 generations Kazekage." What? Not only Jishui, but Miko-sama was also shocked. 3 generations Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, turned into a puppet. This kind of thing can't help but surprise them. 3 generations Kazekage were assassinated by a puppet master in the Sand Crypsis and made into a puppet. In a battle, I was lucky enough to take the 3 generations Kazekage puppet from the hands of that puppet master. It's as simple as that. Hyojin briefly explained the matter of obtaining the 3 generations Kazekage puppet. Jishui looked surprised. 3 generations Kazekage were assassinated by a ninja from their own village? Hyojin said, it's precisely because the assassination of 3 generations Kazekage and their puppets is too sensational, so I rarely use this puppet after I obtained it. This matter involves too much, it's related to the face of the Sand Crypsis, so please don't publicize it, otherwise, it's likely to cause conflict between the Sand Crypsis and my. Hyojin dared to use the 3 generations Kazekage puppet, so he wasn't worried that Miko-sama and Jishui would reveal the secret. Miko-sama is the kind of good person who would really dare to perish together with Morio for the sake of world peace, plus Miko-sama owes him a big favor this time, so he believes that Miko-sama will not betray him. As for Jishui, first, he believes in Jishui's credibility, and second, Jishui also has a handle in his hands. If it's revealed, no one will have a good result. Taking a step back, even if the matter of 3 generations Kazekage puppet is leaked, at worst, he will just hand over 3 generations Kazekage puppet to the village. Anyway, it's just a trophy, and he didn't kill 3 generations Kazekage. Listening to Hyojin's serious words, even to the point that it will affect the 2 great shinobi villages of Mai and Sand Crypsis, Miko-sama and Jishui hurriedly promised, we will never leak this matter. Hyojin changed the topic and asked Jishui, it's rumored that there is another form of Sharingan above the 3 Tomo, is it the Manjikyu Sharingan you mentioned just now? Jishui didn't hide anything and said with a smile, well, what I just used is a unique Manjikyu Sharingan technique called Susanoo. Exchanging secrets is the fastest way to open each other's hearts. After Miko-sama, Hyojin, and Jishui exchanged each other's secrets, the relationship between the 3 of them suddenly became a lot warmer. After temporarily reinforcing the seal on the wooden box, Miko-sama said, I'm going to choose a suitable place to seal Morio's soul in the land of demons, so that his body and soul will be separated by thousands of miles, and the possibility of him escaping is very small. Compared to the seal on Morio's body, the seal on Morio's soul is much weaker, so Miko-sama has to choose another suitable place to rearrange the seal array and seal the wooden box in it. For Miko-sama's arrangement, Hyojin and Jishui naturally have no objection. In fact, Hyojin's mind at this time is no longer on Morio. He has already begun to think about how to ask Miko-sama to learn Fuinjutsu from her lineage. From the matter of sealing Morio, Hyojin has already confirmed the strength of Miko-sama's Fuinjutsu lineage. In his view, even if Miko-sama innately restrains Morio, Miko-sama's attainments in Fuinjutsu are far beyond the vast majority of shinobi in the village. After walking out of the cave while supporting each other, the first person that entered Hyojin's eyes was Guy. Obviously, Guy faithfully executed Hyojin's instructions and guarded the entrance of the cave the whole time, not allowing the ninjas of Sand Crypsis and Rock Village to enter the cave without permission. Seeing that the 3 people in the cave came out safely, Guy showed his signature smile and raised his thumb, Kuroto, I knew you would succeed. Kakashi, who was not far away, didn't say anything, he was still indifferent and undisciplined, but from the rise and fall of his chest, Kuroto could keenly perceive that Kakashi seemed to be heaving a long sigh of relief. Sand Crypsis's Pakura didn't come forward, but stood in the same place, carefully looking at Hyojin and Jishui. The movement inside the cave was felt by the ninjas outside, so everyone can guess how fierce the battle inside the cave was, and the fact that the young Hyojin and Jishui were able to come out alive made her think highly of them. On the other side, the ninjas of Rock Village looked at Hyojin and Jishui with unfriendly eyes. Their captain showed a thoughtful look, as if he was thinking about something important, so much so that he looked a little absent-minded. Feeling the hostility from Rock Village, Suijin immediately understood what was going on. With the complete sealing of the demon Morio, the cooperation between the several shinobi villages has also ended, replaced by the hostility and competition as always. At this time, Miko-sama, who was holding the wooden box, bowed to the ninjas outside the cave and thanked them for their help. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the broken terracotta puppets outside the cave, it is clear that the ninjas guarding outside the cave were not easy. After all, Before the Morio is completely sealed, these terracotta puppets can be said to be immortal. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the group of ninjas escorted Miko-sama back to the land of demons. Then, the ninjas of Sand Crypsis and Rock Village left one after another. Because the private deal between Hyojin and Miko-sama has not yet been completed, Mai's Team 11 temporarily stayed in the land of demons under the pretext of being entrusted by Miko-sama to eliminate the remnants of Yomi. Of course, the task of eliminating the remnants of Yomi was thrown by Hyojin to Kakashi, Guy, and Ji Shuei, while he himself was resting in the palace of Miko-sama, waiting for Miko-sama to collect the purple clay for him. In his spare time, Hyojin summarized the battle with Morio. This battle was the first time that Suijin exhausted all the chakra in his body after obtaining the Tenseigan, therefore, this battle exposed a lot of his problems and also gave him some unexpected gains. The side effects caused by the exhaustion of chakra were more serious than he expected. In the next few days, his body could hardly exert any strength, and his spirit felt extremely depressed, as if there was a dark cloud hanging over his head. No matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of it. Fortunately, the pair of Tenseigan in his eye sockets is his own, perfectly compatible with his soul and body, so the burden is much easier to bear. If this pair of Tenseigan was transplanted to someone else, at this moment, I'm afraid that he would have been ruthlessly devoured by the Tenseigan. Even if he was lucky enough not to die, his body probably wouldn't have much vitality left. In the vague memory of his previous life, after Otsutsuki Samurai was defeated by Naruto, the chakra in his body was exhausted, and the Tenseigan he obtained from the Hokubyakugan also disappeared. From this point, it can be seen that even if Otsutsuki Samurai can fly in the sky, burrow into the ground, and cut the moon, after exhausting his chakra, he still can't maintain the level of Tenseigan. The weak are not even qualified to hold the Tenseigan, therefore, this once again confirmed Hyojin's previous guess. His Tenseigan seems to be very spiritual. It has been instinctively suppressing itself and maintaining the initial awakening state to avoid causing irreversible damage to Hyojin's body. My eyes are still good. After understanding this, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh. The same Rinnegan, Madara, the original owner, and Nagato, the power shown is not the same. Even, Madara can use the Rinnegan that Nagato has never used before, which also shows that the original owner of Madara can exert the power of Rinnegan better than Nagato. Moreover, the price paid is far less than that of Nagato. This incident also reminded Hyojin that he would not dare to use up all his chakra in the future. At the same time, it also made him more eager for the artificial tailed beast. Time waits for no man. Hyojin finally couldn't help but ask Miko-sama to learn Fuinjutsu. However, the result disappointed him. Miko-sama clearly told him that if he doesn't have the bloodline of the Miko, he can't learn the Fuinjutsu of the Miko bloodline anyway. This has been verified by countless predecessors. Simply put, the Fuinjutsu of the Miko bloodline is also a kind of bloodline limit. This is why for thousands of years, the Miko of the land of demons has only one bloodline, and no outsiders can intervene. Suppressing the disappointment in his heart, Hyojin had to settle for the second best. Although Miko-sama can't teach Hyojin the powerful Fuinjutsu of the Miko bloodline, but as a master of Fuinjutsu, it's not a problem for her to guide Hyojin to learn other Fuinjutsu. After changing his mind, Hyojin immediately extracted all the Fuinjutsu involved in the artificial tailed beast data and handed it to Miko-sama, asking Miko-sama to guide him in learning these Fuinjutsu. As soon as she saw these Fuinjutsu, Miko-sama showed great interest. The Fuinjutsu in the artificial tailed beast data are all Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki bloodline, and the Uzumaki clan is a powerful Fuinjutsu clan that developed powerful Fuinjutsu such as Ghost Seal, 4-symbol seal, Diamond Seal, and other powerful Fuinjutsu, so even Miko-sama, who has high attainments in Fuinjutsu, couldn't help but be amazed after seeing the Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. After a few days of research, with her own attainments in Fuinjutsu, Miko-sama quickly became familiar with the characteristics of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu and mastered all the Fuinjutsu involved in the artificial tailed beast data. These Fuinjutsu techniques are simply too exquisite. The Uzumaki clan is really admirable. Miko-sama sighed from the bottom of her heart. The characteristic of the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu is that they use the weak to control the strong. Using the weak human body, they use Fuinjutsu to suppress and control a huge monster as strong as the tailed beast. Therefore, since the establishment of my village, the 9 tails Jinchuriki have always belonged to the Uzumaki clan. In this aspect alone, Miko-sama can only sigh in admiration. Under the careful guidance of Miko-sama, Hyojin learned very quickly. Firstly, the information on the artificial tailed beast has already introduced the principles and functions of these sealing techniques in great detail. Secondly, after obtaining the Tenseigan, Kuroto's comprehension ability has indeed improved a lot. After more than 10 days of study, Kuroto finally mastered all the sealing techniques on the artificial tailed beast's information. After completing the guidance, Miko-sama raised a question: these sealing techniques should be aimed at the tailed beast, right? Knowing that he can't hide it from Miko-sama, Hyojin nodded and immediately asked, Your Highness, do you think this level of sealing techniques can suppress the tailed beast? Miko-sama thought for a while and shook her head. I can't judge this, but the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are very exquisite, and in many aspects, they are better than me. Maybe it's possible. Hyojin frowned slightly. Your Highness sealed Morio, so you should have a strong judgment in this regard, right? Seeing Hyojin's doubt, Miko-sama smiled and explained, You misunderstand. The reason why I was able to seal Morio is because my sealing techniques can restrain him. If I were to seal the tailed beast, the result would be very unpredictable. As the two sides of the same body, Miko-sama and Morio have a mutually reinforcing and restraining relationship, so the fight between them can't be used as a basis to judge the tailed beast, even if Morio has reached the level of a tailed beast. After understanding this, Hyojin's brows didn't relax, on the contrary, he frowned even tighter. Previously, he has been using Morio as a reference, and seeing Miko-sama easily seal Morio, he somewhat despised the tailed beast in his heart. But now that he understood the secret behind Miko-sama sealing Morio, he finally understood why the village gave up the artificial tailed beast project. It's most likely because the sealing techniques on the information are not reliable. And things like the artificial tailed beast must be guaranteed to be reliable, otherwise, it's not a weapon against the enemy, but a ticking time bomb against oneself. After pondering for a while, Hyojin tentatively asked, Your Highness, have you ever seen a tailed beast? Miko-sama shook her head. I personally estimate that Morio has at least reached the level of 1 tail, or even higher. After a short pause, Suijin asked again, If you put aside the element of restraint and just focus on the sealing techniques, do you think the techniques I gave you would be able to seal Morio? Miko-sama thought for a while and replied, If Morio is in a weakened state, then there is a certain degree of certainty. Hyojin's face turned gloomy when he heard that. Miko-sama thought for a moment and said, If my needs to seal the inscription tail beast, I may be able to help. What do you mean? Miko-sama explained, The Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu is different from my Fuinjutsu. They focus on internal Fuinjutsu, while I specialize in external Fuinjutsu. Hyojin, who had already mastered a lot of sealing techniques, quickly understood. The Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu pays attention to practicality. Their Fuinjutsu often works from the inside to the outside, and while sealing, they can also obtain the power of the sealed object. The best example is the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Counting from the first wife, Uzumaki Mito, to Uzumaki Kushina, and now to the current Uzumaki Naruto. All of the 9 tails Jinchuriki since the establishment of my village came from the Uzumaki clan, and the reason why he chose the Uzumaki clan is precisely because the Uzumaki clan's physique and their Fuinjutsu are the most suitable for Jinchuriki. The Fuinjutsu of the Land of Demons is much more traditional. Their Fuinjutsu is equivalent to isolation and suppression. In terms of subtlety, they are far inferior to the Uzumaki clan, but in terms of stability, they are better than the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of this, Hyojin suddenly came up with a new idea, that is, double-layered Fuinjutsu. The first step is still according to the method in the information, using purple clay to create a shell, then using the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu to create an unstable artificial tailed beast. The second step is to use Miko-sama's Fuinjutsu to seal the entire artificial tailed beast in a portable artifact. In this way, the risk of the artificial tailed beast going berserk is greatly reduced. In daily life, there is no need to be on edge all the time, and during the battle, once something goes wrong, he can use the outer seal to suppress the artificial tailed beast in the artifact to prevent it from going berserk. A few days later, Kakashi and the others who went out to annihilate the Yomi cult returned to Miko-sama's palace. This cleanup operation didn't go well, perhaps because of the Morio's Fuinjutsu being sealed. the Yomi cult's followers in the land of demons almost disappeared overnight. Kakashi and the others spent a lot of effort to annihilate some of the followers on the periphery. The injured leader of the Yomi cult is still missing. Regarding this, Miko-sama didn't care too much. Without the support of Morio, the Yomi cult is no different from a wandering ninja group. As long as they are exposed, the land of demons can easily hire ninjas from any of the 5 great shinobi villages to deal with them. Kakashi is still a little worried about this, but he also knows that his Team 11 can't stay in the land of demons for a long time, so after apologizing to Miko-sama, he said goodbye and left. At this time, Hyojin also received the purple clay that Miko-sama promised him. These days, Miko-sama used the power of the land of demons to collect nearly a ton of purple clay. Although it cost a lot of money, Miko-sama didn't complain. After all, compared to the life-saving grace, money is really nothing. Coupled with Hyojin and Jishui's repeated promises that they won't leak the fact that Miko-sama and Miko-sama are one and the same, Miko-sama's reputation in the world is protected, so Miko-sama doesn't care about these small details. After saying goodbye to Miko-sama, the 4 members of Team 11 finally set foot on the road back. On the way back, the 4 of them became more and more familiar with each other, chatting and chatting. This mission not only increased their knowledge but also increased their trust in each other. Even the indifferent Kakashi would interject a word or two from time to time. It seems like he has a tendency to integrate into the conversation. The group walked and stopped from time to time, and soon they left the land of demons and entered the territory of the country of bears. There is a star shinobi village in the country of bears, but its strength is not very strong, so there are many wandering ninjas living in the country of bears. There are even rumors that some wandering ninjas are deliberately supported by the rock village of the neighboring land of Earth. Their purpose is to use these wandering ninjas to quietly infiltrate the country of bears and plunder the resources of the country of bears. Walking in a dense forest in the country of bears, Hyojin, who was at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. Guy hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Hyojin's face sank. This place seems to be deliberately arranged by someone. Kakashi sniffed and immediately became alert. His nose is very sensitive, and he can smell things that others can't notice. During the Third Shinobi War, he used this ability to detect enemies in advance many times. Boom. 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 While the 4 members of Class 11 were engulfed in flames, Kakashi used water release ninjutsu. Water release, water formation wall. Sizzle, the surging water wall collided with the raging flames of the explosion, causing endless steam to rise. For a time, mist filled the surrounding area. Feeling the slight vibration under his feet, Hyojin warned, "Everyone be careful." Before his voice fell, countless sharp earth spikes emerged from the ground and shot towards the 4 of them. With Hyojin's warning, the 4 of them jumped to the trunk of the surrounding trees, narrowly escaping this wave of silent earth spikes. Guy looked around. Where is the enemy? Boom. 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 The only response to Kai was another violent explosion. Affected by the explosion, the 4 members of Class 11 were forced to scatter again, and suddenly the distance between them was pulled apart. The mist around them didn't interfere too much with Hyojin's Tenseigan, but the continuous explosions forced him to move back and forth in the forest. Seeing that he was getting further and further away from his companions, Hyojin faintly guessed the purpose of the attackers. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a figure to appear in front of Hyojin. Hyojin frowned. "It's you." The person who stopped in front of Hyojin was none other than the captain of the Rock Village beheading unit who cooperated with Hyojin and the others to deal with the demon Morio in the land of demons. Originally, Hyojin also considered looking for trouble with this group of rock ninjas, but thinking that he has more important things to do, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to suppress the impulse of revenge. He didn't expect that these people would take the initiative to find him instead of finding trouble with him. The captain of the Rock Village beheading unit smiled and said, "What's wrong, surprised?" Hyojin asked, "I'm a little curious, how did you discover our whereabouts?" From this series of ambushes, it is obvious that the rock ninjas knew the route of Class 11 in advance, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to arrange such a perfect ambush. But Class 11 was very careful along the way, and Hyojin used his Tenseigan to check the surroundings from time to time, so he was sure that no one was following them. Squeak squeak, at this time a small head popped out from the collar of the captain of the Rock Village's execution unit. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ordinary-looking squirrel. Squirrel. Shaking his head, Hyojin immediately thought, no, this is not an ordinary squirrel, it is a ninja beast. There are many kinds of ninja beasts. It can be said that as long as one can use chakra, any animal can be counted as a ninja beast. This seemingly ordinary squirrel is no exception. It's called Pilu. It can track any familiar scent within a dozen miles. After chuckling, the captain of the Rock Village beheading unit continued, I know that you are from the Hyuga clan, so of course, I won't follow you personally. Hyojin was slightly surprised, you remember me? From the tone of the captain, Hyojin realized that the captain had already recognized him. Obviously, in the battle where Hyojin almost died, not only did Hyojin remember the captain, but the captain also remembered Hyojin who survived. The captain of the rock beheading unit put away the smile on his face and said with a calm face, a year ago, he was just an ordinary kid, I didn't expect him to grow to this point, Konoha's geniuses are really enviable. Hyojin said coldly, it seems that you are regretting it. The captain of the Rock Village beheading unit gritted his teeth and said bitterly, yes, I really regret not killing you at that time. So, I must personally correct this mistake, I will not allow a second golden flash to appear in I will be responsible for the village. Hyojin, who is less than 15 years old, can already participate in the battle of tailed beasts. It can be imagined that if Hyojin continues to grow, he will inevitably become another golden flash, which is absolutely intolerable for the Rock Village. Rock Village has never forgotten the humiliation brought to them by the golden flash, boom, there was a faint explosion in the distance. There is no doubt that the other members of Class 11 also encountered the enemy and fell into battle. Seeing that Hyojin was a little distracted, the captain of the Rock Village beheading unit said, don't worry about the others, you kids will soon meet in the underworld, remember, my name is Iwamoto, I am the one who will kill you. After saying that, Iwamoto clasped his hands together, earth release technique. Seeing Iwamoto diving into the ground, Hyojin was worried that he would be attacked from underground, so he jumped on a big tree and used the Tenseigan to carefully observe the situation. However, he didn't know if it was because Iwamoto dived too deep, but he didn't find anything. At this moment, not far away, there was a sound of rushing water. Hyojin looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a large amount of water rushing towards him like a broken dam. This is water release, great waterfall technique. Although this great waterfall technique doesn't pose much of a threat to Hyojin, he didn't dare to take it lightly. The other party is a famous elite jonin of the Rock Village, it is impossible for him to waste his chakra on the battlefield for no reason. After the impact of the great waterfall technique, the surrounding ground became muddy. The wet ground made Kuroto subconsciously feel that something was wrong, but what exactly was wrong, he couldn't tell for a while, after all, he didn't know much about earth release. Swish, 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 suddenly, a lot of thumb-sized mud balls flew out of the muddy ground, these mud balls were like bullets, with a sharp sound of breaking the wind, whistling towards Hyojin on the tree. Faced with the densely packed eyeballs shooting towards him, Kuroto didn't hesitate and immediately used Revolving Heaven. Revolving Sky can protect Hyojin, but it can't protect the tree under his feet. In just a blink of an eye, this towering tree that 3 or 4 people couldn't even wrap their arms around was pierced with countless holes by the mud balls, and in the flying sawdust, it crashed to the ground. Hyojin's feet touched the ground, ready to jump to another tree not far away. But at this time, a few long whips made of mud quickly swept over, wrapped around his legs, and pulled him to the ground. Bang, with a muffled sound, Hyojin fell from the air to the ground. Cough, Hyojin curled up his body and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The fall made him dizzy. Even breathing was a little difficult for him, as if one of the ribs in his chest was broken. Seeing that he succeeded, Iwamoto rose from the ground, revealing half of his body, and smiled, it seems that I overestimated you, Byakugan isn't as strong as I thought. At this time, Hyojin, who was in pain, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression that seemed like a smile. This, in panic, Iwamoto involuntarily flew towards Suijin. Hyojin, who was on the ground, struggled to stand up and used 8 trigram palm, bang bang bang, along with the sound of palm strikes, Iwamoto was sent flying by Hyojin's soft fist and fell into the mud not far away. Cough cough, after a set of soft fist, Hyojin coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although he purposely got hit to lure Iwamoto out, the injuries on his body were not fake. In fact, he did not expect Iwamoto's mud whip to be so powerful. With the help of inertia, he fell from the sky and directly injured his lungs. Even now, he was still feeling dizzy and his chi and blood were surging. After a while, Hyojin said lightly, "Don't pretend, I know you didn't faint." Iwamoto stopped pretending and jumped out of the mud. He asked in bewilderment, "Kid, what was that move you just used?" Kuroto spat lightly, "Tisk, why should I tell you?" "It doesn't matter, I will make you say it later." Saying this, Iwamoto slowly pulled out the short sword from his waist. Iwamoto was indeed an elite jonin of the Rock Village. When he was controlled by Rain Pull, he secretly used Earth Release ninjutsu to harden part of his body. Therefore, although Hyojin's soft fist sealed part of his meridians, it didn't cause any damage to his body. His meridians were sealed, but he couldn't use ninjutsu. As an elite jonin, even if he didn't use chakra, he was still an expert in body technique and sword technique. But Hyojin's injury was not light, so Iwamoto felt that he had a big advantage and the situation was still under his control. At this time, Hyojin took out a scroll with the word 3 written on it and summoned 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in front of Iwamoto. This is... Looking at the cloud of iron sand floating around the Kazekage puppets of 3 generations, Iwamoto was stunned. As a ninja who has experienced 2 shinobi wars, Iwamoto's knowledge is far above ordinary ninjas, so with just a glance, he recognized that this is the unique Kekai of the Sand Crypsis, Magnet Release. Exposing the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in this environment is undoubtedly a very risky thing to do, so Hyojin didn't say any more nonsense and immediately urged the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to launch an attack. Magnetic evasion, iron sand timely rain. In an instant, the iron sand that filled the sky turned into sharp needles and shot towards Iwamoto like raindrops. Clang clang clang. The short sword in Iwamoto's hand danced, creating a beautiful flower, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, unexpectedly blocking the majority of the iron sand. Seeing this, Hyojin frowned. He thought that by sealing Iwamoto's chakra, he would be able to quickly end the battle, but he didn't expect Iwamoto's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. However, a short sword alone obviously can't block the endless iron sand, so after a moment, Iwamoto's limbs and abdomen and other parts of his body were full of iron sand. Iwamoto gritted his teeth and shouted, "Secret technique, blood explosion technique." Blood explosion technique is Iwamoto's unique secret technique. After using it, the chakra's amount in the body will soar, and it can dispel most of the genjutsu, as well as the sealing technique. With the activation of the secret technique, Iwamoto's face became extremely red, as if he was drunk. Subconsciously feeling the danger, Hyojin quickly flew back. At this moment, in the vision of the Tenseigan, the chakra in Iwamoto's body is like a burning flame, surging and violent. This feeling is somewhat familiar to Kuroto. It's just like when Guy is in the state of Hashiman Tanto, but when Guy is in the state of Hashiman Tanto, the chakra inside Iwamoto's body is completely chaotic and violent, as if it could engulf him at any time. There is no doubt that this is definitely a secret technique with great negative effects, and often such a secret technique is extremely powerful. It can change the situation of a battle. In just a few breaths, the meridians sealed by Hyojin's soft fist were broken by Iwamoto, then his hands quickly turned into a series of afterimages. Earth Release, Mud Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Earth Spear Thrust. Earth Release, Mud Whip Entanglement. With Iwamoto's murderous shout, 3 large Earth Release ninjutsu were launched almost at the same time. For a time, the whistling mud bombs, the silent mud spears, and the crackling mud whips attacked Hyojin and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets from all directions. In the face of such an omnidirectional attack, even with the Tenseigan, Hyojin is not sure that he can completely avoid it, not to mention that he is injured at this moment, so he can only choose to defend. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Defense. The iron sand in the sky immediately turned into an iron sand ball, protecting Hyojin and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets inside it. Boom boom boom, countless mud bombs, mud spears, and mud whips hit the surface of the iron sand ball one after another, making a deafening noise. Inside the iron sand ball, Hyojin half squatted on the ground, calmly thinking about countermeasures. An explosive secret technique is bound to be unable to last long, so according to common sense, as long as this drags on, the balance of victory will definitely tilt towards Hyojin's side. But considering that this ambush was carefully arranged by the rock village, the enemy may not only be the 4 rock beheading squad that he saw before in the Land of Demons. If there are other rock ninjas involved, then it is difficult to say whether it is good or bad to continue to drag on. After a little consideration, Hyojin decided that even if he has to take some risks, he has to end this battle quickly. After all, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets are too sensitive. Once the rock ninjas find out, it will be big trouble. After making up his mind, he immediately urged the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to use their strongest move. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Technique. More than half of the iron sand in the iron sand ball protecting Hyojin was instantly pulled out and turned into sharp iron spears, constantly branching and stretching towards Iwamoto. Seeing countless iron spears stabbing towards him, Iwamoto's ferocious face was filled with madness. He completely abandoned his defense and used the earth release with all his strength. It seems that he wants to perish together with Hyojin. Hyojin couldn't judge the real intention of the other party for a while, but at this point, it was too late for him to make any other plans. In a battle of life and death, there is no room for half-heartedness. Almost at the same time, both sides' attacks hit each other. Iwamoto's entire right shoulder was pierced by the iron spears, and his limbs were also pierced by the forked iron spears. His whole body was like an iron spear, blood dripped down along the iron spears, dyeing a large area of the mud red. Impaled on the spear, Iwamoto coughed up blood and said weakly, My premonition was right. You really are a threat. Hyojin covered the wound on his right leg with one hand and supported himself with the other hand. He stared at Iwamoto. From the reaction of the chakra in Iwamoto's body, he still had a strong vitality, so the weakness he showed now was probably just a disguise. Hyojin wouldn't underestimate any elite jonin who had experienced war, so he didn't act rashly. Iwamoto continued to say weakly, Oh, what a cautious guy, why don't you come up and give me a quick death? Hyojin was suspicious. Is he trying to lure me to him? Not giving Hyojin time to think, Iwamoto suddenly broke away from the iron spear. As if he wasn't injured at all, he suddenly turned around and fled towards the depths of the forest. He wants to escape. Hyojin was startled at first, then thought, I can't let him escape. The secret of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets couldn't be leaked, so almost subconsciously, Hyojin stretched out his arms towards Iwamoto and used rain pull. Under the huge suction force, Iwamoto almost didn't struggle and was sucked towards Hyojin. Ignoring the injuries on his body, Kuroto used a set of 8 trigram palms with all his strength, and every move was aimed at the vital parts of Iwamoto's body, determined to completely eliminate this strong enemy. Bang bang bang, the muffled sound of palm hitting flesh echoed in the forest. From the touch of the palm, Hyojin could judge that this time Iwamoto didn't have time to use the hardening technique of earth release, so even if this set of 8 trigrams palm didn't break Iwamoto's heart, it definitely hurt his lungs. As Hyojin expected, Iwamoto's body was like a pile of mud, slowly falling at Hyojin's feet. Just as Hyojin heaved a sigh of relief, Iwamoto suddenly jumped up from the ground, hugged Hyojin, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mai's young genius, come with me to the underworld." Hiss hiss. With the hissing sound of ignition, Hyojin found out that Iwamoto had modified his body. He had implanted many special explosive charms under his skin, and used the flow of chakra in his body to confuse the chakra on the explosive charms. That was how Hyojin could not detect him. Looking at Iwamoto, who was calm even in death, Hyojin suddenly understood. From the beginning to the end, Iwamoto had never thought of escaping. The reason why he pretended to escape was because he wanted to get closer to Hyojin and complete his final attack. Boom boom boom, the explosion set off a storm that swept through a large area of the forest. The surroundings were flattened by the explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the earth trembled slightly. In the distance. After using genjutsu to kill the last enemy, Jishui stepped forward and finished the enemy's life. At this moment, there were already 9 corpses lying around him in a disorderly manner. Except for one of the members of the Rock Village's execution unit, the other 8 were dressed like wandering ninjas. It seems that they were the group of wandering ninjas that the Rock Village secretly supported. Just as Jishui put away his short sword and was ready to look for the other members of the Team 11, a violent explosion suddenly came from the distance, causing him to stagger. What's going on? Taken aback, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the explosion, on the other side. Kakashi pulled out his right hand that pierced the enemy's heart, and then casually threw the sticky blood on the ground. Then, while gasping for breath, he looked at the direction of the explosion. With his experience, he can naturally judge that an explosion of this scale can't be caused by ordinary ninjutsu or detonation talismans. His face suddenly became gloomy. The fierce battle just now exhausted his chakra. Although he killed all 9 enemies, he almost lost his combat power, but he didn't hesitate and limped towards the direction of the explosion, on the last battlefield. Guy covered his injured left arm with a solemn expression. Trapped in a tight encirclement, he was not only worried about the battle in front of him, but also worried about the other members of Team 11. In his opinion, since the enemy sent 9 ninjas to besiege him, then the number of ninjas that besieged his companions would be even more. Suddenly, a violent explosion came, attracting the attention of everyone on both sides of the battle. Guy's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. On the other hand, the face of the leader of the rock execution unit changed drastically, and he directly left the injured Guy and led 8 wandering ninjas to rush towards the direction of the explosion. Guy was stunned for a moment, then he followed, at the center of the explosion. After the dust settled, Hyojin's figure slowly appeared. He glanced around calmly and sighed softly. At the last moment, Hyojin decisively used Rain Pull to push Iwamoto away, but Iwamoto's explosion was too violent, and Rain Pull couldn't repel all the shockwaves and flames, so under the impact of the explosion, Hyojin still suffered a lot of injuries. There were many fractures and burns on his body, making him look very embarrassed. Iwamoto's body didn't even exist, only a broken piece of Iwamoto's forehead protector was left on the ground. Hyojin dragged his injured leg, staggered over, picked up Iwamoto's forehead protector, and put it in the ninja bag on his waist. This battle of life and death, he won, 1 year ago. He was just a nobody in front of Iwamoto, and Iwamoto didn't even want to waste his chakra to use ninjutsu on him. But today, 1 year later, Iwamoto died in the hands of a nobody. For a moment, Hyojin was in a trance, and his heart was full of emotion. This battle was also the first time he faced an elite jonin, although he still relied on Rain Pull to win, but his performance in the whole battle was still remarkable. Of course, except for the last time he was tricked by Iwamoto. After putting away the 3 generations Kazekage puppets, Hyojin sat cross-legged on the ground and bandaged his wound. His face was calm as if he was tying his shoelaces. At this time, a group of 9 ninjas hurriedly appeared in front of him. The leader was a member of the rock beheading unit, and the other 8 were all wandering ninjas. The member of the rock beheading unit glanced at the battlefield, and immediately shouted at Hyojin, "Damn, where's our captain?" After bandaging his wound, Hyojin slowly stood up and said lightly, "Didn't you already see the result? Why are you still so surprised? This is impossible. How could our captain lose? The reason he lost is because he met me, that's all." After saying that, Hyojin rushed towards the opponent without hesitation. Inside a cave in the Land of Bird, the 4 members of Class 11 were sitting around the campfire, eating and chatting. It has been 3 days since the ambush in the forest of the Land of Bear. Except for Jishui, everyone in the squad was injured, so Kakashi decided to rest in the Land of Bird for the time being. As for the last battle in the forest, Jishui and Guy arrived in time and cooperated with Hyojin to deal with all the enemies. After the battle, the 4 of them met and found that in addition to the 4-member squad of the rock beheading unit, there were also 24 wandering ninjas from the Land of Bear who participated in the ambush. Among them, the captain of the rock beheading unit, Iwamoto, took the initiative to find Hyojin, and the remaining 3 members of the beheading unit each led 8 wandering ninjas from the Land of Bear to intercept and kill the remaining 3 members of Class 11. There is no doubt that Iwamoto is an elite jonin, and the other 3 members of the beheading unit are also jonin rank, plus there are 24 wandering ninjas from the Land of Bear who are close to the level of chunin. With these people gathered together, they are already a considerable force. What's more, the battle broke out in an ambush, so the fact that Class 11 was able to completely annihilate the enemy without losing a single member is really a brilliant achievement. Among the 4 of them, the one who was the most relaxed was Jishui. With the buff of the Manjikyu Sharingan, even the ordinary genjutsu he cast is extremely powerful, even a jonin would fall into his trap if they are not careful. The member of the beheading unit that was sent to deal with Jishui was directly hit by his genjutsu, and he didn't even have time to use his own jutsu before he died. Without the command of the Jonin leading the team, the remaining 8 wandering ninjas were easily dealt with by Shui, and the process was so easy that the other 3 members of Class 11 felt depressed when they heard it. Kakashi's performance is slightly worse than Jishui's. Because his body has to bear the burden of a Sharingan that doesn't belong to him, the extremely talented Kakashi's chakra volume is not much better than his peers, coupled with the A-class ninjutsu Chidori consumes a lot of chakra, so after a fierce battle, it is inevitable for him to collapse. Kai had performed normally. After all, he hasn't fully developed yet. Without using Hashiman Tonku, he can't reach the level of a real Jonin. And he was besieged by a Jonin and 8 wandering ninjas who are close to the level of Chunin. It's already very difficult for him to survive. In his opinion, Hyojin's performance was average. In the last confrontation, he was completely deceived by Iwamoto, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. Especially Iwamoto's self-destruction at the end, he was still terrified. Kakashi shook his head and said bluntly, "In the entire village, there aren't many people who have a battle record like yours." Hyojin curiously asked, "Why? Is this Iwamoto very famous?" "Of course." Nodding, Kakashi continued, "As far as I know, there are only 7 beheading troops in the rock village. One of them was besieged by more than 100 ninjas from our village in the Land of Grass. In the end, both sides almost died together." Guy was surprised. "More than 100 of us besieged 4 of them and almost died together." Kakashi's face was serious. "Well, that battle was very tragic. Although we defeated the enemy, in the end, it seems that only 6 or 7 people survived." Jishui said gloomily, "Several elite jonins of our Uchiha were killed by the beheading troops of the rock village." Guy was a little confused. "Then didn't we do something great? By the way, including the one we killed, there are only 5 beheading troops left in the rock village." Kakashi shook his head and said, "No, there are only 3 left, the other 2 were annihilated by 4 generations." Hyojin was speechless and muttered, "No wonder Iwamoto is so bitter about 4 generations." During the battle, Iwamoto mentioned 4 generations many times, and it wasn't until now that Hyojin understood why Iwamoto's resentment towards 4 generations came from. Of the 3 beheading troops that were lost, except for the one that was besieged in the Land of Grass, the other 2 were killed by 4 generations. Anyone would hate 4 generations to the bone. At this time, Kakashi said worriedly, "I'm worried that Rock Village will take this opportunity to make a fuss." After eating and drinking, Hyojin leaned to the side and said, "What's there to worry about? We were just defending ourselves. We can't just let them kill us." Guy scratched his head. "By the way, why did they attack us?" Kakashi and Jishui looked at Hyojin. Hyojin shrugged his shoulders. "Don't look at me, I don't know either." Iwamoto may have some special ability, vaguely aware of something, so he wanted to eradicate Hyojin for Rock Village, to prevent Hyojin from becoming the second Golden Flash of Mai. But how can Hyojin publicize this kind of thing? Once it is spread out, not only will it easily attract the attention of the Rock Village, but it will also easily arouse the suspicion of the Konoha. After all, more than a month ago, Hyojin was promoted from a wartime chunin to a tokubetsu jonin, and his rapid improvement in strength has already attracted the attention of many people. If it is spread that the captain of the beheading troops of Rock Village is extremely afraid of him and wants to kill him, then the secret of his Tenseigan will be very difficult to conceal. Even now, after knowing the weight of the beheading troops in Rock Village, Hyojin has a headache. He doesn't know how to explain to the village that he killed Iwamoto. After all, according to common sense, it is impossible for a newly promoted tokubetsu jonin to be able to defeat an elite jonin like the captain of the beheading troops. After everyone finished eating, Jishui took the initiative to say, "I'll be on duty tonight." Hyojin naturally has no objection, as he is the most heavily injured in the team. Guy smiled and said, "You keep watch for the first half of the night, and I'll keep watch for the second half of the night." After resting for a few more days in the Land of Birds, Class 11 once again embarked on their return journey, and this time they didn't encounter any trouble on the way and safely returned to Konoha. Because the Umbu is directly under Naruto, after returning to Konoha, Class 11 directly went to Naruto's office and reported to 3 generations the details of the mission in the Land of Demons. Sandaime-sama was surprised when he heard that the demon Morio had strength comparable to the tailed beast, and when he learned that Class 11 was ambushed by a rock village beheading unit in the country of Bear, Sandaime-sama fell silent. After pondering for a long time, 3 generations classified the mission performed by Class 11 as a secret and sealed it in a secret archive that only Naruto can read. At the same time, all the members of Class 11 were given a sealing order. After leaving Naruto's office, the 4 members of Team 11 went home. This S-Class mission took nearly 2 months to complete, and after a series of battles, everyone was exhausted, so the 3 generations gave Team 11 a half-month vacation. After returning home, Hyojin was lying on his bed, carefully recalling the reactions of the 3 generations. From the behavior of Sandaime-sama, he could roughly judge that this mission in the land of demons was indeed just a coincidence, and there was no element of probing. It seems that I'm overthinking things. If the 3 generations really suspected that I'm colluding with Orochimaru, he could have just taken me down directly. Why would he need to beat around the bush? After calming his mind, Hyojin began to count the harvest of the land of demons. Obtaining a large amount of purple clay glue, as well as learning all the sealing techniques on the artificial tailed beast is undoubtedly the biggest harvest for Hyojin. In addition, the friendship with the Miko-sama of the land of demons is also not a small harvest. Don't underestimate the Miko-sama of the land of demons. Her request for help, even the 5 great shinobi villages of Mai, Rock Village, and Sand Crypsis had to respond immediately and send their elites to support her. From this point alone, one can see her prestige in the surrounding countries. Establishing a personal relationship with such a person whose status in the mortal world is comparable to that of a daimyo will be of great help to Hyojin in the future. Not to mention anything else, just the artificial tailed beast project alone, Miko-sama, as a Seijutsu master, can help him a lot, providing him with very professional Seijutsu guidance and ideas. The next problem is the source of chakra for the artificial tailed beast. As soon as he thought of this, Kuroto's thoughts were scattered. He vaguely remembers the artificial tailed beast Zero Tail created by Shino. The source of chakra is a large number of ordinary villagers, which directly leads to the instability and low quality of the chakra produced by Zero Tail. Therefore, when Zero Tail tried to devour Naruto and Sasuke's high-intensity chakra, it was easily overpowered by the other party. As expected, it went berserk on the spot. This lesson also verified Orochimaru's previous suggestion. It was best to have a single source of chakra for artificial tailed beasts. Although the chakra that was obtained through everyone's efforts was huge, it was too unstable. It could easily cause the artificial tailed beast to go berserk under external stimulation. However, there are only a handful of chakra source in the entire shinobi world. This reminded Hyojin of the monster Wangliang that was sealed not long ago. In terms of chakra's amount, Wangliang was enough to be the source of chakra for artificial tailed beasts. However, its chakra attribute was too evil, and it also had a strong consciousness like a tailed beast. If Kuroto used its chakra as the source of chakra for artificial tailed beasts, it would be equivalent to changing its body, replacing its original body with that of purple clay. In essence, there is almost no change. And this thing is not so much an artificial tailed beast, it is more like another Morio that has changed its shell, and for Kuroto, it is completely harmful and not beneficial. What Hyojin needs is a chakra source that has no self-consciousness or has very weak self-consciousness. After thinking about it, it seems that the only thing that meets this requirement is the dragon vein in the land of wind. In his impression, the chakra attribute of the dragon vein seems to be very gentle. Even an ordinary person like Queen Roran can control it through the power of her bloodline. More importantly, the dragon vein doesn't seem to have a strong self-consciousness. As long as the method is mastered, people who are not of Queen Roran's bloodline can use the chakra of the dragon vein. Using it as the source of chakra for artificial tailed beasts will undoubtedly greatly improve the stability of the artificial tailed beasts. The only problem at present is that the dragon vein in the land of wind was sealed by 4 generations a few years ago. If he wants to use the power of the dragon vein, he must first break the seal of 4 generations. 4 generations should be using the Uzumaki clan's seal, but I don't know which one it is. Hyojin frowned and pondered. Under the guidance of the Miko-sama of the land of demons, although he has mastered the Uzumaki sealing technique, it doesn't mean that he is proficient in the Uzumaki sealing technique. On the contrary, he is currently unable to use any of the Uzumaki sealing technique, let alone a forbidden technique like corpse ghost seal. What he had learned so far was just to follow the requirements of the artificial tailed beasts and set up the sealing techniques designed by the Vortex family one by one. As for the chakra circulation technique and the hand seals required to perform the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Kuroto doesn't know any of them, and there is no relevant record on the artificial tailed beast, so Kuroto doesn't know whether it was originally not there or it was erased by Orochimaru. Hyojin thought to himself, it seems that I need to go to the Land of Wind. Only by going there himself can he accurately determine what kind of sealing technique 4 generations used at the time, and then arrange the corresponding method to break it. In addition, he pondered for a moment. He felt that the Lulan Queen's blood seems to have a great influence on the dragon vein. When he breaks the seal of 4 generations, perhaps he should bring it with him, just in case something unexpected happens. After sleeping for a night, early the next morning, Hyojin didn't stay idle. He took some tools and went straight to the Forest of Death at the edge of the village. The battle with Iwamoto made him realize the importance of poison. Kuroto regretted that he didn't continue to apply poison on the iron sand controlled by the Kazekage puppets like Sasori, so even if he severely injured the enemy often won't die. Unlike Sasori, as long as the enemy is injured, even if it is a trivial scratch, it can still take the enemy's life. In fact, when it comes to the use of poison, Hyojin is no stranger. His summoned beast, the one-eyed viper, has a very strong venom, but after experiencing the baptism of several wars, especially after Hanzo became famous as a poison expert, the demigod Hanzo, all the major shinobi villages have begun to develop and prevent the use of poison. As a result, it is difficult for a single snake venom to have a miraculous effect on the battlefield, so he had to go to the Forest of Death to collect other poisons to make compound poisons. As soon as he entered the Forest of Death, many memories flashed in Hyojin's mind. He is no stranger to this place. Before graduation, the ninja school has organized many genins to enter the Forest of Death for practical exercises, so although he is not familiar with the grass and trees here, he still has a general understanding of the situation. There are many poisonous creatures in the Forest of Death, mainly snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, moths, and rats, and the purpose of his trip is to collect the venom sacs and venom glands of these poisonous creatures. After walking for almost an hour, Hyojin, who was shuttling between the treetops, finally found something. Beside a small pond, a cobra and a small wild boar were confronting each other. Hyojin smiled at the small wild boar. Count yourself lucky. After laughing, he threw a shuriken and accurately nailed the cobra's head to the ground. After landing on the ground, he skillfully cut open the cobra's body, took out the larger of the 2 venom sacs, and then threw the cobra's body aside. At this time, the small wild boar, who had just escaped, rushed over again, picked up the cobra's body and was about to run away. Before he could finish his sentence, Hyojin reacted himself. His face darkened as he muttered, "That guy is a pig to begin with." The poison sac in the snake's carcass was a lethal poison to wild beasts that did not know how to use chakra. The small wild boar that ran away did not have chakra flowing in its body at all, so it would definitely die if it ate the snake's carcass. However, whether it was the snake poisoning the pig or the pig eating the snake, it was all part of the natural cycle. Hyojin did not have the time to care about such trivial matters, so after he put away the poison sac that he had just obtained, he immediately searched for other poisons. After a morning of hard work, Hyojin had collected more than 10 poison sacs and poison glands of poisons. After returning with a full load, he bought some white mice from the market on the way. The configuration of a compound poison was not as simple as mixing all the poisons together. Different poisons had different properties. Mixing them randomly would sometimes not only not increase the toxicity, but it would also neutralize some of the toxicity, reducing the lethality of the poison. Therefore, compound poisons often required a lot of data support from live experiments before they could be concocted. Concoction, experiment, record. For almost the entire afternoon, Hyojin was meticulously busy with these things. However, the results were not satisfactory. The toxicity of the poisons in the Forest of Death was slightly weaker. They could not even kill the white mice in an instant, let alone the ninjas with chakra. However, Hyojin was not completely without gains. At least he found that the poison of a moth had a strong paralyzing effect, while the poison of a scorpion had the effect of speeding up blood circulation. If these 2 poisons were mixed together, it could almost instantly paralyze the white mice that were used as test subjects. However, Hyojin had no clue how to combine these two poisons into one without damaging them. Also, what was the limit of this compound poison? Could it deal with powerful ninjas? Further experiments were needed to find out the answer to these questions. In the evening, Ring came to Hyojin's house with hot food. Seeing the white mice that were tossed around by Hyojin, she asked in surprise, "Kuroto, what are you doing?" Hyojin carefully recorded the poisoning reaction of these white mice and replied casually, "I'm studying the poison." Today, Hyojin did not hide anything about studying the poison. From going to the forest of death in the morning to buying white mice in the market at noon, the whole process was carried out openly. Ring squatted beside Hyojin and asked in a low voice, "Are some poisons really useful?" Like the traditional Hyojin, Ring has a natural rejection towards poisons, but after all, she is a ninja who has experienced war. She understands that as long as one can win on the battlefield, all means are reasonable. Hyojin said with a smile, "Of course it is useful. Maybe this poison can save my life in the next mission." After making the records, Hyojin simply cleaned up and ate the food with Ring. In addition to sending food to Hyojin this time, Ring also brought him a message, that is, Richa's request to meet. Richa has a great influence in the Hyuga clan and is also the person responsible for the daily communication between the clan and the village. Hyojin naturally can't refuse his request to meet. At night, in an izakaya, Richa looked at Hyojin and said with a gentle smile, "Why do you want to meet here?" Hyojin casually said, "I am now a subordinate of Naruto's Umbu, so I have to keep some distance from the clan as much as possible. This is good for both the clan and me." The real reason is naturally because he is afraid of exposing the Tenseigan. After all, there are many people coming and going in the clan land, and it is not guaranteed that some clansmen will suddenly activate the Byakugan. And the appointment to meet in the izakaya and chat privately, Richa naturally will not activate the Byakugan here for no reason, so the probability of the Tenseigan being exposed is greatly reduced. In fact, this is just Hyojin being too cautious. In fact, because of the X-ray ability of the Byakugan, the Hyuga people in the village are generally very careful and will not easily activate the Byakugan. After all, activating the Byakugan is also a kind of spying on the ninjas of the same village, and no one likes to be spied on by others. Hyojin is just talking nonsense, but Richa nodded and said, "Well, you are right to think this way, the village's top leaders are very wary of us rich and powerful families. There is no doubt that some of the recent arrangements made by the village against Uchiha have also caused the uneasiness of the Hyuga clan." Hyojin did not say much on this sensitive issue, and directly asked, "Richa-sama, what can I do for you to meet me this time?" Richa requested, "Next month, the village will launch a vote of confidence for the promotion of Jonin. Under normal circumstances, when a special Jonin is promoted to a Jonin, it is necessary to pass a small-scale vote of confidence, so Richa's appointment with Hyojin this time is to canvass votes." Hizashi-sama then said, "There is a very senior Tokubetsu Jonin participating in this promotion, and you are now a member of the Umbu of the Hokage, so you have the right to vote, so I hope that you can contribute to the family in this matter." After listening to Richa's request, Hyojin smiled happily, "Don't worry, I will do my best." At this moment, Kuroto deeply realized the change in his status. When he was a Chunin during the war, he was not even qualified to come into contact with these things, let alone participate in them. And now, as a powerful family, the Hyuga clan also has something to ask of him. Of course, the reason why he agreed so happily is also selfishness. Unlike the domineering Uchiha, the Hyuga clan is much more low-key and calm, so their reputation in the village is much better than that of Uchiha. Many my ninjas are willing to team up with the Hyuga clan for tasks. Therefore, the Hyuga clan is not a burden for Hyojin, but a huge force that can be used. After a little chat, the two sides left the izakaya after taking what they needed. Early the next morning, just as Hyojin went out to the forest of death to collect some more poisons, a figure stopped his way. The other party asked coldly, "Hey, boy, are you Hyojin?" Hyojin nodded. While playing with the kunai in his hand, the other party said, "My name is Uchiha Shinichi, I heard that you won against Jishui not long ago, I specially came to find you today, I want to let you understand that the name of our Uchiha cannot be trampled casually." Hyojin's face sank, "Sorry, I still have something to do." Seeing that this Uchiha Shinichi wants to fight in front of his house, Hyojin had no choice but to agree to his challenge. After coming to a remote grove, Hyojin glanced around, his eyes stopped on a big tree in the distance for a moment, then said to Uchiha Shinichi, "Okay, let's fight here." Uchiha Shinichi nodded with a proud look on his face. "Let me make it clear to you first, I am different from Jishui, I will fight for real." "Oh." Uchiha Shinichi's eyes twitched. "Hey, are you listening carefully? I said I will fight for real, if you don't pay attention, you will die." Hyojin said helplessly, "I really have something to do, please hurry up." "Damn it." Uchiha Shinichi opened his Sharingan and stared at Hyojin fiercely. "Idiot who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, today I will let you see the true strength of Uchiha." After saying that, Uchiha Shinichi quickly printed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu." Hyojin's figure flashed, avoiding Uchiha Shinichi's Great Fireball Jutsu. At this time, under the cover of the Fire Release Ninjutsu, Uchiha Shinichi flashed in front of Hyojin using the Body Flicker Jutsu. The three tomo in his Sharingan rotated rapidly. In an instant, the two looked at each other. Looking at Uchiha Shinichi's Sharingan, Hyojin was startled at first, then his whole person seemed to have lost his soul, slowly lowered his head and stood in the same place. Uchiha Shinichi curled his lips. "What the hell, so weak, how can Jishui lose to such a waste?" he muttered as he approached Hyojin. In the vision of his Sharingan, the chakra in Hyojin's body is extremely chaotic, completely falling into a state of Jinjutsu, so he was almost unguarded, thinking of putting the kunai on Hyojin's throat first, and then dispelling the Jinjutsu for Hyojin, so that he can humiliate Hyojin. But just as Uchiha and Shinichi raised their right arms, Hyojin suddenly lowered his body and struck out with both palms. Bang bang bang, amidst a series of slaps, Uchiha Shinichi fell to the ground in shock and fainted. Clapping his hands, Hyojin said lightly, "Alright, come out." Swish, a figure fell in front of Hyojin. This figure is no one else, this is Uchiha Jishui. Jishui first glanced at Uchiha Shinichi, who was knocked out, then bowed to Hyojin and said with a smile, "Senior, you have worked hard." In fact, Hyojin had long discovered Jishui secretly behind Uchiha Shinichi, and seeing that Jishui did not inform him in advance, he guessed that Uchiha Shinichi should not be powerful. Otherwise, with his friendship with Jishui, he would definitely inform him in advance. Hyojin asked, "This kind of trouble won't happen every day in the future, will it?" Shursui shook his head and said in a serious tone, "Of course not, Shinichi is also a Tokubetsu Jonin, and he lost so miserably this time. When he goes back, those restless guys in the clan will definitely discuss countermeasures, and I guess it will be at least a few days before there will be another challenge." Hyojin was really helpless this time, isn't it endless? Jishui hurriedly promised, "Don't worry, the clan will definitely not send elite Jonin, at most the level of ordinary Jonin." Hyojin's face darkened. "According to what you said, I will have to fight half of Uchiha? At that time, I won't get the strange title of the nemesis of the Uchiha, right?" "Hehe, it's been hard on you, it's been hard on you." Jishui smiled twice and immediately carried the unconscious Uchiha Shinichi and ran away in a panic. Hyojin hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't run so fast, next time you give me some information in advance." The reason why he could defeat Uchiha Shinichi so easily this time was mainly because Uchiha Shinichi was too arrogant. Hyojin only used the Tenseigan to disrupt the flow of chakra in his body and easily deceived Uchiha Shinichi, who was full of confidence in his Jinjutsu. If it was a more cautious Uchiha, Hyojin may not be able to win so easily. "Senpai, don't worry." Jishui's voice floated from a distance. He was counting on Hyojin to suppress the increasingly domineering Uchiha people, so he naturally took the initiative to provide help to Hyojin. After dealing with Uchiha Shinichi, Hyojin's plan remained unchanged and went straight to the Forest of Death. With yesterday's experience, he was even more adept at collecting poisons today. In less than 2 hours, he had collected twice as many poison sacs and glands as he had yesterday. It could be said that he had exceeded his mission. Just as he was about to go home to concoct the compound poison, there was a sudden rustling sound in the forest. Hyojin stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a wave of grass swaying in the thick grass, and then the mixed-hair small wild boar he met yesterday came out of the grass and looked at him foolishly. "Huh, you are still alive." Seeing the small wild boar, Hyojin was a little surprised. According to common sense, the poison sacs in the snake carcass yesterday should be enough to poison this small wild boar 10 times over. As long as the small wild boar ate the snake carcass, it would definitely die. Did it not eat the snake carcass, or did it remove the poison sacs inside? As soon as this thought came up, Hyojin frowned because he suddenly realized that the small wild boar, which did not have chakra flowing in its body yesterday, had a faint trace of chakra in its body today. This change surprised Hyojin even more. It was also possible for wild animals to learn to use chakra by chance, but the probability was very low. Ordinary people would rarely encounter it. Moreover, wild animals that could learn to use chakra by chance were usually smart, strong, and old. Hyojin had never heard of a wild animal that could learn to use chakra at a young age like the small wild boar. The small wild boar scurried to Hyojin and cried, "Holyalu, you want to eat? I don't have anything on me that you can eat." Halfway through, Hyojin suddenly thought for a moment, then took out a thumb-sized poison sac from his waist pouch and threw it on the ground. "Do you want to eat this?" Wild animals generally had the talent to avoid harm, so Hyojin wanted to try and see if this unusual small wild boar in front of him would eat the poison sac. After all, the smell of the poison sac was pungent. Ordinary animals would avoid it even if they smelled it, let alone eat it. However, any animal that dared to eat it was definitely not ordinary. Hyojin thought that even if the small wild boar dared to eat the poison sac, it would at least smell it and lick it first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he threw the poison sac, the small wild boar jumped up and swallowed the poison sac in midair. After swallowing the poison sac, the little wild boar wobbled into the grass and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is this guy's body resistant to poison? After coming up with this idea, Kuroto suddenly came up with a new test plan. In the past 2 days, there has been a problem that has been troubling him, that is, the lack of a qualified test subject. White mice were obviously not qualified to be used as living test subjects. This was because white mice's physique was too weak. Even the most common poison could cause fatal damage to them. Therefore, it was very difficult to test the strength of the poison through them. And the sudden appearance of this little wild boar solved this problem at once. After making up his mind, Hyojin did not stay in the death forest, but quickly returned home. Hyojin mainly designed 2 types of compound toxins. The first type of compound toxin is a paralytic toxin. The main raw material is the venom powder on the wings of the striped moth and the venom of the red-tailed scorpion, and the auxiliary material is the saliva of the giant mandible ant. The venom powder of the striped moth has a strong paralytic effect, and the venom of the red-tailed scorpion has the additional effect of accelerating blood circulation. Therefore, the combination of the two can quickly spread the paralytic toxin through the blood circulation to the poisoned person's whole body, causing the poisoned person to lose the ability to move in just a few breaths. As for the saliva of the giant mandible ant, it will become a very rare protective film after solidification, and mixed with the compound toxin, it can prolong the activity of the compound toxin by 4 to 5 times. The second type of compound toxin is a fatal toxin. The main raw material is the venom of the one-eyed viper, 2 kinds of poisonous spiders, and a poisonous centipede, and the auxiliary material is also the saliva of the giant mandible ant. The one-eyed viper has been with Hyojin for a long time, and its toxicity is already very strong. If it is mixed with other poisons and configured into a compound toxin, as long as the toxicity is not reduced, the standard antidotes distributed by the major ninja villages should not be able to do anything to it. Of course, these are just plans and ideas. If he wants to turn all of these into reality, Hyojin needs to continue to experiment. After a whole afternoon of hard work, Hyojin had concocted a total of 10 bottles of poison. 5 of them were paralysis toxins, and the other 5 were fatal toxins. The reason why there were so many bottles was to test the best ratio of the various poisonous ingredients. It should be known that even if it was the same few ingredients, if the ratio was different, the toxicity of the concocted poison could be worlds apart. Seeing as it was getting late, Hyojin put away all of the poison and decided to go to the Forest of Death tomorrow to test the poison on the small wild boar. As for the night, he had other plans, Uchiha clan grounds. On his way home from school, Itachi saw the clansmen gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, seemingly discussing something. He stopped for a moment and pricked up his ears to listen. Shinichi actually lost? Yeah, I heard that they lost quite badly and it was Jishui who carried them back, too useless. How could the clan allow such trash to challenge it? Isn't this tarnishing the reputation of our Uchiha clan? Logically speaking, that kid Shinichi isn't weak either. He has been a Tokubetsu ninja for 2 years, right? How could he lose so badly? Is the kid from the Hyuga family really that powerful? Humph, that kid from the Hyuga family was just a chunin a few months ago. How powerful can he be? Jishui can say that he wasn't serious, but Shinichi really lost. If he loses again next time, we can't let that happen. We have to send a stronger one next time. After listening for a while, Itachi showed a helpless expression and thought to himself, as expected, there were 2 meanings in Itachi's mind. The first was that the clansman couldn't help but challenge Hyojin, and the second was that the clansman lost. Itachi slowly returned home with a load on his mind. When he passed by the corridor, he found his father sitting in front of the squatting chair in the courtyard, seemingly thinking about something. In order not to disturb his father, he subconsciously lightened his footsteps. At this moment, Uchiha Fuyue suddenly said, "Is it Itachi?" Itachi quickly stood up straight and said, "Father, I'm back." In the courtyard, Uchiha Fuyue did not turn back. He was still staring at the squatting chair in front of him and said calmly, "You've heard the rumors outside, right?" "Yes, I just heard." Uchiha Fuyue asked, "What do you think about this?" Everyone knew Itachi's talent, so from a long time ago, Uchiha Fuyue had already trained Itachi as the next clan leader of Uchiha. Therefore, Fuyue would ask Itachi's opinion on some matters from time to train Itachi's ability to deal with things. Itachi thought for a moment and replied, "For our Uchiha, this may be a good thing." Uchiha Fuyue waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Itachi bowed to his father and then quietly left the courtyard. At night, after confirming that no one was spying on him, Hyojin closed the door and windows. At night, he would use the time to practice all kinds of tactics on the artificial tailed beast. To make an artificial tailed beast, in addition to a large number of sealing tactics, he also needed to use some shaping tactics and ninjutsu tactics. Moreover, in the process of making an artificial tailed beast, there must be no mistakes in all the tactics. If a mistake was made, there would be no chance to modify it, and the whole plan would be in vain. Therefore, before starting the artificial tailed beast plan, Hyojin must be proficient in all the tactics and must be 100% accurate. And to achieve this, there is no other way but to practice hard, so taking advantage of the long vacation given by the 3 generations, Kuroto decided to use the night time to practice. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As long as you practice enough, it is not difficult to achieve 100% accuracy. On the border of the land of fire and the land of hot water, Akumo Jonin crushed the throat of a Mai ninja in his hand and said to the Jinchuriki Yujito ni next to him, "It seems that Mai hasn't noticed yet." The half-squatting Yujito ni looked at the map on the ground and said, "Our team seems to be a bit slow." The Kumo Jonin also came over and looked at the map with a frown. "The information obtained by the intelligence team is simply full of mistakes. Our speed of advancement is already considered fast. It shouldn't be a problem with the intelligence team. It is likely that Mai temporarily adjusted the defense of this border recently." After a pause, Yujitoni said, "Forget it, let's continue to advance. We must meet up with Karabi in 2 days." Early in the morning, Hyojin came to the forest of death with a bulging bag. He thought that it would take some time to find the little wild boar, but he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the small pond where the little wild boar often appeared, the little wild boar jumped out of the grass. It's not so much that he found the little wild boar, it's that the little wild boar found him. Today, the little wild boar is obviously bigger than yesterday, but the hair on the back half of its buttocks was bitten off. It seems that it was severely beaten by other beasts in the forest. Looking at the little wild boar limping, Hyojin smiled. "Who did you provoke to be beaten so badly?" After laughing, Hyojin put down the bag on his back, took out a large piece of meat from it, then cut the meat into strips with a short knife and placed them on the ground. The little wild boar squatted on the side and stared at the meat strips. After placing the meat strips, Hyojin first numbered them one by one, then took out 5 bottles of paralysis toxin and injected them into the number 15 meat strip. The poison used in these 5 bottles of paralysis poison was the same, but the proportion of the poison was different. What Hyojin wants to test today is which of the 5 bottles of paralysis toxin is the most toxic, and then further fine-tune the paralysis toxin according to the results. After getting ready, Hyojin threw the number 1 meat strip to the little wild boar. The little wild boar had been craving for the meat for a long time. Seeing this, it ran over and swallowed the number 1 meat strip in 2 or 3 bites. Then, it squatted on the ground and stared at the rest of the meat strips. Hyojin quickly used the Tenseigan to observe carefully. However, the little wild boar that ate the number 1 meat strip containing paralysis toxin is completely fine, whether it is the weak chakra in its body or the muscles all over its body, there is no obvious change. The only change is that the saliva flowing out of the corner of its mouth seems to be more than before. No way? What is injected into number 1 meat strip is not an ordinary toxin, but a compound paralysis toxin carefully prepared by Hyojin. In his estimation, even the physique of Chunin may not be able to withstand it. However, this ordinary little wild boar in front of him was completely fine after eating the poisoned strips of meat. This was difficult for him to accept. Unconvinced, Kuroto tossed meat strip number 2 out, then meat strip number 3, meat strip number 4, meat strip number 5. The little wild boar accepted all of it without the slightest bit of politeness. After eating, other than its mouth dripping with oil and its saliva spilling all over the ground, there were no other changes. The veins on Hyojin's forehead bulged as he watched the little wild boar intimately rubbing against his leg and even smearing its saliva on his pants. This little wild boar did not have the self-awareness of a live test subject and actually treated him as a breeder. "Do you really think I can't deal with you?" Embarrassed, Hyojin angrily took out the compound lethal toxin, injected it into number 6 meat strip, and threw it to the little wild boar. An hour later, Hyojin returned home and started a new toxin preparation. As for the ones from before, he threw them all away. If I can't even deal with a little wild boar that has some resistance to poison, such a compound toxin has no value at all. In the next few days, Hyojin had been preparing the toxin, testing it, and re-preparing the toxin repeatedly. Speaking of gains, it was not like he did not gain anything at all. At least the little wild boar that he used to test the poison had been fed until it was fat and strong. It was another morning. As soon as Hyojin went out, he found someone standing in front of his house. When the person saw Hyojin going out, he stood up and blocked Hyojin's way. He said, "My name is Uchiha?" "Eh? Yimu is in a hurry to do something? Lazy? Snicker? Old friend? Injian?" Chanlung, looking at the thin and cold-eyed Uchiha clansman in front of him, Hyojin's mind immediately flashed with the contents of the small note that Jishui had handed him last night. "Uchiha? Eh? Xian-tu? Wanchimon? Maochimon? Lao? You? Envy you? You? Shirue? Meisia by Shixingyan? Don't you mu? Judging from the description on Jishui's note, this Uchiha? Dark Nei Qian H? A weakness like poor stamina might be very serious in a battle of life and death, but in a competition between ninjas from the same village, it was not a big weakness. It was obvious that the Uchiha clan had put in a lot of effort to win back their reputation. So, the only person Hyojin can use now is Uchiha? Bameisia by Shixingyan? Banana rice? School? Milk? Please do not stand on ceremony with me. Please forgive me. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin said, "Follow me." Uchiha? Waving and writing, eh? The emperor preemptively talks about two with Uchiha? Jacket-blowing boat-rustling man, condylodactyl polypus? Obstruction vermiculite dripping solid collapse skeleton Australia laying radon benevolent judgment stands tall Uchiha? What kind of lawsuit is this? Squandering the Xian department dumplings and praying for the rest of the pay? Making fun of people who sue each other? Block the body to break down and bleed? How many tricks are there? Lang Rongren cut the kitchen clamp small. Hyojin smiled and said, "Then let's compete in physical skills." After the battle with Iwamoto, Kuroto discovered that the conventional means of the Hyuga clan were a bit ineffective against the unpredictable shinobi, so he deliberately provoked Uchiha. Huh? Cut the roundworm, cut the alarm pole? Taking orders from Scandium under false pretenses? Bitter Locust Alliance? Ren Yuan Mu Chao? Pry? Even the Ash? Unpardonable, the content of the competition was decided. Uchiha? Yelling Wei Juanchuo flammed the morning light that shone through the treetops shone on the blade of his short sword, reflecting a beautiful light, adding a bright color to the dewy grove. Hyojin's body sank slightly, his palms wrapped in blue chakra, one in front and one behind, guarding the door in front of him. Whoosh, a breeze blew, blowing a few leaves down. The leaves swirled in the air, fluttering, and then fell on Uchiha. Uchiha? Ba Jinis flamdomu jushi? She? Mu Milling wantonly watering Gyujin's expression froze, and he thought to himself, good sword. If a master of swordsmanship was equipped with a good sword, his combat power would skyrocket. Uchiha Uchiha? Ba Jinis flamding? Let's talk about patrol what Guime Mume ding. Just the intimidating sword energy on. The body of the sword made Hyojin's heart skip a beat. Whoosh, Uchiha Uchiha? Ba Xia Huan? Play? Hiss? Gluttony La Xing Ai? Bottle brand product silk? Warbler terpene lawsuit, already obstructing worm slack Uchiha Uchiha? What about Minamata Renchi? Chen obstructing worm slack now? How school? Neju Huani? Soul? Qian Huanjiu Lu? Jia Xiaoliangshan? Evenly obstructing worm slack waving fire dumpling cow? Plagiarism? Yuan Suzai weary? Song first, in an instant. The spirit that a person shows on the outside can reflect his truest heart. This, Hyojin firmly believes. Uchiha? Ba Xiangyi Dong breeding Dimu Yuan envy Assel too? From noisy to cowardly? Dimu slaughtering Yin Miao envy Assel Mao Yuan grain? Yuan Yin seed heart and locust tree? Phlegm man surging way it is this pride in his own saber skills and trust in his saber that makes him unconsciously take risks every time he falls into a fierce battle. This shortcoming, he has never been aware of. In other words, in the entire Uchiha clan, except for Ji Shui, no one has noticed this. And sometimes small details are the key to victory or defeat, with Uchiha? Rake Emblem? Bei Jiaolu? Barrier Vermiculi? See? Squint condyle value oyster peptone? Taste like swan base, Sha, with a sharp whistling sound of a short knife cutting through the wind. Another tree as thick as a person was cut off at the waist. Including this one, there have been 8 or 9 trees in the small forest that have been brutally cut by Uchiha. Dark Mu mortar for Giban with the help of the smoke and dust stirred up by the falling tree trunk, Hyojin successfully pulled away from Uchiha. Dad? Yak Mu Fu, Uchiha? Right? Jia dusk skeleton dark reiki? One oval peak muddled handsomely Hyojin's face was calm. Do you only know how to cut trees? You. Uchiha? Rake Emperor protect strontium? Hyojin did not continue to ridicule, but focused on dealing with Uchiha. Rake Emperor protect protruding? Rake Emperor protect grave beer, Uchiha? And Huan timid dispatch roundworm Mimu? 3. Na Ruwing Mang leg dripping asshole? Steel Sigma book? Yun Qiao first carbon pocket mold? Huan Bian? Kong Mu envy asshole? Di Chao cup fanning luo? Rake pen ting ting, ding, to be honest, without rain wheel and 3 generations of Kazakage puppets, can Hyojin really take down Uchiha? Regretful Emperor's judgment? Brother Gu? But? Rue na? The flustered couple on Pao Hui Street right now, Hyojin's strategy was very simple, and that was to stall. Did he want to drag it out until Uchiha? Target Mother Sigma? Merge? Force? Woo. Song Hui's surname was Ho? Pastime? And yes, Song Frostbite universal feed like most Uchiha. Uchiha? How can I hide in the dark? Wriggling worms protruding out of the ground to recite Cole? That you chews on bushes and shakes his head. Every move was filled with killing intent. However, if the killing intent was too strong, it would lack variation. In this way, in the eyes of Hyojin's reincarnation, Uchiha? Dark oyster fighting common waterlogging chewing cluster banana pop? Quandary in danger? Stare at me? Is the pleasure comparable to a salt store? Curtain? My gown is unadorned and unadorned. However, Hyojin was not in a hurry. He believed in the information from Ji Shui, but he trusted his own eyes more. After another round of chasing, the two of them jumped out of the messy woods one after the other and arrived at a lake, startling the villagers who were washing their clothes by the lake. Standing on the surface of the lake, Hyojin panted lightly as he said, "Looks like you're stronger than the last guy." Uchiha? The cormorant's broken bones are replaced by a mountain peak? A clang of the Tartars? Brandish the fierce arrow with a bow shaped by fear and fear. Uchiha? Boil the rabbit soil to look at people you see gone. Without a doubt, his stamina was not very good to begin with, and he had been in a state of anxiety where he could not vent his killing intent, causing his stamina consumption to be much greater than Hyojin's. Knowing that the time was ripe, Hyojin smiled and said, "Hide and seek? Your shallowness is really shocking." Not waiting for Uchiha? Press the button? Barrier worm rice oval? Si Chiao, Uchiha? Ding? Chun? Chu Huiwei? 1 broken bamboo block worm slack in an instant, the calm lake surface surged with turbulent waves. In the waves, the two people fiercely fought. As soon as they started fighting, Hyojin felt that Uchiha? Dark stag fighting row? Proudy Sanji Bo? Gongchun coin Pao Sha Jiao? Jealous porcelain pirate boat ring cup enchantment? Chanting Ji Qin Jinbao, however, killing intent alone could not kill people. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. In the eyes of the reincarnation, Hyojin discovered Uchiha? Hera Huan Ling Zhong Huan Bao Na Pu, but he was still not in a hurry. What he was waiting for was not just to defeat Uchiha. Dark mantle? Curtain? Sewing Huan Chu Huan Gao Dian dispatch? Ba Zhong Hui Tun Dun canopy? Curtain, he wanted to completely destroy Uchiha? Dark man judge. After several breaths of time, an opportunity finally appeared. Hyojin no longer hesitated. He immediately turned his palm into a fist and punched at Uchiha. Miasong, just as Hyojin expected. Uchiha? An awakening Yu punishment? Cooking? Resentment, resentment, resentment? Cowering in fear? As expected of someone who likes to take risks. Hyojin's lips curled up into a smile. At the same time, he suddenly swung his fist up and hit Uchiha. Am I worth the Neon Polaris? Hui Wangzong Qingping? Phlegm trembling and folding. The entire process of seizing the saber happened in the blink of an eye. After Hyojin snatched the katana and retreated, Uchiha? Overflowing with flattery? Commanding crabs to obey? Base-playing with the dagger in his hand, Hyojin said lightly, "It is indeed a good dagger, but the person who used it is lacking in experience." Hyojin threw the dagger back to Uchiha. Yakeo song trick. After saying that, Kuroto ignored the stunned Uchiha. Ton of oxem? Rip? Crack? Not long after, Ji Shui appeared in front of Hyojin and asked, "Senior, did it go well? Because of Uchiha? Dark neon robber? Rue Jun? Gu? Waving evil salt to raise Naishi? Mother? Snuggling? Waving evil crotch to wash stomach? Make an example of the people, play the gray lie?" Tan Chuan Jian, Hyojin nodded and said, "It went well." But that Uchiha? Ba Kong-mo? Emperor Miasong? High-grade Ren Yunyu? Mao? Cruising Yu. During the battle, although Hyojin looked calm, as if he didn't care about Uchiha at all. Amine side consultation school? Moisture devouring she? Wasteland Sistanch sleeping swollen? Reeling legs? Valpasi? Yu. Duan Shu, if he hadn't limited himself to only using physical skills from the beginning, would he have been able to defeat Uchiha? Kishi Ji Chao Mo, Ji Shui smiled and said, "I'm not worried about you at all, senior. You also know that it's not convenient to use some means in the village." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "If Uchiha sends someone stronger next time, I really won't be able to deal with it." This time against Uchiha? Obstacle rice ostrich ya? Hong Yu. 1. Lua Yu Shasho Yu? Case? Nashianju? Moreover, Hyojin accepted Uchiha's challenge. In addition to honing himself, he also wants to use Uchiha's name to make himself famous. Although Uchiha is not likable, but his name is still very famous. Although the ninjas in the village don't say it, but in their hearts, they have already classified Uchiha as an elite. And the village's elders are full of suspicion about Uchiha, so using Uchiha as a stepping stone can be regarded as the most efficient and safest way to become famous. Uchiha's challenge to Hyojin was initially limited to the discussion within the Uchiha clan. But with the rise of Uchiha, Shinichi, and Uchiha, the dark south stream flowing? Street Xianxia? Hyojin? Hyojin? Shun Hyojin? Yuna Hyojin? Nana seizes the skill to catch the six-ship mansion at night. After cleaning up the dishes, you hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask, Kuroto, is what they said outside true? Hyojin was still thinking about the poison concoction, so he asked absent-mindedly, what did they say outside? You hurriedly said, it's about you and Uchiha? Oh, you're talking about this. After a smile, Hyojin nodded and said, well, Uchiha did send people to challenge me, but I defeated them. You said with a worried look, the people of Uchiha are not easy to provoke, let's not provoke them, okay? Hyojin heard this and looked at you in a daze. You asked carefully, did I say something wrong? Hyojin shook his head. He was indeed a little surprised just now, he really didn't expect that you, who was a member of the Hyuga clan, would be so afraid of Uchiha. From this, it can be seen what kind of attitude the ordinary ninjas in the village have towards Uchiha. It can be said that in terms of people's heart alone, Uchiha has been completely separated from the village. Thinking of this, Hyojin's face was a little gloomy. Uchiha is not only a stepping stone for Hyojin to become famous, but also a magnet that helps Hyojin attract attention. As long as the Uchiha clan is there, whether it is the 3 generations, Danzo, or even the obsidian hidden behind the scenes, their eyes will only be focused on the Uchiha clan. And once the Uchiha clan is no longer around, who will these people focus their eyes on? Kuroto doesn't know. Therefore, from the perspective of Hyojin's own interests, the Uchiha clan could not be destroyed. At least, before his strength reached the Kage level, it could not be destroyed too quickly. This was another reason why he was willing to cooperate with Jishui. What's more, Hyojin still had his eyes on the divine artifacts Sword of 10 Fists and Yada no Kagami. In his impression, Orochimaru, who could use Orochi Jutsu to rival tailed beasts, was sealed by Itachi's Totsuken sword. During the whole confrontation, Orochimaru barely fought back and was easily suppressed by Itachi. Because of this, Hyojin had a deep impression of Itachi's 2 artifacts. Hyojin had many guesses as to what these 2 divine artifacts were. In his opinion, there were only 2 possibilities. First, the Sword of 10 Fists and Yada no Kagami are only the unique abilities of Itachi's Susanoo. They are part of Itachi's own chakra, and it is impossible for them to exist independently. Second, these 2 artifacts are some kind of spiritual artifact in the state of chakra, so they can be directly equipped on Itachi's Susanoo. Between these 2 possibilities, Hyojin was more inclined to the latter. Because when Itachi used Totsuken sword and Yagami mirror, Orochimaru and Black Zetsu who were watching the battle recognized these 2 divine artifacts, and also knew some of the abilities of these 2 divine artifacts. Based on this point alone, it can be concluded that these 2 artifacts should have existed in the shinobi world for a long time, and they should have left some stories and legends in the shinobi world. Otherwise, it is impossible for Orochimaru and Black Zetsu to know the details of these 2 artifacts when Itachi used them for the first time. Logically or emotionally, this didn't make sense. Of course, before actually obtaining these 2 artifacts, everything is just speculation. As for the whereabouts of these 2 artifacts, Hyojin thought about it and felt that whether it is the first possibility or the second possibility, it is best to leave the task of finding the artifacts to Itachi. Because Orochimaru, who is familiar with many secrets of the shinobi world, was unable to find the Sword of 10 Fists even after searching for many years, it is obvious that these 2 artifacts must be hidden in a very special place. Kuroto even suspects that the clues leading to the whereabouts of these 2 artifacts are hidden in the Uchiha clan, and Itachi may have obtained this clue after the extinction of the Uchiha clan, and based on this clue, he found the 2 artifacts. After pondering for a while, Hyojin converged his thoughts. Itachi is still young, so the matter of the artifacts can be put aside for a while. After all, apart from Itachi, no one should be able to find these 2 artifacts in the next 10 years. And Hyojin's current priority is the artificial tailed beast plan. As long as he has the support of a large number of chakra, not only can he further explore the Tenseigan, but he can also boldly learn a variety of secret techniques and forbidden techniques. The next day, Hyojin came to the Death Forest as usual. After many failures, the 8th version of the paralysis toxin he had concocted finally showed some results. After feeding it to the little wild boar immediately felt numb. After struggling a few times, it fell straight to the ground. Although it only took 5 or 6 minutes, the little wild boar was full of energy again. But this is enough, on the battlefield, not to mention losing the ability to move for 5 or 6 minutes, even losing the ability to move for 5 or 6 seconds is enough to be a fatal flaw for a ninja. Seeing this, Hyojin smiled slightly. It seems that my idea is correct. Previously, he had only collected ordinary striped moths. Although the quantity was large, the toxicity was uneven. For the 8th version of the paralysis toxin, he used the poison powder of the king of poisonous moths. Although the quantity was much smaller, the toxicity was extremely potent. Moreover, he also found that the saliva of the giant jaw ant has the effect of inhibiting toxicity, so when preparing the toxin, he reduced the proportion of the saliva of the giant jaw ant. By doing so, although the duration of the paralysis toxin is reduced from the previous 3 days to 1 day, but the toxicity is guaranteed. After all, for the toxicity is the most important factor. All other factors have to give way to the toxicity. Just as Hyojin was recording the results of the experiment and thinking about using the saliva of the giant jaw ant as the main material to prepare the antidote, a figure landed on the tree in front of him. "Jonin Hyojin, Naruto-sama urgently summons you." The person only left such a sentence and hurriedly left. It seems that he is in a hurry to send a message to other ninjas. Hyojin put away the notebook and frowned. The half-month holiday is not over yet. Did Rock Village really come? The reason why he was busy preparing the toxin during the holiday is that he was worried that Rock Village will use the destruction of the beheading unit as an excuse to attack Mai. After losing Yondaime-sama and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Konoha no longer has the deterrence it had at the end of the Third Shinobi World War, so it's not impossible for Rock Village to take a bite out of them. After arriving at the Naruto building, Hyojin discovered that the place was already full of ninjas. Roughly counting, there were nearly 100 of them, and all of them were either jonin or jonin, not a single genin was present. 3 generations suddenly gathered so many elite ninjas, there was no doubt about the seriousness of the situation. Hyojin silently walked towards the Team 11 in the corner of the building. Guy greeted Kuroto. "Why are you so late? We have been waiting for you for a long time." Hyojin didn't explain that he came from the Death Forest. Instead, he asked, "What is the purpose of this emergency meeting?" The members of the Team 11 shook their heads. Obviously, including Captain Kakashi, no one knew the reason for this emergency meeting. Jishui guessed, maybe it has something to do with Rock Village. Kakashi also nodded in agreement. The battle between Team 11 and Rock Village's beheading unit in the Land of Bear has undoubtedly given Rock Village the best excuse to launch an attack, so everyone has been mentally prepared these days. Because of the gag order, they didn't continue this topic and chatted about other things. Not long after, 3 generations Naruto, Mitokimen Hamura, Xuan Xiaochun, and the 3 patriarchs of the Ino Shikacho clan, as well as Hyuga Richa Hyuga of the Hyuga clan appeared one after another. With the appearance of 3 generations Naruto, the meeting hall immediately quieted down. At this time, 3 generations stepped forward and announced, 2 hours ago, we received a message from the border. Cloud Village launched a raid on the border of the Land of Fire 3 days ago. Suddenly hearing this news, the originally quiet meeting hall suddenly became noisy. The invasion of Cloud Village reminded everyone of the Third Shinobi World War that ended not long ago. And the tragedy of the Third Shinobi World War, just thinking about it makes people shudder. It contains too many painful memories, and most of the ninjas present in the meeting hall don't want to recall that war. The 4 members of Team 11 were surprised and suspicious at the same time. Guy murmured, "Isn't it Rock Village? How did it become Cloud Village?" Kakashi frowned. "This is bad." Jishui whispered, "Cloud and Rock won't join hands, right? If that's the case." Jishui didn't finish her words, nor did she need to, because everyone understood that with Mai's current situation, it would be impossible for him to resist the joint attack of Cloud and Rock Village. Recalling the memories of his previous life, Hyojin shook his head and said, "Things are not that bad. 3 generations of Laying died in Rock Village's hands. Cloud Village will not form an alliance with Rock Village, and Rock Village will not trust Cloud Village. Therefore, even if Rock Village had the intention to attack us before, after seeing Cloud Village attack first, they will choose to stay put and watch us and Cloud Village suffer losses." In his impression, after the Third Shinobi World War, Mai and Cloud Village did have a small conflict. Later, when Cloud Village's representative came to Mai to sign the peace agreement, the Cloud Shinobi leader kidnapped Hinata and was killed by Hyuga Hayashi. It was also this incident that led to Rich's death. Therefore, Hyojin feels that this conflict with Cloud Village may not be small, but it shouldn't develop to the point of a Shinobi World War. After listening to Hyojin's analysis, the members of Team 11 were slightly relieved. 3 Generations raised his hand and calmed down the discussion in the meeting hall, then said, "According to the known information, Cloud Village's commanders are Hachibi's Jinchuriki and Aida. In addition, Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito is also in the raid team." Hearing that Cloud Village actually sent 2 Jinchuriki in a row, the Mai ninjas in the meeting hall were both indignant and worried. Seeing that everyone was shocked by the power of the 2 Jinchuriki, 3 Generations announced in an indisputable tone, "You will form an advance team and be responsible for stopping the invasion of Cloud Village." "Yes." Under the majestic tone of 3 Generations, the Mai ninjas seemed to have regained some confidence and all bowed to accept the order. 3 Generations continued, "Shikaku, until Jiraiya arrives, you will temporarily serve as the commander of the advance team. Richa, you will serve as the deputy commander of the advance team." Shikaku and Hyuga Richa immediately stepped forward and accepted the appointment of 3 Generations. Finally glancing at the crowd, 3 Generations said, "Umbu stay, the rest of you go back and prepare." Whoosh, with the order of 3 Generations, a figure flashed out of the meeting hall. Soon, the previously crowded meeting hall was only left with 3 Generations Naruto, 2 Naruto advisors, and 16 Umbu members including Hyojin's Team 11. At this time, Sandaime-sama took 4 scrolls from Hamura's hand and handed them to the 4 captains of Umbu and ordered, "Your mission is recorded in these scrolls. This is related to the safety of the village, you must do your best." The 16 Umbu captains who knelt in front of 3 Generations replied in unison, "Please rest assured Naruto-sama, we will definitely complete the mission." 3 Generations nodded, "Team 11 stay, the other squads go and prepare." After the other 3 Umbu squads left, 3 Generations led the 4 members of Team 11 to Naruto's office. After lighting the pipe and taking a deep breath, 3 Generations slowly said, "According to the rules, you can only apply to learn advanced ninjutsu after serving as an Umbu for a full year, but this mission is very serious, so I, in the name of 3 Generations Naruto, give you special permission to apply to learn advanced ninjutsu." 3 Generations special permission refers to Hyojin, Guy, and Jishuei. As for the captain of Team 11, Kakashi, he is already an old member of the Umbu, so he is not included in the scope of this special permission. Hyojin didn't expect that there would be such a benefit, so he pondered for a moment and asked, "Naruto-sama, what level of ninjutsu can we apply to learn?" 3 Generations said, "Some A-level ninjutsu, and most B-level ninjutsu." After listening, Hyojin fell into deep thought, at the border of the country of fire and the country of rain. Accompanied by the cry of an eagle, Mai's messenger eagle quickly swept across the valley and flew in the direction of the country of rain. This messenger eagle was specially trained by Mai, and it is a bird of prey in the air. Not only does it fly fast, but it also doesn't fear most other birds of prey, and it has almost no natural enemies. It is the last resort that Mai uses to send urgent messages. Suddenly, a shuriken shot out of nowhere and accurately hit the messenger eagle flying at high speed. Bang, the messenger eagle suddenly fell from the sky and fell hard on a high cliff. At this time, the space above the high cliff twisted, and then a mysterious person wearing a one-eyed mask walked out of the twisted vortex. If you have to choose between A-level and B-level ninjutsu, Hyojin feels that the more useful ones for him at present are the B-level shadow clone jutsu and the A-level multiple shadow clone jutsu. For a taijutsu ninja, shadow clone jutsu is a ninjutsu that can instantly multiply the combat power of the user. If used properly, it can often play a miraculous effect in battle. And as a powerful clan, the Hyuga clan must also have collected shadow clone jutsu, or even multiple shadow clone jutsu. Therefore, Hyojin originally planned to first complete Hyuga Rich's entrustment and solve the vote of confidence for the promotion of the clan to Jonin, and then use this matter to ask the clan to learn ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, the plan can't keep up with the changes, and now it is too late to make a request to the clan. But even so, he still doesn't want to use the opportunity granted by the 3 generations to learn ninjutsu to learn Shadow Clone Jutsu. Because the opportunity provided by the 3 generations this time is too rare, it can be said that this is the only opportunity for him to learn Fuinjutsu, so he must firmly grasp it. As for Shadow Clone Jutsu, he decided to start with Jishui. In order to deal with Uchiha's challenge, Jishui owes him a lot of favors, and a mere B-level Shadow Clone Jutsu as a gift is obviously not too much. After making up his mind, Hyojin said in a deep voice, "Naruto-sama, I hope to learn advanced Fuinjutsu." The 3 generations frowned. Fuinjutsu? The practice of Fuinjutsu has extremely high requirements for the ninja. If you are not a ninja who specializes in Fuinjutsu since childhood, then you often need to reach the level of elite Jonin in order to successfully learn advanced Fuinjutsu. This involves not only the problem of chakra's amount, but also the ability of the ninja to control their own chakra. A very small number of Fuinjutsu even require the ninja to reach a certain level of Fuinjutsu, or have a special bloodline, so the threshold of Fuinjutsu cultivation is very high. After hesitating for a moment, the 3 generations finally agreed to Hyojin's request. After all, the choice was in Hyojin's hands. Even Naruto didn't have much reason to interfere in personal matters. After confirming Hyojin's request, the 3 generations asked Guy and Jishui in turn. Guy gave up the opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu without hesitation on the reason of focusing on taijutsu. 3 generations nodded in approval. Perhaps it is precisely because of Guy's dedication to taijutsu that he became one of the few ninjas who could threaten Madara in the 4th Shinobi World War. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Jishui has no shortage of A-class and B-class ninjutsu, so he was prepared to give up this opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu. But seeing that Hyojin chose to learn, if he and Guy both gave up, it would make Hyojin very embarrassed, so he randomly chose a B-class fire release ninjutsu. Following Sandaime-sama, Homasubi followed Sandaime-sama to the secret database located in the basement of the Hokage building. On the way to the confidential database, Hyojin fully activated the Tenseigan to record every detail on the way. There are hidden sentries at the 2 corners of the first floor leading to the basement, 2 people in each corner, a total of 4 people. Judging from the chakra's amount, they should be special jonin. There are ninjutsu techniques in the passage. 1, 2, 3. There are 5 in total. They should be sensory-type ninjutsu techniques. If the person who enters doesn't have Sandaime-sama's chakra or any other characteristics, these ninjutsu techniques should be activated. There are ceiling techniques on this row of stairs. It looks very strange, not like the Uzumaki clan's usual ceiling techniques, Hyojin observed while analyzing the possibility of sneaking in. The overall security of the Naruto building was not as strict as imagined, which may also have something to do with the village's recent lack of manpower. Aside from the staff in the building, there were about a dozen Chunin guards in the open, and there seemed to be only 3 to 4 Umbu squads in the dark, including the Shadow Guard squad who had been protecting 3 generations. Although the number of guards was not many, if there were 3 generations personally guarding, such a defense would be enough to guard against most enemies. Hyojin's expression did not change, and he silently put away his thoughts. Along the stairs, under the guidance of 3 generations, Hyojin and Jishui came to the door of the confidential database in the basement. At this time, 3 generations quickly made a seal, and then pressed one hand on the door of the confidential database. Bang, the door made a low sound, and then slowly opened. "Come in." 3 generations greeted and took the lead to enter the confidential database. As soon as Hyojin stepped into the door of the confidential database, his eyes suddenly opened up. At this time, he realized that the confidential database underground was far larger than he had imagined. 3 generations skillfully shuttled through the rows of bookshelves, quickly took out 2 scrolls, and returned to Hyojin and Jishui. Jishui randomly chose a B-grade fire release ninjutsu that she did not know from the scroll that recorded fire release, and then silently retreated to the side. On the other hand, Kuroto was carefully selecting from the scrolls that introduced sealing techniques. There are a lot of sealing techniques available for Hyojin to choose from, including the common 5-element seal, 4-symbol seal, 8-trigram seal, as well as the uncommon evil seal, contract seal, and so on. After comparing and observing, Hyojin found that among these sealing techniques, the 4-symbol seal is the most similar to the Uzumaki clan, so after a little consideration, he chose the 4-symbol seal. 3 generations gently nodded, and then put away the introduction scrolls of sealing techniques and fire release. Then from the bookshelf, he selected the scroll that recorded the 4-symbol seal alone and the B-grade fire release scroll that Jishui chose, and handed them to Hyojin and Jishui respectively. 3 generations reminded, the ninjutsu that you learned in the Umbu class cannot be passed to others at will, you should have already known this when you joined the Umbu. Hyojin and Jishui nodded, these rules have long been known to Hyojin and Jishui. 3 generations finally said, hand in the ninjutsu scroll within 1 month, if you go out on a mission, the time can be postponed. If you encounter an accident, destroy the scroll, and never leak it. Yes. As soon as they left the Naruto building, Hyojin mentioned the shadow clone technique to Jishui. Shursui was stunned as soon as he heard this. In his opinion, Kuroto should have already mastered a grade B jutsu like the shadow clone jutsu since he was able to kill the elite jonin of the rock village one-on-one. Jishui didn't think too much about it and immediately explained and demonstrated to Hyojin the sequence of the shadow clone jutsu, as well as the method of running chakra in his body. With just a little try, Hyojin roughly mastered the shadow clone jutsu. After all, with his current chakra's amount, mastering a B-class jutsu isn't difficult at all. Not to mention that he has the Tenseigan, so he can clearly observe the trajectory of the chakra in Jishui's body when she demonstrated the shadow clone jutsu. Even a stupid person can easily learn the shadow clone jutsu. This is the convenience of Jutsu Kekkei Genkai in learning jutsu. In the future, Kakashi won the title of Mai's #1 technician, copy ninja, and so on, all thanks to the Sharingan given to him by Obsidian. 3 generations left Team 11 with only 3 hours of preparation time, so after mastering the shadow clone jutsu, Hyojin and Jishui returned home to prepare for the secret mission. Considering that this is a fierce conflict that is close to a state of war, and the opponent is Cloud Village, whose strength is not inferior to Mai, Hyojin didn't dare to be careless. Shuriken, kunai, senbon, and other throwing tools, kuroto, and the rest are sealed in the storage scroll. He prepared a total of 500 detonation talismans, which is all the stock he saved after being promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin. 1 bottle of paralysis toxin, 2 bottles of antidote, 3 rolls of medical bandages, and 1 bottle of rations pill. By the time Suijin was ready to go out, the ninja pouches around his waist were already bulging with all the ninja items. At the door, he met Yu, who was running in a hurry. Hyojin smiled gently and said, "Why are you so flustered?" Looking at Hyojin's outfit, Yu bit her lips and said, You must be careful." Belle had thousands of words in her heart, but when the words reached her mouth, she could only say be careful. Hyojin reached out and touched Yuki's head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I'm now a jonin, so it's not me who needs to be careful, but the Cloud Ninjas." Ling felt relieved after sensing Hyojin's confidence. She took out an exquisite dagger and handed it to Hyojin. "This is what the Patriarch asked me to give you." Clang, Hyojin unsheathed the dagger from its scabbard, and the dagger immediately emitted a metallic sound. Even the warm sunlight could not disperse the cold air lingering on the dagger. With just a glance, the sharpness of the blade made people feel uneasy. Hyojin blurted out, "Good sword." Ling continued, "Chief said that this dagger is called grass? Pill is a chakra sword. After injuring the enemy, it has the special ability to prevent the enemy's wound from healing." Grass? Kuroto was taken aback for a moment and thought to himself, could it be that this is also the Manchurian grass? One of the swords? Hyojin was slightly surprised by Hyuga Hayashi's sudden gift of a sword, but he was not surprised. Today, his status was no longer the same as before. As an Umbu directly under Naruto, he could meet Naruto at any time, anywhere, and he also had the ability to participate in some of the village's affairs. Moreover, he had recently defeated Uchiha, Shinichi, and Uchiha in succession. Dark Milk Dumpling Sword? Duan? Shenbaimei White Song School? Surprised Emperor Charming Strange Dispirited Discouraged? Paisu, if Hyuga Hayashi doesn't win him over, then Hayashi's position as the patriarch would be in vain. In fact, the decline of the Hyuga clan is very obvious. Although there are many jonin in the clan, there are only a few who can be regarded as elite jonin. Among the younger generation, except for Hyojin, there is no other decent character. Therefore, the Hyuga clan's low profile is not only because of their style of doing things, but also because of the serious decline of the overall strength of the clan. Hyojin was surprised because he didn't expect that the patriarch would give him such a precious treasure, which made him sigh with emotion. A powerful shinobi clan with 1,000 years of inheritance really has some heritage. After saying goodbye to Ling, Hyojin rushed to the assembly point of Team 11. Jishui and Guy had already arrived, but Kakashi's figure was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for a long time, Kakashi finally arrived. Guy asked curiously, "What took you so long?" Kakashi said with an apologetic look on his face, "I just went to the Soul Comfort Monument. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Hyojin frowned when he heard this. Kakashi actually went to the Soul Comfort Monument before carrying out the secret mission, which made Kuroto feel a trace of unease. It seems that the secret mission arranged by the three generations is not ordinary. The time to set off was approaching, so everyone no longer chatted and immediately set off. On the way, Hyojin tentatively asked, "What is the mission of our Team 11? Jishui and Guy also looked at Kakashi, who was leading the way. The mission scrolls issued by the three generations are all kept by the captain, so at present only Kakashi knows the specific information of the secret mission of Team 11. Kakashi shook his head, "I can't say it yet." In order to prevent the information from being leaked, the captain often only tells the details of the mission to the team members when they are about to arrive at the mission location. And the more this is the case, the more Hyojin feels that this mission is not simple. Perhaps it has nothing to do with stopping the invasion of the Cloud Village, because if it's just stopping the invasion of the enemy, there is no need to be so secretive. In the following week, Team 11 took a detour all the way, avoiding the invasion of the Land of Fire and approaching the border of the Land of Hot Water. At this time, everyone in Team 11 also guessed that this secret mission will probably be carried out in the enemy's territory. Captain Kakashi no longer concealed it. He spread a map on the ground, pointed to a red dot on it, and said, "It's here. It's the target of our mission this time." The red dot on the map is located at the border of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Moon. Looking at the terrain on the map, it seems to be in a valley, and the surrounding environment is very complicated. Kakashi then said, "This is the secret warehouse of the Cloud Village. It stores a large number of ninja tools and food. Once we destroy this place, the Cloud Village's offensive in the Land of Fire will be forced to slow down." Jishui immediately asked, "What about the enemy's guards?" Kakashi shook his head silently, and after a while, he replied, "The intelligence team only investigated the location, but didn't find out the situation of the guards, so we have to prepare for the worst. Even if Cloud Village sends 100 ninjas to guard the warehouse, it wouldn't be surprising. But Team 11 only has 4 people. Although they aren't weak, they are in the enemy's territory. No matter how you look at it, the odds of success for this secret mission are not big." At this time, Kakashi said another piece of news: "The main force of Rock Village has already gathered at the border of the Land of Grass, so we must end the conflict with Cloud Village as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Rock Village feels that there is an opportunity, they may intervene at any time." The conflict between the 5 great shinobi villages has never been isolated. When Cloud Village launched a surprise attack on Konoha, Rock Village received the news and will inevitably respond accordingly. Perhaps as the news spreads further, Sand Crypsis and Mist Village will also respond accordingly, but these are not issues that Team 11 needs to consider right now. Jishui asked with a serious face, "In other words, our mission is related to the safety of Konoha?" Kakashi nodded. "If our mission fails, Konoha may fall into a very disadvantageous situation, and the tragedy of the Third Shinobi War will reappear." Guy didn't show the slightest fear or depression and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Kakashi put away the map and said calmly, "I will complete the final surprise attack. The 3 of you only need to cover me." On the battlefield in the Land of Fire. In a semi-liberated state, Chillabai easily blocked Akimichi Kuza's multi-sizing technique, and with a sweep of his 8 tails, he fiercely swept Kuza to the side. Immediately afterward, Chillabai said in a strange tone, "Hey, why did my only send you guys?" Shikaku and Nakayama Kuichi on the opposite side suddenly looked helpless when they heard this. In their eyes, Chilabai, who could coordinate perfectly with Hachibi, was a monster through and through. Ino Shikacho and the other two could barely resist him even if they joined forces. Glancing at the situation of other battlefields from the corner of his eyes, seeing that Mai's side has fallen into a disadvantageous position, Shikaku couldn't help but say anxiously, "Why hasn't Jiraiya-sama arrived yet? Such a monster is not something that ordinary ninjas can resist." Not far away. Richa Hyuga gasped for breath and stared at the black-haired cloud ninja in front of him. The other party was none other than the deputy commander of the Kumo invasion force, the mist-release ninja Ida. Before Hizashi arrived, 2 squads of Konoha ninjas had already died in Aida's hands. If it weren't for Hizashi blocking Aida's attack, the nearby Konoha ninjas would have been killed by Ida, and Hizashi wouldn't have been able to escape. Ida sneered. "You're no match for me." Richa didn't retort. Instead, he silently thought of a countermeasure. Mist release ninjutsu is a combination of lightning release and water release. It not only has the destructive power of lightning release, but also has the control and flexibility of water release. Coupled with the fact that Ida is an experienced elite jonin, the mist release displayed by him is simply impossible to guard against, and is very effective in restraining a ninja like Richa. Glancing at the caged bird technique faintly revealed on Richa's forehead, Ida curled his lips and said, "It's a pity that you're a member of the branch family, otherwise, I would be able to collect a pair of Byakugan." Richa's face turned cold, and he immediately adjusted his forehead protector, completely covering the caged bird technique. Aida's words had inadvertently touched the deepest sore spot in his heart. On another battlefield at the far end, the Jinchuriki Yujito ni in a completely liberated state is almost unstoppable. The entire battlefield has become a stage for her to unscrupulously vent her chakra. At this time, 8 Mai ninjas shouted together, "Earth release, earth release." Huge earth walls rose from all directions, and then suddenly closed together, covering the entire Yujito ni in the tailed beast state. Roar! Before the surrounding Mai ninjas could breathe a sigh of relief, accompanied by a roar, the Yujito ni in the tailed beast state easily broke through the earth release, and clawed at the Mai ninjas. With a sweep of the claw, 6 or 7 Mai ninjas were killed on the spot, and the rest who escaped were all injured. Water release, water chaos wave. Earth release, earth spear. Thunder release, thunder tiger earth run. The remaining Mai ninjas did not dare to be stingy with chakra, and immediately released a series of ninjutsu. Boom, countless ninjutsu smashed on the Yujito ni in the tailed beast state, but failed to hurt her at all. In the tailed beast state, she opened her mouth, and several huge flames shot out from her mouth. In an instant, the surrounding forest was burned by these flames, and all the Mai ninjas were caught in the sea of fire. Cough cough, the only Mai ninja who was seriously injured and did not die, coughed up blood, and said unwillingly, "If 4 generations and 9 tails as Jinchuriki were still here, you." Before he finished speaking, Yujito ni crushed him under her claws, and said coldly, "Unfortunately, they are already dead." Tsunade Haim ran away, Orochimaru defected, 4 generations Naruto and 9 tails as Jinchuriki unexpectedly died in battle, and the impact of a series of events finally broke out in the country of fire. In the face of the 2 perfect Jinchuriki of Cloud, Mai showed unprecedented weakness and powerlessness. On the side of Class 11. After a few days of trekking, the 4 finally passed through the country of hot water and entered the territory of the country of moon. The country of moon and the country of thunder are adjacent to each other, and it is an important buffer zone between the country of fire and the country of thunder. Mai and the Cloud Village have fought several astonishing battles here. Therefore, Mai has a very clear grasp of the terrain here, and the 4 people of Class 11 relied on the high-precision map drawn by the intelligence team to pass through the country of moon and reach the border of the country of thunder. At the border, standing on the top of a big tree, Kakashi looked at the valley in the distance and said, "It should be there." Hyojin looked over and shook his head after a moment. "There are a lot of sealing techniques in the valley, which interferes with the detection of my Byakugan, so I can't determine how many Cloud ninjas are in there. Cloud Village has many years of experience in fighting with Mai, so in the defense of key facilities, they will take into account the detection of Mai's pupil technique and Kekkei Genkai ninjas, so they arrange corresponding preventive measures." Kakashi was not too disappointed, and said calmly, "Then proceed according to the plan. You 3 are responsible for drawing the peripheral guards away. I will carry out the final attack. Guy hurriedly said, but, not waiting for Guy to finish his words, Kakashi interrupted him. I am the captain, this is an order, execute it. Jishui looked at Kakashi, and then looked at Hyojin, seeking his opinion. Guy also turned his head and looked at Hyojin. In his opinion, if there is anyone in Class 11 who can persuade Kakashi, it can only be Hyojin. Hyojin put one hand on his waist and the other hand on the hilt of his sword. On the hilt of Maru's sword, he lightly asked, Kakashi, I only have one question for you, are you confident? Late at night, in the valley. A cool breeze blew, causing the two cloud ninjas to unconsciously tighten their robes. One of them suddenly asked, Hey, did you hear something? The other one listened for a while and shook his head, isn't it just the chirping of insects and birds? What's wrong, did you hear something else? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the sentry post and rushed towards the two cloud ninjas with lightning speed. Who is it? The two Kumo ninjas only had time to let out a sigh of relief before they fell to the cold blade light. The black shadow stepped forward to check their breathing and heartbeat. After confirming that they were dead, the black shadow slowly stood up. He stood in the sentry post and looked at the secret warehouse located at the innermost part of the valley. The moonlight shone down and fell on the black figure, revealing his appearance. This black shadow is none other than Hyojin, who is responsible for leading the cloud guards away. After sneaking into the valley, Kuroto found that the Cloud Village has arranged a very tight defense in this valley. The secret warehouse is far away, but there is already a sentry every 10 steps. With such a tight defense, Hyojin guessed that the Cloud Village must have hoarded a lot of supplies here. However, after carefully observing for a moment with the Tenseigan, Kuroto's brows wrinkled more and more. There are at least 150 to 160 guards in the valley if counting the guards in the dark, then there are at least 200 cloud ninjas in the entire valley. This situation is far beyond Hyojin's expectations. According to the speculation of the 4 members of Team 11, the number of enemies in the valley should be between 50 to 100, and their strategy this time is also designed with this premise in mind. Suddenly, there was a noise from the other side. Amidst the clamor, there were shouts and sounds of intense fighting. It was extremely ear-piercing in the silent valley. Hyojin looked towards the direction of the sound and murmured, that direction should be Guy, how did they discover us so quickly? The battle plan of Team 11 is very simple. First of all, Hyojin, Jishui, and Guy will sneak into the valley and assassinate the cloud ninjas guarding the periphery. If they are detected, they will immediately retreat and lead away some of the cloud ninjas around the secret warehouse. Then, Captain Kakashi would be in charge of raiding the secret warehouse located in the deepest part of the valley. Finally, after destroying the secret warehouse, the 4 members of Class 11 met up at the agreed retreat point and returned to Mai together. However, the premise of the entire battle plan was that the enemy was within 100 people, and from the current situation, this premise clearly did not exist, so Hyojin's heart surged with a bad premonition. After a while, the noise gradually faded away. The exposed Guy has obviously been deployed according to the plan to distract some of the cloud ninjas. However, Guy's exposure also alerted the cloud ninjas in the entire valley. Immediately, teams of cloud ninjas spread out and searched the entire valley inch by inch. Seeing that the cloud ninjas were about to reach his side, Hyojin no longer hesitated and immediately threw the dozen or so kunai tied with detonation talismans one by one. Boom boom boom, a series of violent explosions suddenly sounded in the valley. Under the cover of the night and the smoke raised by the explosion, holding the Kusanagi, Hyojin rushed like a ghost towards the panicked cloud ninjas. Who is it? Where? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Hyojin under the cover of the smoke wantonly harvested these cloud ninjas. In the blink of an eye, he killed 3 or 4 people. Wind release, great storm. The leader of the cloud ninjas reacted and immediately used the wind release to blow away the smoke caused by the detonation talismans. Without the cover of the smoke, Hyojin's figure was revealed in front of the cloud ninjas. The leader of the cloud ninjas quickly shouted, "It's the Mayambu, everyone be careful." This group of cloud ninjas composed of Chunin and Genin sent a signal to the base camp in the depths of the valley while surrounding Hyojin. According to the plan, Hyojin should retreat now. But the number of cloud ninjas in the valley is far more than expected, so he had to stay and attract more cloud ninjas. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kakashi to pass through the obstacles and approach the secret warehouse alone. In the other direction, Jishui also took the initiative to launch a surprise attack. Using the body flicker technique, in just a moment, he killed a team of 4 cloud ninjas, and then he pretended to attack the secret warehouse in the depths of the valley. Along the way, Jishui didn't entangle with the enemy too much and directly left a large number of cloud ninjas behind, but when he was about to approach the secret warehouse, a group of cloud ninjas intercepted him. With the fierce attack of Hyojin and Jishui, the entire valley was completely noisy. Explosions, roars, wails, and cries for help came one after another. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, silently watched all this. Now is not the time for him to attack. It didn't take long for Hyojin and Jishui to be forced to withdraw from the valley. However, the cloud ninjas obviously didn't intend to let them go. Almost at the same time, they sent out 2 groups of pursuers to chase after them. Guy lured away 8 people, Kuroto lured away 16 people, and Jishui lured away 12 people. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, silently counted the number of enemies that his teammates lured away while observing the changes of the cloud ninjas after the attack. All the enemies killed by his teammates and lured away were more than 50 people, close to 14 teams. No matter how you look at it, it's already a very good result. As for the number of enemies far exceeding expectations, it didn't make Kakashi feel afraid. On the contrary, this strengthened his determination to raid the secret warehouse, because such a tight defense, it means that the materials stored here must be very important. It's time. After a soft breath, Kakashi folded his hands, Z, Wu, Shen, Wu, Mao, in order to make the hand seals. Chi chi chi. In an instant, a sharp and harsh bird cry sounded, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds. Kakashi, who was bathed in lightning, rushed into the depths of the valley. Hyojin, who was retreating, heard the familiar sound of 1,000 birds and knew that Kakashi has launched the final raid. He looked back at the cloud ninjas behind him, a total of 16 people, 4 teams, at least 2 jonins. The number of chunin is unknown, but it will not be less than 4. I can't lead this group of people to the retreat point. I must get rid of them. After making up his mind, Hyojin stopped in an open space and slowly pulled out the kusanagi from his waist. Pill. Damn, you little devil. As his chest was completely cut open, blood splashed out, the voice of the jonin became weaker and weaker, and finally, he fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Hyojin staggered a few steps, then sat on the ground and gasped heavily. At this time, the bodies of more than a dozen cloud ninjas were lying around him, and the surrounding area was in a mess, indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place here. After a little recovery, Hyojin looked down at his body and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although there are many wounds on his body, but none of them are fatal, only the penetrating wound on his left shoulder is slightly serious, but it doesn't prevent him from holding the sword with his right hand. Thanks to you. Hyojin murmured and put away the kusanagi in his hand. Pill. This time, he was able to kill more than a dozen cloud ninjas at such a small cost. Kusanagi? Pill and paralysis toxin helped him a lot. Among them, a jonin who led the team of Cloud Village didn't know about kusanagi. He tried to use ordinary kunai to resist kusanagi infused with Tenseigan chakra. Pill. As a result, he was beheaded by Hyojin, greatly weakening the strength and morale of this group of cloud ninjas, which laid the foundation for Hyojin's final victory. After a simple bandage of the wound, Hyojin didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed to the retreat point. After all, this is the territory of the Land of Thunder. Every minute he stays here is 1 minute more danger. Not long after, Hyojin arrived at the retreat point agreed by Team 11 in advance. Shursui and Guy, who arrived first, greeted him and said, "You are finally here. We were worried that something happened to you, but we didn't expect that you would be in trouble." Hyojin said, "It took a little bit of effort to deal with the enemy." Shursui nodded. "Yes, I noticed it earlier. Senior, you lured away the most enemies." Hyojin glanced at Guy and Jishui and asked casually, "How are things on your side?" Guy and Jishui talked about their respective situations. All the ninjas on Guy's side were Chunin and Genin, and there were only 8 of them, so after a fierce battle, he successfully dealt with all the cloud ninjas who were chasing him. Among the 12 cloud ninjas who chased after Jishui, although one of them was a jonin, that jonin fell under Jishui's genjutsu from the very beginning. By the time he undid the genjutsu, more than a dozen Chunin and Genin teammates around him had already been killed by Zhishui, and without the cooperation of his teammates, he was obviously not an opponent of Zhishui in a one-on-one fight, so he quickly fell under Zhishui's blade. After listening to Kuroto's story, Kuroto frowned. So, the three of us together have only dealt with a little more than 50 enemies? More importantly, among the more than 50 cloud ninjas, only 3 are Jonin, the vast majority of the rest are just cannon fodder to consume the enemy's chakra. Guy said worriedly, yes, that's why I'm very worried about Kakashi. How can he deal with so many enemies by himself? Zhishui stood silently on the side. The current situation is very clear. With Kakashi's current strength, there is absolutely no chance of winning against more than 100 cloud ninjas. Even if he is lucky enough to destroy the secret warehouse, there is absolutely no possibility of him getting out of here alive. Guy looked in the direction of the valley and said firmly, I'm going back to help him. Zhishui opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. At present, the 3 members of Team 11 are all injured, and their chakra has also been consumed by more than half. Even if they retreat immediately, they may not be able to escape the pursuit of the cloud ninjas and safely return to the territory of the Land of Fire. Not to mention, turning around and raiding the valley is almost equivalent to suicide. At this time, Hyojin also looked in the direction of the valley, his eyes were full of hesitation. In the valley. Glancing at the burning secret warehouse beside him, Kakashi covered his shoulder with one hand, half squatting in a pool of blood, his face showed a relieved smile. Finally completed the task. No more companions will die for me. Swish, at this time, more and more cloud ninjas rushed over using the body flicker technique, standing densely around Kakashi, completely surrounding him. The leader of the cloud ninjas said with a cold face, My ninja, state your name. Although very annoyed, Kakashi's decisive surprise attack still made this elite jonin feel admiration, so he wanted to ask for Kakashi's name before killing Kakashi. Kakashi raised his head and looked at him. But because of excessive blood loss, his vision is getting blurrier and blurrier, he can only vaguely feel the flickering flames and the shadows of the cloud ninjas around him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, and the scene in front of him seemed familiar. It seems like I've seen it somewhere. Oh, yes, it's the Battle of Kamisubi Bridge. At that time I was also surrounded by so many people. Unfortunately, Sensei is no longer here. This time no one will come to save me. Obsidian, Lin, we are finally going to meet. Oh, this kind of ending seems to be good. Kakashi felt that his strength was fading little by little, and his thoughts were drifting further and further, as if they were out of the shackles of his body. Seeing that Kakashi's mind has begun to fall into a trance, the leader of the cloud ninjas shook his head and sighed, then made a beheading gesture to his subordinates around him. One of the cloud ninjas immediately held his kunai and slowly walked towards Kakashi. However, after walking in front of Kakashi, the cloud ninja didn't make a move for a long time. The leader of the cloud ninjas impatiently urged, What are you waiting for? Quickly get rid of him, we still have to chase after the other my ninjas. Now that the secret warehouse has been destroyed, if he can't kill all the Konoha ninjas that invaded, then even if he is an elite jonin with extremely high qualifications, he won't be able to escape Raikage's punishment. The cloud ninjas stared at the strangely shaped Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye socket and said, but, his eyes, at this moment, a figure flashed and instantly killed the cloud ninja standing in front of Kakashi, then 2 more figures fell beside Kakashi. Got rid of the grass? The blood on the pill, Hyojin who was in front of Kakashi said lightly, Guy, you carry Kakashi and go first. Guy hesitated, but seeing that Kakashi's consciousness is blurred, he can't retreat alone, so he had to carry Kakashi on his back, and then said to Hyojin and Zhishui, I will come back as soon as I settle him down. Zhishui smiled and shook her head, No, you take him back to the village first, senpai and I can handle it here. Guy said, but after Kakashi fainted, Hyojin has essentially taken over the position of Team 11 captain, so Guy didn't dare to say anything and immediately carried the unconscious Kakashi towards the outside of the valley. Several squads were immediately separated from the Kumo ninjas and chased after them. At this time, the leader of the Kumo ninjas looked at Hyojin and Zhishui and suddenly smiled, What a group of excellent juniors. Hyojin said coldly, Thank you for the compliment. My name is Fuji, I am the commander of this garrison. After a pause, the Kumo elite jonin named Fuji continued, I admire you very much, but it's a pity that all of you will die here today, including the two who escaped. Hyojin didn't say anything, but glanced around with a gloomy expression. Excluding the squads that just chased after Guy, there are more than 100 Kumo ninjas surrounding him and Ji Shui, among which there are more than a dozen with Jonin chakra amount. Moreover, the signal of the secret warehouse being attacked has already been sent out by the Kumo ninjas. At this moment, Kumo's reinforcements are probably rushing over from all directions. Seeing that Hyojin and Ji Shui have fallen into such a desperate situation and still haven't given up hope, Fuji smiled and said, being able to kill such an excellent junior like Mai, presumably Laying Sama won't blame me for not defending well. Hyojin silently stared at Fuji, waiting for an opportunity. Now with the steady improvement of his strength, the limit range of Rain Pull has been expanded to about 22 meters. If he doesn't hesitate to overdraft his chakra, he can further expand it to 25 meters. At the moment, Fuji is about 21 meters away from him, which is within the range of Rain Pull. But considering that Fuji is an elite Jonin of Kumo, his strength is definitely not weak, so 21 meters is not safe. It is best to get close to 15 meters to ensure absolute safety. Hyojin silently calculated the distance between himself and the enemy while taking out the poison bottle from his waist pouch. In the previous battle. Shit. The paralysis toxin on the pill has almost been consumed, so it needs to be reapplied to maintain the toxicity of the toxin on the blade. He was in too much of a hurry just now and forgot to do so. He had no choice but to poison his sword in front of his enemies. Seeing Hyojin applying poison on the dagger in front of them, the expressions of the Kumo ninjas changed. Fuji frowned slightly and thought, why hasn't Kurappa arrived yet? The reason why the Kumo ninjas are not in a hurry is because they are waiting for Kurappa to arrive. In Fuji's eyes, Hyojin and others are already dead. It's just that before they die, he wants to make good use of them, at least he wants to extract some information about Mai. The Kumo village has not yet developed a secret technique that can invade the brain of a corpse to obtain information, so they have to wait for Kurappa to arrive. At that time, even if Hyojin and Ji Shui are seriously injured and on the verge of death, Kurappa will be there to interrogate them on the spot. The abnormality of the Kumo ninjas was immediately noticed by Ji Shui, who whispered in Hyojin's ear, Kuroto-senpai, something seems to be wrong, they seem to be waiting for something? Naturally, Suijin also noticed this and knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer, so he said, as soon as we start, immediately activate Susanoo. Ji Shui didn't ask why and just nodded seriously. After instructing Ji Shui, Hyojin slowly walked towards Fuji. Fuji's face turned cold, and immediately said to the other Kumo ninjas, don't wait, do it. His voice hasn't fallen yet, but Fuji suddenly felt a huge and indescribable force pulling him towards Hyojin. Not only him, but everyone within 21 meters of Hyojin, even Ji Shui was no exception, all of them were pulled towards Hyojin by this huge force. At this time, holding Kusanagi? Hyojin shouted, Revolving Heaven Blade. Revolving Heaven Blade is Hyojin's Revolving Heaven Blade? It's a crooked trick that he came up with. In his imagination, he can use Rain Pull to attract all the enemies around him, and then hold Kusanagi? Manjikyu forcefully used 8 trigrams palm Revolving Heaven. With Kusanagi? Manjikyu's blade is for attack, and Revolving Heaven is for defense, in order to achieve the effect of both offense and defense. It's just that he didn't have time to practice this idea in private, he came here on a secret mission, so now he can only try to survive in the face of death. The huge traction of Rain Pull attracted more than a dozen ninjas, including Fuji and Ji Shui, to Hyojin's side. Not to mention a group of Kumo ninjas, even Ji Shui was shocked. Although Ji Shui has seen Hyojin use Rain Pull, it's the first time he experienced it. But fortunately, Hyojin has already told him before, so he didn't panic, he opened his Manjikyu Sharingan in time and used Susanoo. Whoosh, the sound of the blade breaking through the wind sounded at the right time. All the ninjas who were attracted to Hyojin by Rain Pull were hit by Kusanagi? Except for Ji Shui who has the protection of Susanoo, everyone else was hit by Kusanagi? Maru's attack hit. After stopping the Revolving Heaven Blade, Hyojin gasped for breath while looking at the result of the battle. Using Rain Pull in a large area and at high intensity consumed his chakra, so he must make sure that Fuji, the Kumo commander, was hit by Kusanagi? Maru hit. but at this time, he hit Kusanagi? Among the group of cloud ninjas who were injured by Maru, except for the Chunin and Genin, all the Jonin ninjas turned into lightning and dissipated with a bang. Lightning clone. Hyojin was shocked. Even a pupillary ninja may not be able to see through the high-level shadow clone jutsu. In Hyojin's impression, Kakashi used lightning clone to successfully deceive Pain, who has the Rinnegan. But this kind of thing fell on his head, and in such a desperate situation, the feeling is not very good. In fact, Hyojin is not completely unaware of it. His Tenseigan faintly noticed that Fuji looked a little uncoordinated, but he has never seen a lightning clone, so he didn't judge that all the Kumo ninjas in front of him, including Fuji, are actually just lightning clones. At this time, Fuji and other Kumo ninjas who lost their lightning clones came out of the shadows. Hyojin stared at Fuji, who walked out of the shadows with a solemn expression. Because it was the first time he used Revolving Heaven Blade just now, in order to ensure the smoothness of the 8 trigram palm, and in order to balance the imbalance of holding a sword in one hand and a palm in the other, Hyojin consumed a lot of chakra. Coupled with the consumption of a large amount of chakra from Rain Pull, at this moment, the chakra in his body is less than 10%. If he can use this as the price to severely injure Fuji and the other Jonin ninjas in one fell swoop, the consumption of chakra is not a loss. After all, without Fuji and the other Jonin's suppression, whether it is fighting or running away, Hyojin can have a little more confidence. But now that the sneak attack failed, Hyojin and Jishui situation is not very good. Glancing at Jishui from the corner of his eye, Hyojin's face became even gloomier. Jishui, who is in the Susanoo, is a little out of breath at this moment, and even his forehead is covered with sweat. Obviously, the previous series of fierce battles consumed a lot of chakra, coupled with the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique. It is a huge burden for him who is still young and has not yet fully developed. At this time, Fuji shouted, "Do it!" Following Fuji's order, the surrounding cloud ninjas immediately launched an attack. Hurriedly, Suijin shot a few shurikens and executed more than a dozen Kumo Chunin and Genin who were injured by the Revolving Heaven Blade and couldn't move due to the paralysis toxin, and then leaped back into the Susanoo of Shursui. Boom. 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 As soon as Hyojin retreated into Jishui Susanoo, the attack of the cloud ninjas immediately followed, and a series of violent explosions immediately sounded outside the Susanoo. After the smoke dissipated, the figure of the Susanoo was still standing straight, and Jishui and Hyojin were unharmed. Seeing this scene, Fuji, who had retreated far away, was shocked. Susanoo of the Uchiha clan hasn't appeared in the shinobi world for a long time, so Fuji doesn't know what this Susanoo in front of him means. But this didn't stop him from making a judgment based on his experience. In his view, both the rain will pull used by Hyojin and the Susanoo used by Jishui are very strange and powerful ninjutsu, which is not something that can be mastered by ordinary ninjas. Therefore, although both Hyojin and Jishui were dressed in Mai Umbu attire and wore masks, Kuroto was still able to guess the identities of Hyojin and Jishui Mai Kekkei Genkai. Moreover, the body of every Kekkei Genkai is a treasure trove of intelligence. Therefore, Fuji was even more eager to capture Hyojin and Jishui. Trap them. Continue attacking, don't stop. Fuji quietly retreated as he ordered loudly. Earth release, Earth cage prison. Earth release, Earth wall connection. Fire release, great explosion technique. Wind release, tornado. Following Fuji's order, the 4 Kumo Jonin immediately jumped to the 4 sides of the Susanoo and simultaneously launched their ninjutsu. In an instant, earth walls rose from the ground, trapping the huge Susanoo in place. The combination of fire release and wind release rolled up flames all over the sky, like a sea of fire rushing towards the Susanoo. At the same time, Jishui gritted her teeth and used the secret technique of Susanoo, 99. The emerald green Susanoo opened its chest plate, revealing a dense fire-like ball of chakra shaped like a magatama. Immediately afterward, countless emerald green chakra arrows flew out. Hyojin, who was hiding in the Susanoo, didn't stay idle either. In one breath, he threw dozens of kunai, shurikens, and other throwing tools. Boom. Boom. Boom, the violent explosion caused the whole earth to tremble. Both sides launched their attacks almost at the same time. Countless ninjutsu, throwing tools, detonating talismans, and chakra arrows were thrown back and forth in the valley, illuminating the night as if it was daytime. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene of the battlefield was revealed. He saw that the earth wall and the earth prison that the Kumo ninjas had just built were now damaged, and the dozen or so Kumo ninjas who were in front of Jishui's Susanoo suffered heavy casualties, most of them were dead. But Hyojin and Jishui, who were in the center of the battlefield, were still unscathed. It's just that Jishui was kneeling on the ground at this time, coughing violently with her hands on the ground. It seemed that it was difficult for her to continue. Fuji, who was hiding in the distance, carefully observed Jishui's Susanoo while thinking to himself, such a terrifying ninjutsu, the consumption must be quite high, it seems that this kid can't hold on much longer. From the attack of the Kumo ninjas just now, Susanoo has proved its unparalleled defense. If an ordinary ninja encountered such a strong enemy, then I'm afraid that they would have long been scared out of their wits, but Fuji is different. First of all, he is a powerful elite jonin, and it's not like he doesn't have a trump card. Second, this is the territory of the Land of Lightning, and reinforcements are coming from all directions. No matter how strong the enemy is, it's impossible for one person to fight against a whole country. One must know that the 3 generations of Kumo shinobi died under the siege of tens of thousands of rock shinobi. Even the 3 generations of Lei shinobi couldn't defeat a whole country of ninjas, let alone 2 Mai shinobi in their early teens. Attacks from any direction seem to be unable to break the green chakra shadow. How can I crack this ninjutsu? Fuji suddenly had an idea. If I bypass the top and launch an attack from the ground, would it be effective? Fuji quickly made a very complicated handprint, then slowly pressed his hand on the ground. Susanoo, after coughing violently for a while, Jishui said weakly, Kuroto-san, you should leave quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Hyojin also said while gasping for breath, it's not the time to despair yet. Although he is in a desperate situation, Hyojin is not completely helpless. The body regeneration secret technique obtained from Orochimaru is his last trump card at this time. As long as he doesn't hesitate to overdraft his life, he can immediately recover from his injuries and replenish a certain amount of chakra. At that time, he will be able to control the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets and use magnetic release and iron sand wings to break out of the encirclement. As for the matter of exposing the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, he can no longer care so much. If he loses his life, what's the use of keeping the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets? Just as Hyojin put his hand into the ninja bag around his waist, he suddenly felt a slight tremor on the ground under his feet. Suddenly attacked by the lightning snake, Suijin and Homosubi, who were already exhausted and covered in wounds, let out a series of screams. In an instant, the Susanoo over their heads became transparent, and then dissipated little by little. Finally solved you 2 little devils. Seeing that his attack was successful, Fuji, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but laugh. Whoosh, at this time, a few more figures landed in the valley. All of them were cloud ninjas who came from the surrounding areas to support them. Seeing that the valley was in a mess, the bodies of the cloud ninjas were scattered all over the ground, and the secret warehouse, which was the core facility, was also submerged in the raging fire. These cloud ninjas who came to support were all shocked. Kurappa, who was leading the team, directly questioned Fuji, who was responsible for guarding the secret warehouse. Fuji, what are you doing? Why didn't you protect the secret warehouse? Fuji said helplessly, we were attacked by Mai's elite troops. Elite troops? Kurappa curled his lips, then pointed to Hyojin and Jishui, who were paralyzed by the lightning release ninjutsu, and said, just these 2 little devils of Mai, and you dare say that they are the elite troops of Mai? Fuji coldly snorted, little devils. Humph, you take a good look around yourself, these few little devils of Mai killed more than 100 of our people. Kurappa quickly looked around carefully and found that all the bodies lying on the ground were the bodies of cloud ninjas. In the entire valley, except for Hyojin and Jishui, there was no one else of Mai ninjas. Realizing that Hyojin and Jishui are not simple, Kurappa immediately made a request, I want to interrogate them now. Fuji shrugged. Whatever. 2 of Mai's brats have escaped. I'm going to chase after them now. Hyojin, who has been hit by the lightning release ninjutsu, couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength at this time. Seeing that more and more cloud ninjas have arrived, the number of cloud ninjas surrounding them has already exceeded 200, his heart sank. Hyojin's heart was dead as he stared at Kurappa, who was walking towards him step by step. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicably familiar power in the unseen world. This power that seemed to be hidden in the void seemed to be far away, yet it also seemed to be right in front of him. What surprised him was that this power was not only enormous, but also very familiar. Yes, it was a sense of intimacy. This power that seemed to be within reach once again evoked Hyojin's desire to live. With the thought of survival in the face of death, he reluctantly raised his hand. Kurappa, who was walking towards Hyojin, couldn't help but sneer, "Don't struggle, after I get what I want, I will let you die without pain." Jishui on the side looked straight at Hyojin. He knew that Hyojin would never do something meaningless, and he was ready to sacrifice one of his Manjikyu Sharingan to use Kotoamatsukami to control Kurappa. With his current chakra, he is no longer able to use Kotoamatsukami normally. If he wants to forcibly use Kotoamatsukami, he can only completely sacrifice one of his Manjikyu Sharingan. But this is undoubtedly worth it. As long as he secretly controls Kurappa, he and Hyojin still have a chance to escape. At this time, Hyojin finally raised his hand and grabbed towards the air. Kurappa curled up the corner of his mouth. "Is your consciousness blurred?" "That's good, it's more convenient for me to interrogate." Before Kurappa could finish his words, Kurappa was stunned. Not only Kurappa, but the surrounding cloud ninjas, even Fuji, who was preparing to chase after Guy and Kakashi, and Jishui, who was preparing to use Kotoamatsukami, were also stunned. In their eyes, Hyojin just grabbed the air, and suddenly a huge chakra reaction broke out from his body. This chakra reaction was so great that even Kurappa and Fuji, who had seen the chakra of the tailed beast before, were shocked to the point that their minds shook. Hyojin felt that the injuries and numbness in his body disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by endless power. What the hell is going on? The shock in his heart was no less than the others. Although this surging power was very familiar, he can be sure that this is not the power of his own Tenseigan. Vaguely, he felt that this huge chakra seemed to contain some information. It's a mudra. Although he doesn't know what kind of ninjutsu jutsu hand seals are contained in this message, but he still made the hand seals one by one according to the information in this message. After finishing the mudra, Hyojin's body was suddenly wrapped in a soft light blue chakra, and his whole body slowly floated in the air. Immediately afterward, a black truth-seeking ball flashed out from between his eyebrows and floated around him. Turn. Tenseigan Chakra Mode. The mudra just now turned out to be the Tenseigan Chakra Mode. At this moment, Kuroto guessed the source of this chakra from the void, but he hasn't figured out why it's like this for the time being. But now is obviously not the time to worry about these things. He suppressed all the complicated thoughts in his mind. There is only one thought left in his mind, that is, he must kill all the cloud ninjas to ensure that the Tenseigan is not exposed. After making up his mind, he pointed to Jishui with one hand and pulled Jishui on the ground into the air, and the other hand slowly raised and aimed at the whole valley. As he slowly raised his hand, the 9 truth-seeking balls floating around him immediately merged into one in his palm, and then a cold voice came out of his mouth, "Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion." On the moon. In the Otsutsuki Memorial Hall, a white-haired, senile old man suddenly opened his cloudy white eyes and exclaimed, "Who is using the power of the Tenseigan?" The old man didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the lookout where the Tenseigan was worshipped. At the same time, the other 2 old men also rushed to the lookout, and the 3 met in front of the huge Tenseigan. How could this be? Who is the Tenseigan delivering chakra to? Only the 3 of us can control the Tenseigan. The oldest old man in the shrine said at this time, "No matter what, first seal the Tenseigan and cut off its output of chakra." The other 2 old men nodded at the same time. So, the 3 of them printed at the same time, and then said in a low voice, "Seal." Rumble, the huge storm created by the truth-seeking ball swept the entire valley in an instant. In such a violent storm, whether it was a strong jonin like Fuji or a group of ordinary genin, all of them were like rootless duckweed. They were as small as ants. Not only the cloud ninjas, but countless trees in the valley were uprooted, boulders were blown away, houses and sentry posts disintegrated into countless debris the moment they came into contact with the storm. Crackle, everything turned into debris in the storm and collided with each other, making all kinds of sounds. The entire valley was like a painting on a drawing paper, erased by the eraser called Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, leaving only a desolate blank. Not enough. Not enough. At this point, Hyojin still has no intention of stopping. Although the entire valley was almost razed to the ground by him, in the vision of his Tenseigan, there are still many chakra traces in the valley, which shows that there are still many cloud survivors in the valley. These survivors must not be left alive. Once they are let go, Cloud Village will spy on the secret of the Tenseigan. Cloud Village has a lot of dark history. They have kidnapped Kushina and Hinata. In order to master the secrets of other villages, they will use all means. Ji Shui, who was controlled in the air by the traction force, was stunned at this moment. It has been several minutes, but the expression on his face has not changed. Is this the true strength of Kuroto-san? Ji Shui, who hides his pride in the depths of his heart, for the first time saw a powerful force that even the Manjikyu Sharingan can't resist. He was shocked and had mixed feelings in his heart. His pride was truly torn to shreds this time. Hyojin didn't notice the change in Ji Shui's mentality. At this time, he was driving the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion with all his strength, killing all the cloud ninjas as far as his eyes could see. Suddenly, the endless chakra source was cut off. Hyojin's body seemed to have been hollowed out in an instant. The process was so sudden that he was caught off guard. In fact, he has long guessed that this chakra came from the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Only Chakra, who is also a Tenseigan, can make him feel so close. It was also because he had guessed that the source of chakra was on the moon that he did his best to vent the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Because he knows that the last descendants of Otsutsuki Himura on the moon will not allow him to use the power of the giant Tenseigan unscrupulously, so this opportunity is likely to be his only. If he missed it, he could only look at the moon and sigh. But the reaction of the Otsutsuki Himura's descendants on the moon was still far beyond his expectations. From the time his Tenseigan resonated with the giant Tenseigan on the moon to the time the resonance was cut off, the whole process only took a few minutes. I can't stop now. Faced with the current situation, Hyojin quickly came to a realization. Before killing all the cloud ninjas, he can't release the Tenseigan chakra mode. Even if he overdraws some of his vitality, he must grit his teeth and persist. And according to his estimation, in less than a few seconds, the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion will not only raise the entire valley, but it will also plow 3 feet of land. At that time, not to mention people, even the ants hiding under the ground will not be able to escape death, but without the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Hyojin, who had exhausted his chakra, immediately felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue as if the whole world was shaking. 7. 6. 5. 4. His eyelids were so heavy that he could hardly open them, trying to sense the remaining chakra reaction in the valley. 3. 2. The last one. With the disappearance of the last chakra reaction, confirming that there are no living people in the entire valley, Hyojin couldn't hold on any longer. While vomiting blood, he fell to the ground with Ji Shui. Before he could take the initiative to release the Tenseigan chakra mode, his Tenseigan chakra mode disappeared by itself. At the same time, the Tenseigan in his eye socket also degenerated from the Tenseigan to the Byakugan, just like Otsutsuki Samurai who exhausted his chakra after the battle with Naruto. Noticing Hyojin's abnormality, Ji Shui quickly came over to support him and asked, "Senpai, how are you?" "Go, let's go." Ji Shui nodded, carried Hyojin on his back, and fled in the direction of the moon country. Not long after Hyojin and Ji Shui escaped, a group of cloud ninjas rushed to the valley from all directions. Of course, this place is no longer suitable to be called a valley, because it's all flat, as if a giant plowed it with a shovel. Are we in the right place? Didn't they say that there is a valley here? Where is everyone? Where is the secret warehouse? What happened here just now? The cloud ninjas were stunned and didn't know what to do. At this time, a Jonin stood up and shouted loudly, "Bastard, what are you doing? Hurry up and find the survivors, I want to know what happened here." The Kumo ninjas reacted and immediately scattered in all directions, looking for survivors in the messy muddy ground. However, no matter how hard they searched, all they found were incomplete corpses. Moreover, without exception, they were all corpses wearing the clothes of Hidden Cloud sect. What, not a single enemy's body was found? After receiving the report, the Jonin was a little panicked. He pointed to the rows of broken corpses in front of him and said with a trembling voice, Are these corpses all our own people? On the moon. After cutting off the giant Tenseigan's supply of chakra to the outside, the remaining 3 Otsutsuki elders were suspicious. The oldest great elder said in a hoarse and weak voice, This time the Tenseigan's movement is too strange. I suspect that it has something to do with the person who stole the demon statue. The second elder, who is also very old, is shocked and angry. He dares to take away our treasure, the Tenseigan? The third elder is relatively calm and said lightly, It's better to use the Tenseigan to sense it. The movement just now is a bit unusual, maybe something happened on Earth. The great elder nodded, immediately made a hand seal, and shouted, Open. The dim giant Tenseigan once again bloomed with a brilliant light. This light is like a light curtain, cast to the earth far away. On Earth. Hyojin, who was being carried by Ji Shui and was fleeing to the moon country, suddenly felt the familiar chakra swept over him. In the country of hot water. In a narrow cave, the unconscious Guy and Kakashi were lying side by side on the ground. Hyojin was sitting alone on the side, and only Ji Shui was busy by the campfire. Stirring the small pot on the campfire, Ji Shui whispered, Senpai, the soup will be ready soon. Hyojin nodded. He was a little hungry at this moment. Although he still had a lot of military food pills left, the taste was too hard to chew, so if he had a choice, he would naturally prefer to eat the delicious fish soup. After a while, Ji Shui handed a bowl of steaming fish soup to Hyojin. After receiving the fish soup, Hyojin drank the soup while looking at the unconscious Guy and Kakashi. It's funny, obviously it was Kuroto and Shursui who were responsible for bringing up the rear, but after Team 11 gathered at the retreat point of the Land of Hot Water, the ones who suffered the most serious injuries were Guy and Kakashi, who retreated first. Guy was surrounded and intercepted by the Cloud Ninjas, so he had to use the forbidden technique 8 Inner Hidden Gates. 8 Inner Hidden Gates is a forbidden technique that can injure the enemy 1,000 times, but also damage oneself 800 times, so although Guy successfully repelled the enemy, his body was overdrawn and fell into a coma. Kakashi's situation is a bit complicated. It seems that in addition to his injuries and excessive blood loss, there are other reasons for his coma. As for what the specific reason is, Hyojin can't figure it out for a while. Of course, Hyojin doesn't have too much energy to explore this right now. He hasn't solved his own troubles yet. Kacha, Hyojin suddenly frowned. The soup bowl in his hand fell to the ground and broke into 2 halves. Ji Shui quickly asked, Senpai, what's wrong? Hyojin shook his head calmly, nothing. After brushing off Ji Shui, he turned his head and looked out of the cave. The night sky outside the cave was very enchanting. Bright stars sprinkled the night sky like diamonds. The moonlight was bright and gentle, and it was as beautiful as a dream. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Hyojin sighed to himself, sigh, in the end, they were alarmed. Just now, another hidden Tenseigan chakra swept past. If it weren't for Hyojin's familiarity with this Tenseigan chakra, he wouldn't have noticed it. Ji Shui, who was beside him, did not react at all. She knew nothing about it. From this, it can be seen that the detection of the giant Tenseigan chakra on the moon is very clever and secretive. Unless someone is familiar with the Tenseigan chakra, otherwise, even if they have the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, they won't be able to detect it. Come to think of it, this is the 7th time in the past few days. Why haven't they given up? Isn't it just some chakra? Is there a need to be so persistent? Hyojin was a little annoyed, but he knew that the remaining Otsutsuki descendants on the moon are all radical separatists. These Otsutsuki descendants misunderstood Otsutsuki Himura's thoughts and thought that the shinobi world created by the Sage of Six Paths was a failure. So, they wanted to destroy the shinobi world and reopen the world. So, once these people know about him, Hyojin feels that the consequences will be very unpredictable. Moreover, Kuroto, who has borrowed the giant Tenseigan chakra, knows better than anyone how powerful the giant Tenseigan on the moon is. It can be said that it is a true artifact, a supreme treasure belonging to the Otsutsuki Himura. The Otsutsuki descendants can freely control the giant Tenseigan, but Hyojin can only barely resonate with the giant Tenseigan when his life is in danger. From this, it can be seen that in terms of the authority to use the giant Tenseigan, the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon are far superior to Hyojin. Once the two sides fight, Hyojin will have to face a giant Tenseigan that is superior to him in both quality and quantity. The result is self-evident. At this time, he is even a little glad. Fortunately, because of the exhaustion of chakra, his Tenseigan temporarily degenerated into a Byakugan and fell into a temporary dormant state. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the ability to avoid the waves of exploration of the giant Tenseigan on the moon. On the moon. Cough cough. After coughing for a while, the great elder put away his hands and slowly shook his head. When the second elder saw this, his brows almost squeezed together. Still not found? The old great elder calmed down his cough and said slowly, well, there is no other change on the ground except for the 9 forbidden places. In fact, the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon have long planned to destroy the shinobi world. It's just that through the exploration of the giant Tenseigan, they found that there seemed to be many hidden places in the shinobi world that even they don't know about. These places are collectively called forbidden places by them. Some of these forbidden places are protected by wonderful natural energy, some are covered by strange foreign energy, and some are contaminated with evil mysterious power. Because of this, the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon have not taken action yet. Now, there are only a few Otsutsuki descendants left on the moon. Except for the 3 elders who are already old, there is only a 3-year-old child named Sarutobi. Such power is obviously not enough to wipe out the entire shinobi world, so no matter how radical they are, they have to temporarily endure and wait for a suitable opportunity, or wait for Sarutobi to grow up. At this time, the 3rd elder asked, what about the outer path demon statue? Do you have any clues? The reason why the 3rd elder asked this is because a few years ago, they briefly sensed the outer path demon statue, but soon the feeling disappeared, so they couldn't lock the exact location. The great elder shook his head again. The 2nd elder, who was the most radical, stood up from the futon and asked, are we just going to watch and do nothing? The great elder said lightly, we are all old, and we don't have enough power to fulfill the last wish of our ancestors. This important task should be handed over to Sarutobi. He is the most talented child in our clan. If it is him, he will definitely be able to fulfill the last wish of our ancestors. The 3rd elder tentatively suggested, maybe we can contact the Hyuga Hyuga, after all, they have the same bloodline as us. The great elder coldly snorted, no, they are all fallen, they are not worthy of the bloodline of Otsutsuki, they are only worthy of being destroyed together with the failed world created by the Sage of 6 Paths. The 3rd patriarch wanted to say that if everything was exterminated, then the Otsutsuki clan, which only had a few people left on the moon, would not be able to escape the fate of extinction. However, looking at the 1st patriarch's determined expression, he opened his mouth but could not say anything. At the border of the land of earth and the land of grass. 3 generations Inoki looked at the information in his hand and said, so, the commander of the My Shinobi army that is confronting us is Danzo? Yellow Soil, who was standing on the side, replied, well, according to the information collected by the intelligence team, the commander of the My Shinobi army is Danzo. The sudden gathering of the rock village forced the My Shinobi army to make corresponding arrangements. Among the 3 members of the My Shinobi advisor group, Danzo was assigned by 3 generations Naruto to the rock village, Xianxia Chun personally went to the sand crypsis to discuss the alliance, and Mitokiman Hamura was responsible for the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire to guard against the Mist Village's surprise attack. These pieces of information are difficult to conceal, so the Rock Village's intelligence department intercepted them immediately. After pondering for a moment, 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama asked again, what about 3 generations Naruto? Yellow Soil shook his head, there is no accurate information yet, but it is said that he is still in my village. Rijan is really patient. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama smiled, then seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, did you find the My Shinobi who killed Iwamoto? Iwamoto, as the captain of one of the few remaining beheading units of the Rock Village, was one of the few elite jonin in the Rock Village. His death naturally made Tsuchikage-sama very sad and angry. According to the information sent by the spy in the Land of Demons, it was my Umbu Team 11 who killed Iwamoto. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama frowned, my Umbu? No matter which village, the identity of the Umbu is a secret, so it is not easy to find out the specific information of Konoha Umbu Team 11, even if it is one of the 5 great shinobi villages of Rock Village. Did this Umbu Team 11 appear on the battlefield? Yellow Soil seemed to have collected the relevant information and replied, no. The battle between Mai and Cloud Village attracted the attention of almost all the villages in the shinobi world, and among them, Rock Village is undoubtedly the most concerned one. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, Rock Village sent a large number of ninjas who are good at earth release techniques to infiltrate the Land of Fire, and as independent observers, they obtained a lot of first-hand information on the battlefield. From the information, Mai undoubtedly suffered a big loss this time. Several lines of defense placed in the front were all easily broken by Cloud Village. Whether it was the loss of materials or the loss of personnel, it was shocking. There was even a rumor that the Fire Nation's daimyo was furious. Tsuchikage smiled and said, if Kumo continues to attack fiercely, it won't take more than a few weeks for them to reach Konoha's village. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama was very happy to see his old opponent in such a difficult situation. More importantly, this battle completely removed the tiger skin on Mai's body, making it clear to everyone that Mai is no longer the invincible existence that can suppress the entire shinobi world. Yellow Soil was not as optimistic as 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama. He shook his head and said, after Jiraiya arrived, Mai's situation on the battlefield was much better, and Cloud Village's offensive has been temporarily contained. So far, no one knows why Jiraiya arrived on the battlefield a full week later than expected, but in any case, his arrival successfully contained Cloud Village's offensive. After thinking for a while, Tsuchikage said, Konoha's reaction this time is a bit strange. It is obvious that the combat power on the battlefield is insufficient, but the Uchiha police force is nowhere to be seen on the battlefield, and the Umbu Team 11 is also nowhere to be seen. There must be a problem here. Send someone to investigate. I want to know why. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Land of Fire, Cloud Village Camp. After receiving the news from the rear, the 2 Jinchuriki and Cloud Ninja looked at each other in blank dismay. The content of the message was not much, only 4 words. Halt the attack. Chilabai scratched his head and asked the few people around him, why did the village send such an order? Cloud Ninja Ida shook his head and said, this doesn't make sense at all. We have already destroyed Mai's front line of defense. If we stop the attack at this time, then our previous efforts will be in vain. Yujitoni said, did something happen in the village? Chilabai and Ida immediately agreed with Yujitoni's speculation, because this is the only reason why Lei Ying, who has always been tough, would send such an absurd order to the front line. My shinobi camp, Cloud Ninja camp. Shikaku walked into the command center and said to the people inside, the Cloud Village on the opposite side seems to have stopped attacking. Hyuga Richa, who was standing on the side, immediately frowned and said, they obviously have the upper hand, why did they suddenly stop attacking? Jiraiya, who knows more, said at this time, maybe the old man's strategy worked. After saying that, he briefly mentioned the matter of 3 generations Naruto's arrangement of the Umbu to raid the border warehouse of the Land of Lightning. When everyone heard this, they all sighed. This kind of mission of sneaking into the enemy's territory and raiding important facilities is extremely dangerous even if the target is a small shinobi village other than the 5 great shinobi villages, not to mention that the target this time is Cloud Village, whose strength is not inferior to Mai, so in everyone's opinion, even if the mission is completed, the Umbu who carried out the mission will probably die. Land of Hot Water. Hyojin, who was alone by the lake, took off the black goggles on his head. The clear lake water reflected his pure white eyes and his eye sockets. Kuroto observed the surface of the lake and found that it was indeed a Byakugan, exactly the same as his own Byakugan before injecting the genetic serum. After confirming again and again, Kuroto slowly closed his eyes, infused the chakra into his eyes, and then suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, his eyes flashed with a sapphire blue light, as if there were stars in his eyes. The world in his field of vision became much clearer, even the lines on the trunks of the trees in the distance were clearly visible. Oh, so it can be done like this. Hyojin chuckled and breathed a sigh of relief. This encounter has been a blessing in disguise for Kuroto to figure out how to activate and deactivate the Tenseigan. After several attempts and the final confirmation just now, Kuroto discovered that the Tenseigan can be temporarily deactivated, just like how the Uchiha clan can deactivate the Sharingan. And he was surprised to find that once the Tenseigan is closed, the caged bird on his head will work again. Because he can freely activate and deactivate the Tenseigan, he naturally doesn't need to wear the black goggles anymore. After all, wearing them has a great impact on one's field of vision, especially at night. The black goggles will seriously interfere with Hyojin's vision, reducing his insight. After putting the black goggles into the ninja bag around his waist, Hyojin got up and returned to the small cave where Team 11 was hiding. As soon as he saw Hyojin, Guy, who was exercising outside the cave, smiled and said, "Hee hee, you look strange without the goggles." Hyojin looked at Guy from head to toe and asked, "Are you alright?" Guy immediately gave Hyojin a thumbs up, and at the same time revealed a row of big teeth, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm Mai's dark blue beast. Such a small injury, I don't care about it at all." Guy's physical resilience is really extraordinary. If an ordinary person exercises at this intensity, their body may not be able to withstand it for a long time, but he exercises every day as if nothing happened. This time, his injury is not light, but after a few days of rest, he can jump again. After entering the cave, Hyojin found Jishui and Kakashi chatting in a low voice. Hyojin asked casually, "What are you talking about?" Jishui glanced at Kakashi, and seeing Kakashi nodding, she said to Hyojin in a strange tone, "Kakashi-senpai awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan." Hyojin looked at Kakashi and asked, "Did he awaken it after the battle in the valley?" Kakashi, who was still a little weak, shook his head and said, "I don't know." Hyojin is not surprised that Kakashi awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, because in his impression, it seems to be a natural thing. Now, Hyojin can't remember when Obsidian awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, but he knows that as long as Obsidian awakens the Manjikyu Sharingan, then considering the resonance of the two Sharingan, as long as Kakashi is slightly stimulated, it is possible for him to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan at any time. What's more, Kakashi has received a lot of stimulation. Putting aside the decisive battle in the valley, just the death of Lin and the Yondaime was enough to deal an indescribable mental blow to him. Therefore, Kakashi's Manjikyu Sharingan may have already awakened before, and the battle in the valley just accidentally let him master the method of awakening it. Seeing that Kakashi is still in a half-dead state, Hyojin didn't ask much. He doesn't want to show that he is very interested in the Manjikyu Sharingan, or that he is very familiar with it, because that will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble and suspicion. After all, the only people who are interested in the Manjikyu Sharingan right now are Danzo in the village, and Orochimaru outside the village. And Obsidian, who is hiding behind the scenes, is also thinking about destroying the Uchiha clan and Mai. None of these people are easy to deal with. If they target him, although Hyojin is not afraid of them, it will still be troublesome. Jishui didn't say anything more. In fact, Jishui is still a little confused at the moment. He never thought that a non-Uchiha clansman with a Sharingan transplant can actually awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. In his opinion, this is simply the biggest and strongest ridicule to the proud Uchiha clan. Countless Uchiha clansmen who are touted as geniuses have not been able to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Even now, in Jishui's knowledge, he is the only one in the entire Uchiha clan who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. He is even worried because he has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, fearing that this too powerful power will bring bad luck to the clan and the village. He carefully guards this power that represents the pride of the Uchiha clan, but a person who is not Uchiha clansman has inexplicably obtained all this. This feeling of being ridiculed is particularly strong for him. Fortunately, Jishui's pride has just been torn to pieces by Hyojin not long ago, and in his heart, the proud Uchiha clan has been completely defeated in the hands of the Hyuga clan. Because no matter from what aspect, the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan can't be compared with the Tenseigan chakra mode that can erase a valley in the blink of an eye, so in his heart, Uchiha Sharingan has been completely defeated. After being defeated once, being defeated for the second time seems to be a little easier to accept. At least Kakashi is the son of my white fan who has killed so many shinobi villages that the other shinobi villages are terrified of. Neither Hyojin nor Kakashi are aware of Jishui's complex psychological activities. Kakashi is still immersed in his own mental world, his heart is far from being as cold as he appears on the outside, and the indifference on his face is often just to cover up his wounded heart. Hyojin, on the other hand, pondered over what happened in the past few days. The battle in the valley can be described as a narrow escape from death. This battle made him understand a truth: even if you have a trump card in your hand, you must be cautious, otherwise, you may lose your life inexplicably before you can even use your trump card. This is the case this time. Although he has the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in his hand, and he can break out of the encirclement by using magnetic release at any time, but a moment of negligence almost caused him to be captured alive by the Kumo ninjas before he could even use the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. It must be clear that this is the shinobi world, a place where even Madara of the Jubi's Jinchuriki can be killed in seconds. Of course, Hyojin also gained a lot from this battle. The biggest harvest is undoubtedly the technique to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode from the giant Tenseigan on the moon, as well as the method to use the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion from the Tenseigan on the moon. The moment he entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, he even felt that he was a god, and all the enemies could be easily crushed by him as long as he raised his hand. This kind of feeling made him incomparably carefree. It's a pity that the Otsutsuki last descendants on the moon reacted too quickly, so he did not have more opportunities to use the free chakra of the giant Tenseigan to familiarize himself with the Tenseigan chakra mode. In fact, after a few days of rest, the chakra in Hyojin's body has recovered by 70% to 80%. Based on the previous battle in the valley, the consumption of the Tenseigan chakra mode is estimated to be enough for him to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. After a short rest, the 4 people of Class 11 recovered a little bit of their strength. As for what they should do next, it became an urgent problem in front of them. Spreading the map on the ground, the 4 of them sat in a circle and started discussing. Pointing to the map, Jishue was the first to speak. The land of hot water has been infiltrated by the Cloud Shinobi, and they have many spies here, so we can't continue to stay in this place. It's best to move immediately and retreat through this route. The route Jishue pointed out was along the easternmost coastline of the land of hot water, all the way back to the land of fire. According to the map, this route is within the sphere of influence of the 3 great shinobi villages of Mai, Cloud, and Mist, and it doesn't seem safe at all. But in reality, it was precisely because of this that this route, which was mixed with good and bad people, was the safest. Because no matter which village it was, they didn't have absolute authority in this area. Over time, this area has become a no-man's land, and many retired ninjas or wandering ninjas who have no place to live choose to hide in this area. Guy nodded. Well, this route is good. With the current strength of Team 11, as long as their luck isn't too bad, and they directly run into the main force of the Cloud Shinobi or the Mist Shinobi, then passing through this area shouldn't be a problem. As the captain of Team 11, Kakashi stared at the map without saying a word. Seeing that Kakashi seems to have other plans, Hyojin said, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. We are all comrades who have experienced life and death together. There's nothing that can't be discussed. Although Kakashi lied to everyone about the previous secret mission and put Team 11 in danger, this secret mission was personally issued by the 3 generations Naruto. But after all, this secret mission was personally issued by the 3 generations Naruto, so Kakashi can't question or refuse it, and in the end, he took the initiative to undertake the most dangerous part of the mission and almost died in battle, so no one blamed him. Kakashi pointed to the location of Team 11 on the map and said slowly, it stands to reason that we have completed the mission, and should quickly retreat to Mai. But think about it, our current position is right in the middle of the Cloud Village's assault force and the Cloud Village behind them, and this is a very critical location. Hyojin continued Kakashi's words, well, this position means danger to us, but our existence is like a fishbone stuck in Cloud Village's throat. As long as they don't get rid of us, they won't dare to boldly attack the land of fire. In terms of delaying the enemy, the 4 of us from Team 11 are comparable to a ninja army. Team 11 has just destroyed a secret warehouse of Kumo Village, plus more than 300 Kumo shinobi stationed there as reinforcements, so no matter how conceited Kumo Village is, they don't dare to ignore the existence of Team 11. Once Cloud Village finds out that Team 11 is still active in the land of hot water, their offensive in the land of fire will inevitably weaken, or even be forced to stop. Jishue thought for a moment and said, yes, although all of us are injured and our combat power has been greatly reduced, Kumo Village doesn't know about it. As long as we hide well enough and occasionally show our faces to scare them, they won't be able to put all their strength into the main battlefield. Currently, in Team 11, Kakashi's body is very weak, even his ability to move is limited, and he has basically lost his combat power. Guy has only regained his ability to move, and with multiple fractures on his body, he has no combat power. Jishue's body is a little overdrawn because of the continuous use of the Manjikyu Sharingan, coupled with the fact that he is the youngest in Team 11, his body and chakra's recovery ability are weaker than the others, so his combat power is only 30 to 40%. The only one who still has combat power is Hyojin Chakra, who has recovered 70% to 80%. Of course, this is not because Hyojin's physique is far better than the others, but because during the battle in the valley, the huge Tenseigan's chakra healed all his injuries, so his combat power is naturally the most preserved. The members of Team 11 quickly reached a consensus and decided to stay in the Land of Hot Water for the time being to attack the Land of Fire's troops from the rear. The reason why Hyojin agreed is because according to the memories of his previous life, Hyojin knows that Kumo village has no intention of expanding this conflict indefinitely. Once the war falls into a stalemate, Kumo village is likely to propose peace talks. And if it is Team 11 that facilitates Kumo village and Mai to return to the negotiating table, then it will be a great honor and qualification for the 4 members of Team 11. Take Naruto 4 generations as an example. Nothing can accumulate reputation faster than making meritorious deeds in war. Land of Fire, Kumo raiding force camp. Through active communication with the village in the rear, Hachibi's Jinchuriki, Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito, and the other commanders finally learned the reason why 4 generations laying issued the pause attack. Staring at the news from the village in his hand, Chalabi's cynical face also became gloomy. The news from Laying mentioned that 4 secret warehouses located at the border were attacked by Mayambu at almost the same time. One of the warehouses was completely destroyed, and more than 300 Kumo ninjas stationed around the warehouse were killed. Yujito Ni on the side crossed her arms and said coldly, "Humph, my shinobi only knows how to play dirty tricks." Deputy Commander Ida said worriedly, "It's not surprising that Mai was able to find out the location of the secret warehouse. It's true that it's difficult to conceal the movement of goods, but for them to be able to annihilate more than 300 of our shinobi stationed here, it's not easy." Although Yujitoni is arrogant, she also knows that it is not an easy task to annihilate 300 ninjas, so she curled her lips and said, "Which of Mai's experts have not shown up?" In the command center, a Kumo Jonin who acted as a secretary stepped forward and answered, "According to the comprehensive information, among the famous experts of the Mai clan, only the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the 3 generations Naruto have yet to appear." Ida analyzed, the Hyuga clan rarely goes to the battlefield in person, even in the previous Third Shinobi War, they only went to the front line a few times at the most critical moments, so the patriarch of the Hyuga clan can be ruled out. The Uchiha clan is indeed a bit strange this time, there is almost no trace of them on the entire battlefield, so this time the incident in the rear is likely to be the work of the Uchiha clan, and the leader may even be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. How many experts does Konoha have? Kumo has long been clear about it. In Yujitoni's opinion, there are no more than 5 people in the entire Konoha who can lead a team to complete this kind of raid behind the enemy lines, except for the defected Orochimaru and the dead Yondaime Hokage couple. So Uchiha Patriarch and Sandaime Hokage who haven't shown up yet are the targets of her suspicion. At this time, a Cloud Ninja hurried into the headquarters and said, "The village just sent the latest news." Taking a look at the news, Chilabai, Yujitoni, and Ida were quite surprised. It turned out that the other 3 secret warehouses that were attacked not only did not suffer any losses, but the Cloud Village also wiped out the Mayambu and even captured one of the Mayambu. After being interrogated by Jinjutsu, the captured Mayambu spat out everything he knew. Therefore, the Mayambu Team 11 appeared for the first time in the eyes of the Cloud Village. Mai's 4-man Umbu squad killed more than 300 of our people? After a pause, Yujitoni continued, "Could it be that Laying Sama made a mistake?" Chilabai and Ida were also surprised at this time. Only Chilabai and Yujitoni, the 2 perfect Jinchuriki, can do this. Even Ida, as the deputy commander, doesn't have this ability. It's not that Ida is not strong, but his chakra is not strong enough. In other words, it is impossible for any normal ninja to have such an abundance of chakra to kill nearly 100 times their number of enemies in one night. We must get rid of Mai's Umbu Team 11. For a time, this thought emerged in the hearts of the 3 people. After the 3 people looked at each other, Yujitoni stood up and said, "I'll go kill them." In the country of hot water. Enemy attack. Everyone be careful, he's behind, quickly send a signal for help. Amidst the noise, Kuroto? Maru's Hyojin killed his way into the Cloud Village's convoys. The leader of the Kumo Jonin immediately rushed forward with his kunai in hand. Seeing this, Hyojin's lips curled up slightly. He couldn't remember how many times he had tried to block his grasp with ordinary kunai. Maru's Cloud Ninja. Clang, with a crisp sound, the Kumo Chunin leading the team along with the kunai in his hand were both killed by the Fuwa. Maru was cleanly sliced in half. Without the leader of the Chunin, the remaining Kumo Genin could hardly resist and were killed by Hyojin one by one. Only the last Genin, knowing that he was going to die, resolutely detonated the detonation talisman hidden in the transport vehicle, blowing up all the supplies and himself into the sky. Hyojin, who has escorted supplies several times during the Third Shinobi World War, is very familiar with this method, so he was able to avoid the explosion early on. His goal is not these supplies, so there is no need to take risks. After walking around the battlefield and checking that there were no survivors, Kuroto picked up the kunai that was broken in two and put it into the storage bag on his waist. If this broken kunai is left on the battlefield, then Cloud Village will judge that Hyojin has a sword on him based on the smooth cut of the kunai. Once Cloud Village learns this information, it will be much more difficult for Hyojin to attack them in the future. After confirming that there were no traces left, Hyojin did not stay any longer and immediately left the scene. Not long after, Cloud Village's Jinchuriki Yujito Ni arrived with a large number of Cloud Ninjas. Seeing the mess on the battlefield, and the supplies that were transported to the front line were blown to ashes, the faces of the Cloud Ninjas were extremely ugly. Yujito Ni even couldn't hold back her anger, and her pupils turned into the pupils of a Jinchuriki. At this time, a Cloud Jonin came over and shook his head towards Yujito Ni. There are no survivors. Yujito Ni suppressed her anger. There are no clues? The Cloud Jonin nodded. As before, our people were all killed with a single sword strike, and the other party is still that taijutsu expert who uses a short blade. His style is somewhat similar to White Fandmai. Yujito Ni gritted her teeth and roared fiercely, "Chase, he must not have gone far." Whoosh, with Yujito Ni's order, the Cloud Ninjas on the battlefield immediately used the body flicker technique and turned into a series of afterimages, chasing in all directions. Sensing the pursuers behind him, Hyojin smiled slightly and immediately formed a hand seal to release a shadow clone. The main body and the shadow clone quickly separated, one on the left and one on the right, and separated in different directions. After using the shadow clone to get rid of the pursuers, Hyojin came to a crack on a high cliff. This place is not only hidden, but also has a wide field of vision. For a ninja like Hyojin who has a strong insight, this is the best place to hide. Taking out a military ration pill and chewing it in his mouth, Hyojin was thinking about the next step. While quenching the poison in his mouth, Hyojin was thinking about the next step. In the past week, Kuroto has attacked 3 Kumo transport teams in a row. Although he didn't destroy a lot of materials and didn't cause much casualties to Kumo, he still brought a lot of trouble to Kumo, causing several transport routes of Kumo to be in a state of panic. With the rear unstable, Cloud's offensive in the Land of Fire has to be slowed down. The abnormal behavior of Cloud Village immediately attracted the attention of Mai. Not only that, but several other shinobi villages who were paying close attention to this conflict also noticed the abnormal behavior of Cloud Village. Everyone unanimously turned their eyes to the Land of Hot Water located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, as if this is the key to the conflict between Mai and Cloud Village. At the same time, with the active activities of Hyojin and the others, Mai Umbu Team 11 quickly became the #1 target of Cloud Village. More and more experts of Cloud Village joined the encirclement and suppression of Mai Umbu Team 11. On Hyojin's side, at first, there was only a team of Jonin. But now, not only did Cloud Village send out the Jinchuriki of Nibi, but they also sent out more than 20 Jonin in a row. This lineup is comparable to encirclement and suppression of Kage-level experts. Suddenly, because of Kuroto? Hyojin was distracted by the poisonous pill. Just a moment ago, he sensed his shadow clone vanish. This wasn't a big deal. After all, the shadow clone was a bait to draw away the pursuers. But what surprised him was that the shadow clone had disappeared very abruptly and hadn't sent back any memories. In other words, the shadow clone was instantly killed. Although Hyojin's shadow clone technique is not proficient enough, and the technique needs to be improved, but it has at least inherited 50% of his combat power and people power. Such a shadow clone was instantly killed, which shows that the opponent is not only strong, but also very fast. So fast that even with 50% of Hyojin's pupil power, the shadow clone couldn't react in time. In the entire shinobi world, there may be many people who can defeat Hyojin, but there are not many people who can be so fast that Hyojin's shadow clone can't even react. When it came to Hidden Cloud Village, there were only a handful of them. Could it be the 4 generations laying? While making wild guesses, Kuroto took advantage of the situation. He sheathed the sword. Judging from Cloud Village's reaction, Team 11's plan was undoubtedly a success. If, as Hyojin expected, even Cloud Village's 4 generations laying was lured out, then it further proves that Class 11 played a role in delaying Cloud Village's offensive. Considering that 4 generations laying may have joined the encirclement against him, Hyojin decided to temporarily stop harassing Cloud Village's transportation line. 4 generations laying is not an ordinary ninja, his speed is almost the fastest in the world of ninjas. Even the 4 generations Naruto, who was known as the Golden Flash, would probably be inferior to the 4 generations laying in terms of regular speed if he did not use the Flying Thunder God. Facing such a powerhouse, the slightest bit of carelessness would result in death. Team 11's plan was to attack the transport line behind Cloud Village's assault force, so Hyojin didn't want to risk his life fighting with the suspected 4 generations laying at this time. As long as he was alive and well, he would have won. Before long, Hyojin returned to the small cave where Class 11 was hiding. Jishui, who had also just returned, asked, "Senior, how's the progress on your side?" Hyojin smiled. "I took care of 3 small transport teams. What about you?" Jishui replied, as expected of Senior. "I've been busy for several days, but I've only intercepted 1. Jishui doesn't have Hyojin's long-range reconnaissance ability, so the efficiency of searching for the Cloud Village's transport team is far lower than Hyojin's. In addition, he has recently consumed too much of his pupil power, so he is very cautious when choosing the target to intercept." Guy, who was resting in the cave, whispered, "I'll go with you next time." Because their injuries haven't healed yet, Guy and Kakashi didn't go out to disturb Cloud Village's transportation line. As before, they stayed in the cave to recuperate. It's just that Guy has a restless temperament. When he heard Hyojin and Jishui talking about the results of the attack on Cloud Village, he couldn't help but feel itchy. "You'd better stay here." Hyojin shook his head and immediately mentioned that his shadow clone was killed in an instant. "I suspect that 4 generations laying may also be in the land of hot water." Jishui was surprised. "Senior, did you do anything to laying?" Shursui is really worried that Kuroto might have done something to Reikage, because in his opinion, Kuroto has the strength to fight against Reikage, so he is sure that Kuroto has the strength to compete with Reikage. And if something happens to Lei Ying, then the conflict between Mai and Cloud Village may escalate into a full-scale war. Guy and Kakashi are dumbfounded. After a while, Kakashi asked weakly, if Kuroto meets Lei Ying, shouldn't we be worried about Kuroto?" Guy quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Lei Ying is not someone we can deal with." Hyojin also had a helpless look on his face. He glanced at Jishui and secretly cursed in his heart, "Jishui, do you have some misunderstanding about my strength?" Unlike the arrogant and reckless 4 generations Lei Ying in the future, the current 4 generations Lei Ying was suppressed by the 4 generations Naruto in the Third Shinobi War, so compared to the future, he is much more cautious. And such a high-speed ninja, once cautious, is almost invulnerable. If he has the support of the Tenseigan on the moon, Hyojin wouldn't be afraid of the 4 generations Lei Ying, but if he doesn't have the support of the Tenseigan and only relies on his own chakra, then he can only turn around and run if he encounters the 4 generations Lei Ying. What's more, 4 generations Lei Ying is bound to be surrounded by a large number of Cloud Village elites. If he dares to look for trouble with the 4 generations Lei Ying at this time, then it is a typical case of having a mental problem. After weighing the current situation, Hyojin said to the members of Team 11, "Now that we have completed the mission, the risk of staying in the land of hot water is too great, so I propose to return to Mai immediately." Jishui nodded, "I agree." Kakashi thought for a moment and nodded. In the distance, standing on a high cliff, Yujitone's face was ashen. At this time, a Cloud Jonin came out from the crack of the cliff and said, "This should be the hiding place of the Mai ninja who attacked our transport team." Yujitone quickly asked, "Is there any clue inside?" The Cloud Jonin said, although there is no clue, but he left his scent, that's enough. After saying that, the Cloud Jonin walked to the edge of the cliff and whistled towards the distance. After a while, a skylark covered with silver feathers followed the whistle and flew to the high cliff. After circling a few times in the air, it steadily landed on the shoulder of the Cloud Jonin. After commanding the skylark to smell the scent in the crack, the Cloud Jonin threw the skylark high in the air, and the skylark also took off into the air, circled a few times, and then flew in a certain direction. The Cloud Jonin said to Yujitoni, "Found it, it's in that direction." Yujitoni only spat out one word, "Chase." In an instant, more than a dozen cloud ninjas on the cliff turned into a series of afterimages and followed the skylark. After a while, the Kumo ninjas stopped outside a cave. One of the Cloud Jonin who was good at perception pointed at the ground, closed his eyes and sensed for a while, then said to his companions around him, "Just in the cave in front, 1, 2, 3 people, a total of 3 people, all of them have chakras amount, it should be Mai's Umbu Team 11. Yujitoni stared at the entrance of the cave and asked, "Are there any traps around?" After a while, the Jonin shook his head, "There doesn't seem to be any traps outside the cave, but there are a lot of weak chakras energy inside the cave. I can't determine what it is, it may be some kind of technique, or it may be a detonation talisman." An elderly Kumo Jonin frowned, "Could this be a trap?" Yujitoni said bitterly, "Playing with us for so long, even if it is a trap, I will break it." Thinking that the surprise attack prepared by the village for so long was turned upside down by a mere Mai Umbu squad, Yujitoni couldn't help but feel angry. Soon, under the leadership of Yujitoni, a group of cloud ninjas broke into the cave. Seeing the 3 members of Team 11 packing up in the cave, Yujitoni grinned, "Humph, I finally caught you little mice." The 3 members of Class 11 in the cave did not panic too much, and instead took out their weapons to be on guard. At this moment, Yujitoni's gaze landed on Hyojin's face, and she immediately frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of something. "So it's you, are you from the Hyuga clan?" Obviously, Yujitoni remembered that she had encountered Hyojin during the last mission to recover the Forbidden Technique scrolls. That was the first time she failed a mission, so she had a deep impression of Hyojin. Besides, because Hyojin did not wear the black goggles this time, she recognized that he was from the Hyuga clan. One is a Byakugan, and the other is a Sharingan. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with them. It turns out that 2 of them are pupillary Kekai ninjas. After sizing up Hyojin and Jishui, Yujitoni humped softly. "Great, let's settle the old and new scores together." Hyojin ignored Yujitoni and said to Jishui calmly, "It's a pity that it's a Jinchuriki." Jishui asked, "Senpai, should we activate it?" Hyojin nodded. Hearing the conversation between Hyojin and Jishui, Yujitoni suddenly felt that something was amiss and immediately yelled, "Get out!" Boom boom boom. Before Yujitoni finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded in the cave, and the sound was so loud that it spread far and wide. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, second last huge figure appeared in the ruins of the cave, while the dozen or so Kumo ninjas who rushed into the cave with Yujitoni all hid under second last's body, barely escaping the explosion and the collapse of the cave. Whoosh! At this moment, several figures landed outside the ruins of the cave, led by none other than the 4 generations of Kumo, Lei-ing. Lei-ing of 4 generations glanced at the disheveled Yujitoni and the others and asked in a muffled voice, "Where are the enemies?" Yujitoni, who had already withdrawn from her tailed beast form, coughed violently and said, "Ahem. This is a trap, I'm afraid they have already escaped." Lei-ing of 4 generations looked into the distance and said emotionally, "It seems that Mai is not as weak as we expected. Maybe it's time to end this conflict." Yujitoni hurriedly said, "Lei-ing-sama, please give me some more time, I will definitely kill them." Reikage shook his head, "The news just came back from the front line. Sandaime Hokage led his troops to attack Chalabi yesterday. Chalabi couldn't resist and began to retreat. Not only that, but the Rock Village's movements are also not clear. Rock Village's eyes aren't only focused on Konoha. If Cloud Village reveals a flaw, they won't hesitate to come forward and bite them." Yujitoni murmured, "Don't be discouraged, there will be another chance." Lei-ing patted Yujitoni's shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged, there will be another chance." Yujitoni's face was gloomy, she gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, Mai's Class 11, the eastern coastline of the country of hot water. Along the coastline, the 4 members of Team 11 were heading towards Konoha at full speed. Suddenly, Hyojin stopped and the other 3 people of Class 11 also stopped. Among them, Jishui and Kakashi looked at each other with a regretful look on their faces. Jishui sighed and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this, what a pity." Kakashi, who was a little listless, said doubtfully, "Kumo's reaction is too extreme, just to deal with us, they even sent out their human Jinchuriki. And isn't Ni's human Jinchuriki in their assault force? Why did it suddenly appear in the country of hot water? Isn't this too strange?" Kakashi didn't know that Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode wiped out the entire valley and killed hundreds of Kumo ninjas, so he was a little puzzled by Kumo's reaction. Jishui glanced at Hyojin carefully and said in his heart, "In the face of a strong person like Kuroto-senpai, Kumo has no chance of winning if they don't send out their human Jinchuriki." Hyojin's face was calm, and he didn't say anything. When he thought that so many detonation talismans were wasted, his mood naturally became 100 times worse. After deciding to evacuate the country of hot water, Team 11 immediately arranged a large trap, ready to deal a final blow to Kumo. The Team 11 in the trap was just a shadow clone of Hyojin, Jishui, and Kakashi. As for Guy, because he hasn't mastered the shadow clone technique yet, there was no shadow clone in the cave trap. Originally, he wanted to attract a team of Jonin, or at least a Jonin team led by a Jonin to investigate. Unexpectedly, it directly attracted Nibi's Jinchuriki, Yujito Ni. Once a Jinchuriki is transformed into a tailed beast, under the protection of the tailed beast chakra, general explosions and cave collapses are difficult to cause fatal damage to them. What's more, Yujito Ni belongs to the perfect Jinchuriki, which means that she can cooperate with Nibi, so the power of the hastily arranged trap is not enough to deal with her. After receiving the message from the shadow clone in the distance, the 4 members of Team 11 once again rushed towards Mai. As more and more Kumo forces are invested in the country of hot water, the country of hot water has become more and more dangerous, so at this time, even if it's a little regretful, Team 11 had to evacuate immediately. Perhaps they were worried about the conflict between Mai and Kumo, so the wandering ninjas in the country of hot water have already fled, so Team 11 galloped along the coastline of the country of hot water for a few days. Except for a few fishermen, they didn't encounter a single ninja. A week later, the 4 members of Team 11 finally returned to the territory of the country of fire. In the country of fire, Team 11 soon encountered the scouting and patrolling Mai Ninja squad, and through these Mai Ninjas, they learned about the latest situation. Just as Hyojin remembered in his previous life, Kumo's raid on Mai was just a test. And the cause of this test was the accidental death of 4 generations Naruto and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. It can be said that this conflict between Mai and Kumo is completely the follow-up effect of Mai's 9 Tails rebellion, Orochimaru's defection, and the death of 4 generations Naruto and his wife. Whether it is Kumo itself or Mai who was attacked, neither side has the intention to start a full-scale war, so after the attack was unsuccessful, Kumo released the intention of peace talks to Mai. Regarding Kumo's request for peace talks, 3 generations Naruto readily accepted. 3 generations Naruto doesn't know how much trouble Team 11 caused behind Kumo, and even if he knew, he would still choose to negotiate with Kumo, because Mai can't afford another shinobi war. In a damp cave in the country of rain. Drip, water droplets hit the rock and made a crisp sound. At this time, 2 huge Nepenthes leaves slowly rose from the ground, and a strange face with half white and half black appeared in the middle of the leaves. The masked man sitting in the cave glanced at it slightly and asked casually, "Ju, how is the situation?" The strange man named Ju, who still has half of his body hidden in the ground, replied, "They have already begun to negotiate. It's completely different from what you expected." The masked man was silent for a while and said, "Why did Cloud Village slow down their offensive?" At the beginning of the raid, Cloud Village almost broke through the frontal defense of Mai. Everyone who was paying attention to this conflict, including the masked man, thought that Cloud Village would quickly approach Mai Village. But no one expected that Cloud Village, who was in an advantageous position, would suddenly slow down their offensive, making the originally clear situation suddenly become confusing. Ju shook his head. "I don't know. Monitoring all the battlefields in the country of fire has made Ju a little tired, so he can't take care of the battle outside the country of fire at all." The masked man was a little annoyed. Cloud Village is wasting an opportunity. Ju recalled and replied. Maybe there is something wrong with the rear of Cloud Village. A few weeks before they withdrew from the Country of Fire, their deployment was a bit strange. Nibby's Jinchuriki even left the frontline troops and hurried back to the rear. The masked man waved his hand. Forget it. The masked man didn't want to get to the bottom of it. In his opinion, whether it is my or Cloud Village, they are just pawns that can be used. Since they are just pawns that can be casually manipulated, there is no need to place too much hope on them. Ju asked in a daze. What should we do next? The masked man smiled. From this conflict with Kumo, it can be seen that the Konoha village has completely lost trust in the Uchiha clan. We should start with the Uchiha clan to further weaken the Konoha clan. What do you need me to do? Find me a clansman of Uchiha. After a pause, the masked man's tone became more and more gloomy. I need a good chess piece to provoke the relationship between Uchiha and the village, my village, Uchiha clan grounds. Dong dong dong, a series of hurried knocks came from outside the courtyard. Ji Shui, who had just returned home, had no choice but to drag his exhausted body to open the courtyard door. As soon as he opened the door, Itachi's thin figure reflected in his eyes. Itachi said happily, Brother Ji Shui, you are finally back. The Uchiha clan knew about Ji Shui's secret mission. Moreover, many Uchiha clansmen believed that the three generations were abusing their power to avenge their personal grudges. They deliberately used the mission to eliminate the number one genius of the Uchiha clan, so Itachi was very worried about Ji Shui's safety. Ji Shui smiled as he led Itachi into the house. After sitting down, Ji Shui briefly mentioned the mission of Class 11 and then said with a smile. Don't worry, we have Kuroto-senpai in Class 11, so there won't be too much danger. Hearing that Class 11 caused a lot of trouble in the Country of Thunder, Itachi asked curiously, Brother Ji Shui, is it because of you that the Cloud Village slowed down their offensive? Mai also felt strange about the abnormality of the Cloud Village. All kinds of speculations and probing have never stopped until they confirmed that the Cloud Village really had a problem in the rear. 3 generations Naruto personally led the troops to attack the Cloud Village and drove them out of the Country of Fire in one fell swoop. Ji Shui nodded with a smile. Recalling the look of surprise on the face of 3 generations after listening to the report of Class 11, Kuroto's mood became very carefree. There is no doubt that after returning to the village, Class 11, after synthesizing all the information, quickly came to a conclusion. It was because of their harassment in the rear of the Cloud Village that the Cloud Village was forced to slow down their offensive, winning valuable breathing space for Mai. After chatting for a while, Itachi suddenly said, Brother Ji Shui, look. With that, Itachi's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 magatama slowly appeared in his pupils. Ji Shui was overjoyed. You opened your eyes? Itachi nodded. I opened my eyes on the battlefield last week. Why are you on the battlefield? Itachi said, I have graduated early. At this moment, a figure fell in the courtyard of Ji Shui's house and said, Ji Shui, the patriarch is holding a clan meeting in the mansion, he is waiting for you. The smile on Ji Shui's face suddenly solidified, and his face became gloomy. Arriving at the mansion, Ji Shui looked at the people in the house. Inside the house, Patriarch Uchiha Fuyue sat in the center with his hands crossed over his chest, surrounded by the elites of the Uchiha police force, more than a dozen of them are jonin. Seeing this scene, Ji Shui's heart tightened. Even the ordinary Tokubetsu jonin in the clan are not qualified to participate in this clan meeting. He can already vaguely guess what the issue will be discussed in this clan meeting. Patriarch. After saying hello, Ji Shui silently sat in the corner. Fuyue glanced at Ji Shui and nodded. As soon as Ji Shui arrived, the Uchiha clan meeting officially began. Soon, an elite Uchiha jonin from the police force said, Captain, I have received accurate news that the village has lost more than 30 jonin this time. Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Abazuka, and other shinobi clans have lost many jonin and genin. As he said, the elite Uchiha jonin stood up, and his expression became more and more excited. After suffering such a big loss, 3 generations actually agreed to the peace talks. Many people in the village are dissatisfied. This is an opportunity for us. Another elite Uchiha jonin said in an orderly manner, it is said that the Umbu directly under Naruto also lost a lot this time, and the strength of 3 generations has been weakened again. As soon as the voice of this elite Uchiha Jonin fell, the Uchiha Jonin in the room looked at Jishui who was sitting in the corner. At present, only Jishui has joined the Umbu in the entire Uchiha clan, so the real information about the Umbu can only be obtained through Jishui. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jishui was both annoyed and helpless, so he had to casually say, "I don't know much, probably 3 Umbu squads were lost." The Uchiha Jonin in the room were very excited when they heard this, and one of them stood up and said to Patriarch Fuyue, "Captain, it's time, the position of Naruto should be our Uchiha clan." "Yes, Captain, let's do it." The atmosphere gradually heated up, and the Uchiha Jonin of the police force stood up one after another. Clan leader Fugaku crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat steadily. Looking at the fanatical and distorted faces of the clansmen in front of him, Jishui felt frightened for the first time. If this crazy emotion was allowed to spread in the house, only destruction would await the Uchiha clan. After making up his mind, Jishui stood up and said, "Patriarch, force is not the solution to the problem, and with the strength of our clan, we are not a match for the village at all." "Jishui, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you afraid? Uchiha is the strongest. As long as we take down the 3 generations, the people in the village will agree with us." The house suddenly became noisy. Ahem, Patriarch Fuyue coughed twice to stop the chaos of the Uchiha. Jishui did not give in at all. Blind action will only lead the Uchiha clan into the abyss. Fuyue looked deeply at Jishui and immediately waved his hand. "That's all for today. Go back." On the way home alone, Jishui covered his eyes with one hand and said in his heart, "Maybe my Manjikyu Sharingan was awakened to save the clan, but can Koto Amami really change the fate of the Uchiha?" Hyojin's house. Looking at the scroll of the 4-symbol seal, Hyojin was thoughtful. The difficulty of learning the 4-symbol seal was much higher than he expected. It even involved the transformation of the chakra attribute. It was a sealing technique that truly understood the changes of the chakra attribute. Perhaps it was because of this that many powerful forbidden techniques were developed with the 4-symbol seal as a foundation. At this time, Belle walked into the room with a fragrant dish. Smelling the fragrance, Hyojin's finger was moved and he smiled. "It smells so good." Belle sat on the side and whispered, "I haven't heard from you before. I thought something happened to you." Hyojin smiled gently. "Didn't I tell you long ago? Don't worry. In fact, this mission wasn't that dangerous. It just took some time to hide." Ling pursed her lips and said, "You're always like this. In order to deceive me, you make something that's obviously very dangerous sound so easy." Hyojin quickly changed the topic. "By the way, did the clan suffer great losses this time?" Ling sighed and said dejectedly, "Including Zhao's father, the clan lost more than 10 people this time. Hyuga Takashi is Yui's neighbor and has a good relationship with Yui. His father is one of the few elite jonin in the Hyuga family. In this conflict, he died in the hands of the Cloud Shinobi Aida. With the death of Hyuga's father, the number of elite jonin in the Hyuga clan, including the retired elders, can be counted on one hand." Hyojin's face darkened at the thought of the many more orphans in his family. "You then said, Patriarch said that if you have time, please come to the clan land." Hyojin nodded. Now that he can freely open and close his Tenseigan, there is no need to hide from the clan. After eating the food cooked by Yu, Hyojin walked towards the clan land. Although the Hyuga clan didn't move to the same place as Uchiha, most of the clansmen still gather near the old house of the Hyuga clan, so this area is also called the Hyuga clan land by the villagers. Arriving at the gate of the Hyuga clan, Hyojin was just about to knock on the door. At this time, a waiter came out and said, "Kuroto-sama, the patriarch is waiting for you inside." Hyojin was in a trance when he heard this. This is the first time that he was called Kuroto-sama in the clan, and the waiter who called him Kuroto-sama is a chunin, which is impossible in the past. Walking into the old house of the Hyuga clan, after passing through a corridor, Hyojin finally saw the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. "Patriarch." Hyojin politely saluted. Hyuga Hayashi, who was sitting upright, nodded, "Sit down." Sitting opposite Hyuga Hayashi, Hyojin asked, "Patriarch, what can I do for you?" Hayashi pondered for a moment and said, "Uchiha Jishui is your teammate in the Umbu, right?" "Yes." "Then you should have heard something about Uchiha, right?" Hyojin frowned slightly. Patriarch, what do you mean? Hayashi bluntly said. This time the conflict with Cloud Village completely exposed the suspicion and fear of Uchiha. I am worried that the village will make a move against Uchiha. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi is well aware of the way of balance, whether it is the village eradicating Uchiha or Uchiha taking control of the village, both are unacceptable to the Hyuga clan. Only by reaching a balance between Uchiha and the village can the Hyuga clan become the object of both sides, thus ensuring their own safety. But now, the balance between Uchiha and the village is collapsing little by little, and in the eyes of the discerning people, a fierce conflict is getting closer and closer. Hayashi continued, Uchiha and our Hyuga clan are both members of the Hyuga clan, and also have the same Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai. If they are easily eradicated, the prestige of our Hyuga clan in the village will also be affected. And if they take control of the village, we will inevitably be suspected and excluded, so I hope that you can use your identity as an Umbu to try your best to prevent this conflict from happening. Just like Jishui's situation in the Uchiha clan, because Hyojin is also the only Hyuga who currently serves in the Umbu, so no matter what the Hyuga clan wants to do, it is inseparable from his support. Hyojin immediately replied, I understand. On the issue of Uchiha, Hyojin and the Hyuga clan's attitude is unified, that is, Uchiha cannot fall. Why is the reputation of the Hyuga clan so good? Isn't it because of Uchiha over the years? Once Uchiha is gone, the Hyuga clan may be excluded as an alternative. After all, a Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai is indeed better than most ordinary ninjas in all aspects. After talking about the issue of Uchiha, Hayashi then took out a few bounty lists and handed them to Hyojin, and said, in the near future, you'd better be careful. Hyojin took the bounty list and looked at it, only to see his own portrait on it, and the bounty number below was a long string of zeros. He counted for a long time and said, 20 million liang? Hayashi said leisurely, there is a second one. Hyojin quickly turned to the second bounty list, and this bounty list also has his portrait, and the bounty number below is also a long string of zeros. The amount is even more than the first one. 25 million liang? What is going on? After some detailed questioning, Kuroto learned that all 4 members of Team 11 have a bounty of 20 million ryo on their heads, and the bounty for each of them is 20 million ryo. This bounty should be the work of Kumo village, right? After thinking about it, Kuroto can only think of the Kumo and Rock clans who have a grudge against Umbu Team 11, and compared to Rock clans, Kumo is obviously more suspicious. But how did Kumo get the specific information about our Team 11? Could it be that their spy has already infiltrated the Umbu? This sudden thought startled Hyojin himself. The Umbu directly under Naruto are all personally selected by the 3 generations, and the scope of the selection is also known to all the ninjas in the village. If there is a spy from another village among them, then it means that this spy has infiltrated the village for a long time, at least in terms of foundation, there is no flaw in this spy. Immediately afterward, Hyojin thought of the second bounty. This second bounty is 5 million ryo higher than the first, reaching a shocking level of 25 million ryo, which is almost the bounty of the famous elite jonin of the 5 great shinobi villages. The strangest thing is that this second bounty is a single bounty, and the target is only Hyojin. This undoubtedly shows that the person who issued the bounty only has a personal grudge against Hyojin, and has nothing to do with Team 11. Who could it be? Seeing Hyojin's thoughtful look, Hayashi thought that he was worried about the bounty, so he said, you don't have to worry too much. For a ninja, the bounty in the black market is a reflection of our merits, and only a powerful ninja will have a high bounty. Hyojin nodded. He is not afraid, he is just a little concerned about who the person who issued the bounty is. Raising the cup and taking a sip of tea, Hayashi asked, do you know how much the bounty on me is in the black market? How much? Hayashi said lightly, 100 million ryo. Hyojin laughed awkwardly, hee, as expected of the Lord Patriarch. Hyojin naturally understands that this 100 million ryo is not so much a bounty for Hyuga Hayashi himself, but a bounty for the Hyuga clan, a bounty for Byakugan. As we all know, only the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can be stolen, and the Hyuga clan is small. Therefore, as long as you kill Hyuga Hayashi, not only will you get a pair of Byakugan, but you will also be able to cause an immeasurable impact on the Hyuga clan separation system. After leaving the ancestral clan, Hyojin slowly walked towards his own home. As he passed by a narrow alley, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows, blocking his path. Hyojin's expression turned cold as he pulled out the blade of grass from his waist. Pill activated the Byakugan and assumed a posture of being on full alert. The figure that walked out from the darkness was leaning on a stick. Remove carries? Young surging worm burden scars pelican first walking worm burden? Omega cute and fresh solo Shohyojin immediately put away the Byakugan, nodded and said, yes, Danzo-sama. The one who stopped Hyojin's path was none other than Danzo Shimura, who has the title of Dark Shinobi. At the same time, he is also a member of Mai's advisory group, the commander of Route. You are very talented, there is no future for you to stay in the Umbu. Join my Route, you will have everything you want. Danzo's tone is very cold, it doesn't seem like he is trying to win people over, but he seems to be full of confidence, as if the conditions he offered are difficult for Hyojin to refuse. Hyojin replied without hesitation, I'm sorry, I am directly under Naruto-sama's Umbu, and all the transfers must follow the arrangements of the 3 generations Naruto-sama. Danzo's eyes suddenly became cold, if this old man remembers correctly, this is the second time you refused to join the Route. Because of Orochimaru's defection, Hyojin was temporarily detained, and he once refused the recruitment of the Route, but at that time he was just a chunin, a dispensable cannon fodder role, so Danzo didn't take it seriously. Not only did he become a Tokubetsu Jonin, but he also defeated several Uchiha shinobi in a row. Not long ago, he also completed the secret mission assigned by Sandaime-sama. He is now a young man in the limelight of Konoha, which is why Danzo chose to personally recruit him. Because of this, Hyojin refused without hesitation, making Danzo very dissatisfied. Facing Danzo's threat, Hyojin turned a deaf ear, sorry, I am not interested in joining the Route. Young man, every decision must be carefully made, otherwise, you will regret it in the future. After saying that, Danzo's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Looking at Danzo who felt good about himself, as if everything was under his control, Hyojin's face was expressionless. In fact, when he turned into the narrow alley, he had already noticed Danzo hiding in the shadows, and the panicked opening of the Sharingan, pulling out the sword, and so on, were all deliberately put on by him. His purpose was just to open the Byakugan and spy on Danzo's current state. And this performance was obviously not in vain. Hyojin discovered that the current Danzo has been transplanted with Hashirama's cells, as well as the Sharingan on his entire arm. No wonder he has been appearing less and less in public recently. While sighing, Hyojin had to think of a way to deal with it. Kuroto still hasn't forgotten about the Konoha village's cleansing, and after many investigations and the information provided by Orochimaru, it was Danzo who presided over the cleansing of the Konoha village. So whether Danzo provokes him or not, Kuroto will not let Danzo go. It's just that the information he obtained just now made him a little surprised. He didn't expect that at this time, Danzo has already transplanted Hashirama's cells and a large number of Sharingan. This also shows that Danzo has never given up on human experiments, and in the research of Hashirama's cells, he is even ahead of Orochimaru. Moreover, Danzo must have started collecting Sharingan a long time ago, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have so many Sharingan at once before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Uchiha clan doesn't have caged birds, so collecting Sharingan is very easy, at least for Danzo who controls the Route. Humph, this has been premeditated. Hyojin walked quietly towards his home while thinking to himself, I'm afraid that even if Uchiha doesn't plan a coup, Danzo will still act against them. Danzo has taken a fancy to Uchiha's Sharingan. As a member of Mai's advisory group, Danzo should have the strength close to Kage, otherwise Danzo wouldn't be so obsessed with Naruto's position. No matter what the problem is, once it involves the Uchiha clan and the Sharingan, Kuroto can't be careless. Because the Uchiha clan has too many strange forbidden jutsu hidden in their Sharingan, such as Izanagi, Izanami, and so on, if one doesn't know the details, it is impossible to guard against them. Since Danzo has transplanted Hashirama cells and a large number of Sharingan, it is likely that he has also mastered some of the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu. Facing Danzo head-on at this time is too risky. Orochimaru is a good example. As a real Kage-level powerhouse, he was easily defeated by Itachi's Sharingan. This lesson is worth Hyojin's vigilance. After returning home, Hyojin calmed his mind and once again studied the four-symbol seal. Increasing his own strength was his top priority at the moment. All other plans were just to serve this purpose. He had always been very clear about this primary and secondary relationship. For now, Kuroto has actually learned the four-symbol seal. Of course, this learned refers to being able to barely use it. As for the specific operation principle of the four-symbol seal, as well as a deeper degree of development and so on, he is far from enough, so he needs to further study the four-symbol seal. Because the four-symbol seal is a door that can open the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique treasury. And as long as he masters the Uzumaki sealing technique, he can break the seal of the dragon vein of the four generations, thus completing the most important part of the artificial tailed beast plan. After studying for a while, Hyojin recorded his experience one by one. After writing, while looking at his recorded experience, Kuroto thought to himself, this time Team 11's contribution should be enough to exchange for another sealing technique. Kuroto predicts that it will only take a week at most to completely master the four-symbol seal. After mastering the four-symbol seal, if he can learn one or two more Uzumaki sealing techniques, then he is sure to understand the mystery of the Uzumaki sealing technique through the Tenseigan. And with the contribution of Class 11 this time, in his opinion, it should be more than enough to exchange for a sealing technique. The next morning, Hyojin went out. Along the way, all he heard were the villagers arguing about the peace talks between the village and Cloud Village. There is no doubt that the ninjas of Mai are very indignant about the sudden attack of Kumo village. Coupled with this conflict, hundreds of ninjas have died in the village, almost every major clan has a funeral, therefore, many ninjas of my village are quite dissatisfied with the peace talks. Everyone could more or less understand the difficulties of the three generations in agreeing to the peace talks. But being ruthlessly beaten by someone and then having to shake hands and make peace, as the ninjas of the number one shinobi village in the shinobi world, they really can't swallow this humiliation. In this regard, Hyojin did not feel much emotion. Today's Mai is no longer the Hodame Mai who can suppress everything. In the shinobi world, if one's own strength is not enough, then one can only silently endure humiliation. Moreover, this is just the beginning, there are still many troubles waiting for the village in the future. After arriving at the agreed place, Hyojin waited quietly. Not long after, a figure landed in front of Hyojin. It was Uchiha Jishui who agreed to meet with Hyojin. Jishui said apologetically, Kuroto-san, sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay, I just arrived a while ago. Waving his hand, Hyojin said, I asked you to come here this time because I have something very important to tell you. What is it? Hyojin activated the Byakugan, and after confirming that no one was around, he said in a low voice, I saw Danzo yesterday and discovered a secret on him. Jishui was surprised, what, you also saw Danzo-sama yesterday? Hyojin frowned slightly when he heard this, a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart, and asked, you also met him yesterday? Jishui replied, well, Danzo-sama invited me to join Root, but I refused. Did Danzo-sama also invited you, Kuroto-san? Hyojin hurriedly said, you didn't confess to him about the Manjikyu Sharingan, did you? Jishui nodded, we talked about the conflict between Uchiha and the village, and in order to reassure Danzo-sama and the village, I confessed to Danzo-sama and the three generations about the Manjikyu Sharingan, and promised them that if necessary, I will stop the excessive actions of the family. Hyojin's face sank, idiot. Jishui was confused, what do you mean? Do you know what I'm going to tell you today? After a pause, Hyojin continued, yesterday, I discovered through the Byakugan that Danzo has transplanted the cells of Hashirama and a large number of Sharingan, and he has transformed his body beyond recognition. What? Jishui froze in place. Hyojin glanced at him and said, that old guy has been coveting the Sharingan for a long time, and you still told him about the awakening of the Manjikyu. Sharingan, isn't that the same as sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth? The countermeasure that Hyojin thought of yesterday was to tell Jishui that Danzo coveted the Sharingan, and then induce Jishui to use Kotoamatsukami on Danzo, so as to get rid of Danzo once and for all. But he didn't expect that Danzo would act so quickly, and yesterday, not only did he contact him, but also Jishui. What's even more unexpected is that Jishui actually confessed to Danzo and the three generations about the awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Of course, this is also because Hyojin didn't know that Jishui was stimulated at the Uchiha clan meeting yesterday. In yesterday's Uchiha clan meeting, some Uchiha clansmen publicly declared a coup by force, and it is precisely this point that prompted Jishui to confess to the village elders. After being distracted for a long time, Jishui murmured, "Kuroto-san, did I do something wrong?" Hyojin asked again, "In addition to Susanoo, your Manjikyu Sharingan should have other abilities, right?" Without hesitation, Jishui immediately replied, "Yes, my Manjikyu Sharingan can launch a genjutsu called Kotoamatsukami. This genjutsu can modify and manipulate the enemy's will without their knowledge." "Did you also tell Danzo and the 3 generations about this?" Jishui nodded and said, "Well, I was planning to use Kotoamatsukami to stop the coup, so in order to make 3 generations and Danzo-sama believe me, I didn't hide anything from you." Hyojin said, "You can stop Uchiha from launching a coup, but can you stop Danzo from attacking Uchiha? At this point, the village elders will no longer trust you, and I'm afraid that Danzo will never see you again in private." Jishui seemed to understand something, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Jishui didn't expect the situation to be so serious, and suddenly felt a little flustered. He always felt that what he did was right, and those crazy clansmen were all wrong, but after listening to Hyojin's words, he faintly realized that his behavior of confessing to the village's top leaders had inadvertently pushed Uchiha into the abyss. Bowing deeply to Hyojin, Jishui said sincerely, "Senpai, I will never use Kotoamatsukami on my companions, please believe me on this point." Hyojin shook his head. "This has nothing to do with believing or not. Facing a person who can change their will at any time, no matter who it is, they will feel instinctive fear and scruples, even I am no exception." Jishui was a little lost, "But whether you are loyal to Mai or not, whether you are upright or kind, as long as you have the ability to control the will of others, you will be a threat in the eyes of others." After a slight pause, Hyojin sighed, "In the end, this forbidden technique of Kotoamatsukami is really too uncomfortable." By now, Jishui has realized what the key point of the matter is, so he hurriedly asked, "Senpai, then, is there any way to remedy it?" Hyojin held his chin with one hand and pondered for a while, then said, "I don't have any good ideas for the time being, but you'd better not do anything unnecessary. At present, the peace talks between the village and Cloud Village have not been completed, so we won't do anything to Uchiha for the time being. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. Jishui's problem lies with Kotoamatsukami. As long as his Manjikyu Sharingan is still in his eye socket, it will be impossible for him to be completely accepted by the village's top leaders." Jishui nodded silently. Thinking of the obsidian who has been stirring up trouble outside the village, Hyojin said, "By the way, pay more attention to whether there are any suspicious people near your clan's land." "You mean?" "During the Nine Tails rebellion a year ago, although I was not in the village, the information I collected showed that the Nine Tails were indeed controlled by Sharingan." Jishui's expression turned ugly. "Senior, are you suspecting that the Nine Tails rebellion was planned by our Uchiha? The facts are in front of us. It's inevitable that Uchiha will be suspected." Glancing at Jishui, Hyojin continued, "And even if Uchiha did it, it might not necessarily be the Uchiha from the village." Jishui suddenly thought of something and fell into deep thought. In the history of Uchiha in recent decades, there were many people who left the village or disappeared for no reason. The most famous one was Madara, who established my village with the first generation, Uchiha. Therefore, it is possible that there are Uchiha descendants outside my village. After the two chatted for a while, Jishui said goodbye and left. Looking at Jishui's departing figure, Hyojin shook his head. As the most talented ninja of Uchiha's generation, Jishui is almost impeccable in other aspects, but he is still too naive when it comes to figuring out the human heart. In Hyojin's previous life, Jishui is almost invincible in one-on-one combat, and the reason why he died so easily is because of his personality. Naruto Building, a small conference room. 3 generations were discussing the peace talks between the village and Kumo village with the 3 elders of the advisory group. When the secret mission of Umbu Team 11 was mentioned, 3 generations clapped their hands. Kakashi, who was waiting for the inquiry outside the conference room, walked in and told the 3 elders of the advisory group what he knew about how Team 11 completed the mission. When Kakashi finished, 3 generations said lightly, "You can leave now." Kakashi nodded and left the conference room. Zhuan Xiaochen said, "It turns out that Team 11 harassed Kumo Village's transport line in the rear, forcing Kumo Village to slow down their offensive, this time Team 11 has made a great contribution to the village. Mito Hamura on the side also echoed, well, we can consider promoting and rewarding Class 11. At this time, Danzo suddenly said, the news I received from the root is not like this. Not only the two advisors, but 3 generations also looked at Danzo, waiting for his next words. Danzo said coldly, Kumo village suddenly slowed down their offensive because they suffered heavy losses in the rear. It is said that more than 300 Kumo ninjas, including several elite Jonin ninjas, died in one night. Even 4 generations Liang was forced to leave Kumo village because of this. The 2 consultants Koharu and Mito Hamura looked at each other. When 3 generations heard this, they immediately remembered Jishui who took the initiative to confess to them yesterday that he awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. Their faces suddenly sank, and they didn't say anything for a long time. Danzo got up and asked, why didn't Team 11 report this? Why did they hide such a feat? Xianxia asked 3 generations seriously, does Team 11 really have such combat power? The 4 members of Team 11 were able to annihilate more than 300 Kumo ninjas in one night, which means that at least one of the 4 members of Team 11 has the strength of a Kage. 3 generations had to say helplessly, Uchiha Jishui awakened the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan. Xianxia was taken aback, and immediately frowned, that's the legendary cursed power, someone in the Uchiha clan has awakened it? Hamura whispered to himself, it won't be another Uchiha Madara, right? Danzo didn't stop, and continued to say, Hizen, you seem to have said less. 3 generations stared at Danzo with sharp eyes. Danzo, who was being stared at by 3 generations, was not afraid at all, and said, Uchiha Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan can perform a forbidden technique called Koto Amatsukami, which can instantly change the will of the user and turn them into a puppet. What? Koharu and Mito Hamura turned pale with fright. Glancing at the shocked faces of the 2, Danzo smiled coldly and said, I propose that we immediately take coercive measures against Uchiha Jishui. After a short period of shock, Xianxia and Hamura also echoed, I agree. 3 generations shook their heads firmly, Jishui is the bridge of communication between us and Uchiha, if we take coercive measures against him, it will stimulate the Uchiha clan. Now the peace talks between the village and Kumo are at a critical moment, if there is a riot in the village, the consequences will be unimaginable. Danzo seems to have expected 3 generations to say this, so he took a step back and said, then put Uchiha Jishui on the watch list, and let Root be responsible for monitoring him. After a moment of silence, 3 generations finally nodded. Without waiting for 3 generations to speak, Hamura pushed his glasses and said, Kakashi is a disciple of Minato, there is no need to doubt his loyalty. As the son of my white Fang, the disciple of 4 generations Naruto, and the hero of my in the 3rd Shinobi World War, Kakashi has too many honors, if even he has to be questioned, then no ninja in the village will not be questioned. Sandaime-sama nodded, I will conduct the relevant questioning of Team 11 in private, there is no need to monitor all of them, they are trustworthy Konoha ninjas. Trustworthy? Danzo smiled coldly and said, Hyojin is an old subordinate of Orochimaru, who can be sure that he is not a spy of Orochimaru in the village? Letting such a person stay in the Umbu, Hizen, you are too careless. 3 generations was a bit disgusted with Danzo mentioning the past again, Danzo, there is no need to mention the past. Danzo insisted, he is a person on the purge list, such a person must not be allowed to stay in the Umbu, if you insist on going your own way, then I can only arrange for Gen to secretly monitor him. 3 generations were silent. The fact that Kuroto has been on the purge list is like a thorn in Sandaime-sama's heart, making him unable to fully trust Kuroto, because no matter who it is that has been on the purge list and has been abandoned by the village, their loyalty will inevitably be greatly reduced. Seeing 3 generations acquiesce, Danzo did not say anything more. Collecting oxen? Hissing Ren after saying goodbye to Jishui, Hyojin went to the Death Forest alone. Not long after Ouyangming entered the Forest of Death, the small wild boar that tested the poison for him came out from the dense bushes and ran toward him. It spun around and sniffed his trousers. How did it grow so big? Looking at the little wild boar, Hyojin was a little confused. It had only been a little more than a month, and the little wild boar that used to be a cub had now grown several times bigger. Its size was almost taller than Hyojin's waist. After taking a closer look, Hyojin realized that the little wild boar's skin was not intact at all. It was covered in wounds, and its fur was sparse. It seemed like it often fought with the other wild beasts in the forest of death. Injured to this extent, but still ignorant, as if nothing happened, really worthy of being a pig. After sighing with emotion, Hyojin activated the white eye. He carefully looked around and made sure there was no one hiding around and there was no unusual reaction from chakra. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the pupils in his eye sockets had turned into a magnificent sapphire blue. Then, he slowly printed and shouted, Tenseigan chakra mode. Wow, the sky blue chakra instantly wrapped his body, lifting his whole body and hanging it in the air. The little wild boar on the side didn't panic too much. It carefully leaned forward and sniffed with its nose. It found that the smell didn't change, so it pouted its buttocks and circled around Hyojin. It seemed to be waiting for him to feed it. Hyojin smiled slightly and didn't care about the little wild boar. He concentrated on feeling the Tenseigan chakra mode. Although he had entered the Tenseigan chakra mode in the Country of Thunder before, and even activated the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion transformed by the truth-seeking ball, it was on the battlefield after all, and the duration was very short, so Hyojin was not familiar with the Tenseigan chakra mode at all. He was not even familiar with the consumption of the Tenseigan chakra mode. Now that he is hiding in the Death Forest, Kuroto will be able to experience the Tenseigan chakra mode without any interference, and he will also be able to test the various abilities and consumption of the Tenseigan chakra mode. Slowly falling to the ground, Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode pointed to the ground with one hand and poured the Tenseigan chakra mode into the ground. Soon, with him as the center, all the chakra reactions within a radius of nearly 10 miles were fed back to his mind through his Tenseigan chakra. The chakra perception area has increased by nearly 10 times. Secretly overjoyed, Suijin poured chakra into the Tenseigan again and looked around with rapt attention. With the support of sufficient chakra, his Tenseigan immediately bloomed with unparalleled magnificent light. At first glance, it looked like two bright gems. At this time, in his field of vision, everything is clearly visible, even the patterns on the wings of moths tens of meters away are as close as they are in front of him. Turning his head and glancing at the little wild boar hanging around him, Hyojin suddenly found that the chakra in its body has grown a lot during this time, but several meridians are still a little stagnant and have not been completely connected. Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth and waved at the little wild boar. In an instant, the little wild boar involuntarily flew towards Hyojin. No matter how it struggled, there was no way to get rid of the traction of rain wheel pull. After calling the little wild boar to his hand, Hyojin reached out and gently pressed on its abdomen, and instilled the Tenseigan chakra a little bit. With the entry of the Tenseigan chakra, the chakra in the little wild boar's body instantly grew several times, and the previously stagnant meridians were also connected under this powerful chakra. You helped me test the poison for so long, just now it's your hard work. Hyojin, who was in a good mood, smiled faintly. The little wild boar, who has connected all the meridians in its body, groaned and staggered as if it was drunk. Ignoring the little wild boar, Hyojin concentrated on activating the truth-seeking ball. Unlike the last time when he could summon 9 truth-seeking balls, this time without the support of the giant Tenseigan, Hyojin used a lot of strength to summon 1 truth-seeking ball. Moreover, he can even faintly feel that once he activates this truth-seeking ball, his own chakra will be consumed rapidly. While playing with the truth-seeking ball in his hand, Hyojin thought to himself, if I only maintain the Tenseigan chakra mode, my own chakra can last for about 10 minutes, but if I use the truth-seeking ball to activate the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion and the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion, my chakra may be consumed in an instant. Hyojin has long been indifferent to his own lack of aptitude. From the time of the ninja school to the time of the Third Shinobi War, he has always been invisible in the eyes of others, but so what, he still reached this step. In today's shinobi world, how many people can play with truth-seeking balls like this? He had already flung many people who had been in front of him far behind him. Collecting his thoughts, Hyojin looked at the truth-seeking ball in his hand. The essence of the truth-seeking ball should be a highly condensed sphere of chakra, and its nature includes yang, yin, and other 5 elements of chakra. In theory, the truth-seeking ball has the ability to change all matter. Therefore, its essence surpasses the ninjutsu of a single chakra attribute, the kekiai limit of 2 chakra attributes, and the Kekiai elimination of 3 chakra attributes. This is a qualitative difference, and except for a few cases, the truth-seeking ball is almost unsolvable. Because of this, after mastering the Tenseigan chakra mode, an idea flashed in Hyojin's mind. If he can't successfully master the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu in the end, then he can use the truth-seeking ball in the Tenseigan chakra mode to forcibly break the seal imposed by the 4 generations on the dragon vein. But after trying it today, he dispelled this idea. First of all, in the shinobi world, Fuinjutsu is too strange and unpredictable. Almost anything that is known can be sealed, whether it is a variety of powerful tailed beasts and demons, or the products between life and death after the Edo reincarnation, or illusory things such as souls, all are no exception. Even the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, is not immune to the Fuinjutsu. Therefore, Hyojin can't say for sure whether his truth-seeking ball can break the seal imposed by the 4 generations on the dragon vein. Secondly, based on the consumption of truth-seeking ball, even if Hyojin's truth-seeking ball can really break the seal imposed by the 4 generations on the dragon vein, he will inevitably exhaust all the chakra in his body. And once the 4 generations Fuinjutsu fails, the huge amount of chakra in the dragon vein will gush out. At that time, even if Suijin mastered all the sealing techniques on the scroll of the artificial tailed beast, without chakra, he would only be able to do nothing but watch from the sidelines. In that state, it was impossible to subdue the huge amount of dragon vein chakra that had escaped. But if he can't steal the chakra of the dragon vein in a very short time, then the reaction of the chakra of the dragon vein without the seal will definitely attract the attention of the surrounding villages. Especially the nearby Sand Crypsis. At that time, Hyojin would not be able to eat the fish and would instead be covered in fish. While Hyojin was secretly thinking, he suddenly sensed a chakra approaching rapidly, so he immediately exited the Tenseigan chakra mode. Not long after, an Umbu ninja landed in front of Hyojin and said, "Naruto-sama summons you." Hyojin nodded and followed the Umbu out of the death forest, all the way to the Naruto building. After entering Naruto's office, Kuroto discovered that 3 generations had not only summoned him, but also the other 3 members of Team 11 were also in Naruto's office at this moment. Seeing that everyone had arrived, 3 generations put down his pipe and swept a sharp gaze over the 4 members of Team 11 and asked, "About the secret mission report, did your Team 11 conceal anything?" Kakashi's expression became solemn. Kuroto thought that 3 generations was referring to his awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, so he felt a little guilty. Regarding this matter, Team 11 has actually reached a consensus, and that is to keep it a secret for the time being. Because no one knows what the Uchiha clan will do if they learn that an outsider has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, so everyone in Team 11, including Jishui who is a member of the Uchiha clan, is willing to conceal the matter of Kakashi's awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan, lest the Uchiha clan do something extreme after receiving the news and intensify the conflict between Uchiha and the village. Guy directly lowered his head, not daring to look directly into the eyes of 3 generations. He also thought that 3 generations was referring to Kakashi's awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin and Jishui were relatively calm, because both of them knew that 3 generations was most likely referring to the incident where Hyojin wiped out the entire valley and slaughtered hundreds of cloud ninjas. Seeing the 4 members of Team 11 remain silent, Sandaime-sama directly threw the information he obtained from Shimura Danzo in front of them and said in a serious tone, "See for yourself." After reading the information, both Kakashi and Guy were taken aback, and immediately looked at Hyojin and Jishui in surprise. Because during the Battle of the Valley, it was Hyojin and Jishui who brought up the rear, and later Hyojin and Jishui didn't even mention the details of the battle to them. So when they saw the information mentioned such as the entire valley was razed to the ground, hundreds of ninjas died without a trace and so on, it can be imagined how shocked the 2 of them were. Hyojin looked through the information and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, this is what happened." Jishui suddenly stood up and said, "Naruto-sama, this matter was done by me, but in order to conceal the existence of the Manjikyu Sharingan, I didn't mention it in the mission report." 3 generations didn't speak, but looked at Kakashi as the captain of Team 11. Jishui quickly explained, "At that time, Captain Kakashi was unconscious, so Captain didn't know about it." 3 generations nodded, picked up his pipe and took a puff. In the view of 3 generations, if there is anyone in Team 11 who has the strength to slaughter hundreds of cloud ninjas in one night, then it can only be Jishui who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. As for Kakashi, Hyojin, and Guy, 3 generations recognize the 3 of them as excellent ninjas, but they don't think that they have the strength of a Kage. Now that the matter has been made clear, don't mention it again in the future. After finalizing the matter, 3 generations continued. This time, your Team 11 did a good job and made a great contribution to the village, so the village has decided to reward you with an additional opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu. You don't need to make a decision right now, you can come to me at any time after thinking about it. The 4 members of Team 11 nodded in unison, then left Naruto's office one after another. After walking out of the Naruto building, Guy hurriedly asked, Jishui, did you really kill hundreds of cloud ninjas by yourself? Jishui glanced at Hyojin, then nodded to Guy. At this time, Kakashi said in a low voice, thank you. Although he was shocked by Jishui's strength, Kakashi was even more grateful to Jishui for keeping his Manjikyu Sharingan a secret. Jishui shook his head, I just did it for the sake of the Uchiha clan, that's all. When she learned that Kakashi had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, even Jishui herself had a strong negative emotion. It can be imagined that once this news is leaked to the Uchiha clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. The 4 chatted for a while, then Guy pulled Kakashi to spar, while Hyojin and Jishui walked to a secluded place. Glancing thoughtfully behind him, Hyojin whispered, thank you. Looking at Jishui's tired face, Hyojin said, don't worry, things will definitely turn for the better. Jishui said, I hope so. The reason why the village is pressing Uchiha step by step is actually a reflection of the village's own weakness. And the initiator of all this is not a bystander, it is Uchiha Obsidian who has been watching Mai in the dark and trying to bite him at any time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the current 3rd generation as mentally and physically exhausted. Because of the growth of age, the strength of 3 generations has begun to decline from the peak. If his carefully selected successor 4 generations didn't die in battle, this would be nothing. But with the unexpected death of the 4th generation heir in the prime of his life, everything changed. The current trouble in front of Mai, whether it is the Cloud Village outside the village or the Uchiha Obsidian inside the village, can be said to be the aftermath caused by the accidental death of 4 generations. If 4 generations were still there, 9 Tails' human Jinchuriki was still there, Cloud Village wouldn't dare to move at all, and Uchiha wouldn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. Mai's subsequent series of bad luck may have disappeared. Then 4 generations died, so Mai was in chaos. Glancing behind him, Hyojin then whispered, someone is following us. Jishui nodded, well, I found it when I came. After a little thought, Hyojin said, it should be the root of Danzo. Squad 11 is the Umbu of Naruto. They are the only ones who follow and monitor others, no one will follow and monitor them. Because if Naruto doesn't trust them, he will directly remove their identity as Umbu, instead of sending other Umbu to monitor them. Jishui said calmly, I won't harm the village, I'm not afraid of their monitoring. Hyojin said, you think things are too simple. Jishui asked curiously, Senpai, what do you mean? Monitoring is a signal, this not only shows that Danzo doesn't trust us, but also that he is not afraid of us. After a pause, Hyojin's mouth slightly raised, he can distrust us, but he can't be afraid of us. Jishui has always mistakenly believed that Hyojin in the state of chakra is the normal strength of Hyojin, so in his eyes, Hyojin is the strongest in Mai. Even Naruto 3 generations or Jiraiya is inferior to Hyojin. So listening to Hyojin, he immediately asked worriedly, Senpai, you don't really want to do anything to Danzo-sama, do you? Seeing the terrified look on Homusubi's face, Kuroto knew that Homusubi wouldn't dare to do anything to Konoha's higher-ups, so he said, you don't need to do anything, just keep it a secret for me. Those who are really afraid of Danzo, to put it bluntly, are those Mai ninjas who will not defect, and for those ninjas who have the option of defecting, Danzo is nothing. In a dense forest outside my village. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. After releasing the fire release jutsu, Uchiha Shinichi knelt on the ground panting, but soon he stood up again and threw the shuriken at the target in the distance. For the whole morning, he has been practicing hard, even if his clothes were soaked with sweat, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Since the last time he challenged Hyojin and was carried back by Jishui, he has become the laughingstock of the Uchiha clan, falling into the endless ridicule and doubt of his clansmen. This kind of pain almost drove him crazy. Since that day, he rarely returned to the village, and whenever he has free time, he would come here and numb his nerves with heavy practice. In the distance, staring at the crazy practice of Uchiha Shinichi, the masked man sitting cross-legged on a branch said lightly, "Are you talking about him?" On the branch, Zetsu nodded and said, "I can feel the hatred in his heart." As an investigator of Akatsuki, Zetsu's perception is outstanding in the entire shinobi world, and because of some special reasons, he can even perceive the emotions of his targets. The masked man seemed to be reminded of something, and his tone was still cold. "This kind of hatred is far from enough." Zetsu said, "This is the most suitable target that I can find for you at present. Most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are working in the police force, so under normal circumstances, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan rarely leave the village. Only Uchiha Shinichi is an exception, coupled with the fact that Uchiha Shinichi has the Sharingan of the three Tomo, as well as the strength of a Tokubetsu Jonin, and his heart is full of hatred." Zetsu immediately reported the information to the masked man. The masked man hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "It's him, you wait here, I'll go see him." After saying that, the masked man's body twisted into a whirlpool and disappeared silently. After a while, the masked man appeared behind Shinichi Uchiha and said with a hoarse and deep voice, "Young Uchiha, what a mess." Shinichi Uchiha was shocked, and he quickly turned around and jumped away. "Who are you?" The masked man smiled. "Who I am is not important, but I can give you what you want." Uchiha Shinichi was infuriated. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "Who do you think I am?" "I am Shinichi Uchiha Uchiha." The masked man slowly opened his arms, and his tone was still calm. "You are nothing." Shinichi Uchiha, who was deeply insulted, could no longer hold it in. He pulled out his short knife and pounced on the masked man. Seeing that the masked man stood there dumbly without dodging, a smile appeared on Shinichi Uchiha's ferocious face. "Go to hell." However, when the knife hit the masked man, it went straight through his body. The feeling from the handle clearly told Shinichi Uchiha that his knife did not hit anything. "This?" Shinichi Uchiha punched him in the stomach, while the masked man was still in shock. Shinichi Uchiha, who was knocked to the ground, still looked at the masked man in disbelief. I clearly hit you just now, why did you? Is it an illusion?" Thinking that he had guessed the truth, the three Tomo in Shinichi Uchiha's eyes started to spin rapidly. The masked man said lightly, "You keep calling me Uchiha, Uchiha, is that all you have?" Shinichi Uchiha clenched his teeth and said, "I have broken your illusion." As he spoke, he stood up, quickly formed a seal with both hands, and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, a huge fireball flew towards the masked man. Boom, accompanied by a roar, a row of trees was hit by the fireball and burned into charcoal. After careful observation, there was no sign of the masked man. Shinichi Uchiha mumbled, "Is he dead?" It didn't take long for the distorted space vortex to appear again. Uchiha Shinichi was thrown out of the whirlpool and fell heavily on the ground. Half of his face was buried in the soil, and he looked extremely miserable. Uchiha Shinichi's body was full of injuries, and he was thrown out of the whirlpool and fell heavily on the ground with half of his face buried in the soil. At that moment, the masked man walked out of the distorted vortex and said calmly, "Can't you even stand up?" Uchiha Shinichi struggled to lift his head and glared at the masked man. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and hatred. The masked man crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile, "Not bad." Uchiha Shinichi coughed and asked in a hoarse voice, "You? Who are you? What kind of ninjutsu was that?" "I've said it before. It doesn't matter who I am." After a pause, the masked man said with a smile, "What's important is that I can give you what you want." Uchiha Shinichi was confused. "What I want?" The masked man looked around and shrugged. "Why are you cultivating here?" Uchiha Shinichi said a name, Hyojin. The masked man was stunned. He then asked with a smile, "Is this person powerful?" Although he was reluctant, Uchiha Shinichi nodded helplessly. "Uchiha lost to the Hyuga family." The masked man smiled and continued to tempt him, "With your talent, it's not difficult to defeat the person called Hyojin." Uchiha Shinichi stared at the masked man vigilantly. He opened his mouth but did not say anything. His face was filled with hesitation. Seeing that Uchiha Shinichi was tempted, the masked man did not push him too hard. Instead, he spread his hands and said, "You can find me here if you've made up your mind." With that, the masked man disappeared into the vortex. Uchiha Shinichi struggled to stand up. He looked around in panic, then dragged his wounded body and staggered towards the village. Not long after, the masked man returned to the tree. Zetsu, who had half of his body sticking out, looked at the back of Uchiha and Shinichi as they left and said, "Is there a need to go to such an extent?" "It's very likely that he told Mai about it." The masked man shook his head. "He won't." "Why?" "Because he craves power." The masked man sat down cross-legged and continued, "He's more talented than I expected. With some stimulation, he might be able to awaken those eyes." Hyojin's home. After returning home, Hyojin concentrated his mind and seriously studied the four-symbol seal again. Perhaps it's because he carefully felt the truth-seeking ball. Kuroto has a deeper understanding of the changes in the chakra attribute, so when he opened the scroll of the four-symbol seal this time, the things that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear. The changes in chakra's attributes are both the foundation and the core of the four-symbol seal. Once the changes in chakra's attributes in the four-symbol seal are integrated, then it's not far from completely mastering the four-symbol seal. After studying for a while, Hyojin took a sip of tea and thought to himself, "At this rate, I'll be able to completely master the four-symbol seal in 3 days at most." Thinking of the promise he made to Class 11 3 generations ago, he suddenly felt that mastering the Whirlpool clan sealing technique was not that far away. Suddenly, Hyojin seemed to notice something. His brow slightly furrowed, and he activated the Byakugan. In the vision of the Byakugan, there was a faint chakra hidden behind a big tree outside the courtyard. Judging from the chakra's amount, it was at least at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. They're already openly monitoring the door. Obviously, the root who was responsible for monitoring Hyojin knew that Hyojin had the Byakugan, and knew that no matter how he disguised himself, he couldn't escape the detection of the Byakugan, so he simply put the surveillance in the open. "I'm a subordinate of Naruto Zambu. Without the consent of the 3 generations, the Danzo wouldn't do things so crudely." After a while, Hyojin continued to think, "Now is not the time to turn hostile, let's wait until I learn the sealing technique." The 3 generations and the Danzo are different. As the shadow of the village, the 3 generations are still very concerned about their face. Since the 3 generations promised the whole class a chance to learn advanced ninjutsu, as long as Hyojin doesn't act recklessly, the 3 generations will definitely fulfill their promise. After making up his mind, Hyojin didn't go anywhere and wholeheartedly studied the four-symbol seal at home. 3 days passed in a flash. As Kuroto expected, after mastering the trick, Kuroto quickly understood the key parts of the four-symbol seal. Although there are still a few details that he hasn't fully understood, but these details will take time and effort to figure out little by little, so it can't be rushed. With the scroll of the four-symbol seal in hand, Hyojin came to Naruto's office. After returning the scroll, he once again made a request to the 3 generations to learn the sealing technique, and considering that this might be his last official learning opportunity, he didn't hide it and directly told the 3 generations that he wanted to learn the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Regarding Hyojin's request, the 3 generations had some doubts. But in Sandame-sama's opinion, Kuroto's request to learn Fuinjutsu is better than Fuinjutsu. After all, Fuinjutsu is more inclined towards defense, and even if Kuroto mastered the Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, it wouldn't pose much harm to the village. Moreover, apart from the ghoul seal, which was a forbidden technique that could perish together with the enemy, the other powerful sealing techniques of the Vortex clan often required the bloodline of the Vortex clan to be used. After thinking about it, the 3 generations finally took out a scroll called Contract Seal from the secret database and gave it to Hyojin, and ordered him to return the scroll within a month. After obtaining the contract seal, Hyojin continued to stay at home and didn't go out, wholeheartedly studying the contract seal. Compared to the wide range of uses of the four-symbol seal, the scope of application of the contract seal was much narrower. It was mainly used to block the contractual relationship between the enemy and the psychic item. But this didn't mean that the contract seal was inferior to the four-symbol seal. On the contrary, Hyojin vaguely felt that the sealing technique that the 4 generations used to seal the dragon vein contained part of the content of the contract seal. This was because when Hyojin first got the scroll of the contract seal, he realized that the isolation ability of the contract seal was very strong. And the Dragon Vein and the Lulan Queen's bloodline had an inexplicable relationship. No one knew if there was some kind of contractual relationship between them. When it comes to contracts, it will involve the soul, bloodline, and other illusory and indescribable things, so the difficulty of learning contract seal is no less than that of the four symbols seal. However, the current Hyojin is no longer a rookie when it comes to seal techniques. After the guidance of the Miko of the Land of Demons, as well as the in-depth study of the four symbols seal, Kuroto's current attainments in seal techniques can barely be regarded as minor achievements. Especially when it comes to Uzumaki seals, it is not too much of an exaggeration to say that Kuroto is half an expert. After half a day of serious study, Kuroto estimated that it will take at least 7 days to completely master contract seal. Fortunately, the Konoha and Kumo village are currently discussing peace talks, so Team 11 has no task, so 7 days is not too long or too short for him. After another 4 days, all the members of Team 11 suddenly came to Hyojin's house together. Glancing at Kakashi, Jishue, and Guy, Hyojin smiled and said, "Why did you all come to my house together?" Guy is an impatient person, so he immediately said, "Kuroto, have you heard?" Hyojin casually replied, "Heard what?" For the past few days, he has been staying at home and studying contract seal wholeheartedly, to the point where he doesn't pay attention to the outside world. Guy hurriedly said, "It's about the negotiation between the Konoha and Kumo." At this time, Jishue also said, "Kuroto-san, the peace talks between the Konoha and Kumo have broken down." Hyojin was a little surprised. What? In his previous life, when the Konoha and Kumo signed the peace agreement, there was indeed a mess where Kumo's negotiator kidnapped the daughter of the Hyuga clan. But at that time, the peace agreement between the Konoha and Kumo had basically been negotiated. Now, the peace talks have broken down before they even finished, which really puzzled Hyojin. Soon, Kakashi, as the captain of Team 11, explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. It turned out that it was not only Mai's side who was dissatisfied with the peace talks, but many people in Kumo's side were also dissatisfied with the peace talks. They believed that as long as they persisted, Mai's position as the #1 shinobi village in the shinobi world could be pulled down. In a situation where both sides had grievances, the peace talks naturally couldn't continue. Hyojin pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "You don't have to worry too much, we in Cloud Village can't fight anymore. The 3 generations and Lei Ying are well aware of this, so the peace talks will continue." Guy asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Hyojin smiled and said, "There are not only 2 shinobi villages in the shinobi world, if we fight each other, it would only benefit other shinobi villages in the end." Regardless of whether it was the blurry memories from his previous life, or the summary of various aspects of information in this life, Hyojin is sure that Cloud Village's surprise attack on Mai was just a test. If Mai doesn't have much power to fight back, then they will definitely go all out. But once Konoha proves that they are not a lamb that can be slaughtered by others, then Kumo's test this time will have a result, and there will be no need for them to continue to take risks for other shinobi villages. After sending off the members of Team 11, Hyojin sighed. It seems that the peace talks between Konoha and Cloud Village will be extremely long. Although it is known that the 2 sides will eventually sign a peace agreement, the peace talks will probably fall into a long stalemate before the grievances between the 2 sides are appeased. But for Hyojin, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. As long as the negotiations with Cloud Village continue, it is impossible for Konoha to take the risk of chaos and attack Uchiha, so Uchiha can be temporarily maintained as a shield. Hyojin mastered the contract seal 5 days later than expected. The main reason for this is that he didn't have the opportunity to practice. Before studying the 4 symbols seal, he could use anything at home to practice the sealing technique, but the contract seal is different. It requires a real contract-related object to be used as the target of the sealing technique. Therefore, Hyojin can't find a suitable object to practice on. Fortunately, the scroll given to him by the 3 generations clearly explained the key points of the contract seal, so even if he doesn't practice, he can still barely master it. When Hyojin returned the contract seal scroll to the 3 generations were taken aback. The 3 generations thought that it would take at least a month for Hyojin to master the contract seal, but they didn't expect that it only took Hyojin 13 days to return the scroll. In his memory, it took the 4 generations nearly 15 days to master this technique. Therefore, the 3 generations couldn't help but think highly of Hyojin, thinking that Hyojin is a rare sealing technique genius. After returning the scroll, Hyojin then made a request to go out and travel. The 3 generations looked at Kuroto and asked, "Why do you have such an idea?" Hyojin has already thought of an excuse: "I want to find a suitable summon beast. In Mai, it is not unusual for a ninja to go out and travel." Jiraiya is a typical example because he is almost not in the village all year round. But going out and traveling needs the approval of the village. On this point, even Jiraiya is no exception. Otherwise, he will be regarded as a betrayal by the village. Of course, if the background is strong enough and the strength is strong enough, like Tsunade Heim, then it is not called betrayal, but running away. As an Umbu directly under Naruto, it is reasonable to say that Hyojin is not qualified to apply to go out and travel, especially at this critical juncture when the village is negotiating peace with Cloud Village. Therefore, Hyojin had to come up with a reason that the 3 generations can't refuse. Because the summon beast is related to the combat power of a ninja, finding a suitable summon beast naturally became a legitimate reason for most ninjas to go out and travel in Mai. After pondering for a long time, the 3 generations loosened their mouths and said, "I can only give you 2 months of vacation." After thanking the 3 generations, Hyojin hurriedly returned home, took the prepared salute and walked towards the village gate alone. The main purpose of this trip is nothing else but to see what kind of seal 4 generations put on the dragon vein and try to crack it. As long as it is confirmed that the seal imposed on the dragon vein by 4 generations can be broken, his artificial tailed beast plan can immediately be launched. After registering at the village gate, Hyojin left the village without looking back, and the root member who was responsible for monitoring him had to bite the bullet and follow him. "I have to find a way to get rid of him." Aware of the tail behind him, Hyojin secretly pondered. Suddenly, a chain sprang up from the ground and firmly wrapped around Hyojin who was walking. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out of the trees on both sides, one on the left and one on the right, stabbed the sword in their hands into Hyojin's ribs. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, the attacker on the other side smiled sinisterly and said, "Big brother, this 25 million tails guy is nothing. Didn't we kill him in an instant?" Bang! As soon as his voice fell, Hyojin, who was pierced by 2 sharp blades in his ribs, turned into a cloud of smoke. The 2 attackers were stunned at the same time. Shadow clone. At this time, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and directly stepped on the heads of the 2. 1 foot, 1 foot, the 2 attackers were trampled to the ground. This figure is Hyojin. He stepped on the heads of the 2 and slowly squatted down and said helplessly, "Hey, is my name not written on the bounty? You 2 are just squatting in the grass like that, aren't you looking down on me too much? Damn it. How can it be a shadow clone?" The 2 bounty ninjas who couldn't move with their heads still couldn't believe what they were seeing. Hyojin's face turned cold as he thought to himself, is the deterrent power of the Hyuga family in the ninja world so weak? In his opinion, since his name is written on the bounty, then the bounty ninjas who dared to accept the bounty should know that he is a Byakugan Kekai Genkai. But these 2 bounty ninjas don't seem to have any concept of Byakugan. And their skills are not weak, judging from the ambush just now, both of them are at least Chunin level. This made Hyojin a little uncertain. He doesn't know whether these 2 bounty ninjas are too ignorant, or the Hyuga family doesn't have much deterrent power left in the ninja world. After tying up the 2 bounty ninjas, Hyojin returned to the village. In the mission center of the village, Kuroto learned that these 2 guys are traitorous ninjas of the Mist Village. After defecting from the village, they committed all sorts of crimes and committed a lot of crimes, so they also carry a bounty of nearly 3 million ryo on their heads. At the same time, Hyojin also learned that the Mist Village has recently fallen into internal strife. It is said that several of the Mist Shinobi clans directly participated in the rebellion, and the entire Mist Village was in chaos, so a large number of Mist Shinobi defected, some became wandering ninjas, and some became bounty ninjas. After solving the matter of the bounty nin, Hyojin didn't delay and once again left the village. Walking on the road, he didn't seem to be very happy even though he had just received a huge windfall. On the contrary, the expression on his face gradually became cold. When he was attacked, he was worried that the enemy would launch a follow-up attack, so his real body had been hiding in the dark and carefully observing the surroundings. Because of this, Kuroto noticed that when he was attacked, the root ninja who was responsible for monitoring him didn't have the slightest intention to help him. No matter what, everyone was a ninja from the same village. His own people were attacked, but he didn't seem to care. This undoubtedly shows that the root ninja is not only monitoring Hyojin, but also treating Hyojin as an enemy. After realizing this, the killing intent in Hyojin's heart was boiling. At first, Kuroto just thought that the root ninja was just obeying orders and couldn't help himself, so he just wanted to get rid of him. There was no need to kill him, but now his thinking has changed. In the evening, Hyojin chose a flat place in the forest as a campsite, then lit a campfire and ate roasted rabbit meat while resting. Not far away, the root ninja who was responsible for monitoring Hyojin was sitting on a branch of a big tree, leaning against the trunk, looking in the direction of the campfire. Humph, he actually lit a campfire. His vigilance is too low. How can such a person be qualified to be an umbu? The root ninja chewed the dry food he carried with him while cursing in his heart. The codename of this root ninja is Kuroto, and he is very familiar with this kind of task, because he has only performed two kinds of tasks. One is surveillance, and the other is assassination. And these two kinds of tasks can often be regarded as the same kind of task, because the target he is responsible for monitoring will eventually become the target he wants to assassinate. Suddenly, Kuroto felt a killing intent. With many years of experience in assassination, he was keenly aware that something was staring at him. Ninjutsu, fake beast painting. Almost subconsciously, he rose into the air. While turning over and jumping down from the tree, he took out a pen and paper in midair and quickly drew an ink bird. Whoosh, however, before he could land on the ink bird, two iron spears quickly pierced through the ink bird, turning it into a ball of ink that splattered everywhere in midair. Landing awkwardly on the ground, Dingyu discovered that the one who attacked him was a mysterious ninja wrapped in bandages, and he couldn't make out the slightest bit of his appearance. Then, he noticed the iron sand floating around the mysterious ninja, and was suddenly shocked. Magnet release. As a member of the Root, Kuroto has heard of all kinds of strange bloodstains and secret techniques, so he recognized this unique kekai of the sand crypsis at a glance. Kuroto asked nervously, "Who are you?" Even in the sand crypsis, there are very few ninjas who have mastered magnet release. At present, only the missing 3 generations of Kazekage and the current 4 generations of Kazekage are well known. Kuroto doesn't think that the 3 generations of Kazekage or the 4 generations of Kazekage would come to this wilderness to attack him for no reason, so in his opinion, the mysterious ninja in front of him is most likely a traitorous ninja of the sand crypsis who has mastered magnet release. The reason why he guessed that the other party is a traitorous ninja of the sand crypsis is because Kuroto feels that he has neither important information nor important items on him, so the sand crypsis will never send an elite ninja who has mastered magnet release to assassinate him. What's more, Mai and the sand crypsis already have the intention to form an alliance, so there is no reason for the sand crypsis to attack Mai's ninja at this time. The other party's target is Hyojin. Considering the huge bounty on Hyojin's back, Kuroto suddenly had this suspicion, because only a huge bounty is worth such a degree of sand crypsis's traitorous ninja. He must think that I am in the way, so he wants to get rid of me first, and then make a move on Hyojin. Thinking of this, Kuroto has an idea. In his opinion, if the other party's target is Hyojin, as long as he leads the other party to Hyojin's side, the other party will naturally ignore him and turn to attack Hyojin. At that time, he can easily escape. After all, his strength as a Tokubetsu Jonin is not enough to fight against a powerful ninja who has mastered magnet release. Ninjutsu, fake beast drawing. After quickly drawing 2 ink lions to delay the other party, Kuroto immediately used the body flicker technique and fled towards the bonfire not far away. After a few leaps, Dingyu arrived in front of the bonfire. He glanced at Hyojin who was sitting on the ground, gnawing on a rabbit leg, and the corner of his mouth rose, revealing an unfathomable smile, and said in his heart, "Go to hell, idiot." At this time, the mysterious ninja who used magnet release also rushed to the bonfire. The iron sand turned into countless senbunken, like raindrops, and shot towards Dingyu. This? Dingyu was shocked, and immediately realized, his target is not Hyojin, but me. With Dingyu's strength, he simply can't avoid the rain-like attacks, so even if he dodged, in the blink of an eye, his body was still hit by dozens of senbunken. Compared to shuriken and kunai, the power of senbunken is undoubtedly much weaker, so although Dingyo's body was full of senbunken, he won't die for a while. After staggering a few steps, Dingwei collapsed beside a big tree. His trembling hand pointed at Kuroto, who was still silently gnawing on the rabbit leg. You are in cahoots with him. At this point, he naturally knew that the other party is likely to be with Hyojin, but he can't figure out how an elite of Sand Crypsis who mastered magnet release would be with Hyojin. At this time, Hyojin stood up, slowly walked in front of Dingyu, and calmly asked, "What order did Danzo give you?" Cough cough. After a short coughing, Dingyu coldly snorted, "You dare to collude with Sand Crypsis, Danzo-sama will not let you go." As if thinking of something, Hyojin said, "The root ninjas should have a curse mark. It seems that we won't be able to get any useful information out of them. All the root ninjas have a special curse mark called Curse of the Tongue. This curse mark engraved on the tongue can prevent the root ninjas from revealing any information about Danzo." Returning to the campfire, Hyojin continued to eat the rabbit meat, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Dingyu looked at Hyojin with a puzzled expression, and then looked at the mysterious magnet release ninja who had been silent all this time. For a moment, he couldn't figure out the relationship between the two of them. In his eyes, Hyojin doesn't seem to care about the mysterious magnet release ninja at all, and the mysterious magnet release ninja doesn't seem to care about Hyojin's attitude of ignoring him. But no matter what, Dingyu felt the need to spread the news that Hyojin was colluding with the Sand Crypsis, so he mustered the last of his strength and unrolled a scroll. Ninjutsu, fake super beast art. Bam bam bam, following a series of muffled sounds, small and nimble ink birds flew out from the scroll that Dingyu had opened. There were dozens of these ink birds, and in the blink of an eye, they scattered and disappeared into the quiet night. Looking at the ink birds flying away, Dingyu, whose vision was gradually blurring, showed a gratified smile, but suddenly, the smile on his face turned into panic, because he found that all the ink birds were attracted by an invisible force and fell into the hands of Hyojin, and finally turned into a mass of ink. Amidst his terror, an iron spear mercilessly pierced through his head. After eating and wiping the ink on his hands, Hyojin put away the 3 generations Kazekage puppets, and then carried Dingyu's body towards the nearest Mai outpost. Arriving at the outpost, Hyojin said to the Chunin in charge, "I was attacked by a bounty ninja, and in the battle, unfortunately, this root colleague was killed. You send the body back to the village, and report the situation to Naruto-sama." Looking at Dingyu, who has long been dead, the Chunin was embarrassed. In Konoha, even Homasubi and Suijin, who are from noble families, are not willing to deal with the root shinobi, so it can be imagined that civilian ninjas are even more respectful towards the root shinobi. Seeing that the Chunin was a little embarrassed, Hyojin patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, just do as I say. If a root ninja asks you, you can tell them everything you know." Hyojin's current identity is not only a Tokubetsu Jonin, but also a member of the Umbu, which is directly under Naruto. For ordinary Chunin in the village, he has the power to temporarily assign tasks. So although the Chunin was very reluctant, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. After a few simple words, Hyojin left the outpost. For Hyojin, it is much better to send Dingyu's body back to the village in an open and aboveboard manner than to dispose of it quietly. First of all, the fact that he carries a huge bounty on his back is well known to the village's upper echelons, and just today, he was assassinated by a bounty ninja, so pushing Dingyu's death to the bounty ninja is definitely a justifiable reason. Second, it can also be regarded as a release of attitude towards Danzo. As for how Danzo will react, Hyojin doesn't care. Danzo is not the kind of person who will let you go if you give in. The original Jishui was so obedient to him, but the result was that one of his Manjikyu Sharingan was stolen, and he was forced to commit suicide. Therefore, even if Hyojin gives in now, Danzo will not let Hyojin go. Even if Hyojin agreed to Danzo's invitation from the beginning and joined Root, with Danzo's temperament, he will still engrave Hyojin with the seal of Root, because Danzo doesn't trust anyone at all, even his own trusted subordinates. A 2-month vacation is not short, but it is not long either. Hyojin can't spend a lot of time on the road, so he checked the map, chose a remote and rugged route, and then used the magnet release of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to fly in the air, and quickly rushed towards the land of wind. Hyojin's journey was more daunting than dangerous, and after 2 days, he finally passed through the Land of River and entered the territory of the Land of Wind. The ruins of the ancient city of Reborn are located in the vast sea of sand of the Land of Wind. Even with a map, if one is not familiar with the local terrain, it is difficult to find it. Fortunately, Xianxia can fly with the help of magnet release, so his search is much faster than the average ninja. But even so, it took him nearly 10 days to find the ruins of the ancient city of Reborn in the vast sea of sand. Looking at the collapsed towers in front of him, Xianxia secretly sighed, if it weren't for these tilted towers, I really wouldn't have found the dragon vein underground. At such a close distance, Xianxia did not perceive a trace of chakra emitted from the dragon vein, which shows how strong the seal of the 4 generations of the dragon vein is. But for this result, Kuroto had already expected it. If the seal of the 4 generations of the dragon vein was so easy to crack, then the sand crypsis would not have left the dragon vein as a treasure trove. As soon as he stepped into the Lulan ruins, Xianxia felt an oppressive feeling. The oppressive feeling was not reflected in chakra. Instead, it was reflected in his soul. It was like a normal person who had mistakenly entered a beast's hunting ground. White Eye, activate. With a low grunt, Xianxia activated White Eye and walked toward the central tower of the Lulan ruins while carefully observing his surroundings. In his White Eye vision, everything around him was dead silent. There were no signs of life in the entire Lulan ruins, let alone chakra. This is a little strange. Seeing this scene, a trace of doubt surged in Kuroto's heart. No matter how few creatures there were in the desert, there were still quite a number of creatures like snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Logically speaking, with so many buildings left behind in the Lulan ruins, it should be a good place to block the wind and sand. There shouldn't be no signs of life at all. Despite the doubts in his heart, Xianxia did not feel the slightest bit afraid. No matter what was wrong here, it would not be too much of a threat to him now. After all, even if the worst-case scenario happened and the dragon vein chakra went berserk, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the place where 4 generations had sealed the dragon vein. It really is a compound sealing technique. With just a glance, Xianxia could tell that the sealing technique that 4 generations had used on the dragon vein was a compound sealing technique that was a combination of many sealing techniques. After getting closer, he squatted down and carefully identified each sealing technique. As he analyzed, he mumbled to himself, the foundation should still be the 4-symbol seal, but there's also the contract seal mixed in, as well as another sealing technique. After a rough analysis, Xianxia could conclude that 4 generations dragon vein seal was a combination of at least 3 powerful sealing techniques. So far, he could only recognize the 4-symbol seal and the contract seal. As for the 3rd sealing technique, Xianxia had no clue at all. It didn't seem to be a sealing technique of the Maelstrom lineage. At that time, 4 generations probably hadn't inherited Naruto's position, so there were only 2 ways for him to learn sealing techniques. One was to learn the Maelstrom lineage from his wife, Jushina, and the other was to learn the Mount Myaboku lineage's sealing technique from his teacher, Jiraiya. At that thought, Xianxia had a guess. The 3rd sealing technique in the dragon vein seal was most likely a sealing technique from Mount Wondrous Wood. Standing up and taking a few steps back, Kuroto rested his chin on one hand and pondered for a while, feeling that with his current attainments in sealing techniques, breaking the seal of Yondaime-sama's dragon vein is still possible. After all, the entire dragon vein seal was based on the 4-symbol seal, and the 4-symbol seal was the sealing technique he was most familiar with. So, it wasn't impossible to break it by force. However, 4 generations dragon vein seal contained part of the contract seal, which proved that there was a contract between the Lulan Queen's bloodline and the dragon vein. So, to be safe, when breaking the seal of Yondaime-sama's dragon vein, it is best to bring the bloodline of Queen Roran with him. In case the dragon vein chakra goes berserk, it will be difficult to subdue it. But where can I find the Lulan Queen's bloodline? My village, root base. Swoosh, a figure landed and half-knelt in front of Danzo and reported, Lord Danzo, we have finished examining Dingyu's body. Leaning? Collecting the magpie to move? Collecting the Rongqi to feed the Meibo Gui's bones to the hilt, the half-kneeling root member immediately replied, there were a total of 37 wounds on Dingyu's body. The fatal wound was on the head, and because the brain was completely damaged, we were unable to obtain any information. The more Danzo heard, the more gloomy his face became. When he heard the news of Dingyu's death, his first reaction was that it was definitely Hyojin's doing. But after thinking about it, he wasn't so sure. Because in his heart, Dingyu's strength should be above Hyojin's. What's more, Dingyu had carried out many assassination missions, including many Jonin-level targets. Whether it was strength or experience, Dingyu was ranked among the top in the root base. So, even if Dingyu wasn't a match for Hyojin, he shouldn't have died without any information. At this time, the root member continued, during the autopsy, we also found a small amount of iron sand in Dingyu's body. Danzo's eyes trembled. Iron sand. Yes, the iron sand is very fine, uniform in size, and chakra's conductivity is very good. It seems that under the nourishment of chakra for a long time, it's like, the root member wanted to say his guess, but he felt that it was too ridiculous, so he didn't know how to report it. Danzo had been in charge of the village's external spies for a long time, so he was one of the most knowledgeable people in Mai. So, he didn't need the root ninja to say it, he already guessed what the root ninja wanted to say. Sand Crypsis. Danzo suddenly asked, did you investigate the Chunin who sent Dingyu's body back to the village? The root ninja replied, yes, there is no problem with his background, and he has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan. Danzo sternly said, search his brain, I want to know everything. The root ninja heard this and said in a low voice, Danzo-sama, if we do this, the 3 generations, forcibly searching the brain has a lot of hidden dangers, and if not careful, it can cause irreversible damage to the ninja's brain. Therefore, this cruel method of interrogation is usually only used on enemy captives and traitorous ninjas. Danzo impatiently waved his hand, do as I say. Yes. The root ninja had no choice but to respond, and then quietly left. Not long after, the root ninja returned and reported to Danzo, Danzo-sama, we have interrogated him, the Chunin has nothing to do with Hyojin. Danzo asked, when Hyojin handed Dingyu's body to him, did he have any injuries? The root ninja shook his head and said, no, in the Chunin's memory, there are no injuries on Hyojin's body. Danzo then asked, then where did Hyojin go? He doesn't know. Danzo thought to himself, was it Hyojin who killed Dingyu, or was it the bounty ninja who targeted Hyojin? At this time, the root ninja said weakly, Danzo-sama, during the interrogation, we made a mistake and damaged part of the Chunin's brain, he may not be able to continue being a ninja in the future. Danzo said coldly, just get rid of him. But, the root ninja naturally understands the meaning of the word, get rid of, and he has done many such things in the past, but in the past, he only dealt with enemies and traitors, this is the first time he has to deal with an innocent person. Looking at the root ninja in front of him, Danzo coldly said, don't make this old man repeat it twice. Kusanagi Village, Mission Center. A middle-aged woman asked with a smile, guest, what commission do you need? Hyojin replied politely, I want to find someone, but I don't know her whereabouts, so I want to entrust the ninjas of your village to help me find her. Looking for someone, no problem, please fill in the information here. Taking the information, Hyojin glanced at it slightly. The information required to be filled in is only the information of the person Hyojin wants to find, as well as Hyojin's commission amount. As for Hyojin's own information, there is no requirement to fill in. Seeing this, Hyojin secretly nodded. The Kusanagi village is not large, and if they want to compete with other villages for commission tasks, they can only relax the requirements. This is also one of the important reasons why Hyojin chose to come to the Kusanagi village. After filling in the information he knows about the descendants of Queen Roran one by one, Hyojin thought for a while, and wrote 1 million ryo in the column of commission amount. Looking at the information handed back by Hyojin, the middle-aged woman was taken aback, 1 million ryo? This is the commission money for an A-level mission, will you encounter other ninjas for this mission? Hyojin smiled and said, the person I want to find is likely to be in the territory of the Land of Wind, just in case, I hope that your village can assign an excellent ninja to accept my commission. Seeing that it is a big business, the middle-aged woman's eyes narrowed into slits, guest, you can rest assured, our Kusanagi village is the strongest shinobi village outside of the 5 great shinobi villages, there are many strong ninjas in the village, we will definitely meet your requirements. Hyojin smiled slightly. Among the small shinobi villages, although the Kusanagi village is not weak, it is definitely not the strongest shinobi village outside of the 5 great shinobi villages. In Hyojin's opinion, only the Hidden Rain Village deserves this title. If it weren't for the geographical location of the Hidden Rain Village being sandwiched between the three great shinobi villages of Mai, Sand Crypsis, and Rock Village, the Hidden Rain Village would have been promoted to the sixth great shinobi village in the Hanzo era. A few hours later, the four ninjas arrived in front of Hyojin. One of them looked up and down at Hyojin and said, "My name is Long Lan, a jonin from the Kusanagi village. This time, my team and I will be responsible for your request." Hyojin smiled and said, "You all can call me Mr. Mu. I'll be entrusting this task to you all." Hyojin was quite satisfied with the four ninjas in front of him. Their leader was a jonin named Dragon Orchid. Although he didn't look old, the chakra reaction in his body was very strong. Even among the jonins, he was at a relatively good level. The other three ninjas were also at the level of Chunin, and they didn't seem to be mediocre. After leaving the Kusanagi village, a Chunin said to Hyojin, "Don't worry, Dragon Orchid-sama is one of the best experts in our village. A simple task like finding someone is a piece of cake for him." Hyojin smiled and said, "It seems that I'm very lucky to be able to hire you all." Another Chunin laughed and said, "I'm not afraid of scaring you, but our Dragon Orchid-sama is a master with a bounty of 10 million ryo. Even if you really encounter the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis this time, you won't be in any danger." When Hyojin heard this, he carefully looked at Dragon Orchid who was at the front of the team. He didn't expect that this jonin would also carry a bounty on his back, and the amount is not small. In fact, this time Hyojin came to the Kusanagi village to commission a task. He was also helpless. After the ancient city of Roran was abandoned, the people of Roran lived a nomadic life of chasing oases and water grass, so they don't have a fixed residence at all. It's too difficult for Hyojin to find them in a mere month and a half. Therefore, Hyojin came up with the idea of finding a shinobi village to commission a task. The Sand Crypsis and Mai are obviously not suitable. Hyojin was the first to exclude them, and then the remaining Rock, Cloud, and Mist villages were also excluded one after another, because they either have a grudge or are too far away from the Land of Wind. The remaining shinobi villages that are relatively close to the Land of Wind are only the Rain Village and the Grass Village. The Rain Village is currently the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. It's like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Hyojin doesn't want to find trouble for himself, so after disguising himself, he took a detour and came to the Land of Grass. Hiring a grass ninja can get the intelligence support of the Grass Village, and with the intelligence power of a shinobi village, it's much easier to find the descendants of the Queen of Roran. Land of Water. Sasori sat on a stone, panting while taking out a water bottle. After drinking a mouthful of water, he got up and looked at the battlefield in front of him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. At this moment, in front of him, countless white bone spears broke out of the ground, like a bamboo forest, covering the ground. Looking from a distance, it looks like a white bone forest. In the middle of the bone forest, there is a corpse lying on the ground. The corpse is also covered with sharp bone spurs, looking like a monster. Slowly walking to the side of the corpse, Scorpion shook open a scroll, and then carefully sealed the corpse in the scroll. At this time, another figure appeared. Sasori turned his head and said coldly, "Orochimaru, you are late." Orochimaru smiled coldly and said, "It seems that the patriarch of the Kagaya clan is only SOSO. The situation on the battlefield surprised Orochimaru. He really didn't expect that Sasori would be able to easily deal with the patriarch of the Kagaya clan. Sasori put away the scroll and said, "These guys of the Kagaya clan are all lunatics. If it weren't for my poison, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with them." Orochimaru looked at the bone spears that broke out of the ground with interest and said with a smile, "You seem to have collected a lot of high-quality puppet materials in the turmoil of the Mist Village." Sasori glanced at Orochimaru and said, "Aren't you the same? The child in the dungeon was taken away by you, right? I thought I hid it from you." With an indifferent smile, Orochimaru said, "It's time to leave. The turmoil in the Mist Village seems to have subsided." Sasori shook his head and said, "Stay a few more days. The opportunity to hunt a Kekai Genkai like this doesn't come often." Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, I'll stay here for a few more days." Orochimaru, who has found an orphan of the Kagaya clan, has no interest in staying in the Land of Water anymore, but since Sasori and he are partners, and since Sasori insisted on not leaving, He has no choice but to stay in the land of water for a few more days. End of chapter 88. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.